Chapter 29.2. The villa was located on the mountainside of Daqing Mountain. If one walked from Qingxi village into the mountain, even for someone like Xiao Ma, who was used to physical exercise, it would take at least 6 or 7 hours. If the weather caused delays or if the person wasn't familiar with the route, it might even take more than 10 hours for a round trip. Guan Yue had chosen this location because even professional mountaineers couldn't make a round trip in one day. This meant the area was sparsely populated and relatively safe. If, decades later, satellite surveillance technology covered the globe and the villa could no longer remain hidden, that would be a future issue, one she couldn't control for now. The underground 3 floors of the villa had already been completed, and the 2 floors above ground were framed, though the interior hadn't been finished. This was because, in this era, the materials Guan Yue needed for the renovations didn't exist yet. The spatial jade pendant contained these materials, but Guan Yue hadn't yet mustered the courage to open it. Standing in the villa's spacious front yard, Guan Yu's expression was calm as she quietly observed the grayish water house. The house roughly matched the one in her memory, yet it felt so different. Xiao He climbed up Guan Yu's wrist and rubbed its dark green leaves against her face. Guan Yu smiled and reached up to pull Xiao He off. "Stop it, it's itchy." She then took Xiao He to the backyard. When building the mountain villa, in order to create more space, Guan Yu had flattened a small plaza in both the front and back yards. However, at present, only the soil had been compacted and cement was laid. There had been no time for decoration. Although both the front and backyards were spacious, they, like the house, were still gray and plain. Guan Yu walked around, and within a kilometer around the house, she used her abilities to create a line of tree walls, preventing small animals from wandering into the villa area. After finishing this, she turned and headed back. The next day, the 28th day of the 12th month, the festive atmosphere in the village grew stronger. Gu Sui and Guan Yu went down to the town to join in the excitement. During normal times, private trade wasn't allowed in the town, but for the 2 days around the new year, a market was set up, and many people from the commune brought their goods to sell. It was the first time Guan Yu had come to town to enjoy the festivities during the year-end, and she was amazed. Usually it was hard to tell, but among these simple farmers, there were many skilled craftsmen. There were beautifully woven bamboo items for sale, which were common in the southwest, along with wooden carvings. Some sellers had intricately carved small animals. Guan Yu took a liking to a little tiger sculpture and bought it for 1 dime. There were people selling paper cuttings, couplets, embroidered insoles and kites, making the most delicate daily artworks from the simplest materials. Guan Yu liked them very much. Compared to those selling handmade crafts, the most popular were still those selling food. For example, there were sticky candies made from malt sugar, large pancakes, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, steamed bread, and so on. Occasionally, one could also see people carrying cured meat and shouting out their wares. Before the new year, the team was allotted some meat, but each family only got a little, most of which they kept for themselves. Some people, reluctant to eat it, turned it into cured meat and sold it instead. Meat was expensive, and there were many people gathered around those selling it, but only a few were willing to buy. Every now and then, 1 or 2 well-off city dwellers would show up. They knew that in rural areas, the market before the new year allowed private transactions, so they specially came from the city to buy things. They bargained with the sellers, haggling back and forth, and it was quite lively. Guan Yu asked Gu Sui, "It's so lively here, why don't we do this every day?" Gu Sui replied, "Because the country's overall resources can't support this happening every day." Guan Yu said, "It's fine. After this period passes, things will get better and better, and there will be so much material that people won't know where to look first." Gu Sui gave a faint smile. "Are you still going to shop, or shall we head back?" "Let's head back. We've bought a lot already." Guan Yu was interested in those small items and bought whatever she liked. Gu Sui was carrying the delicate little basket he had just purchased, which was filled with various couplets, paper cuttings, and insoles. She was still holding a kite in her hand. As the 2 of them had just come out of the town, they ran into Xiao Ma. Xiao Ma grinned. "What did you buy?" Guan Yu replied, "A lot of little trinkets." Xiao Ma leaned over and took a look at the basket. "Oh, you like these things? Let me tell you, during the new year in Qingchuan, the market there has even more and richer items. There are many ethnic minorities there, and they're skilled at weaving and dyeing fabrics. You'd definitely like it if you saw it." "I missed it the last time I went to Qingchuan. What a pity." Xiao Ma said, "It's fine. There will be plenty of opportunities to go in the future, or we can have someone bring stuff back for you. Anyway, we often go to Qingchuan to pick up and drop off patients." Gu Sui asked, "By the way, didn't Minister Li say that the doctors and nurses will come before the new year?" Xiao Ma answered, "Yes, Minister Li called us and said they would arrive this afternoon. I just came back from the county. I was over at the grain station coordinating the delivery of grain." Gu Sui asked, "Did the sanatorium install a phone? When was that done?" Haha, just a few days ago. Minister Li said it was necessary for us to have a phone here, so he arranged for one to be installed. You wouldn't know since you've been down the mountain these days. Gusui asked. Can I use your phone? Sure, as long as you register. Dr. Gu can use it anytime. Gusui nodded. When they returned to Qingxi village, Xiaoma took Gusui to make the call. Gusui dialed a number, and once the call connected, the person on the other end told him to wait for a moment. About 10 minutes later the phone rang. Gusui heard a familiar voice and smiled. Dad, how are you now? On the other end of the line, Gu Jingda's stern face also held a smile. We're doing well, already settled down. I went back to the hospital to resume work yesterday. Guan Yue widened her eyes. Gusui was talking to his father? Gusui asked a few more questions about their current situation, then turned and saw Guan Yue secretly trying to sneak away. He switched the phone to his other hand and grabbed her to stop her. Dad, Guan Yue is with me. She wants to talk to you for a moment. After saying that, Gusui shoved the phone into Guan Yu's hand. Guan Yue was nervous, her hands trembling. She glared at Gusui. When did she say she wanted to talk to his dad? The phone now was not like the one Guan Yue had used before. The receiver was still in her hand, far from her ear, and she could clearly hear Gu Jingda's voice calling her name from the other side. Both Guan Yue and Gusui could hear it clearly, as if the speaker was on. Uncle, I'm here. Guan Yu's voice sounded like that of a girl. Gu Jingda, who had only raised 2 sons and never a daughter, didn't know what to say in response. Gu Jingda said, I took the medicine you sent and it worked really well. Guan Yue, don't waste your talents. You're still young. Don't let being in a relationship with Gusui get in the way of your studies and ruin your future. The more Gusui listened, the more wrong it seemed. He coldly took the phone from Guan Yu's hand. Dad, why are you saying all this? Gu Jingda snorted. Why am I saying this? You're wasting your time. Don't drag Guan Yue down with you. Guan Yue heard this and covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Gusui helplessly listened to his dad lecture him. Most parents wanted their sons to settle down and have grandchildren. But his dad was different, afraid that he would hinder Guan Yu's potential. Gusui realized he had truly dug himself into a hole. Dad, don't forget about the books on viruses that we asked for. Gu Jingda replied. I haven't forgotten. Most of the books are foreign publications. I found out that a friend of mine was researching this area, but he's been sent down. We're still in contact with him. Okay, thanks for your hard work, Dad. Gusui told his dad that the phone was from the Qingxi village sanatorium, and that if anyone needed to contact him, they could reach him there. After hanging up the phone, Gusui reached out to hold Guan Yu's hand, but Guan Yue quickly hid her hand behind her back, refusing to let him hold it. Humph. Did you forget what Uncle said just now? You shouldn't be holding on to me and distracting me from my studies. Gusui snorted. Is this your way of getting back at me? Guan Yue smugly replied. I'm not doing anything like that. I'm just telling you to listen to Uncle and be a good son. Taking advantage of her smugness, Gusui quickly grabbed her hand. Before I can be a good son, I need to be a good boyfriend to you first. The two playfully flirted, one teasing and the other coaxing, happily heading back home. Xiao Ma and a few soldiers stood by the side of the road, watching the show with their hands in their pockets, squatting for so long that their legs had gone numb. They were confused. These two are already living together. Why aren't they getting married? Yeah, just dating without getting married? Isn't that a bit reckless? Exactly. Is Dr. Gu trying to take advantage of Dr. Guan? Xiao Ma cleared his throat. From what I know, they're not living together. And it seems like it's actually Dr. Guan who's trying to take advantage of Dr. Gu. What? Dr. Guan isn't willing to take responsibility for Dr. Gu. A man who can both heal and cook. Where else are you going to find one like that? The people who had been on Guan Yu's side just a moment ago quickly switched sides. Poor Dr. Gu. Xiao Ma stood up. Enough. What's so pitiable about him? You and me who don't even have a partner. Now that's what's pitiable. He sighed, feeling sorry for himself for a moment. Chapter 29.3. Up on the mountain, Guan Yue and Gusui continued to live their lives as usual, peaceful and quiet. In the afternoon, Gusui was reviewing his own notes, while Guan Yue went up into the deep mountains. Not long after she left, Li Dingbang arrived with his team. After handing the others over to Xiao Ma for arrangements, he immediately headed up the mountain to find Guan Yue. Gusui told him. Guan Yue went up into the mountains to gather herbs. She probably won't be back until evening. Li Dingbang hurried up the mountain, sweating from the heat. If she needs any medicinal herbs, the herb company can deliver them. Why does she have to go through the trouble of gathering them herself? Some good herbs the herb company doesn't have. Li Dingbang sat down in front of Gusui. Since she won't be back until evening, you should come with me now. The doctors and nurses from the sanatorium have arrived, and since you're the deputy director, you should go meet them. Li Dingbang had originally wanted Gu Sui to be the director, but Gu Sui had declined. As it turned out, Li Dingbang and the others already had a candidate for the position of director, so Gu Sui took the position of deputy director instead. Li Dingbang said, "The new director you and Guan Yu both know is Director Zhang Nianbei from the Qingchuan Military District Hospital. He will primarily handle the day-to-day affairs of the sanatorium. As for the patients, you'll be the deputy director in charge of Western medicine, and Deng Weiman and Old Sir will be the deputy director responsible for traditional Chinese medicine." Gu Sui raised an eyebrow. "I thought you would appoint Guan Yu as the head of Chinese medicine." Li Dingbang replied, "I'm sure they would have liked to, but considering Guan Yu's situation, we've decided to have Deng Weiman, someone she's familiar with, take on the role of deputy director." He continued, "Deng Weiman is in charge of Chinese medicine, but ultimately, Guan Yu will have the final say on matters related to Chinese medicine. Deng Weiman knew about this arrangement before he came and has already agreed. By the way, you know Deng Baishu, right? He'll be Guan Yu's assistant, and all of the patients under Guan Yu's care will be managed by him to free up her time. The sanatorium was established because of Guan Yu, but they couldn't let other trivial matters waste her time. They were also concerned that Guan Yu might find it too bothersome and decide to quit altogether." Gu Sui nodded. "When Guan Yu comes back, I'll talk to her about it." Li Dingbang stood up. "Let's go, we'll meet the others first." Gu Sui locked the door and left the mountain with Li Dingbang. Just after Deng Baishu had put his things in the dormitory, he saw some familiar faces and immediately ran out. "Gu Sui, long time no see. Where's Guan Yu?" Gu Sui replied. "Guan Yu went up the mountain to gather herbs. Looks like you've gotten what you wanted this time." Gu Sui said this with an insinuation. Deng Baishu chuckled. "Thanks to having a good father, when he knew this opportunity was available, he pushed me into it." Li Dingbang laughed. "You're an honest guy. From now on, make sure to assist Guan Yu well, and learn more yourself." "Don't worry, Minister Li, I'll study hard." Over the past half year, Deng Baishu had been memorizing medical books at home, struggling through it all. There were so many things he didn't understand. His father, his uncle, and his senior brothers either explained things to him countless times without him grasping it, or they hadn't figured it out themselves. After half a year of effort, he finally realized one thing. Forget about trying to save face, he should just latch onto Guan Yu. Having her explain things to him was far better than anything else. Most of the doctors and nurses at the sanatorium were transferred from the Qingchuan Military District Hospital. Gu Sui first met Director Zhang and Deng Weiman, who introduced him to the others. Although Gu Sui was young, no one criticized him. Everyone was quite polite. While the others didn't know Gu Sui's level, when they saw his resume, they couldn't help but respect him. He had graduated from a proper medical university, worked as a surgeon in Beijing, and his father was also a doctor with a deep family background in medicine. What could anyone say? After meeting the people, Director Zhang, Deng Weiman, and Gu Sui went to the office for a meeting, bringing along Deng Baishu, who would be Guan Yu's future assistant. Director Zhang said, "The conditions here are better than I expected. The operating room and the stockpiled medicines are all well prepared. The first batch of patients will be transferred here on the third day of the Lunar New Year. By then, everyone will be busy. Once the patients arrive, we will classify them into 3 levels. Level 1 to Level 3. The most severe patients, Level 1, will be handled by Guan Yu, and Deng Baishu will need to pay close attention to them." Deng Baishu nodded. "For Level 2 patients, we will make judgments based on the situation. We will hold regular consultations, and Guan Yu will participate as well. If she has better treatment methods, she will take the lead. If we can handle it ourselves, we will do so. For Level 3 patients, there's no need to discuss. They will be handled by us." Director Zhang looked at the 3 of them. "The higher-ups have instructed that we should avoid delaying Guan Yu's time as much as possible. As for the reason, you probably know it already. Most of the medicines made by Guan Yu were sent to the front lines, and a portion was sent to their military district hospital. Deng Weiman and his son both knew this. As for Gu Sui, that was even more obvious. Guan Yu will definitely be late when she returns in the evening. Gu Sui, make sure to pass on the message and ask her to come down tomorrow." Gu Sui nodded. After discussing the main matters, Director Zhang stood up. "We'll spend a good New Year here in Qingxi Village. You can still rest for a few more days, but after the New Year we'll get busy." After the meeting, Deng Weiman and Deng Baishu followed Gu Sui out first. The newly arrived doctors and nurses were curious about the place and were discussing, "Daqing Mountain is so big. There must be a lot of wild pheasants and rabbits up there. When can we go hunting?" "Definitely, we should go tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. We can catch more wild pheasants and rabbits and have a big feast for the new year." Little Ma smiled and ran over. "That won't do. Our activity range is only within the valley and the nearby Shaoqing Mountain. We can't go up Daqing Mountain. Why can't we go up there? Director Zhang came out and said seriously, it's the rule. Don't ask why. Just follow it. Little Ma tried to ease the tension. We are looking out for everyone's safety. There are many snakes, insects, rats, and ants on Daqing Mountain, especially in summer. Going up the mountain is very dangerous. If you get bitten by a poisonous snake, you could die before you even make it back down. Winter is a little better, but there are wolf packs on the mountain. There's a lack of food in the winter, so they might even attack people. Someone was scared and asked, if it's so dangerous here, why did they choose to build the sanatorium here? Don't worry, said Little Ma. There are guards at the foot of Daqing Mountain. It's very safe. The presence of guards meant they had no chance to sneak up the mountain. Those who wanted to go up the mountain abandoned the idea. Guan Yue slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Little Ma and the others did indeed have a strong sense of contract. Since they had arrived here, they hadn't gone up the mountain again, as it was Guan Yu's area. It was also during this time that Guan Yu's opinion of Little Ma and the others had improved quite a bit. If they wanted any medicine, as long as it wasn't too troublesome, she would consider making it for them. In the evening when Guan Yu returned after gathering herbs, she saw Deng Weimin and Deng Baishu. Teacher, when did you arrive? The way she addressed him as teacher really touched Deng Baishu's heart. He proudly stroked his beard and replied, we arrived this afternoon. Just settled in. Guan Yue invited us to your place for dinner. Guan Yu smiled and said, welcome. How's the accommodation at the foot of the mountain? Deng Weimin wasn't particularly concerned about the accommodation. It's fine. They gave me a room, a newly built house. It's spacious and bright, and it even has electric lights. The conditions are pretty good. Deng Baishu looked at Guan Yu with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Why didn't you ask me? I'm going to be your little assistant from now on. What? Little assistant? I didn't know about this. Guan Yu set down her basket and went to wash her hands at the water tank outside the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, Guan Yue overheard and said, the hospital didn't want to delay your time, so they assigned Deng Baishu to be your little assistant. If you need anything, just ask him to do it. Guan Yu chuckled. Well, that's thoughtful of them. Deng Weimin added, from now on, make sure Baishu cooperates well with you. If he misbehaves, just let me know, and I'll educate him properly. Guan Yu couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for this poor soul who had been under his father's strict control all his life. Her own parents had always treated her kindly and never said a harsh word. After drying her hands, Guan Yu accepted a cup of hot water from Deng Baishu, who handed it to her with a fawning look. It's warm, just right to drink. Guan Yu smiled and took a sip. All right, speak up. What do you need from me? There is something. Over the past half year, I've read several medical books, but there are many parts one don't understand. Please, Dr. Guan, teach me. Oh, you're lowering your posture so much? I'm just seeking knowledge, that's all. Guan Yu only took advantage of him with her words, much gentler than his father, who was quick to verbally attack him and occasionally mixed in a bit of physical punishment. So, don't envy him just because his father was a famous doctor, because his life wasn't much better than that of a poor apprentice. Which parts don't you understand? Show me and I'll take a look. When Deng Baishu first started studying medicine, he inherited the Deng family's style of practicing medicine, which emphasized caution and thoroughness in diagnosing and prescribing. This meant that the prescriptions they wrote typically contained dozens of herbs, sometimes more. Under the influence of Guan Yu, Deng Baishu wanted to follow a more minimalist approach, focusing on fewer, but more effective ingredients. However, this approach was far more challenging than writing large prescriptions. Writing single herb prescriptions, or those with just a few ingredients, not only tested the doctor's understanding of the patient's condition, but also their knowledge of the properties of the herbs involved. Deng Weimin and the other veteran doctors with decades of experience had found it difficult to break new ground in this area and could not offer Deng Baishu much guidance. However, Guan Yu excelled in this aspect. Deng Baishu wanted to learn, and Deng Weimin fully supported him. Deng Baishu flipped through his notes. I've compared many similar prescriptions, but I don't understand why, for the same condition, the adjustments made to the herbs are different. For example, in Essentials of Formulas and Zhang's Formula Notes, there are two similar cases and they prescribed. Guan Yu glanced at the notes and immediately understood his confusion. This is simple. Let me explain. Look here. Guan Yu easily answered Deng Baishu's question, and Deng Weimin leaned in to listen. With his decades of experience as an old practitioner, Deng Weimin's questions about the differences between the two prescriptions were more profound than Deng Baishu's. Guan Yu's greatest advantage, compared to both Deng Weimin and Deng Baishu, was her extraordinary abilities. This allowed her to understand the true causes of patients' conditions and the properties of medicinal herbs far better than they did. With her comprehensive understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, demonstrated through specific case studies, she left even experienced doctors like Deng Weimin in awe. If it weren't for his reluctance to relinquish the honorary title of teacher to Guan Yue, Deng Weimin would have eagerly asked to become her disciple. Deng Baishu, doing what his father had never dared to do, directly knelt down and forced her to take him on as a disciple. The poor Deng Baishu. Teacher, please accept me. I can cook, wash dishes, and even bring you foot water. I can do anything. Gu Sui came out holding dishes with a stern expression. I'll handle those tasks. No need for you to do them. Guan Yu straightforwardly rejected him. I don't take disciples. You should just stick to being a good assistant. This, coupled with what happened in Qingchuan City, marked the second time Deng Baishu was turned down. Poor Deng Baishu. He wanted to cry. Deng Weimin gave his son a sidelong glance. It's time to eat. Why aren't you bringing the dishes yet? Deng Baishu jumped up. Oh, I'm on my way. After dinner, Guan Yu helped Deng Baishu clear up some more doubts. Then, Deng Weimin tugged his son's ear and dragged him down the mountain, scolding him for trying to take on more than he could handle. Before leaving, Deng Baishu didn't forget to remind Guan Yu that she needed to go down the mountain tomorrow. Director Zhang and Minister Li were looking for her. Deng Baishu whimpered. Dad, my ears are going to fall off. Please be gentler. Chapter 30.1. The father and son of the Deng family had just left when Guan Yu asked Gu Sui. I can understand why Director Zhang would look for me, but why would Li Dingbang want to see me? Gu Sui replied. Maybe he's asking you for hemostatic powder? That can't be. I've given them plenty of it lately. Didn't Xiao Ma say just a few days ago that things have been relatively calm at the border, and the hemostatic powder consumption hasn't been high? They even had some left over to transfer to other military districts. Gu Sui said. Apart from medicine, what else could he possibly want from you? That's true. Well, I'll just ask him tomorrow and find out. The next morning, Guan Yu went down the mountain. Director Zhang and Li Dingbang were both waiting for her. Director Zhang spoke first. What I need to say is simple and won't take long, so I'll go first. Li Dingbang replied. My matter is more important, so I'll go first. At that moment, Xiao Ma ran over and said, Minister, there's a call from Beijing. I'll be right there, Guan Yu said. The call from Beijing couldn't be delayed. Director Zhang smugly said to Li Dingbang, It seems like the heavens are helping me. You'd better leave. Guan Yu should come with me to the office first. Li Dingbang shot him a glance and turned to Guan Yu saying, Go ahead with Director Zhang, don't rush off later, I'll come right over. I have something important to discuss with you. Li Dingbang hurried off, and Guan Yu followed Director Zhang to the office, with Deng Baishu trailing behind. To show the seriousness of the matter, Director Zhang had called her today to officially present her with the appointment letter for the special doctor position, as well as to go over her salary and benefits. Director Zhang said, There are only 3 days left in this month, so starting from the 1st of next month, which is the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, the sanatorium will officially start receiving patients. You'll begin receiving your salary next month. Guan Yu was surprised. Director Zhang, didn't Minister Li tell you? I've already received my salary. As previously agreed, for every day she worked, Daqing Mountain would rent the place to her for the same amount of time. I know Minister Li told me about that. But anyway, the salary should still be paid. Don't push it away, just listen to me. Our unit offers good benefits. Besides the salary, there are various vouchers for things like grain, cloth, and meat. You don't need vouchers for these, do you? Director Zhang was also thinking of Guan Yu's best interests. Guan Yu really wanted to nod honestly, as she didn't need those things at all. She had enough grain from the nearby teams to last her and Gu Sui, and they couldn't possibly eat all of it. As for meat, there was still plenty of cured meat and sausages at home, so they didn't lack for meat. And when it came to cloth, she couldn't possibly wear all the clothes she had. Director Zhang decisively said, All right, don't refuse. Just take it. If anything comes up in the future, Deng Baishu will notify you. That's settled. Okay, Director, I'll leave now. Go ahead, Minister Li will probably come looking for you soon. The phone call from Li Dingbang was taking quite a while. Guan Yu had been waiting outside the hospital office for some time, but Li Dingbang still hadn't arrived. Deng Baishu, ever observant, quickly went and fetched a chair. Teacher, sit here. The sun's shining on this spot. Guan Yu sat down and replied, Who's your teacher? Don't call me that. You might not recognize me as your disciple, but can I still consider you my teacher? As the saying goes, among 3 people, one must be my teacher. You answer my questions, so it's only right for me to call you teacher, isn't it? TSK, this young man sure was thick-skinned, just like his father Deng Weimin. Seeing that Guan Yu didn't argue with him, Deng Baishu immediately took the opportunity. Teacher, I didn't quite understand what you said yesterday. Guan Yu, in a good mood, basked in the sunlight while giving him a little lesson. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Xiaoma ran over. Dr. Guan, Minister Li wants to see you. Guan Yu stood up, brushed off her clothes and turned to Deng Baishu. Go back and think about it carefully. Don't just come to ask me every time you don't understand something. Where's your brain? Deng Baishu followed her for 2 steps but then realized, once again he had been scolded by his teacher. Once Guan Yu had walked far away, Deng Baishu happily jumped up and hurried back to find his father. Guan Yu had agreed to be his teacher. Guan Yu thought that Li Dingbang wanted to talk to her about medicine, but to her surprise they had actually gotten in touch with her teacher and Zhang Mingrui. Guan Yu couldn't believe it. Their identities are so sensitive. How did you manage to contact them? Li Dingbang replied. Do you think your contacts with Hong Kong were done secretly? If we wanted to investigate, would we not be able to find them? That's not it, I was very open about it. But my contact with them and your contact with them are not the same thing. Li Dingbang sighed. That's why we need your support. Li Dingbang then explained to Guan Yu their plan to exchange medical quotas for supplies, asking her what she thought about it. Guan Yu wasn't particularly concerned about this. She didn't mind where her patients came from, as long as they weren't enemies. After all, enemies wouldn't bypass Li Dingbang and his team to come directly to her. Li Dingbang continued. Our agricultural production is still very primitive, and the current output is insufficient to feed such a large population. As for industry, we lack so much. Any possible solution we are willing to try. No matter how tough the situation gets, we must continue to push forward. We will use the opportunity of seeking medical treatment to exchange for some benefits. As for you personally, Guan Yu interrupted him. I don't mind. Minister Li, there's no need to elaborate so much. I understand what you mean. Just go ahead and do what you need to do. With those simple words, her tone even casual, as though a girl carelessly handing over a piece of rope, Li Dingbang couldn't help but feel his throat tighten. The pressure that Li Dingbang and his team bore for making this decision, in this kind of situation, was something only they truly understood. Li Dingbang said, if you have any requests, tell me. We will try our best to fulfill whatever we can. There is one. Guan Yu wanted books on virology. Gu Sui's parents had been looking for them, but they hadn't found any yet. Additionally, researching viruses required advanced equipment, and she didn't have any equipment at all. Li Dingbang smiled. What you want we actually don't have. But don't worry, we will make sure the things you need will be delivered to you when the time comes. After Guan Yu agreed, everything was set in motion. On the morning of the Lunar New Year's Eve, Su Huaping and Zhang Mingrui in Hong Kong received a phone call along with a list. After hanging up, they didn't even stay home for lunch on the New Year's Eve. They met at Zhang Mingrui's house and immediately began using their connections to gather the items on the list. The most important 2 items on the list were production lines, which Zhang Mingrui had already prepared. Besides the production lines, there were also some foreign books and medical instruments. With time running out, he couldn't find new ones, so he used his connections to buy instruments from several private hospitals and chemical research institutes in Hong Kong. As for Su Huaping, although his assets couldn't match Zhang Mingrui's, he still needed to provide other items, even if he couldn't offer the production lines. Zhang Ji said, these things aren't cheap, but they won't break our bank. Su Huaping replied. Mr. Zhang said they've probably already investigated us in advance. Su Huan proudly crossed his legs. Did you forget the letter we received last time? Guan Yu is now a specially appointed doctor at the sanatorium, so they must be taking her very seriously. I'm not concerned with anything else, big brother. You're going back to get treated, but I'm definitely going back to check on my disciple. Every time he read Kai Guofu's letters mentioning how outstanding his disciple was, it made him itch with curiosity. And that boy Gu Sui, he wanted to go back and check on him. How dare he approach his disciple? He was going to break his legs. Don't worry, I'll take you. Jiang Ji asked. Did they say when we're going back? Is it safe? It should be very safe. Mr. Zhang said he can have everything ready and sent over in 2 days. After that, it's just a matter of the news. Jiang Ji was somewhat pleased. Once Guan Yu cures your old ailments, everything will go smoothly for us from now on. Don't worry, big sister. It'll definitely work out. Su Huan had great confidence in Guan Yu. Last year's Lunar New Year's Eve, the Su family had been clouded in worry. This year on the same day, everyone wore smiles, and their hearts were full of hope for the future. Things would get better. In Qingxi village, Gu Sui had started preparing for the New Year's Eve dinner early in the morning. By around 7 in the evening, the steam baskets filled with vegetables, cured meats, and sausages were sending out an enticing aroma that floated in the air with the steam. In another pot, Gu Sui had washed a large wok and was preparing for the final stir-frying. He poured a bit of rapeseed oil into the wok, sprinkling in dried chili peppers, garlic, ginger, and Sichuan peppercorns. The strong fragrance began to spread throughout the air. Guan Yu, who was tending the fire, couldn't help but sneeze. Gusui said. You go inside and wait, it'll be ready soon. I'm not going. Guan Yu moved a bit farther from the stove, squatting next to the stove in the corner of the room. On top of the stove sat a clay pot with her favorite braised taro inside. Skillfully, she picked up a pair of chopsticks, opened the lid, and selected the softest-looking taro. After a few quick blows to cool it down, she gobbled it up in one bite. The outside of the taro was cool, but the inside was still piping hot. She tilted her head back, huffing and puffing as she ate. It was so delicious that she didn't want to spit it out. That afternoon, while Gusui was busy preparing the New Year's Eve dinner in the kitchen, Guan Yu was on standby, ready to sneak a bite whenever she could. As Gusui was stir-frying, he glanced over at her. If you want to eat, just grab a bowl. Don't burn yourself. Guan Yu grinned. Grabbing a bowl wasn't as fun. Sneaking a bite was much more satisfying. Just then a voice called out from outside the yard. Dr. Gu, Dr. Guan, are you there? We've brought you some food. It was Xiaoma. Guan Yu immediately jumped up. Close the kitchen door, I'm going out. As soon as she went outside, Gusui shut the kitchen door behind her. Chapter 30.2. Inside the kitchen, there were many dishes, all of which weren't typical for this place or season. Guan Yu called out, Xiaoma, how did you all manage to come out here in this cold weather? Xiaoma said with a grin. The sanatorium is having a reunion dinner and invited you both, but you didn't come. So, Ministerly asked me to bring you 2 dishes. Thank you. You've come such a long way. Wait a moment. I'll bring 2 dishes for you to take back. Xiaoma quickly said, No need, no need. You two eat slowly, we'll leave first. Before Guan Yu could go to the kitchen to get the dishes, Xiaoma shoved the basket into her hands and turned to leave. Guan Yu closed the gate, this time locking it securely. In the kitchen, Gusui had just finished stir-frying the last dish. When he saw the basket in her hands, he asked, What's inside? Gusui opened the basket and found a bowl of twice-cooked pork and a bowl of chicken with potatoes, both meat dishes. Gusui said, The dishes got cold on the way up the mountain. Let me steam them for a bit, and when you want to eat, I'll serve them up for you. All right. Finally, they could officially start eating. There were 8 dishes on the table. Though each portion wasn't much, it looked particularly abundant. Let's eat. Guan Yu eagerly picked up her chopsticks and dug into the food. 10 minutes later, Guan Yu slumped back in her chair, exclaiming, I'm so full. Gusui was eating slowly, with a slight smile on his face. You've been sneaking bites all afternoon. I thought you'd be hungry enough to eat a whole cow, but now you're giving up already? There are still 2 dishes in the kitchen. Should I bring them out? Guan Yu leaned back in her chair, rubbing her stomach. Leave them for now. We'll eat them tomorrow. Gusui served her a bowl of soup. You've eaten enough, so just stay and eat with me. Guan Yu took a sip of the soup and said to Gusui, This is the second Chinese New Year we've spent together. He replied. In the future we'll spend many more New Years together until the day we die. Guan Yu asked, Until what? Gusui replied, Until the end of time. Guan Yu laughed heartily. Gusui, you're so sentimental. Gusui chuckled along with her. Let's stay up until midnight and set off fireworks. Will you stay here to sleep? Guan Yu thought for a moment. All right, it's too late. I don't want to go back to the treehouse. Gusui's smile grew wider. Don't worry, it's just as safe here. I'm here with you. Guan Yu rolled her eyes. What can you do? You should rely on me. I'll protect you. I can be protected by you too, Gusui said, unbothered by admitting his weakness, not at all concerned with losing face as a man. Guan Yu was satisfied. She picked up some food and placed it on his plate. Eat more. It's all because you worked so hard. The two of them chatted and laughed as if they had spoken about many things, yet also as if they had said nothing. Time passed by unnoticed. The hands of the clock pointed to 12 o'clock. Guan Yu covered her ears and Gusui lit an incense stick, then set off the fireworks. At the same time, firecrackers went off from the mountain below. Guan Yu jumped in fright and stomped her feet. Gusui hugged her, and she wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her ear against his chest, her face turning red with joy. A gentle breeze blew by, and the sounds of the firecrackers marked the end of the old year. The spring breeze brought warmth as it entered the wine. Guan Yu looked up at him, and Gusui looked down at her. It was summer in 1966 when she had met him, and now it was already 1968. The smell of gunpowder from the fireworks added to the festive atmosphere. Even though there were only the two of them, it didn't feel lonely at all. In that moment, everything felt so heart-stirring. Guan Yu tiptoed, her arms instinctively reaching around his shoulders, pulling him into a kiss. Gusui quickly responded, tightening his embrace, holding her so tightly that he almost wished to become one with her. The moon and stars above, they didn't know whether they had seen this pair on the ground, their breaths intertwining, their faces flushed with warmth. Love, it should be like this, fiery and intense. The kiss that night was like the sunlight dispersing the mist in the winter woods. The way they interacted became clearer, more certain and open. It was that kind of open affection, kisses and embraces without restraint. Holding hands and hugging weren't enough to express the restlessness and joy inside. They snuggled and hugged, laughing foolishly. The first and second days of the new year passed by without them even realizing how. On the third day of the new year, Deng Baishu came to notify them, saying that the patients would be arriving in the afternoon. The two of them still hadn't fully processed it. It had only been 3 days since they last saw each other, but Deng Baishu could already feel that the atmosphere between them had changed. "What's going on with you two?" he asked. Guan Yue replied. "What's going on? All right, I know what you're saying. I'll go down in the afternoon. You can leave now." Deng Baishu's question hadn't been answered, yet he was immediately dismissed by Guan Yue. Gu Sui stood in the yard smiling. "Hurry up, let's hug a little longer." "Hug? Fine, I'll hug you." Guan Yue opened her arms and jumped into his embrace. Gu Sui kissed her fair cheek. "Minister Li said he's already contacted your teacher. When your teacher comes, I'll propose to him." Guan Yue immediately jumped out of his arms. "Why propose? I'm still so young, I don't want to get married." Gu Sui's face darkened. "Then when do you want to get married? Don't say 30, that's not realistic and I won't agree." Guan Yue pulled at his sleeve, acting coquettishly. "Then when do you want to get married?" "This year." They had kissed already and still didn't get married? How could that be? If his parents found out, they'd beat him to death. Guan Yue let go of him. "This year won't work. Let's wait 5 more years." Guan Yue generously offered a compromise. Gu Sui snorted with a smile. "We'll get married in the second half of this year." Guan Yue replied. "Wait 4 more years." Gu Sui said. "We're getting married this new year, no later." Guan Yue responded. "Wait 3 more years, that's my bottom line." Gu Sui cupped her small face. "Guan Yue, are you interested in someone else? You've already kissed me. Are you planning to drag this out and keep observing other men?" Guan Yue stomped her feet. "No, I'm not keeping you hanging." Gu Sui asked. "Then tell me, are we getting married this year or not?" Guan Yue gritted her teeth. "Let's wait 2 more years. In 2 years we'll get married." "All right." Gu Sui immediately agreed, guessing that this was really her bottom line. Gu Sui casually asked, "Why 2 years?" "Because 2 years from now will be 1970, it's a round number. It'll be easy to remember our wedding anniversary." Gu Sui was speechless while Guan Yue burst into laughter. Gu Sui took her hand and led her to the kitchen. "From now on, when you introduce me to others, I'm not just your boyfriend. I'm your fiancé, understood?" Guan Yue shot him a disdainful glance. "Why are you so petty? Before we get married, what difference does it make what kind of relationship we have?" Gu Sui replied. "It makes a difference. A fiancé is a step closer than just a boyfriend. Before, when it was just the two of them on the mountain, it didn't matter. Now that there were so many young male doctors and soldiers coming down from the mountain, he needed to claim his territory in advance." Guan Yue groaned. "I miscalculated. So you're actually a jealous type." Gu Sui laughed. "What if I start chatting sweetly with the other female doctors and nurses every day, and stop cooking for you? Can you stand it?" Guan Yue turned into a fierce mother tiger. "You dare?" "Haha, I don't dare. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you." Guan Yue felt at ease. That was exactly the kind of thing she liked to hear. Gu Sui was still someone who knew how to behave. They could play around at home, but once they were out in public he was very careful. When they interacted they appeared close, but there was little physical contact. To outsiders it was clear that they were a couple. In the afternoon, while everyone was resting in the office, Director Zhang joked. "So when are you two planning to have a wedding banquet?" Guan Yue replied. "No rush, let's wait for 2 more years." Director Zhang glanced at Gu Sui, who was pouring hot water for Guan Yue. "Oh, our Vice Director Gu, such a young and energetic man, still not rushing to settle down? You're going to wait another 2 years." Gu Sui answered. "No rush, I'll follow her lead." Instantly, everyone in the office burst out laughing, teasing Gu Sui if he had been in the southwest too long and turned into a henpecked husband. Gu Sui smiled but didn't respond. At that moment a nurse ran in. "Director, the patients have arrived." Director Zhang stood up. "Let's go, let's see our patients first." The first batch of patients, a total of 67, had arrived. According to the classifications by Director Zhang and the others, 11 of them were listed as first-tier patients, all of whom were in the first-tier ward, waiting for Guan Yue. Gu Sui, Deng Weimin, and the doctors and nurses under their command left. Deng Baishu, holding a stack of medical records, followed Guan Yue closely. Among the 11 patients sent to Guan Yue, none of them walked into the clinic on their own. They were all carried in. Some couldn't move their legs, some had injured their backs, and others were unconscious the entire time. As Guan Yue took the patient's pulses, Deng Baishu briefly explained each patient's condition. A nurse stood nearby with the box of silver needles for Guan Yue. For most of the patients, the injuries were obvious, and they were all very suitable for acupuncture treatment. Guan Yue treated 3 patients in a row, and soon the silver needles ran out. The nurse quickly brought over 2 more boxes of needles. "We have backups." Guan Yue nodded. "Go ahead and check on the next one." Chapter 30.3. After seeing 10 patients, Guan Yue was feeling a bit tired, as treating them with acupuncture had drained some of her energy. When she reached the last patient, she sat down for a moment to rest. "What's his condition?" This patient appeared as if he were simply asleep. Deng Baishu flipped through the medical records. The records say that during a mission in the jungle, he suddenly collapsed. After being brought back to the hospital, the doctor said he was just sleeping, but he's been asleep for 5 days straight and couldn't be woken up, including the time spent getting here. It's already the 6th day. "Let me take a look." Guan Yue stood by the bedside and took the patient's pulse with his hand. Deng Baishu, seeing that Guan Yu's expression was unchanged, thought she hadn't diagnosed it yet. He hurriedly said, "This illness is definitely not an ordinary one. So many doctors at the military hospital couldn't diagnose it. It must be a difficult case." The nurse holding the silver needles spoke up. "Could it be a brain injury?" "Maybe," Guan Yue replied. "What should we do? We can't open the brain to check. How are we supposed to treat this?" Guan Yue lowered the patient's hand. "The brain is fine. He has been poisoned." Deng Baishu exclaimed. "Poisoned? How could poisoning not have been detected?" His uncle was very skilled at treating poisoning cases. Deng Baishu decided to give it a try. He moved to the other side of the patient and took his pulse. After a long pause, he shook his head. "I can't diagnose it." While Guan Yue was writing out a prescription, Deng Baishu called someone to run and bring his father over. Deng Weiman was busy on his side but quickly walked over. "You little rascal, you'd better have something important to say." Deng Baishu said. "Dad, come quickly and take his pulse. The doctor says this person has been poisoned." "Poisoned? If that's the case, why didn't your uncle notice?" Deng Weiman replied. Both Deng Weiman and Deng Baishu shared the same view. If it was poisoning, the Deng family should have detected it. After carefully taking the patient's pulse, Deng Weiman had to admit that he found nothing unusual. To him, the patient simply seemed to be asleep. Guan Yue finished writing the prescription, and the nurse went to the pharmacy to get the medicine. The Chinese medicine still needed time to be brewed. Before the medicine was ready, the doctors, having heard about the strange case, came over to watch. Deng Weiman, leading a group of traditional Chinese medicine doctors, had them all line up to take the patient's pulse, but none of them found anything. The Western doctors were more forceful in their actions, prying open the eyelids, pulling at the mouth, checking the mucous membranes, and finally drawing a little blood. They tried every method they could think of, but there was no conclusion. Guan Yue, who had studied both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, could not identify any problems either. Everyone's gaze turned to Guan Yue. "Dr. Guan, how did you figure it out?" Guan Yue remained calm and said, "By taking the pulse. You can tell by the pulse." The Western doctors lost confidence. The traditional Chinese doctor could figure it out just by taking the pulse, while they didn't even know what disease the patient had. Deng Baishu tried to comfort them. "Be a little more confident. If you couldn't find anything, we Chinese medicine doctors didn't figure it out either. Not every Chinese medicine doctor is as good as my teacher." The Chinese medicine doctors felt discouraged. They really didn't have an answer. Deng Baishu then turned to comfort them further. "My dad is so old and has been practicing medicine for decades, and even he couldn't figure it out. Don't get discouraged." Deng Weiman, furious, chased after Deng Baishu to hit him. As he ran, Deng Baishu begged, "Dad, I was just joking, don't hit me. Oh, there are so many people here, I don't care about my face anymore." Guan Yue smiled slightly and looked at the Western doctors. Through Western medical methods, this poison can actually be detected. The reason you couldn't detect it is because the current equipment is too outdated. There was no need to wait for another 100 years. After a few decades of Western medicine development, toxins in the human body would be detectable with clarity. Guan Yue remarked. Though it's a matter of equipment, it also shows that Western medicine relies too much on external tools. The medicine was ready, at the right temperature to be ingested. Everyone helped to administer the medicine. 10 minutes after the medicine was administered, Guan Yue performed acupuncture to speed up the absorption of the medicine. 15 minutes later, she removed the needles, and the person on the bed slowly opened his eyes. Deng Baishu, having been beaten by his father to the point of a swollen head, ran back. "Damn, he's awake. What did I miss?" The Chinese and Western doctors present. "We watched the whole thing, but we still didn't understand anything. Several Western doctors gathered around the patient. How are you? Can you speak? How did you get poisoned? Poisoned? The man suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening. I knew it. Something bit the back of my head just now. I didn't even have time to scratch it before I passed out. You didn't just pass out now. You've been unconscious for 6 days. He panicked. 6 days. Where am I now? What about my comrades? Calm down, your comrades are all fine. You're the unlucky one, cough cough. You're in the Qingxi Village Recuperation Center now. How are you feeling? I feel a bit tired, my body feels all rusty, and I'm really hungry. That's normal. You've been unconscious for 6 days, it's all normal. Then someone go to the cafeteria and get some food for the patient. Make sure it's light. The Western doctors still needed to check the hospital room to make sure the patient was fine after waking up. Once satisfied, they left. The Chinese medicine doctors, however, stared at Guan Yue with admiration, their hearts shouting with excitement. Dr. Guan is so amazing. A difficult case in just one prescription, and it worked so impressive. Deng Baishu stood beside Guan Yue, his chin held high. Hey, such a great person is my teacher. Guan Yue glanced at Deng Baishu. What's that expression on your face? Did your jaw dislocate? Nearby, someone couldn't help but laugh. Guan Yue said, you know how to remove the needles, right? There are still 2 patients who need their needles removed. Go do that. Oh, Deng Baishu lifted his head, only to let it drop again quietly. Once Guan Yue finished seeing the patient, the remaining tasks were left to Deng Baishu. Gu Sui finished his work as well, and the 2 of them were preparing to leave. Director Zhang called out to them. It's getting late. Why not eat something in the cafeteria? Gu Sui held Guan Yu's hand. Thank you, Director Zhang, but we won't stay for the meal. We'll head out now. After they left, Deng Weiman came out holding a bowl of noodles. Don't mind them. Guan Yue is very picky about food. She only eats what Gu Sui cooks. Is Gu Sui's cooking really that good? It's definitely better than what the cafeteria makes, Deng Weiman scoffed. Director Zhang sneered. At least there's food. What are you so picky about? With that, Director Zhang turned and walked away, not giving Deng Weiman a chance to retort. Deng Weiman muttered angrily to his retreating figure. If you're so brave, say that to Guan Yue. The first batch of patients wasn't many. Guan Yue had 11 people under her care. Aside from the young man who had recovered from poisoning on the same day, the other 10, depending on the severity of their conditions, mostly recovered within a week to half a month. By this time, everyone at the recuperation center had witnessed Guan Yu's skills. The feeling of admiration they felt for her couldn't be summed up in just the words deep respect. Director Zhang said to Li Dingbang, Guan Yue is practically half of our recuperation center. Now I feel more confident when any difficult patient is assigned to her. It's a pity though, she only comes to the recuperation center for an hour or 2 each day. Li Dingbang responded. Her patients have all recovered. What does she need to do here? The nurses can take care of them. Director Zhang sighed. Such a great doctor, and she has nothing to do. It just feels like a waste. Li Dingbang emphasized. Guan Yue has plenty of work to do. I repeat, don't waste her time. Got it. She's still making medicine, right? I heard she's researching a type of poison that causes people to faint. It wasn't just research. She had already completed the research. They had tested it, and as soon as the powder was inhaled, the person would immediately lose consciousness, just like the soldier brought in on the first day. The medicine had already been sent to the front lines, and Li Dingbang wasn't going to tell Director Zhang that. Li Dingbang continued. The second batch of patients will arrive tomorrow afternoon. You need to prepare. The first batch of patients who have recovered will return the day after tomorrow. Got it. Also, 2 special patients are coming at the end of the month. You need to tell them not to ask questions. Special patients? What's so special about them? I told you not to ask questions and you're still asking. Director Zhang raised an eyebrow. Hey, why are you so fierce? More than half a month had passed. Su Huaping and Zhang Mingrui had paid the agreed consultation fee to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and in return the ministry gave them a confirmed schedule. They were to arrive in Beijing on the 25th, where ministry staff would take them to Qingxi Village. Since it was inconvenient to bring too many people, Su Huaping was accompanied by Su Huan, while Jiang Ji stayed behind in Hong Kong to manage their business. Zhang Mingrui was traveling with his wife, Kai Jin. They took the train all the way to Qingxi County. When they got off at the station, Su Huan became excited. We're finally going to Qingxi Village today. Zhang Mingrui showed a faint smile. I can't wait. Kai Jin looked at her husband with concern. Is your chest bothering you? Should we take some medicine? Yeah, let's take a pill. He was almost out of the medicine that Guan Yu had given him. If they hadn't come on this trip, he would have already started planning to get a 6-month supply from Guan Yu. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs staff member, Fong Lin, who was in charge of escorting them, led them out of the station. A jeep was waiting outside. Fong Lin drove with the only woman, Kai Jin, sitting in the passenger seat. Fong Lin's colleague and Su Huan's group squeezed into the back seats. The road from Qingxi County to Qingxi Village wasn't as bumpy as they had imagined. In fact, the road was quite good. Su Huan glanced around curiously. "Oh, how come this dirt road turned into a paved road?" Fong Lin replied. Qingxi Village built a recuperation center. To make it easier to transport patients, they paved the road with cement last year. "That's great. Many seriously ill patients can't handle the bumps." With a smooth road, the journey went quickly. They reached Qingxi Village before noon. Fong Lin parked the car in the parking lot at the mouth of the valley and led them to the entrance for registration. As Su Huan was registering, he asked the security guard, "Where is Guan Yue?" The security guard on duty today was Wang Taijun. His foot had recovered, but he was no longer able to go to the front lines. Not wanting to retire, he had been reassigned to work here. Wang Taijun asked, "May I ask who you are? What do you need Dr. Guan for?" Su Huan answered, "Who am I? I'm her teacher. What do you think I need her for?" Wang Taijun became excited. "So you're Guan Yu's teacher? To be able to teach someone like Dr. Guan, you must be incredible." Su Huan, whose knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine was rather average, felt a little embarrassed by the compliment. "Not at all, it's all because she worked hard on her own. Dr. Guan is amazing. When I was unconscious, she saved me with just one long silver needle, piercing my brain and waking me up." Once Wang Taijun started praising someone, he couldn't stop. With the cold weather, he wasn't worried at all. He pulled up his pants to reveal his ankle. "This too. When I was shot in the foot, the doctor said my foot was beyond saving, and that I'd definitely end up with a permanent limp. But guess what? Dr. Guan used a few silver needles and cured me. Now, when I walk, nobody can tell I have a problem with my foot." Ha ha ha. Wang Taijun excitedly walked a few steps. "Look, do my feet look normal?" Zhang Mingrui and his wife, Kai Jin, were standing behind Su Huaping, just finishing their registration. Watching Wang Taijun walk, they couldn't tell at all that he had been shot in the foot and was once destined to be a cripple. Kai Jin tightly grasped her husband's hand. "We have hope." Zhang Mingrui smiled and nodded, looking at the houses in the valley. He couldn't wait any longer. Due to their status, they weren't allowed to go straight inside. They waited for a while at the entrance until Director Zhang and Li Dingbang personally came to greet them. Director Zhang led the way, and they went up the mountain from the left side of the valley entrance. During their treatment, they would all stay in small houses on the mountain. When they arrived, Director Zhang said, "Each house has 3 rooms. Do you want to stay together? Or would you prefer separate rooms? The houses on the mountain are spacious, so you can choose to stay separately if you like." After a brief discussion, Zhang Mingrui and Su Huaping told Director Zhang, "We'll stay together." Director Zhang nodded. "During the treatment, you'll stay on Shaoqing Mountain. Please don't go down the mountain. Our staff will bring your meals up to you at mealtime. We ask for your understanding and cooperation." Su Huaping and Zhang Mingrui agreed, understanding the arrangement. They had already noticed from listening to Wang Taijun at the valley entrance that this wasn't an ordinary recuperation center but a military one. Given their identities, it wasn't appropriate for them to know too much. Minimizing contact was good for both parties. Su Huan couldn't wait any longer. "Where's my disciple? Can I go to Daqing Mountain from here?" Li Dingbang and Fong Lin exchanged a glance and Li Dingbang said, "Sorry, you can't. The log cabin is Dr. Guan's residence, and there are some things there that it's not suitable for you to know." "When will Guan Yu come over?" "Guan Yu is just down the mountain. She was treating someone when you arrived. She'll come up once she's finished." Su Huan stood there looking down the mountain. The trees obscured his view, and he could only hear voices from below, but could see no figures. Chapter 31.1. At this moment, Guan Yu was not actually at the foot of the mountain. She had already returned to the wooden house. Knowing that her teacher would arrive around noon, Gu Sui started busying himself in the kitchen at about 10 o'clock. He wanted to prepare a delicious meal for her teacher. When the time was about right, Gu Sui packed several food containers into a bag and handed them to Guan Yu. "Hurry and deliver the food," he urged. Guan Yu playfully pinched his handsome face. Flattering him won't help. You need to flatter me instead." Gu Sui chuckled. "Haven't I flattered you enough on a daily basis?" Guan Yu smiled and raised her lips. "I'm off then." It had been 2 or 3 years since Guan Yu had last seen her teacher. When she reached the area near Shaoqing Mountain and saw her teacher, the first thing she said was, "Teacher, how did you get so chubby?" At that moment, Fong Lin and the others had already left, leaving Su Huaping, Su Huan, and the couple Zhang Mingrui and Kai Jin strolling near the wooden house. Hearing a girl call out teacher, they all turned their heads to look. Su Huan jumped up excitedly and jogged over. You teacher missed you so much. Guan Yu grinned. You missed me so much that you gained weight, huh? Kai Jin and the other two laughed. Kai Jin looked at Guan Yu, who was wearing a pink overcoat, jeans and leather boots. She instantly recognized it as the outfit she and Zhang Ji had bought for Guan Yu a few years ago. Their taste had been impeccable, and the girl looked stunning in it. Su Huan laughed as well, grabbing Guan Yu by the arm and leading her into the house. You have to tell me how you've become so impressive. Self-taught acupuncture? You're way better than your teacher. Kai Jin, who was holding her husband's arm, laughed and said, Don't rush to have a private chat. We're all still waiting to meet the young miracle doctor. Guan Yu turned to look at Kai Jin. Though Kai Jin had dressed plainly for the visit, her well-maintained skin and overall demeanor made it clear she lived a life of luxury. Su Huan slapped his forehead. Oh, Guan Yu, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Mingrui, Officer Zhang. This is his wife, Kai Jin, and this is my big brother, Su Huaping. Su Huaping immediately handed Guan Yu a large red envelope. Take it. Guan Yu accepted it with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Master. Zhang Mingrui commented. I've heard that Dr. Guan is quite young. Seeing you today, it's clear you're truly a prodigy. Kai Jin echoed her husband's words. Exactly. Guan Yu smiled slightly. You're too kind. Have you eaten yet? Su Huan noticed the food containers in her hand. Not yet. They'll be delivering it soon. Did you bring food for me? Did you make it? Guan Yu handed the containers to her teacher. Teacher, you know better than anyone whether I can cook or not. Of course it wasn't me. Then who made it? Gusui. He heard you were coming and was so eager to impress you. He finished his work this morning and rushed back to prepare these meals for you. See how much he values you. Su Huan let out a displeased humph. He had to send you to deliver it? Is he so hideous that he can't show his face? Guan Yu rolled her eyes at her teacher. Look at yourself. And you're still criticizing Gusui. Su Huan stomped his foot. You ungrateful disciple. Are you asking for a beating? You think I'm not doing this for your sake? Guan Yu grinned mischievously. Alright, don't get mad. Gusui's a good guy. You'll understand when you meet him. At that moment, a nurse came in with another meal delivery. Guan Yu said, Let's stop talking for now. You've come a long way and must be hungry. Eat first and we'll talk later. Su Huan asked, Do you have time? I do. I'm free all afternoon. That's more like it. Before coming, Su Huan had assumed that Guan Yu would be swamped with work every day. But on second thought, knowing Guan Yu's laid-back nature, it was unlikely she would suddenly become someone diligent. Guan Yu stayed to eat with them. Su Huaping and the Zhang Mingrui couple didn't say much during the meal. Most of the conversation was Su Huan and Guan Yu bickering, with occasional remarks about life over the past few years. While eating the dishes that Gusui had so attentively prepared and listening to Guan Yu's words, Su Huan's impression of Gusui improved significantly. However, he still put on a tough front. Life is long. Cooking for a few years doesn't mean much. We'll see about the future when it comes. Guan Yu replied with a grin. That's just like you living day by day. I don't feel like talking to you anymore. Despite having just refused to speak with Guan Yu, Su Huan initiated conversation again within 2 minutes. Can your acupuncture treat heart disease? Su Huaping, Zhang Mingrui, and Kai Jin all turned to look at Guan Yu, waiting for her response. Guan Yu didn't try to mislead them. She answered directly. There are many types of heart disease. Without examining the patient, how would I know if it can be treated? Well then, hurry up and finish eating. Check on those 2 patients so they don't keep worrying themselves sick and losing sleep over it. Alright, I'll take a look after we finish eating. After the meal, Kai Jin and the others tidied up the table inside, while Guan Yu stepped outside to call for someone to bring Deng Baishu up. Hearing that Guan Yu was asking for him, Deng Baishu quickly stuffed the rest of his food into his mouth, tossed the lunchbox onto his father's table, and bolted out the door. Deng Weiman, irritated, shouted after him, Hey you little rascal! Before heading up the mountain, Deng Baishu detoured to his office to grab a fresh patient logbook and a box of silver needles. He sprinted all the way up the mountain, arriving out of breath. Teacher, I'm here. Su Huan gave Deng Baishu a disdainful look. Is this the disciple you've taken in? Guan Yu shook her head. I didn't take him as a disciple. He's my assistant. Deng Baishu, quick-witted as ever, immediately caught on. Teacher, this must be my grandmaster, right? Turning to Su Huan, he greeted respectfully. Grandmaster, I'm Deng Baishu, teacher's disciple. Su Huan retorted. Don't call me that. I'm not your grandmaster. Feeling wronged, Deng Baishu stood to the side, mumbling, Oh, maybe not now, but who knows about the future? Su Huaping, unable to stand by, stepped in. Juan, don't be so harsh. This kid was getting better at playing the pity card. Guan Yu interjected. I didn't call you up here to put on a show. These 2 patients are now your responsibility. Yes, teacher. Deng Baishu replied promptly. Guan Yu glanced at Su Huaping and Zhang Mingrui. Which one of you wants to go first? Zhang Mingrui gestured politely. Let Officer Su go first. I'm not in a hurry. Su Huaping nodded. All right, I'll go first. He sat down in front of Guan Yu, who motioned for him to extend his hand. After carefully taking his pulse, Guan Yu remarked, the medicine I prescribed for you seems to have had some effect. Su Huan, growing anxious, asked, can it be cured? Guan Yu nodded. Yes, it can, but the process might be a bit slow. How slow? After estimating for a moment, Guan Yu replied, about a month or so. The body has its own ability to heal, and by using her special abilities in conjunction with acupuncture, she could stimulate the repair of old injuries. However, since it was a heart condition, a gradual recovery would be more plausible and less suspicious than an instantaneous one. Su Huaping, visibly excited, exclaimed, a month isn't slow at all. That's very fast. Guan Yu smiled lightly. As long as you don't think it's slow, the acupuncture, combined with herbal medicine, will stimulate your body's natural healing. It just needs some time. Next was Zhang Mingrui's turn. Hearing Su Huaping's positive outcome, Zhang Mingrui was both happy for him and optimistic about his own condition. Zhang Mingrui's ailment was actually easier to treat than Su Huaping's, as it wasn't caused by prior injuries and required less time to recover. Guan Yu assessed his pulse and concluded, yours will take about half a month. Kai Jin, surprised, interjected. Why does Mingrui only need half a month? Isn't his condition worse than Officer Su's? Taking into account all the gifts they had brought, Guan Yu explained, Officer Zhang's heart is in relatively good shape, so it's easier to treat. Zhang Mingrui held his wife's hand reassuringly. Let's trust Dr. Guan. Guan Yu quickly jotted down 2 prescriptions and handed them to Deng Baishu. Go to the wooden house and ask Gu Sui to prepare the medicine. Once it's brewed, bring it over. Got it. Deng Baishu responded enthusiastically and hurried off. After Deng Baishu left, Guan Yu picked up her silver needles and said, now I'll perform acupuncture on both of you. Once it's done, you can take the medicine. Su Huaping went first. Since it was still spring and the weather was chilly, Su Huan stepped outside to borrow a brazier. Once the brazier was placed and lit, Guan Yu began the acupuncture for Su Huaping. Next was Zhang Mingrui's turn. Kai Jin watched Guan Yu swiftly and seemingly casually insert the needles, as if she were tossing them onto the skin without much effort. Her hands, clasped together, were twisted with worry as she glanced nervously between her husband and Guan Yu. She looked as if she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to speak. Noticing her anxiety, Guan Yu kindly reassured her. Don't worry. Your husband's condition is easy to treat. Once it's cured this time, his blood circulation will be fully restored, and it won't relapse in the future. Kai Jin smiled awkwardly. It's not that I doubt your skills, I'm just concerned. That's perfectly understandable. After clearing the air, Kai Jin and Guan Yu moved to the outer hall. Kai Jin remarked, this pink coat looks so good on you. When I went shopping with your teacher's sister-in-law that day, I immediately knew this outfit was perfect for you. Guan Yu was surprised. So you picked this out for me? Thank you. I really like it. Kai Jin smiled modestly. I'm glad you like it. In this life I may not be good at much, but I do have an eye for fashion. She then added, I'm able to live such a comfortable life thanks to my husband. Guan Yu nodded. Don't worry. With the amount of money you've spent, I'll make sure it's worth it. Kai Jin chuckled. The donations we made to the country, whether it was materials or production lines, weren't just about seeking treatment. Part of it was to bet on you, but another part was because we felt it was the right thing to do. As Chinese citizens, if we have the means, donating something is no big deal. Kai Jin continued. Before we came here, we were prepared for the possibility that it couldn't be cured. We thought, even if his condition could just be maintained as it is, that would be good enough. Guan Yu smiled faintly. Your trip will be worth it. Kai Jin turned to look at Guan Yu, her smile full of trust. I believe you can cure my husband. Before coming, she had been filled with apprehension. But now, her confidence in Guan Yu was growing. Although she wasn't as perceptive as her husband when it came to judging people, she could tell that Guan Yu wasn't someone who liked to boast. If Guan Yu said it would get better, it certainly would. Kai Jin poured a cup of plain boiled water for Guan Yu. The things we sent over before the new year, when did you receive them? On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. I was shocked when they arrived. 10 large boxes were delivered to the sanatorium. Before they were brought in, the contents had to be inspected to ensure there were no suspicious items. At that time, all sorts of food, clothing, and daily necessities were laid out one by one at the entrance of the valley. The idle nurses gathered to take a look. Among the many beautiful things they had never seen before, even a single item could make anyone envious, let alone 10 boxes of them. That was some time ago. Now, whenever Guan Yue wore a new outfit, the bolder nurses would come over to take a look. Some even wanted to touch the fabric. Guan Yue said, "I really like everything you sent, especially that porcelain set." Kaijin smiled. "When I picked out that porcelain set, my husband said I was making trouble for him, claiming porcelain was hard to transport. We even argued about it for a bit." Kaijin was a refined woman. When it came to topics like clothing and dressing up, it was like she was in her element. She asked Guan Yue many questions about her preferences so that when she returned home, she could buy her even more beautiful things. Kaijin added, "Don't be polite with me. My family owns several department stores, each with many floors. I never run out of these things." The Zhang family's business empire included numerous department stores, closely tied to Kaijin's love for fashion and dressing up. Guan Yue wasn't envious at all. "Gusui is pretty good too. I like eating, and he makes me delicious food every day without ever complaining." Hearing this, Kaijin had a clear idea. Guan Yue probably had feelings for that young man named Gusui. She decided she would later advise Guan Yu's teacher to be a little kinder to that young fellow. At that moment, Deng Baishu walked in carrying medicine. Gusui followed close behind. Guan Yue stood up. "You didn't go to the sanatorium this afternoon?" Gusui was the deputy director. Unlike Guan Yue, who only went for an hour or two daily, he worked regular hours. Gusui replied, "I asked Director Zhang for leave." Deng Baishu chimed in to explain. "There were 2 sets of medicine. I was afraid I'd spill them, so I asked Dr. Gu to help me deliver them." Guan Yue said, "You came at just the right time. Let me introduce you to my teacher." Su Huan was in the room keeping his elder brother company when he noticed the increase in voices outside. He stepped out and asked, "Are you calling me?" Guan Yue replied, "Gusui is here. Come out quickly." Su Huan scrutinized Gusui from head to toe, carefully evaluating him. After a while, despite his thorough examination, he couldn't find anything wrong. Under Guan Yu's expectant gaze, he finally managed to say reluctantly, "He looks decent." Kaijin couldn't help but laugh. "I think the young man is good. He's a great match for Guan Yue." Guan Yue affectionately held Gusui's arm and said, "You chat with teacher. I'll go remove the needles and call them to drink their medicine." She then went to remove the needles for Su Huaping, with Deng Baishu following her into the room. Kaijin, sensing the situation, also returned to her room to wait for Guan Yue to join her later. Chapter 31.2. In the main hall, only Su Huan and Gusui remained. With his hands behind his back, Su Huan stood there. Gusui quickly brought over a chair for him. "Teacher, please sit. I'll pour you some water." Su Huan cast him a sideways glance before sitting down. The place only offered plain boiled water, so Gusui poured him a cup. "Guan Yue made some nourishing tea. It's especially suitable for you. I'll bring you a packet later." Su Huan remarked with a sneer. "No matter how good it is, it's something Guan Yue made, not you. Do you need to take credit for it to gain favor?" "You're absolutely right, teacher," Gusui responded. Su Huan looked pleased with himself. Guan Yue, no matter what she does, is always the best. "I agree," Gusui added sincerely. Attempting to build rapport, Gusui said, "Guan Yue told me that when she first arrived you taught her so much. Without your guidance she wouldn't be where she is now. Her excellence is thanks to you." Su Huan, holding his cup of water, suddenly sighed. "Guan Yue. This child carries a lot of pain in her heart." Back when Su Huan first found Guan Yue on Daqing Mountain, she was a strikingly beautiful girl with eyes as sharp as knives. When a pack of wolves charged at them, he was trembling with fear. But Guan Yue didn't even blink as she snatched the herb hoe from his hands and killed the entire pack. After dealing with the wolves, she turned to leave. For reasons he couldn't explain at the time, Su Huan called out to her and brought her home. In those days, Guan Yue often wore a cold expression. Su Huan would try to amuse her, coaxing her into talking more, making her delicious food, and taking her to Qingxian County to see more people and experience the world. Over time, she gradually opened up to him and to the era they lived in. Slowly, she began to smile, and her personality became livelier. To this day, Su Huan vividly remembers one evening at sunset, when the sky was painted with brilliant hues. She sat on the edge of a cliff, staring in a daze at Qingxi village below. When he called her to come home for dinner, she turned to him and said, "Teacher, I want to live well." In that moment, the shock he felt was beyond words. He didn't know what had happened in her past. All he hoped was that this little disciple he had taken in by some twist of fate would live, as she said, to the fullest, year after year, in peace and happiness. When Su Huan met Gusui's gaze, He saw a trace of heartache in the young man's eyes. With just that one look, his reservations about Gu Sui dissipated. I can see that Guan Yu really likes you. As her teacher, there are things I must say. If you ever dare to bully her, don't blame me for being harsh with you. The Su family is not one to be trifled with, and my disciple is not someone to be pushed around. Gu Sui chuckled. Teacher, if you stay a little longer you'll see. It's actually her who was bullying me. Just then, Guan Yu came out after removing the needles for Su Huaping and Zhang Mingrui. Tell me in detail. How exactly am I bullying you? She stood with her hands on her hips, her small eyes glaring fiercely. Gu Sui glanced at Su Huan with a smile. Embarrassed, Su Huan turned his head away. Seizing the moment, Guan Yu pressed on. Gu Sui, you're slandering me. Gu Sui tried to appease her. Yes, it's all my fault. Tell me, what do you want as compensation? Guan Yu grinned mischievously. I want to eat ham. This year's ham isn't ready yet. Gu Sui replied. There's only one piece left from last year. Once it's gone, you'll have to wait until next year. But I really want to eat it. Su Huan, feeling sorry for his disciple, snapped at Gu Sui. If she wants to eat it, give it to her. It's just ham. I'll make a trip to Jinhua later, and buy a few more for you. Guan Yu's face lit up with joy. Teacher is the best. Hearing her compliment, Su Huan grinned from ear to ear. Just then, Su Huaping and Zhang Mingrui came out of the room. While they didn't look completely rejuvenated, their condition had clearly improved compared to the morning. Su Huan quickly gave up his chair for his elder brother. Brother, how are you feeling? Su Huaping placed his right hand on his chest. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but my chest feels a bit lighter. Zhang Mingrui nodded in agreement. I feel the same. Before, I always felt that my chest is being blocked by something. Before meeting Guan Yu, both of them had frequently suffered from chest pain and palpitations. Since taking Guan Yu's Yang Xian pill, those symptoms had become less frequent, and they were able to sleep better. However, the lingering discomfort in their chests had persisted until now. Guan Yu said, from now on, I'll give you acupuncture once a day. When things improve, we can reduce it to once every 2 or 3 days. As for the medicine, I'll have it prepared daily, and Deng Baishu will deliver it to you. Just drink it on time. Kaijin chuckled. Mingrui used to see doctors with such a gloomy face, as if he was beyond saving. But here with Guan Yu, no matter how serious the illness is, it's treated like a mild cold. Just take the medicine on time and you'll be fine. Guan Yu touched her own face. Am I that arrogant? Deng Baishu quickly chimed in, flattering her. It's not arrogance, teacher. It's confidence. Kaijin added. Dr. Deng is right. Confidence is a good thing. Su Huan then asked. Are there any dietary restrictions for them? No, they can eat normally. Guan Yu replied. Su Huan said. All right then. I'll have some dishes sent over later. Let's have hot pot for dinner tonight. Every year, Su Huan made a trip to Daqing Mountain because the spicy cuisine in this southwestern region suited his taste perfectly. In Hong Kong, where his brother lived, their household had always favored lighter dishes due to his brother's poor health. He had been craving this kind of meal for a long time. Guan Yu looked at Gu Sui. Do we have hot pot base? Gu Sui nodded. Yes, we do. Su Huan waved his hand, dismissing them. Good, you two go back to what you were doing. It's not necessary for you to stay here. Just bring the hot pot over later. Guan Yu and Gu Sui left immediately, as she had indeed been busy. Deng Baishu followed them to the cabin. He had already prepared the medicine for Zhang Mingrui and Su Huaping and needed to take it back to the sanatorium. This way it would be more convenient to prepare the medicine daily. Deng Baishu asked curiously. Teacher, where are they from? Their accents sound like they're from the south. Yes, they are from the south. Guan Yu replied. Don't ask too many questions. Just focus on delivering the medicine every day. Deng Baishu nodded, not pressing further. Are they having heart problems? Yes, and you can take the prescription back and study it. If you don't understand something, ask your dad. With Guan Yu's permission, Deng Baishu quickly ran down the mountain with a large bundle of medicine. Holding Guan Yu's prescription, he ran to his father to study it together. After reviewing the prescription, Deng Weiman stroked his beard thoughtfully. I'll go up the mountain with you tonight when you deliver the medicine. I'll check their pulses for them. Deng Baishu was surprised. Can you go up? Won't there be issues with their confidentiality? They're from the south. It's not a problem for me to visit. Deng Weiman replied confidently. Deng Baishu's curiosity was piqued. Both of the patients had heart problems, yet the prescriptions were very different. He wanted to understand why Guan Yu prescribed the way she did. Deng Baishu said, Dad, then you need to help me prepare the medicine later. Deng Weiman slapped him on the back with one hand. I want to go see a patient and you dare to set conditions for me? No, father, keep your voice down. I'm not a child anymore. How do you expect me to find a wife if you don't even think about my reputation? Deng Weimin paused to consider. This little brat had a point. Deng Weimin gave him a stern look. Still not getting ready to brew the medicine? Can't beat him, but scolding him isn't too much to ask. Down on the mountain, Deng Baishu was busy with preparations while Li Dingbang and Fong Lin climbed Shaoqing Mountain to see Zhang Mingrue. Zhang Mingrue said, "If you have something to say, just say it. As a Chinese, I won't turn down any help I can offer." Fong Lin replied, "Don't worry, Sir Zhang, this won't put you in a difficult position. For you, there are also benefits." Outside, there was a guard keeping watch, and when Guan Yu took their pulses, his words could be heard by those outside. They knew that Guan Yu was confident in curing their ailments. With that, their original plan could proceed. They hoped Zhang Mingrue would act as their agent in Hong Kong, helping them select valuable patients in exchange for treatment opportunities using their resources. Compared to the Su family, Zhang Mingrue's network was broader. His influence wasn't limited to Hong Kong. He was also quite influential among overseas Chinese in Southeast Asia. With Zhang Mingrue's presence, their path was cleared. After 2 minutes of thought, Zhang Mingrue agreed and assured, "I'll use my connections to spread the news." Li Dingbang smiled. "Then thank you, Si Zhang. Wishing you a speedy recovery." Zhang Mingrue replied with a smile. "Guan Yu said my condition can be cured in half a month." Li Dingbang chuckled. Guan Yu tends to be conservative with her estimates. If she says half a month, then within 2 weeks, it'll definitely be completely cured. A smile appeared on Zhang Mingrue's face. Guan Yu and Gu Sui were at home, preparing ingredients for a hot pot meal. When they saw it was almost time, they each picked up the portable stove, trays of spices and vegetables and headed out. Ahead of them by a step, Deng Weimin and Deng Baishu had already gone up the mountain. After finishing the medicine, Deng Baishu suggested taking their pulses. Deng Baishu introduced, "This is my father Deng Weimin, a traditional Chinese doctor. He'd like to take your pulses." He casually added, "He's also the teacher of my teacher." "Teacher of your teacher? What did that mean?" Su Huan caught on. "Oh, so you're after my disciple, huh? Too bad my disciple didn't fancy you. Talk about embarrassing." Su Huan smiled smugly and Deng Weimin furrowed his brow. "Who are you?" That sent Su Huan flying off the handle. After trying to poach his disciple, Deng Weimin didn't even know who he was. As soon as Deng Baishu spoke, he knew he had put his foot in his mouth. He tugged at his father and whispered, "This is Sir Su, Guan Yu's teacher." When enemied meat, sparks flew. Su Huan was furious, thinking Deng Weimin wanted to take his disciple. Deng Weimin was frustrated, feeling that Su Huan was an inept doctor who had somehow landed such a talented disciple as Guan Yu. Su Huaping saw the tension and quickly pulled his brother aside. "Don't get angry. You've always been Guan Yu's teacher. No one can take your place." Kai Jin and Zhang Mingrue exchanged looks, now understanding what this argument was really about. Guan Yu and Gu Sui arrived with the vegetables. "Deng Baishu, you're here. Have you given them the medicine?" "Yeah." "Deng Baishu, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so quiet?" Su Huan stomped his foot and ran over to find Guan Yu. "Tell me, am I the only one who's ever been your teacher?" Guan Yu responded. "You've always been, haven't you? Who said otherwise?" Su Huan burst out laughing, deliberately glancing over at Deng Weimin. Guan Yu turned to Deng Weimin. "Teacher, do you like hot pot? If you do, stay and join us, there's plenty prepared." Deng Weimin also laughed. "Sure, I'll eat anything." Su Huan fumed. "Why do you call him teacher?" Gu Sui could see it clearly. The two men were just jealous. Gu Sui explained. "Dr. Deng's house has many rare medical texts. Guan Yu calls him teacher so he can read Deng's collection." Guan Yu added, "Those medical texts are very helpful to me." Su Huaping quickly intervened. "Let's all help set the table. We need to eat before it gets too dark." Kai Jin also chimed in. "I'll go get some bowls. There are plenty in the kitchen." Deng Baishu dragged his father. "Aren't you supposed to be taking their pulses? Now's the perfect time. Once you're done, we can start eating." Deng Baishu took his father over to Zhang Mingrue to take his pulse, while Su Huan was held back by Guan Yu. "Go get some firewood to start the stove." Su Huan grumbled. "Just bossing me around. When am I going to get a meal cooked by you?" Guan Yu smirked. "Heh, well, I guess you'll just have to wait a while then." With that little interruption, by the time the hot pot was ready, everyone gathered to eat. The atmosphere improved significantly. Deng Weimin and Su Huan were seated far apart, not exchanging a word over dinner. Everyone ate quickly and quietly before making their way home. On the way back, Deng Weimin sighed. "It's all fate, isn't it?" After seeing Guan Yu's prescription and then taking pulses for 2 other patients, he finally understood why Guan Yu prescribed the way he did. If it were him, he would never have done it like that. Once again feeling regretful, He thought how fortunate it would have been if such a talented disciple had been part of the Deng family. Before Su Huan arrived, he had been Guan Yu's teacher, feeling quite self-satisfied in that role. Today, seeing Su Huan, someone who was the genuine teacher, made him wonder what sort of teacher he was. Deng Baishu tried to cheer him up. Dad, don't be discouraged. I'll study hard with Guan Yu. If she's first, I'll be second, that's fine too. Well, you better put in the effort. Deng Weimin had originally arranged for Deng Baishu to work as an assistant for Guan Yu, and he had made the effort to come here himself from the beginning with that in mind. It wasn't favoritism toward his own son. His other disciples were all too proud and couldn't lower themselves to learn under someone like Guan Yu. Only Baishu was thick-skinned enough to stick with it. From that day forward, Su Huan and his group settled on Shaoqing Mountain, staying put because they weren't allowed to roam freely. Aside from Guan Yu, Gu Sui, and Sir Zhang, no one else knew that 4 people from Hong Kong were living on the mountain. For meals, their first day was spent eating in the cafeteria. After that, Su Huan took over cooking while Kaijin helped out. Only then did Zhang Mingrui and his wife realize that Su Huan had a good culinary talent. Su Huan laughed. Being Guan Yu's teacher isn't just about medical skills, it's also my cooking. Kaijin smiled silently. She knew better than to let that comment slip. Otherwise, old Deng would be furious. Every morning before going to the rehabilitation clinic, Guan Yu would visit Shaoqing Mountain to take pulses and perform acupuncture on Su Huaping and Zhang Mingrui. Only after finishing with them would she go down the mountain to the clinic. Su Huaping and Zhang Mingrui felt better and better every day. A joy that radiated from their faces and made life seem full of hope. For someone like Kaijin, a wealthy wife, seeing her husband get better by the day while she prepared meals and took care of him, it brought a smile to her face every day. Zhang Mingrui would rub her newly trimmed nails. Come with me for a moment. Thank you for your hard work. Kaijin shook her head. No trouble at all. Seeing you well makes me happy to do anything. Zhang Mingrui remarked. It's already been a week. We'll be heading back soon. Guan Yu was busy in the morning seeing patients, then went home for lunch. In the afternoon she took a nap, read medical texts or prepared medicines. Life was still as carefree as it had always been. That day, after a nap, Guan Yu woke up, lying on the bed to gather her bearings. Arf arf. Guan Yu got up to see what was going on. Down below the treehouse, Go Sheng was howling up at her. Arf. Guan Yu took a closer look and saw another smaller figure beside him. Using her powers, she extended a vine to lift Go Sheng and the pup up. Recognizing the familiar tree vines, Go Sheng didn't run away but stood there waiting. Once they reached the treehouse, Go Sheng circled around Guan Yu, rubbed against her, and then ran over to the pup. He nudged it gently with his nose, then looked back at Guan Yu. The pup was a little bigger than when Guan Yu had found Go Sheng, but its legs were still weak. It stumbled and rolled over when nudged, whining pitifully but couldn't get up. Guan Yu picked up the pup and held it in her hands. Go Sheng immediately came over to nuzzle her. Guan Yu asked, "Is it its legs?" Go Sheng made a low, mournful sound as if he understood her, his ears drooping. "Don't worry, I'll check it out." Holding the pup's paw, her power scanned the pup and she found that both front joints were not aligned, as though they were crooked. Had it been hurt at birth and then healed on its own? After a second check, she told Go Sheng, "This pup is yours, isn't it? Its legs are not right. I'll need to fix its bones. Once they're healed, it should be able to walk." Go Sheng gave a low whine, looking up at Guan Yu with a subdued expression. Guan Yu said, "If you're not opposed, I'll take it as your consent." Go Sheng stood there without moving. Guan Yu prepared the wooden splints and cloth to carefully align the crooked bones of the pup's legs. The pup struggled, howling in pain. Guan Yu bound its legs, saying, "Hold on a moment, I'll give you some painkillers soon." Go Sheng was licking the pup non-stop, trying to soothe it. The pup continued to cry, almost snapping at Guan Yu's hand. After securing the pup's legs, Guan Yu went inside to find some painkillers and sprinkled them into the pup's mouth. After a while, the pup finally stopped struggling. "Just stay here for a few days until your legs are better. Then you can come back and take it away." Go Sheng gave a low howl, walking off to the side, then turned back to look at Guan Yu. Guan Yu used a vine to lower Go Sheng safely down from the tree. In the evening, when Guan Yu returned for dinner, she was holding the pup in her arms. Gu Sui immediately recognized it as a wolf cub. Guan Yu explained, "I think it's Go Sheng's son. Its legs are a little crooked, so I'll keep it here for a couple of days." Gu Sui chuckled lightly. "So smart already? Knows to come to you for help?" Go Sheng is practically becoming a spirit. Guan Yu rubbed the pup's back. "It's easier to hold when they're this young, so soft and fluffy." Gu Sui teased. "Just don't bring it down the mountain. Don't want to scare anyone." I'll keep it up here on the mountain." The soft little wolf cub didn't scare anyone, but the people outside did. The The staff at the clinic were startled when a group of people approached the valley entrance in the morning, guns in hand trying to force their way in. Everyone get back. We suspect this clinic is harboring enemy agents. Cooperate with us on this investigation. One of the younger men swaggered forward, showing off, and fired a shot into the air. The nurses and doctors were so frightened that they quickly led the patients into hiding. Wang Tiejuan's face flushed with anger. How dare someone fire a gun right at their doorstep? It was clear they weren't taking them seriously at all. The logistics staff of the clinic along with the patients were all from the front lines. Did they really think they could scare them with just a gunshot? They were dreaming. Wang Taijun exchanged glances with a few others and, while the young men were preoccupied, they tackled the three with guns, disarming them and quickly immobilizing their arms. Resisting arrest and assaulting officers, take them all in. Li Dingbang and Xiaoma burst onto the scene, their usual smiling faces gone. Li Dingbang's expression turned dark. Let's see who catches who today, Xiaoma urged. Brothers, take them down. A flurry of ouch and filled the air. The ones who had once felt invincible with guns in hand were now quickly restrained and tied up. Li Dingbang ordered. Take them down for questioning. Where are they from? Xiaoma replied. Yes, Minister. Up on the mountain, Su Huan and his group heard the gunshot and exchanged a worried look. What was going on? A moment later, Deng Baishu ran up, panting. It's nothing, just an accidental discharge. Guan Yu glanced briefly at Deng Baishu and said. Got it. What about the medicine for today? Oh, I forgot. I'll go get it now. With that, Deng Baishu dashed off again. Su Huaping chuckled. At first I was worried, but then I thought, this place is deep in the southwestern heartland. It's as safe as it gets here. Su Huan nodded. True, life might be tough right now, but a peaceful life is still a good one. Guan Yu reassured. Don't worry, it'll get better. After finishing her rounds, Guan Yu headed down the mountain to the clinic. From Deng Baishu's expression earlier, she didn't buy the accidental discharge story. Chapter 32.1. Under the moonlit mountain path, Guan Yu descended, only to encounter Deng Baishu carrying medicine uphill. Guan Yu's voice was sharp as she halted him. Stop! What was that gunshot about earlier? I remember Li Dingbang mentioning there shouldn't be any guns in the sanatorium. Deng Baishu hesitated, seeing the stern expression on Guan Yu's face. She didn't look like someone to be easily fooled. With a resigned stamp of his foot, he decided to come clean. I don't know exactly what happened. We were inside when we suddenly heard a gunshot coming from the valley entrance. Minister Li and the others rushed out immediately. Later, Minister Li came back and told me to head up the mountain to inform you. He said it was an accidental discharge. Guan Yu gave him a sidelong glance. Judging by how nervous you looked just now, I almost thought you were hiding something serious. Deng Baishu lowered his head in silence, feeling dismissed once again. Guan Yu waved him off. Go deliver the medicine. I'll find Li Dingbang myself. In the sanatorium, everyone knew the authority Guan Yu commanded. It was because of her that they were allowed to be there. As she made her way to Li Dingbang, no one dared to stop her. She passed through 3 checkpoints and found Li Dingbang outside the interrogation room. Li Dingbang stood there with a grim expression, staring through the glass at the scene inside. Guan Yu approached and glanced in as well. Inside the room was Xiaoma, who usually greeted Guan Yu with a bright smile. Now his gaze was sharp, his face dark as thunder, exuding an air of menace that could terrify children into tears. In his hand was a knife, its tip stained with blood. It wasn't just children who would be scared. The group inside was already wailing on their knees, begging for mercy. Li Dingbang turned to Guan Yu. Come with me. She followed him into a tightly secured office. The iron door shut with a heavy clang behind her. Li Dingbang studied her closely. Aren't you afraid? Guan Yu chuckled lightly. What's there to be afraid of? This small spectacle wasn't enough to make her even bat an eyelid. Li Dingbang continued. You saw it just now. That group came here looking for trouble. But you don't need to worry about this. We'll take care of it. Who are they? Guan Yu's tone was calm, but her gaze was unwavering. They even have guns. They're not just ordinary troublemakers, are they? Li Dingbang cast a deep, probing look at her. It's related to your master and his people. Guan Yu met his gaze head-on without flinching. My master and his people came here because of the connections you facilitated. Now that something has happened, it's surely an issue within your organization. Am I right? You're absolutely right, Li Dingbang admitted. Guan Yu nodded calmly. I look forward to seeing how you handle it. With that, she stood up and walked out. Matters that didn't concern her held no interest for her. After leaving the interrogation room, Guan Yu resumed her usual routine. She went about her day as if nothing had happened. Later, Deng Baishu came down the mountain and saw Guan Yu checking a patient's pulse. He waited silently on the side. Once the patient left, Guan Yu glanced at him. Why are you just standing there? Call in the next patient. Oh. Deng Baishu mumbled, quickly stepping aside. After finishing her day's work, Guan Yu returned to her wooden cabin. By 11:30, Gu Sui came back from his shift to prepare lunch. As Gu Sui cooked, he casually struck up a conversation. You went to see Minister Li this morning? Guan Yu reached out to ruffle the soft fur of a small kitten lounging nearby. Gu Sui continued. Before I got back, I saw Minister Li driving off. According to Xiao Ma, it seems he's heading to the Southwest Military District. Looks like this matter isn't so simple. Li Dingbang can't handle it alone. Guan Yu remarked. Gu Sui raised an eyebrow. What do you know? They're having internal conflicts. My master is just their excuse, she replied nonchalantly. Gu Sui, sharp as ever, instantly connected the dots between her words, the morning gunshot, and the unfolding events. Guan Yu was right. The situation they uncovered was beyond what Li Dingbang could manage on his own. Taking a shortcut, Gu Sui sped through the night, arriving back at his destination by early morning the next day. He went straight to the commander and reported everything face to face. The commander listened carefully and said, No need to rush. After you called yesterday, we've already discussed our next steps. Since they've decided to play dirty, we won't hold back either. Li Dingbang asked directly, How will we proceed? In the future, the sanatorium will not only take in wounded soldiers from our military district, but also from the other major military districts. You'll be responsible for coordinating this, the commander said. Li Dingbang frowned. I'm afraid the sanatorium can't accommodate that many patients. Don't worry. Given the distance, they won't send just any patient. They're all coming because of Guan Yu. Guan Yu had once been an unknown figure, but ever since the effort to build the sanatorium, during which she handled the De Qingshan incident with remarkable skill, word about her had spread far and wide. When the sanatorium officially opened, those who were paying attention kept their eyes on it. The first batch of wounded soldiers recovered and returned, and Guan Yu's capabilities could no longer remain hidden. Just yesterday afternoon, the commander had called his old colleagues in the other major military districts. When they heard about a potential alliance, they all, without hesitation, made the same demand. Their injured soldiers must also be sent to the Qingxi village sanatorium. Li Dingbang, a sharp man, immediately understood the commander's intent. He asked, What about the supplies we get in return? We'll handle that ourselves. It has nothing to do with them. With this clarification, Li Dingbang had a clear grasp of the situation. With the support of these powerful allies, even if more political clowns who relied on petty tricks showed up, they wouldn't stand a chance. They could handle them all without breaking a sweat. Still, the frustration lingered in Li Dingbang's chest. What about the people we've detained? The frontier reclamation farms are short on workers, aren't they? Send them all there. Yes, sir. 3 days later, Guan Yu saw Li Dingbang again at the sanatorium. Li Dingbang approached her with a grin so wide it nearly split his face. In an overly cheerful tone, he said, Dr. Guan, the organization thinks you're doing an excellent job and has decided to give you a raise. Guan Yu remained indifferent. All right. It's just that. Li Dingbang rubbed his hands together and exaggeratedly made a tiny gesture with his thumb and forefinger. Would you consider extending your working hours just a little bit? Nearby doctors and nurses couldn't help but burst into laughter. Guan Yu's face darkened. No need to increase my salary. I think things are fine the way they are now. Goodbye. She turned and walked away. Li Dingbang trotted after her. Dr. Guan, let's discuss this, shall we? Look, you're working 1 or 2 hours a day. If you increase it to 3 or 4 hours, it wouldn't be much for you. You'd still finish everything in one morning. Dr. Guan, please reconsider. The raise is negotiable. Li Dingbang was so persistent that Guan Yu quickened her pace, almost wishing she could climb a tree and fly away to escape him. In the level 1 ward, a patient quietly remarked, Dr. Guan really does have a pretty short work schedule, doesn't she? Deng Baishu shot him a glare. What do you know? Dr. Guan has other important work besides treating you. What work? She gets the highest salary in the sanatorium and does the least amount of work. That hardly seems fair. Deng Baishu retorted. Have you used the divine powder? That's Dr. Guan's creation. The soldiers in the ward let out a stream of expletives. What the, are you serious? Deng Baishu lifted his chin proudly. Dr. Guan is an extraordinary traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. You're lucky to even be treated by her. Exactly. Dr. Guan's time is incredibly valuable. If she stayed here all day, who'd handle her other responsibilities? In the level 1 ward, all the doctors and nurses who worked closely with Guan Yu were her devoted supporters. They couldn't stand hearing any criticism of her. By the time Li Dingbang chased her up the mountain, Guan Yu had already vanished, and her house was empty. After waiting at the door for a while without any sign of her, Li Dingbang decided to seek out Gu Sui instead. Gu Sui, you've got to help me persuade her. Li Dingbang pleaded. Gu Sui responded calmly. I think you're looking at this wrong. Even if patients from other military districts come, if Guan Yu can still resolve everything in 1 or 2 hours, why insist she extend her work hours? Li Dingbang clapped his hands in sudden realization. Why didn't I think of that? If the patients aren't all seen, she definitely won't leave. This way I can avoid giving her a raise. Gu Sui gave a faint smile. Minister Li, that's not very fair, is it? If the workload increases, she deserves a raise. While Guan Yu might not care, Gu Sui certainly did. He wasn't willing to let her be shortchanged by even a single cent. Li Dingbang sighed. Dr. Gu, you two aren't exactly short on money. This little bit of extra cash shouldn't matter to you, right? Gu Sui said with a straight face. Who said that? We're in great need of money. No matter how much Li Dingbang tried to plead poverty, Gu Sui wouldn't budge. Eventually, the penny-pinching Li Dingbang had to agree that if more soldiers from other districts came, Guan Yu's salary would indeed be increased. Satisfied, Gu Sui said. Minister Li, you carry on. I'll take my leave now. As Gu Sui walked off, Li Dingbang grumbled, realizing he should never have approached Gu Sui in the first place. When Gu Sui arrived home, Guan Yu was nestled in her chair playing with the little wolf cub. She lifted the cub up and showed it to Gu Sui. Look at his leg. Do you think it's fully healed? Gu Sui crouched in front of Guan Yu and carefully inspected the cub's leg. It does seem healed. Are you sure it's completely better? Guan Yu nodded. Although it had only been a few days since the bone was set, she had been using her abilities to nurture the cub's leg whenever she had the chance. Naturally, it healed much faster than a regular fracture. As Gu Sui began removing the wooden splint from the cub's leg, he asked, if a person had a bone fracture, and you went all out treating it, could it heal in a day? That depends on the severity of the fracture. Guan Yu replied. If it's not too serious with acupuncture, traditional medicine, and some help from my abilities, it could heal in a few days. After treating so many patients, Guan Yu had developed a sense of how her abilities worked. They weren't omnipotent. Due to the nature of her abilities, they were incredibly effective when combined with acupuncture for internal medicine issues. If she wanted to, she could resolve many conditions immediately, as if by miracle. However, for external injuries or structural damage, such as fractures or organ-related conditions, the effects were less pronounced. Her abilities served as an aid, but the patient's body still needed time to recover naturally. Gu Sui laughed. I thought you were so amazing you could make bones grow like tree branches. Guan Yu snorted lightly. If I could do that, I wouldn't be human. I'd be a deity. Gu Sui touched her cheek gently. You are. To me, you're my little goddess. Guan Yu chuckled and kicked him lightly. Enough talk. Your little goddess is hungry now. Go make food. At your service. Chapter 32.2. While they're eating, Gu Sui shared the news about Li Dingbang and the collaboration with the other military districts. The number of patients coming shouldn't be too many, so it won't take up too much of your time. Li Dingbang might think Guan Yu diligently worked 1 or 2 hours daily, but in reality, her actual work time was only about half of that. Gu Sui knew the truth. Aside from days when new patients arrived and required extra attention, Guan Yu typically finished her work in about 30 minutes. She would then deliberately linger for another hour or two before leaving, just to keep up appearances. So, the incident last time really was internal conflict among their people? Guan Yu asked. Yeah, Minister Li returned today, and the detainees in the interrogation room were already sent away. Word is they've been shipped off to Xinjiang to work on farms. What about my master and the others? Are they safe? They're fine. Don't worry. Several major military regions had formed an alliance, making it impossible for the troublemakers to involve them in any disputes. Guan Yu said. You should tell Li Dingbang this afternoon that Zhang Mingrui can leave the day after tomorrow. If he wants to take advantage of anything, he'd better act quickly. Gu Sui chuckled. What are you doing this afternoon? Taking a nap and then returning the little cub to Goshang. After finishing lunch, the two parted ways, one heading downhill, the other going uphill. When Li Dingbang received Guan Yu's response, he felt relieved. I'll go and talk to Zhang Mingrui in a bit. Earlier that morning, after taking Zhang Mingrui's pulse, Guan Yu had informed him that his health had almost fully recovered. In 2 more days, he would be fit to leave. So, when Zhang Mingrui was exercising outside the house that afternoon and saw Li Dingbang approaching, he wasn't surprised at all. Li Dingbang greeted him with a smile. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang, on regaining your health. Zhang Mingrui invited him inside. I have to thank Dr. Guan and your team for all the help. Li Dingbang waved off the gratitude. Not at all. We're just helping each other out. Since Dr. Guan said you'll be able to leave the day after tomorrow, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Please go ahead. Li Dingbang wanted to use Zhang Mingrui's connections to acquire some large-scale equipment. Zhang Mingrui readily agreed, and their conversation went smoothly. After their discussion, Zhang Mingrui expressed a desire to take some of Guan Yu's commonly used medicines with him. Li Dingbang told him to negotiate directly with Guan Yu, as he couldn't make decisions about Guan Yu's matters. At that moment, Guan Yu was taking the little cub to Goshang. After traversing 2 mountain ridges, they finally found the wolf pack. When Goshang spotted Guan Yu, he howled excitedly, his tail wagging furiously. Guan Yu climbed down from the tree and placed the cub in front of Goshang. Your pup's leg has healed. Take better care of him from now on and don't step on him. The cub, placed on the ground, was still a bit unsteady. It turned to look at Guan Yu and let out a soft, high-pitched whimper. Guan Yu gave its plump backside a nudge. Go on now. The cub wagged its tail and dashed toward Goshang, its 4 legs full of energy. Goshang was overjoyed. In his excitement, he nudged the little cub so hard that it ended up on its back with its legs in the air. The cub cried out in surprise, and Goshang quickly used his paws to pull the cub back upright. Guan Yu pinched the bridge of her nose in exasperation. With such an unreliable father, it was easy to imagine how the cub had gotten injured in the first place. Guan Yu said, "Take good care of him from now on. I'm leaving." She climbed up a tree. Goshang let out a howl and chased after her from below. "Stop following me and go back." Guan Yu quickened her pace, soon disappearing into the forest. By evening, Guan Yu had arrived at Shaoqing Mountain for her routine medical visits. After checking Zhang Mingrui's pulse, she asked, "When are you leaving?" Zhang Mingrui replied, "The morning after tomorrow. Before I go, I have a small request. I'd like to buy some medicines from you like those for colds and fevers." Kaijin quickly added, "I'd like some Chinese herbal medicines for skincare and beauty." Before Guan Yu could respond, Zhang Mingrui interjected, "Before I came here, I arranged for a shipment of advanced research equipment from the United States. It should arrive no later than next month." Guan Yu nodded. "Deal." Kaijin laughed heartily. "I won't take your medicine for free. When I return, I'll send you several boxes of summer dresses." "Thanks in advance, then." Su Huaping asked Guan Yu. "Guan Yu, how much longer until I recover?" He added, "I feel like I'm already fine. Your master checked my pulse and said there's nothing major wrong with me." Guan Yu glanced at her master. Su Huan rubbed the back of his head sheepishly and said, "I really didn't find anything wrong." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Guan Yu's lips. "Master uncle, you still need at least 2 more weeks. Just wait a bit longer. You'll be able to leave by the end of the month." Zhang Mingrui chimed in, "Don't rush it. Recovery takes time, and health is the most important thing." Su Huaping smiled and nodded. "I'm not in a hurry." Although he said he wasn't anxious, Su Huaping was a little impatient inside. He had been away from Hong Kong for over 20 days now. Jiang Ji hadn't heard from him during this time and was probably worried sick. He wanted to return as soon as possible. Su Huan, however, didn't share the same concerns. In fact, he was considering staying longer. "Guan Yu," Su Huan said, "help me ask if I can stay here." Su Huaping was startled. "You really don't want to go back?" Zhang Huashui shook his head. "I'm afraid that's not possible. Your identity is sensitive. Staying here might attract unnecessary trouble." The gunshot a few days ago, coupled with Li Dingbang's discussion that afternoon, hinted at one thing. Someone else's forces were watching them, forcing a slight adjustment in their collaboration methods. Guan Yu also found the idea impractical. "Master, once Master Uncle recovers, you should return first. You can come back in a few years." Su Huan wasn't ready to give up. "You didn't even ask. How do you know it's not possible?" Guan Yu wasn't one for politeness and replied bluntly, "Do I really need to say it? You know your level of medical skill, right? Among the Chinese medicine practitioners here, besides me, the others are all at the level of Deng Baishu's father. How do you compare to him? Don't try to fool me." Su Huan scoffed. "I know Deng Weiman. While his character isn't great, he's a leading figure in the Southwest. If the sanatorium's Chinese medicine practitioners are all at his level, how could that be possible?" Su Huaping intervened. "Huan, speak properly. Dr. Deng is a good man." "Humph, anyone who wants to steal my apprentice is no good in my book." Guan Yu stood up. "In any case, it's not happening. When the time comes, you're going back obediently. I'm leaving now." After Guan Yu left, Su Huan stomped his feet in frustration. "Ungrateful apprentice. How did I end up with such an ungrateful apprentice?" Kaijin chuckled. "Don't be angry. Guan Yu is only looking out for your best interest." Su Huan refused to give up. If Guan Yu wouldn't ask for him, he'd do it himself. The next day, he sought help to pass a message to Li Dingbang, asking him to come. Li Dingbang, busy as he was, had no time to deal with him and instead sent Xiao Ma to handle it. When Xiao Ma arrived and heard Su Huan's request to stay, he couldn't help but think about Su Huan's identity and the troubles brewing outside in recent days. He immediately refused. What? You're Dr. Guan's master. Even if you were Dr. Guan's father, it's still a no. Xiao Ma spoke persuasively. Let's be honest here, the living conditions in Hong Kong are many times better than here. Why would you want to stay and suffer here? Who says it's suffering? I used to live in Big Green Mountain. I came here every year and I've gotten used to it. I don't find it hard. Su Huan replied. Well, you still shouldn't stay. It's better if you go back. When the situation improves, the first thing we'll do is invite you back. Xiao Ma's words were as smooth as silk, speaking all kinds of good words, but he wouldn't let Su Huan stay. He kept repeating the same things, turning the conversation around. In the end, Su Huan became tired, found an excuse and went inside to hide. Zhang Mingrui and his wife, who had been watching the scene, laughed out loud. Su Huaping also chuckled. Comrade, you can go back now. I will talk to Huan properly. We won't let you guys have any trouble. Xiao Ma chuckled and replied. It's not really trouble. I'm going back because it's better for everyone. No need to explain, we understand. Go ahead with your work. Alright then, I'll be on my way. Chapter 32.3. Once Xiao Ma had left, only the few of them were left in the room. Zhang Mingrui said. After spending some time with them, I have to say, there are still many outstanding talents in our country. For a nation that started from scratch with talent and resources, as long as we keep working hard, the future will be promising. At noon, Guan Yue came to deliver medicine to Zhang Mingrui and his wife. She was smiling as she asked her master. I heard someone ran off this morning because he couldn't argue his way through. Su Huan became angry. Who ran off? The story needs to be told properly. I was talking, then I felt thirsty and went inside to get some water. When I came back out, he had already left. If anyone ran off, it was him. Guan Yu chuckled. Yes, he ran off. I had good luck today and caught 2 wild chickens. They're already stewing, and I'll invite you to have some wild chicken soup tonight. Su Huan was pleased. Good, you're learning to be filial to your master. I didn't take you in for nothing. One could say that Guan Yu had mastered the art of dealing with her master. With one sentence she could make him angry, and with another she could soothe him. Su Huaping shook his head. Huan, you're so old now, yet still not mature. Guan Yu handed the medicine to Kai Jin, saying, I've put labels on the bottles, you can follow the instructions. Kai Jin looked inside the bottles, seeing whitening pills and anti-wrinkle pills. Her eyes narrowed in delight. You really know how to choose gifts. Whitening and wrinkles are the 2 things we women care about the most. Guan Yu smiled and said, This is easy to do. Once you finish them, just have someone send me a message, and I'll bring you more. Then thank you. Kai Jin replied. Guan Yu, this young girl, was generous, open-minded and quite interesting. Even though she wasn't a famous doctor, Kai Jin was more than happy to get along with someone like her. When Su Huaping heard Kai Jin's words, he thought of getting some for his wife as well. It was always good to bring back some specialties when traveling so far. Su Huaping, feeling a bit embarrassed, asked Guan Yu, Could I buy some from you? Master, don't be so polite. When you leave, I'll give you a few bottles. When you go back, please thank my master wife for me and tell her I appreciate the things she sent me before. Su Huaping smiled, saying, It's only proper that you call her master wife. Guan Yu turned to Zhang Mingrui and said, Mr. Zhang, I won't come over tonight. I wish you a safe journey home. Thank you. Zhang Mingrui replied. After delivering the medicine, Guan Yu left. In the afternoon, she didn't go anywhere. She stayed at the wooden cabin to prepare medicine. It had been several days since she last made hemostatic powder. She had already given all her commonly used medicines to Zhang Mingrui, so now she needed to make more and store it. The next morning, Zhang Mingrui and his wife, along with Su Huaping and his brother, said their goodbyes and set off with their simple luggage, heading down the mountain. As they reached the entrance of the valley, 2 military trucks were parked there. The drivers lifted the curtains of the truck beds, and the doctors and nurses, who had already been prepared outside, quickly began unloading the patients. The doctors and nurses worked swiftly, but Zhang Mingrui still noticed the marks on the patients' arms. They were all soldiers from other military regions who had been injured. The patients were carried out of the trucks, and the 2 military trucks pulled away, heading to a nearby parking lot. Fong Lin said, Mr. Zhang, Mrs. Zhang, please come this way. Zhang Mingrui nodded and followed Fong Lin to the car. They had taken a long, winding route from south to north, then from east to west. But when it was time to send them back, they took a straight road directly to the port. A few days later, Fong Lin took them to the port, and only after seeing them board the ship did he turn and leave. Zhang Mingrui had returned. The big shots in Hong Kong learned of this news immediately. Why did they know about Zhang Mingrui's return so quickly? Because as soon as Zhang Mingrui's feet touched the ground, he contacted his son Zhang Shue without delay. When Zhang Shue received the news, he was in a meeting. He immediately left to meet his father at the port. When Zhang Mingrui left, very few people knew about it. Later, when someone asked where Zhang Mingrui had gone, Zhang Shue revealed that his father had gone for medical treatment. So he just came back from his treatment? It hadn't been long, less than a month. Was he in the UK or the US? That amount of time didn't seem like enough. Zhang Mingrui's return piqued the curiosity of many people, and many tried to investigate. The news from the port was that he had come from the mainland, not from abroad. What good doctors could there be on the mainland? Zhang Mingrui had heart disease. Then another piece of news spread. Zhang Shue had received his father, but instead of going home right away, Zhang Mingrui went to the hospital for a full-body checkup. The results showed that Zhang Mingrui's heart was in excellent health. This news spread, and not only did the outside world doubt it, but even the doctors who had treated Zhang Mingrui couldn't believe it. Dr. Robert, after looking at Zhang Mingrui's medical scans, was excited. "Mr. Zhang, did you go to see that miraculous doctor?" Zhang Mingrui smiled and nodded. "Yes, that miraculous doctor cured my heart disease." "And what about Mr. Su Huaping?" "Mr. Su went as well. His condition is more severe, and it will take him another half-month to recover." "Is this a lie? How could conventional treatment possibly cure heart disease?" Zhang Mingrui said it was acupuncture that healed him. How could that be possible? But Zhang Mingrui's chest was completely clean, with no signs of any surgery. After ruling out all the incorrect options, the seemingly impossible answer might actually be the truth. Zhang Shue's eyes reddened. "Dad! Mom! This is wonderful!" Kai Jin held her son with one hand and her husband with the other. "From now on, our family will be well and happy." Zhang Shue nodded. "Yes, thank you, Dr. Guan." Everyone realized. The doctor who cured Zhang Mingrui's heart disease was named Guan. News of Zhang Mingrui's return quickly spread like wildfire. The next day, various street newspapers carried reports about Zhang Mingrui, and the most talked about topic was the miraculous doctor with the surname Guan. When they saw the newspapers, Wei Zhongnan Mulian and Jiang Ji all knew that the person mentioned was Guan Yue. Jiang Ji was filled with excitement. Zhang Mingrui had already recovered and returned. That meant Huaping should be coming back soon. Wasn't it said in the hospital that Mr. Su would take another half-month to recover? Jiang Ji couldn't focus on work that day. She paced around her house in excitement, instructing the servants to thoroughly clean the house because Huaping would be coming back soon. "Jiang Ji, are you home?" A familiar voice came from outside, and Jiang Ji ran to the door. Kai Jin laughed heartily. "I thought you, the career woman, would be at the office. I went to the company looking for you, but you weren't there. I guessed you might be home. And look at that, I was right." Jiang Ji leaned against the door with her right hand, smiling. "Yes, you're the smartest. I knew you would come to find me when you heard we were back. I was just thinking of coming to look for you." Kai Jin said. Once we got back, all of Mingrui's friends came knocking on our door. It was so annoying, so I decided to come find you instead." Kai Jin took Jiang Ji's hand. "I know you've been anxious waiting for news." Jiang Ji grasped her hand. "You really do care, Sister Kai." Kai Jin. "Let's go, we'll talk inside. The sun outside is too strong. Luckily, I took some skin whitening pills." "What's that skin whitening pill?" "Skin whitening pill? I'll tell you later, but first, let's talk about your Mr. Su." The two of them sat on the sofa, and Jiang Ji couldn't wait any longer. "Hurry up and tell me. How was your trip?" "Going there was a bit troublesome, but coming back was quite fast. Over there, things are still in the early stages. Their development is definitely not as good as Hong Kong's. The food, clothing, and housing were a bit lacking, but the food was all authentic, so it wasn't bad. But none of that is the point. The point is Guan Yue, she's truly a talented young woman. Your little brother really got lucky to have her as a disciple." When Kai Jin started talking about Guan Yue, she couldn't stop. She praised everything about Guan Yue, her medical skills, her looks, everything. There was no part of her that she didn't rave about. 2 hours later, Kai Jin stopped only when she felt thirsty and took a sip of water. Jiang Ji couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Didn't you say you were going to tell me about Huaping?" Kai Jin slapped her thigh. "Oh, look at me. I totally forgot about Mr. Su. Your husband is doing well. Mingrui wasn't wrong, he'll be back in half a month." Well, she had talked for 2 hours straight about Guan Yue, but when it came to their Huaping, she barely spent 2 seconds on it. Still, knowing he was doing well, Jiang Ji felt relieved. "Jiang Ji, you guys made quite a scene when you came back, which is a bit different from your usual low-key style." Kai Jin smiled mysteriously. "It's intentional. You'll understand later." After Zhang Mingrui returned, he made such a grand entrance. That morning, many of the big shots who had close ties with Zhang Mingrui came to visit him. Among them was a particularly notable figure, known as Old Master Zhao. In his youth, Old Master Zhao had been involved in underworld activities. Later, he married and had children, choosing a more peaceful life. Now, at over 50, he had managed to live steadily, although his reckless youth had left him with some health problems, which had come back to haunt him. Now, whenever he went out, just like the former Zhang Mingrui, he was accompanied by a doctor. His doctor was also an experienced Chinese medicine practitioner, as traditional Chinese medicine was considered more reliable for restoring one's health. Old Master Zhao was 10 years older than Zhang Mingrui, and the two had a fairly close relationship. When they spoke, there were no roundabout ways. Old Master Zhao. Mingrui, let's not beat around the bush. Let my doctor take your pulse. Zhang Mingrui extended his hand. Go ahead. Old Master Zhao called out. Heh, quite impressive. Zhang Mingrui smiled and said, I knew you'd come today. Kid Zhang, waiting for your Old Master Zhao, huh? After the pulse was taken, the traditional Chinese doctor walked over to Old Master Zhao. Old Master Zhao said, Don't hide it, say it out loud. The result of the diagnosis from the Chinese doctor was the same as what was reported in the newspapers. Zhang Mingrui was in perfect health, with no issues at all. Old Master Zhao looked Zhang Mingrui up and down, his eyes gleaming. Let me have a look at the flesh on your chest. Zhang Mingrui chuckled softly, stood up, and slowly unbuttoned his shirt in front of everyone. His chest was clean and smooth, without a single trace of surgery marks. Old Master Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Little Zhang, what did that Dr. Guan say? When Old Master Zhao learned that Zhang Mingrui had returned in good health, he had someone investigate him. He also found out that Zhang Mingrui had sent several items back to the mainland. Since Old Master Zhao had come from the mainland by ship yesterday, he suspected there was something fishy going on. Zhang Mingrui replied, Old Master Zhao, it's not convenient to talk about it here. We'll discuss it later. The head of the Wang family, ranked third among Hong Kong's top 10 richest businessmen, was not pleased. Old Zhang, we've known each other for years. Is there anything that Old Master Zhao can hear but we can't? Zhang Mingrui sighed. It's truly a bit inconvenient to say. Old Master Zhao spoke up for Zhang Mingrui. I'll take a guess. To get Dr. Guan's attention, money won't work. Everyone here, if you want to make a connection, consider your own assets. If you can't afford it, you should leave. The guests in the Zhang family's hall exchanged glances. In the end, only 13 people remained, those whose power matched or surpassed that of Zhang Mingrui. Zhang Shua escorted the other guests out and closed the door, bringing a quiet stillness to the room. Zhang Mingrui's gaze swept across the group. Everyone, Old Master Zhao is right. If you want treatment, money won't do. I happen to have some experience, so I can share a few things with all of you. The 13 people who remained, after hearing Zhang Mingrui's words, all agreed to the conditions. The assets they were asked to provide seemed like nothing compared to their own health. Moreover, even if it didn't work out, they could consider it as support for development. Soon, the news from Zhang Mingrui's side reached the other shore. When Fang Lin received the news, he immediately contacted Beijing and Qingxi village. The next morning, when Guan Yue descended the mountain, Li Dingbang was already waiting for her at the gate, holding a list in his hand. Guan Yue glanced at it. I can treat all of these. However, many of the diseases listed on the paper were not serious ailments. Was it worth paying such a hefty price just to have her adjust their health? Li Dingbang didn't yet know what conditions Beijing would offer, but it certainly wouldn't be a small amount. Faced with Guan Yu's doubts, Li Dingbang, being thick-skinned, wasn't embarrassed. He lamented. How can you look at yourself like that? Don't you know you're a hot commodity now? Everyone wants a piece of you. Guan Yu had the ability to help people adjust their health, but previously, no one knew about it. However, after that big incident, the major military regions had united. As a result, Guan Yu's reputation had grown. The patients she had treated before were brought up, and her skill in using acupuncture to adjust health became widely known. Now, people were already trying to schedule appointments with Li Dingbang to have Guan Yu treat them with acupuncture. Guan Yu had so much work on her plate that Li Dingbang had to turn many people away. Although he had sent others away, Li Dingbang still shared with Zhang Mingrui that Guan Yu could adjust health. The wealthy big shots could easily pay for treatment or simply have their health adjusted, even if they weren't sick. Look, of the first batch of 13 people, 5 didn't have major illnesses, they just needed their bodies adjusted. Guan Yu scoffed. Fine, when they arrive I'll see who they are. Who's so foolish to have so much money? Li Dingbang stomped his foot. What kind of talk is that? Those are the god of wealth. You should show respect. Guan Yu sneered. I'm their savior. They should respect me. Li Dingbang grumbled. Fine, you're all big shots. I'm just a small logistics minister. I can't mess with you all. Chapter 33.1. The group of wealthy big shots hadn't arrived yet, but the various foreign books and the latest research equipment that Zhang Mingrui had sent to Guan Yu had all arrived. After inspecting the items, Wang Taijun said, "Dr. Guan, shall we help you carry these up the mountain? Go ahead and carry them up." After the items were carried to the wooden house, Guan Yu didn't let them unpack the boxes. Wang Taijun said, "How about we help you unpack and carry them into the house? One of the instruments is a bit large, and it might be hard for you and Dr. Gu to handle alone." Guan Yu replied, "It's fine. Let Gu Sui do it. He knows best where and how to place and use these instruments. I'll have him handle it when the time comes." "All right then. If you can't move them, come down the mountain and call us." Guan Yu smiled and nodded. "Thank you." After they left, the large boxes were all placed in the yard. Guan Yu went to open the box of books first. She read aloud, "Principles of Virology." When Gu Sui returned from work at noon, he saw Guan Yu sitting cross-legged on the lounge chair, deeply focused on reading. He walked over to her and asked, "Can you understand it?" Guan Yu closed the book. "This afternoon, I'm going to the mountain villa. Do you want to come with me?" But you'll need to wait for me for a bit. I need to go down to ask Director Zhang for some time off." There was still one thing Guan Yu hadn't dealt with, and she was feeling quite upset. The mountain villa was still an unfinished building, with no renovations done yet. Although the equipment had been placed in the underground laboratory, every time she went to the villa in the future, the sight of the bare structure would still make her uncomfortable. Especially since every time she saw that house it made her think of her parents. At lunch, Guan Yu was completely absent-minded, which was unlike her at all. In the past, when she was angry with him, she would never forget to have her 3 meals. Gu Sui served her some food. "Eat more, we'll talk about it later." After the meal, Gu Sui asked her to stay by herself for a while, then quickly cleaned up the kitchen, leaving quietly to go down the mountain and ask Director Zhang for some time off. After getting the leave, Gu Sui went to find Deng Baizhu. "Guan Yu has something to deal with, she might not come down tomorrow." "Oh, all right." Deng Baizhu was momentarily stunned. What could be going on with Guan Yu? When Gu Sui returned, he found Guan Yu sitting there with her head lowered, looking deeply dejected. "What's wrong?" Gu Sui went to embrace her, and she felt as soft as a flower branch in his arms, allowing him to hold her. She sat on his lap, quietly resting her head on his chest. After a long while, a single tear slipped from the corner of Guan Yu's eye, her voice full of grievance. "I miss my parents." Gu Sui sighed and tightened his embrace. "It's okay, I'm here with you." Perhaps because Gu Sui gave her a sense of security, she opened up and started talking about her past life. Their family of 3. Her father was particularly gentle, while her mother could be a bit strict. When her grades weren't good, her mother would make fun of her, saying she was unlucky and hadn't inherited her father's intelligence. She also said that she should marry a smarter man in the future, so that her future grandchild wouldn't turn out like her. But now her parents were no longer around. Gu Sui said, "I'm here, I'll always be with you." The more she spoke, the more hurt she felt. Gu Sui's one simple word of comfort made her break down into tears, crying like a child with no dignity. Her face flushed and her tears and snot running freely. Gu Sui found it both amusing and heart-wrenching. As he wiped her face, he gently coaxed, "Aren't you tired from crying? Rest for a bit and then cry again, okay?" Tears were still clinging to her face when Guan Yu pushed him away. "You're annoying." Gu Sui gently cupped her face and wiped away her tears. "So your parents are always with you?" In the jade pendant space." Gu Sui raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had heard Guan Yu mention the jade pendant space. What was that? Guan Yu took out the jade pendant hidden inside her clothes. "It's this." As Guan Yu thought about her parents, 2 boxes suddenly appeared in her hands. Gu Sui realized that these must be her parents' urns. He carefully held her hands. "Stand up." Guan Yu was confused. "Stand up for what? I don't want to. I want to sit here." She was holding her parents' urns and still sitting on his lap. This felt wrong. Gu Sui didn't care though. He simply pushed himself up from the chair. As soon as he stood, Guan Yu, who was sitting on his lap, had no choice but to stand as well. Gu Sui sighed. "Have you ever thought about letting your parents rest in peace? That way you'll be able to slowly move on." She hadn't thought about it. Gu Sui continued, "You can think about it now. If your parents were watching over you, they would definitely want you to let go of the past and live well." Guan Yu started crying again. I know. Gu Sui looked at her gently. "Then let's move on." He continued encouraging her. "We can bury your parents near the mountain villa. In the future, whenever you miss them, you can go and visit." In the end, Guan Yu was persuaded by Gu Sui. She couldn't continue dwelling in the past. It was time for her to take a new step forward, to show her parents that she was doing well, and that she had the courage to change starting now. If she worked hard enough, maybe the great calamity that happened 100 years ago wouldn't have to happen again. Perhaps families like hers wouldn't have to struggle in a hell on earth, only to die in the end. Gu Sui accompanied Guan Yu to choose a good location, just behind the mountain villa on the slope. Gu Sui said, "This spot is elevated. If one day you find a way to counter the zombie virus, they'll definitely know." Guan Yu extended her right hand, and a tree shot up from the ground. It grew to 5 meters high and then stopped, expanding horizontally until it was wide enough that 3 people couldn't encircle it. The middle of the tree split open, creating a gap just wide enough to hold 2 urns. Gu Sui solemnly placed the urns inside. The tree closed up, continuously growing downward until only 3 meters remained above the ground. Only then did Guan Yu stop. She had brought her parents into this world with her abilities. This way of burial she was sure would please them. With a wave of her hand, she cleared a 3-meter radius around the grave, leaving it pristine, and wooden chairs grew around the area. Gu Sui sat beside her. "Do you want a gravestone?" "No. I'll put up a gravestone when I've figured things out." Guan Yu gazed at the mountain below and then turned to ask Gu Sui, "Isn't the tree in front too tall? It's blocking my parents' view." Gu Sui smiled. "Then make them shorter." "All right." With a swift motion, Guan Yu made the trees that had been blocking the view fall one by one, turning into bundles of firewood. The newly grown saplings were all quite small. Looking down from the sky, lush vegetation grew from the mountaintop to the foot of the mountain, but the area in front of the grave seemed to dip like a hollow. Gu Sui released Guan Yu's hand, knelt in front of the grave and bowed his head. He said, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, hello. My name is Gu Sui and I am Guan Yu's partner. From now on, I will take care of her in your place." After speaking, Gu Sui turned to look at her, and Guan Yu started crying again. Guan Yu choked on her words. "You're annoying. You've made me cry all day." Gu Sui hugged her, and as she cried she began to smile. After settling her parents, Guan Yu felt that the wound deep inside her heart, the one that she had never allowed anyone to touch, seemed to suddenly start healing. Back at the mountain villa below, Guan Yu took items out of the jade pendant space. The tiles, furniture, and other things her mother had prepared were placed one by one, according to where she remembered them. Just a few hours later, the villa had changed dramatically, from a dull, unfinished house into a refined and elegant villa. Both the front and back yards of the villa were covered in sky blue stone, and standing in the yard, the movement of the clouds and the changing hues in the sky seemed to reflect perfectly on the ground. Gu Sui said, 100 years later, even the floor tiles are this beautiful? Guan Yu replied, "Not every house looks this nice. My family is quite wealthy, you know." Gu Sui laughed. "I can tell you're a little rich lady." Guan Yu responded haughtily, "Humph, I didn't open the space before, but now that I have, even if I never leave the mountain, I'll never go hungry or be short of clothes. Staying alone for the rest of your life isn't great. You should come down every now and then. Aside from researching the virus, you need to have your own life too. It's rare to come to the mortal world, so you should experience a different kind of life so it's not a waste." With the house above ground finished, the 3 underground floors were also renovated by Guan Yu, and a pile of equipment was placed in the basement. In the evening, Gu Sui was in the modern kitchen, preparing dinner for Guan Yu. Guan Yu kept pulling various seasonings, rice, and oil from the space. As for the vegetables, her mother's preserved ones couldn't compare to the ones she grew herself. Gu Sui looked around at the various items in the kitchen. "What's this hanging in the air? I know this one. It's a range hood. It pulls the smoke and oil fumes from stir-frying out of the kitchen. And this?" Gu Sui pointed at a device under the cabinet. "Do the dishes. How do you turn on the stove? Just twist it open." The equipment they had installed at home was all electric, and the roof had solar panels for energy conversion. In the afternoon, Guan Yu had installed it too late and didn't save much power. When she was cooking, the electricity ran out halfway through. Gu Sui said, "What a pity. This villa doesn't have electricity. How could we bring the power lines over? Wouldn't that make them discover us?" At first, Guan Yu had Li Dingbang and the others deliver materials to a different location, and then she moved the materials herself to this place. A few days ago, Li Dingbang asked if their house had been finished. Guan Yu said no. Li Dingbang teased her, saying that if he had known, he would have had his people fix it. Now it was too late. There had been several rainstorms in spring, and the rain had soaked the cement, meaning it couldn't be used anymore. What a waste of materials. Li Dingbang and his group all thought the house was ruined. In reality, Guan Yu had already finished building it here. Gu Sui asked, "So what do we do now?" Guan Yu replied, "I have a way, just wait a moment." She went downstairs holding a flashlight. From the space she took out some diesel and a generator. With a loud noise, the lights of the villa turned on. Guan Yue was startled and ran out to see. What is this thing? Guan Yue answered. A generator. You don't know this. Guan Yue was silent. Well, it seemed that he was now an old fossil. The vegetables in the pot hadn't finished cooking, so Guan Yue went back to the kitchen to continue. Half an hour later, the two of them finally had their meal. Sitting in such an exquisite and bright dining room, with the outside world full of primeval forest, the mountain wind carried the scent of plants through the window. The pleasant feeling of it all was intoxicating. It seemed that living here long-term might actually be quite nice. That day, Guan Yu's emotions were fluctuating. At that moment, as she enjoyed a delicious meal, her mood brightened instantly. The spicy vegetable hot pot, braised potatoes with chicken, and a bowl of light wild vegetable soup, this meal was satisfying. Guan Yu comfortably leaned back on the sofa and said to Guan Yue, "After my master leaves, I'll move here to live for a while." Guan Yue replied, "You forgot, you still have other patients." Guan Yu stretched lazily and said, "They're almost all better. Just let Deng Baizhu take care of them. It doesn't matter whether I'm there or not." She continued, "Those famous doctors usually have fixed consultation hours, right? Like they see patients every Monday 4 or 5 days a month. I can do that too." Guan Yu added, "Going once a week is a bit troublesome. I could stack my appointments in the first week of every month, then just stay here the rest of the time." Guan Yue asked, "And what about me? Are you going to leave me behind? Who's going to cook for you?" With 3 consecutive questions, Guan Yu felt guilty. "Well, you work during the day. I'll pick you up at the foot of the mountain in the evening." Guan Yue asked, "Won't that make you tired?" Guan Yu honestly admitted, "It's a bit tiring to go back and forth every day. It takes more than an hour each way, so that's about 3 hours a day. Perhaps when her abilities improved a little more, she could move faster." Hearing her thoughts, Guan Yue quickly said, "You better not. This is fine as it is." He remembered how she had fainted for 3 days after the cliff incident. Thinking back, he still felt afraid. Guan Yu chuckled. "I actually don't dare either. We'll see about the future. I'm just starting to learn now, so there's no need to be here every day." Guan Yue went to tidy up the kitchen, and Guan Yu went downstairs to the backyard. She grew a cherry tree and picked a basket of cherries. By the time Guan Yue finished cleaning the kitchen, Guan Yu had washed the cherries. The two sat together on the sofa, leaning on each other as they looked at the research materials her father had written in the past. The two of them leaned together and studied for a long time. They could recognize all the characters, but when they were put together they had no idea what the meaning was. Guan Yu sighed in despair. "Ah, I'm so stupid." Guan Yue chuckled softly. "You're not stupid. It's just that your father-in-law is too smart. Put the materials away for now. We'll study them later when we have a solid foundation." Guan Yu slumped, feeling down. "Guess we'll just have to do it this way for now." Guan Yue picked up a cherry and put it in her mouth, saying, "It's getting late. Rest now." Guan Yu's bedroom was on the 3rd floor. She asked him, "Where are you staying?" Guan Yue replied, "Wherever you stay, I'll stay." "If you wish," she teased. In the end, Guan Yue stayed in the room next to Guan Yu's. Chapter 33.2. The next morning after breakfast, the two quickly went down the mountain. Today, her master was leaving, and she had to go to Qingsong Dui to be busy. Su Huan had been waiting for Guan Yu since the evening before, but she hadn't come to see him even by the time it was dark. Early the next morning, after packing his things, he finally saw his tardy disciple. Su Huan was so angry that he jumped up. "What were you doing? You knew I was leaving and didn't even come to talk to me." Guan Yu quickly tried to change the subject with a cheeky smile. "Master, I really wanted to come see you, but I've been so busy I didn't have the chance." Su Huan retorted. "What were you so busy with?" I asked around. "You weren't busy at all yesterday," Guan Yu explained. "The sanatorium wasn't busy, but I had other things to do. I was getting medicine for you." She signaled Guan Yue, who quickly handed over the medicine box. All of it was prepared by Guan Yu yesterday. It wasn't easy to prepare a half box of medicine. Su Huan immediately urged, "Guan Yu is doing this for you, so don't scold her." Su Huan grumbled, "Next time don't do this again." "Yes, definitely not again," Guan Yu promised, patting her chest. Guan Yue glanced at her, reminding her that it seemed a bit fake. Guan Yu shot him a look in return as if to say, "So what if it's fake? As long as it works." A young man on horseback came to call them. "The car is here. Fong Lin is waiting for you down below." We're coming." When they reached the mouth of the valley and were about to leave, Su Huan began to feel reluctant again, repeatedly telling Guan Yu to remember to write to him. Guan Yu promised right away. "When the pigs I've raised grow up, I'll slaughter one for the new year, make sausages and bacon and send some to you." Not just a little, send more. Okay, I'll send more. Hurry up, the driver's been waiting for you for ages. Guan Yu walked her master to the door. They pulled and tugged for a while, but her master just wouldn't get in the car. Su Huaping, who couldn't wait to go back, stuck his head out of the car window calling, Huan, we're going now. Gu Sui smiled slightly. Master, don't worry, I'll take good care of Guan Yu. Su Huan grumbled as he walked away. That brat, now she doesn't even care about her master at all. The car headed towards the town, and Su Huan looked back through the rearview mirror. Guan Yu was still standing there in the same spot. As the car moved farther away, having seen her master off, Guan Yu and Gu Sui didn't return. They were heading to Qingsong village. Li Tao was pregnant, and Guan Yu wanted to go visit her, as well as deliver this year's medicine to Zhou Bao and the others. Gu Sui held a bundle of pills in one hand and some brown sugar for Li Tao in the other, while holding Guan Yu's hand. It was late spring, early summer. Everywhere around them the greenery was lush. It was just a little past 10 in the morning, and the air had a slightly warm breeze, already carrying the scent of summer. Gu Sui said, It's been so sunny for the past few days. Summer came too quickly. This is just late spring, and the sun is already this strong. Do you think we'll have a water shortage this year? We shouldn't be short of water. Last summer there was a big flood, and rivers and reservoirs accumulated a lot of water. In the past, Guan Yu had never paid attention to issues like droughts or floods, but when Qingxi village was flooded last year, she started to care. In this era, people felt so insignificant in the face of natural disasters, with little room to resist. By the time they reached Qingsong Dui, the children playing at the village entrance saw them and immediately jumped up, running off to find the adults. Dr. Guan is here. Guan Yu let go of his hand, but Gu Sui didn't do the same. Instead, he gripped her hand even tighter. Guan Yu smiled and glanced at him. What's wrong with you? Last time we came, you didn't even let me hold your hand. Now you're not worried about what others might think. Gu Sui smiled back. It's different now. We're engaged. We're going to get married, so holding hands isn't a big deal. Yang Guozhu and Zhou Baohe had just run over from the field. When they saw the two of them holding hands, they were momentarily stunned. Yang Guozhu asked, You too? We're engaged. Guan Yu replied, Congratulations, congratulations. Yang Guozhu said with a smile. But honestly, wasn't it a bit much to be holding hands for an engagement? Even married couples usually walked with one person ahead and the other behind, trying not to appear too forward. Zhou Baohe thought about it but didn't voice his thoughts, not wanting to offend them. Look at you two, you even came all the way here to deliver the medicine. Thank you so much. Gu Sui handed him the pill. It's the medicine according to the prescription you gave me. Zhou Baohe and the others had originally thought that Guan Yu, now a doctor at the sanatorium, would no longer exchange medicine with them. Yang Guozhu said that they should still try because Guan Yu wasn't that kind of person. They hadn't been able to enter the sanatorium, so they wrote a letter to Guan Yu and had it delivered. The letter included a prescription, listing the medicines they wanted. Yang Guozhu chuckled. Dr. Guan is still good to our members. Guan Yu replied, It's an equal trade. I give you medicine and you give me grain. Zhou Baohe quickly nodded. We'll send the grain to you after the summer harvest. Guan Yu said, No rush. You can send it after the autumn harvest. When the time comes, just bring it to the mouth of the valley and hand it to the guard. They will bring it to me. They needed to return before noon, so they didn't talk much longer. They still had to visit Li Tao. When they went to He Wen's house, Li Tao wasn't working in the fields. She was at home resting. Seeing that Guan Yu had come, Li Tao was overjoyed. I didn't expect you to come see me. Guan Yu replied. I came to deliver the medicine, and I also wanted to check on you. Strictly speaking, in both of her lifetimes, Guan Yu had never had close friends, and Li Tao wasn't one of her very close people either. But no matter what, Li Tao's kindness toward her was something she cherished deeply. 100 years later, not even friends or classmates, let alone many blood relatives, had remained close. Her mother had always told her that, aside from her parents, if anyone was kind to her, it was something rare in life and worth treasuring. Guan Yu said, Don't busy yourself. Sit down and I'll check your pulse. Ah. After checking her pulse, Guan Yu smiled and said, You're in good health, and the baby is also doing well. Li Tao was even happier. My parents-in-law and He Wen have been so good to me. When I said I wanted to go work in the fields, He Wen said, Even when my eldest sister-in-law was pregnant, she was well taken care of. Our family is doing fine, so I can't let you live worse than my eldest sister-in-law. Then you need to take good care of yourself. If anything comes up, ask He Wen to find me at the sanatorium. We won't stay long today, we'll head back first. Li Tao stood up. I'll see you off. Guan Yu didn't let her, but Li Tao insisted on walking her to the corner. Guan Yu and Gu Sui left. On her way home, Li Tao was asked by many people, "Oh, was that Dr. Guan and Dr. Gu just now? Did they come to see you?" Li Tao smiled and lifted her chin. "Yes, they heard I was pregnant, so they came to check on me and took my pulse. Dr. Guan is really nice to you. Ha ha. Guan Yue is a good person." Since the sanatorium was built in Qingxi village, Gu Sui had visited a few times to treat people. Apart from the day of her wedding, Guan Yu hadn't come once. People in the Qingsong brigade would say that Li Tao was trying to be friends with Guan Yu, but Guan Yu ignored her. Li Tao had always been holding back her feelings and couldn't think of a way to respond, but today she finally felt relieved. On her way back, she hummed a little tune, feeling utterly happy. Guan Yu and Gu Sui didn't take the same route back. Instead, they crossed over Shaoqing Mountain, traveling to a secluded part of the mountains. Guan Yu wrapped her arms around Gu Sui, and they flew up into the trees. Guan Yu felt refreshed, while Gu Sui kept his eyes on the ground, worried that someone from the Qingsong brigade might be gathering firewood in the mountains and spot them flying in the trees. Guan Yu reassured him. "It's fine by now, they're all probably working in the fields." Soon they passed over Shaoqing Mountain, and Guan Yu saw a familiar figure. "Oh, hurry, run." Before Gu Sui could react, Guan Yu had already grabbed him and pulled him in the opposite direction. Gu Sui asked, "What's going on?" Guan Yu quickly found a spot and they landed. She smiled awkwardly. "I just saw Xiao Ma." Gu Sui replied, "See? I told you so. Don't be mad. He probably didn't see me. Let's just walk past him now." Chapter 33.3. On the northern side of Shaoqing Mountain, many small houses had been built, and there were people regularly patrolling the mountaintop. They had just walked through the trees without paying much attention, but now as they walked beneath the trees, they were stopped as soon as they crossed the mountain. When the patrollers saw who it was, they said, "Dr. Gu, why did you come this way?" Gu Sui responded, "We just went to Qingsong brigade." Guan Yu blinked and said, "I haven't taken this path before, so I wanted to try crossing the mountain and coming back this way." The two patrollers laughed heartily. "The mountain paths aren't as easy to walk as the flat ground, right?" "Exactly," Gu Sui agreed. When they heard the voices, Xiao Ma walked over. "You're back already?" Xiao Ma knew they had gone to the Qingsong brigade today. "It was just delivering medicine, we didn't stay long, so we came back quickly. What are you doing here?" Xiao Ma replied, "Isn't someone supposed to be coming? Director Li asked me to get ready." Guan Yu frowned. "Let it be this time, but after this our reputation will grow. From now on we'll only accept 3 people a year. Let them bid against each other, and whoever offers the most can come." Xiao Ma scratched his head and chuckled. "I'll report your idea to Minister Li." Guan Yu nodded and walked off with Gu Sui. Xiao Ma was someone who had been personally mentored by Li Dingbang, and he was very good at reading people's moods. He sensed that Guan Yu wasn't joking and quickly ran back to find Director Li. Li Dingbang slammed the table and stood up. "What? Guan Yu is upset? Who pissed her off?" "No one upset her." Well, she frowned, maybe because there were too many people coming. She also said that from now on, there will only be 3 spots per year, and they'll have to compete for them. Oh, what does the little lady want to do? Now that everything was set up, if Guan Yu, the key figure, suddenly decided to quit, it would cause a huge mess. Li Dingbang couldn't focus on his work, so he hurried to find Guan Yu. Guan Yu, however, was calm and relaxed, resting in the courtyard, lying on a chair, thoroughly enjoying herself. Li Dingbang forced a smile. "Dr. Guan, divine Dr. Guan, how are you feeling today?" Guan Yu glanced at him. "Not bad." Li Dingbang's heart sank. Her cold response didn't seem like a good sign. Finally, Li Dingbang gritted his teeth. "Please tell me what you're thinking. Let's sit down and talk." Guan Yu's lips curled into a smile, waiting for this very moment. Guan Yu said, "Let's first talk about the daily operations of the sanatorium. From now on, I'll work every Monday. The patients you send to me must be scheduled around my availability." Li Dingbang asked, "What do you mean by working on Mondays? Are you saying you won't work any other day of the week?" Guan Yu replied, "That's right, I won't work. 6 days off? That's really not suitable, right?" This was even more extreme than working only 2 hours a day. Guan Yu calmly answered, "It's perfectly suitable. I work 1 or 2 hours a day, and when you add it up, it's less than 10 hours a week. Isn't working 1 full day on Monday the same?" She pointed at the books on the table. "I'm not being lazy, you know. I need to set aside time to improve my medical skills." How could he argue when she needed time to improve her craft? Li Dingbang pressed further. "What about the patients from Hong Kong?" "I was just about to bring that up. The next batch of patients has already been scheduled, so that's settled. From now on, anyone who wants to sign up to come here will have only 3 spots per year. We'll hold an auction, and whoever can afford it will come for treatment." Li Dingbang was nearly scared out of his wits. "Only 3 spots a year? That's really too few, and it's not in our best interest, is it? Guan Yu grew impatient. Fine, we'll make it 5 spots. We can also allow past patients to recommend others, raising the bar. With fewer spots, we can focus on improving quality. Are you serious? Guan Yu nodded. I've thought it through carefully. With that one statement from Guan Yu, everything was about to change. Li Dingbang could only say, I can't make this decision. I'll need to report it higher up. Go ahead and report it. I'll be waiting for your good news, Guan Yu said. Li Dingbang, looking like a dog chasing its tail, hurried to find Guan Yu and then hurried down the mountain the same way. It was lunchtime, the usual break period, and Li Dingbang's sweat-soaked face and serious expression were seen by everyone. I just saw it. Director Li came down from Big Qing Mountain. I bet Dr. Guan is planning something. Deng Baishu, holding his lunchbox, said. From my experience, Guan Yu must have made some very difficult demand. Otherwise, even Director Li, who's usually all smiles, wouldn't be looking so grim. What could possibly make Li Dingbang look so serious? Li Dingbang returned to his office and started calling up the chain of command. Guan Yu's actions had undoubtedly angered some short-tempered higher-ups, but there was nothing they could do about it. The phone calls went around in circles, and by the time the afternoon passed, a decision was finally reached before nightfall. Listen to Guan Yu. Compared to the Southwest Military District, the higher-ups in other military districts were even more furious. They had just received the first batch of good news about the wounded soldiers, and the second batch of names was already prepared. But now Guan Yu was threatening a strike. One day a week wasn't quite a full strike, but it was still disruptive. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't command Guan Yu. What could they do? They had no choice but to listen to her. One of the higher-ups slammed the table. Isn't there anything that can control that little girl? Some people were closer to Guan Yu than others, and Gu Sui and Su Huan were probably her closest allies. But even they couldn't act on their own. Offending anyone was bad, but offending a skilled doctor, especially one like Guan Yu, was unthinkable. To outsiders, what seemed like an impossible situation had become a reality with Guan Yu. The next morning, when Guan Yu went to check the first-level wards, Li Dingbang found her and followed her instructions. Guan Yu nodded. Once this matter is over, we'll begin the implementation. After Guan Yu left, Deng Baishu asked Li Dingbang, Minister Li, implement what? The people in the ward all turned to look at him. Li Dingbang glanced at everyone. From now on, Dr. Guan's working hours will be every Monday. Deng Baishu doubted if he had misunderstood. Only 1 day a week? 4 days a month? A nurse standing nearby added. Sometimes there are 5 weeks in a month. What difference does that make? Deng Baishu asked. Can we all do that? Li Dingbang snorted. Humph, do you think you are Guan Yu? Get back to work, all of you. After Li Dingbang left, Deng Baishu clicked his tongue. Look at that, he's anxious. The patients in the ward looked at each other. They had just reported to the leadership a few days ago, and now Dr. Guan was quitting. What would happen to the next batch of brothers? The people sent here from other military districts as the first group of wounded soldiers, coming from miles away to try their luck, were all like top soldiers. The old leadership couldn't bear to see them discharged like this, so they quickly sent them here when the opportunity arose. Dr. Guan was indeed remarkable. They were slowly recovering to their peak condition, but what about the other brothers coming after them? Deng Baishu reassured them. Don't worry, Dr. Guan now just comes by every morning to take a look at you all. Whether she's here or not, it doesn't really matter. Of course, there was a difference between coming every day and coming once a week. However, no matter what they thought, Guan Yu only cared about what she thought. Guan Yu's good days were coming, and she was feeling quite pleased with herself when something else good happened. Kai Jin sent her another 10 boxes of things, one of which had a label specifically marked, Female Supplies. Wang Taijun and the others didn't dare to touch the boxes and went to find some female colleagues to help check them. They were all internal staff and knew a little about the situation. Besides, this wasn't the first time things had been sent over, so they didn't think there was any danger. They said they were having a few female colleagues come to check the items. They, however, started chatting away as they checked. This white dress looks nice, that black pair of pants is pretty. They just couldn't move on once they saw something they liked. As it was almost time to get off work, Wang Taijun worried that the nurses would rush in to see what was happening, so he urged them. Could you check a little faster? One of the women shot him a glare. What's your rush? Can't you see? The label on the back of this dress has foreign letters. It must be from a foreign brand, of course, we have to check it carefully. Exactly, you're a big man, what do you know? Stay away, what if you accidentally see something you shouldn't? Wang Taijun couldn't control the situation, and at least knew to call for backup. Xiao Ma came over, and a group of women finally managed to pack the boxes before the doctors and nurses got off work. Wang Taijun and the others quickly carried the boxes up the mountain. Guan Yu was studying when they arrived. Who sent me things again? It says here Kaijin. Guan Yue responded. Thank you for delivering them. No need to thank us. With the items delivered, Wang Taijun and the others left. Guan Yue opened the boxes, and there really was everything. The sizes and styles were all perfect for her. She took a look at everything, then closed the boxes, deciding to wait until the clothes were washed before trying them on properly. At the mountain villa, she had an enormous walk-in closet, and once inside it was hard to want to leave. The nurses at the sanatorium heard that Dr. Guan had received a lot of beautiful clothes again, and they were envious. Unfortunately, they hadn't seen them for themselves. Hey, who do you think keeps sending things to Dr. Guan every few days? I'd like to know too. Every time the items look so expensive. Yeah, and some are foreign goods. Where are they coming from? I'm telling you, these kinds of good things I've never seen in Beijing. They definitely aren't from around here. Someone in the logistics department who was in the know quickly interrupted them. You're getting more and more ridiculous. The things Dr. Guan receives are all coming through proper channels. You can enjoy the spectacle, but don't go around spreading rumors and causing trouble. Where could we go, staying here at the sanatorium all the time? We're just talking amongst ourselves. We definitely wouldn't dare say anything outside. As long as you know. Dr. Guan wasn't afraid of what others said. She wore whatever she wanted, and it was rare to see her wearing the same outfit twice. Of course they were envious, but they knew she had the ability to be so unique. Look at her, she didn't even have to show up for work, and Minister Li didn't dare do anything about it. On his way home after work, Gu Sui had already heard many people talking about how Dr. Guan had received more good things. When he returned home, he checked the house and the yard for boxes. Guan Yue said, "Oh, I put them in the space. I'll wash them tonight at the villa and enjoy them slowly." Gu Sui smiled and said, "They're all saying you wear different outfits every day." "Who said that? In the winter I really like that pink coat. I wore it several times." He pinched her smooth, fair cheek and said, "My salary isn't enough to buy you a few outfits." "Ah, feeling insecure?" "Insecure? What am I insecure about? I'm proud, you know. I have a girlfriend and she can support me. Who doesn't like living off others?" Guan Yue burst out laughing. "Comrade Gu Sui, you've got a good attitude." That evening, when she returned to the mountain villa, she immediately dried the clothes she had washed and started trying them on one by one in the fitting room. But it wasn't just the clothes. She had to change her jewelry and shoes too. Most of the dresses Kai Jin sent were conservative long dresses, suitable for her to wear here without being too flashy. However, there were also a few risque ones tucked away at the bottom of the chest, sultry and seductive. Guan Yue was trying on a strapless little black dress, the length just above her knees. She swapped for a matching pair of high heels, applied some lipstick, and curled her hair into lazy, seductive waves. As she admired herself in the mirror, she wondered what Kai Jin had been thinking when she picked out this dress for her. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, and Gu Sui's voice came from outside. "I tried making a cake with the oven. Want to eat some?" "Yes, yes, bring it in." Gu Sui entered with a small cake in one hand, and with the other, he opened the door. When he saw his girl wearing the black dress, her delicate arms and long legs exposed, and the sight of her chest, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. Guan Yue quickly reacted, leaning against the wall and laughing heartily, then opened the door and ran out to find Gu Sui. At that moment, Gu Sui was standing in the living room, the small cake on the table, facing the glass wall of the living room as if in timeout. Guan Yue deliberately ran over and hugged him from behind. "You ran away after just one glance. Did you see clearly?" Gu Sui pulled her arms off. "Stop messing around." Guan Yue insisted on hugging him. "I want to mess around." She had many beautiful high heels, all bought for her by her mother, but she hadn't worn them much and wasn't used to walking in them. Now, as she was playfully messing around with Gu Sui, she stumbled and fell with a loud ouch. Luckily, Gu Sui turned around and caught her, or that fall would have been unavoidable. Gu Sui was concerned. "Did you twist your ankle?" Guan Yue moved her foot and grinned. "No, I'm fine." Gu Sui, unable to do anything with her, simply picked her up and carried her to her bedroom, sighing. "Go wash up and get to bed early." The bedroom door closed and Guan Yue kicked off her shoes, happily rolling around on the bed. She glanced at the time. It was indeed getting late, so she needed to rest soon. The next afternoon, the second batch of patients from Hong Kong would be arriving. Fortunately, once this batch was sent off, she would be free. Chapter 34.1. A group of 13 people from Hong Kong arrived at the valley outside Qingxi village around 2 in the afternoon. Mr. Zhao and the others got off the car, looked up and surveyed the surroundings. The area was surrounded by lush mountains on both sides, and the valley indeed seemed like a good place to be. Fong Lin said, "Please everyone follow me." The group, all having come alone, followed Fong Lin up the mountain. Those who were closer to each other formed small groups of 2 or 3, each going to their respective houses on the mountain. The rules were the same as before. They could only move around within this area on the mountain and were not allowed to go down to the village. Li Dingbang and Xiao Ma went up to meet the others. Li Dingbang said, "Please have a seat for a moment. Dr. Guan will be here shortly." Mr. Zhao responded, "I heard from Xiao Zhang that Dr. Guan is still the doctor at your sanatorium. She must be very busy, right?" Li Dingbang smiled lightly. "Not busy. Dr. Guan only works 1 or 2 hours a day. Moreover, after they left, Dr. Guan's working hours would be reduced to just Mondays." Speaking of her working hours, it seemed Dr. Guan had felt that limiting her consultations to only Mondays was a bit excessive, so she had arrived at the sanatorium early today. Li Dingbang wasn't too busy in the morning either, so he paid some attention to the situation. He realized that the quality of the doctors varied, and it couldn't be generalized. This sanatorium was quite unique, as patients who came here were those who had been deemed incurable or were difficult to treat by other military hospitals. These patients were sent from far and wide. Therefore, after Director Zhang classified the patients starting from the second batch, about 50 to 60% of the patients were classified as level 1 patients, all of whom were under Dr. Guan's care. According to the rules, Dr. Guan's patients should have been 2 or 3 times more than those handled by Deng Weimin, which should have made her particularly busy. In reality, she spent much less time than Deng Weimin, as her consultation speed was particularly fast, her diagnoses accurate, and she worked quickly during acupuncture. After finishing her own work in the morning, Dr. Guan, feeling bored, went to help Deng Weimin with some patients. After a whole morning of seeing patients, Li Dingbang felt that the classification system at the sanatorium wasn't very suitable. After discussing with Director Zhang, Dr. Guan, Deng Weimin, and Gu Sui, they decided to abolish the classification system and in the future, differentiate patients based on traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Chinese medicine patients would be grouped together, and Deng Weimin would take primary responsibility. After Dr. Guan's consultation every Monday, the patients would be handed over to Deng Weimin to manage. Deng Weimin had more experience, which would save Dr. Guan from worrying in case anything went wrong during the time she wasn't available. For Guan Yue, this was no problem. It all depended on Deng Weimin's opinion. Deng Weimin immediately agreed. He acknowledged that Guan Yue's medical skills had completely surpassed his own. After the merger, while Guan Yue treated the patients, he could learn from her on the side. However, these matters were not convenient to discuss with Mr. Zhao and the others. They only needed to know that Guan Yue would be available when she had the time. Mr. Zhao and the others were a bit surprised. A doctor as capable as Dr. Guan only works 1 or 2 hours a day? It's precisely because she's so capable that she only needs to work 1 or 2 hours a day. Li Dingbang replied. Mr. Zhao nodded. That's true. A genius can't be judged by ordinary standards. Li Dingbang smiled faintly, glancing to his left. Look, here comes Dr. Guan. Everyone turned to look, and a young girl in a light blue long dress was walking up from the mountain path to the left, with a young man following her. The group started whispering among themselves. Is that the girl, Dr. Guan? It should be. Don't you remember? Xiao Zhang said Dr. Guan is young, and Xiao Zhang's wife even gave her some clothes and accessories. They knew that, but she looked so young. Despite having met many young geniuses, the 13 big shots who had come from far and wide still felt uneasy seeing Guan Yue. They wondered, had Xiao Zhang deceived them? Mr. Zhao, who came from a rough background and didn't have these prejudices, laughed heartily and walked to the front. Little girl, are you Dr. Guan? Guan Yue looked at the sturdy middle-aged man in front of her and smiled slightly. I am Dr. Guan. You seem a bit weak. Mr. Zhao replied. That's true. Western medicine is useless. I've been to the hospital several times, and they couldn't figure out what's wrong with me. It's still our ancestors' traditional Chinese medicine that's reliable. Xiao Zhang said you're capable, so I trust you. So this was one of the 5 who, despite not having any major illnesses, had come here at great expense to seek her help. Guan Yue smiled lightly. Then you're in luck. When it comes to nourishing the body, I'm quite confident. Mr. Zhao chuckled. Ha, the little girl has ambition. Guan Yue laughed softly. Ambition is one thing, but let's not waste time. Let's get to treating the illness. Are you the first to go? Yes, I, old Zhao, will be the first. The other 12 people were surprised. Mr. Zhao was so eager? Wasn't he concerned at all? As the old saying goes, the more you know, the more you think, and the more you know, the more you fear. These people had seen a lot and had their own set of rules for judging someone's capabilities. Mr. Zhao, who had come from a rough background, was a little different from the others. He relied mostly on his gut feeling. In his life, there had been several close calls when he was young, having fought and almost lost his life on several occasions. He had survived by trusting his instincts. When he had first laid eyes on Guan Yue, He had sensed something special about her. She was not an ordinary person. That's why he had been the first to step forward and speak with her. After talking for just a moment, Mr. Zhao felt even more convinced that this young lady was to his liking. It was already summer, and the small green mountain was lush with flowers and trees. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, casting a soft glow. The temperature was just right, neither too hot nor too cold. Guan Yu glanced at the shade above. Let's have the consultation outside. Sure. Fong Lin and a few others helped by bringing out a table and chairs from the house. Once they were settled, Mr. Zhao, familiar with the routine, placed his hand on the table with practiced ease. His movements were swift and confident, clearly someone who had visited Chinese medicine doctors often. Guan Yu took his pulse. After a few moments she said, "Your body is all worn out, and you still say you're here to nourish it? You're making it sound too easy." Mr. Zhao was intrigued. "What do you mean?" Guan Yu could feel the energy flow in his body. She easily detected that some of the meridians inside him were darker in color. "Your left thigh was injured, wasn't it? The blood flow is not very smooth there. Sometimes when the weather's bad it aches and you feel numbness in the top of your foot. And your right shoulder blade, has it been injured too? Fortunately, it didn't affect any internal organs. Your stomach is also not in good condition. And there are minor issues with your kidneys." As Guan Yu spoke about his symptoms, she lowered her head to write out a prescription. She didn't look up and didn't notice that Mr. Zhao's mouth had dropped open in surprise. The group of onlookers, all prominent figures, couldn't help but marvel. They didn't know whether Mr. Zhao's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were healthy, but they had heard about the two injuries that Guan Yu had mentioned. They were well known from back in the day when Mr. Zhao had been involved in street brawls, and the injuries had even appeared in small neighborhood tabloids. After writing out the prescription, Guan Yu handed it to Deng Baizhu. "This isn't just about nourishing your body anymore. You're full of ailments and you need proper treatment. Chinese medicine combined with acupuncture will require at least 20 days to a month." The surrounding area fell silent. Only Guan Yu's voice could be heard. She raised an eyebrow and looked at Mr. Zhao. "Did I say something wrong?" Mr. Zhao chuckled and quickly replied, "No, you didn't. You're truly a divine doctor. As expected, it's our ancestors' teachings that are the most powerful." Guan Yu sneered internally. People were so practical. Just now they had been calling her a little girl, but now they were calling her a divine doctor. "Next." Mr. Zhao moved aside, and Guan Yu called the next person forward. The onlookers became more eager. Several of them rushed forward, and a young man in his 20s managed to take the spot. The group of onlookers was at least in their 40s or 50s, all uncles or older men, so naturally, the youngest one would rush forward the fastest. "Hey Xiao Huang, you're young and look healthy. Why are you fighting with us old guys?" The young man named Xiao Huang blushed and said, "I have a serious illness too." Guan Yu took his pulse and glanced at him. She couldn't tell right away. How could someone so young have such a condition? She was silent for a long time. The onlookers grew curious. "Has Xiao Huang gotten some serious illness? Dr. Guan, can you tell us?" Guan Yu glanced at Xiao Huang and said, "It's not appropriate to say." "What? Is it really a serious illness?" "Oh no, Xiao Huang, you're the only one left in your family's old age. If something happens to you, what will your parents do?" Xiao Huang's face flushed red. After hearing that, he muttered, "Well, it doesn't seem like a serious illness. I won't die right away." "What kind of illness is it then?" The crowd stared eagerly at Xiao Huang and Guan Yu. Their curiosity piqued. Human nature definitely has a penchant for gossip. Just look at this, a group of wealthy big shots, and they can't suppress their curiosity. Xiao Huang had never intended to come here. His father had invested a great deal of money to secure this opportunity and insisted that he come. He also said that it would be good for him to travel to the mainland with a group of uncles and older men to broaden his horizons. So Xiao Huang had been persuaded to come along. When he first saw Guan Yu, he had been quite embarrassed. The doctor was a young woman. How could he ask her to treat such an issue? But after seeing how confidently she treated Mr. Zhao, as if everything were under control, he couldn't help but step forward. Xiao Huang was nervous. "Dr. Guan, can this illness be cured?" Mr. Zhao was curious. "What kind of illness does Xiao Huang have?" Guan Yu glanced at Xiao Huang. "Can you talk about it?" Xiao Huang gritted his teeth and nodded. What was there to hide? These were all uncles and older men he had known since he was a child, so he wasn't afraid for them to know. Guan Yu spoke calmly. "Impotence." "What?" The crowd froze in shock. The young man, Xiao Huang, impotent? This was a huge deal, cutting off the family line. Someone who had a good relationship with the Huang family immediately became anxious. "Dr. Guan, can it be treated?" Guan Yu nodded. "Yes, it can be treated. His condition isn't congenital. It seems to be due to an injury that wasn't treated properly at the time. That person quickly asked Xiao Huang, "Tell the doctor how you got injured." Xiao Huang felt incredibly awkward. There wasn't much to say. When he was in high school, he had been hot-headed and gotten into a fight, injuring himself in that area. At first, the pain was so intense that he nearly passed out. After a while, he recovered and thought everything was fine, so he didn't give it much thought. Later, he realized something was wrong. His father had taken him to many doctors and even tried sending him to see women, but nothing worked. Mr. Zhao sneered. "You got injured in a fight and hurt yourself down there? You're so weak." Poor Xiao Huang, he was so embarrassed that he shrank back into his chair, feeling the disdain from a group of uncles and older men. However, they still cared for him. "Trust Dr. Guan, he will cure you." Xiao Huang nodded, looking at Guan Yue with great expectation. Guan Yue said, "Your injury has been there for quite some time, so we need to combine acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine. It'll take at least a week." "A week? Not long, not long. It'll be fine soon." Guan Yu's skill was evident. They didn't yet know her acupuncture abilities, but her diagnostic skills surpassed any other traditional Chinese medicine practitioner they had ever met. They now believed that Guan Yue truly had the ability to cure Zhang Mingrui. The patients in line for consultation waited their turn. For each one, Guan Yue accurately diagnosed their conditions, and even pointed out illnesses they hadn't realized they had. Chapter 34.2. Half an hour later, Guan Yue finished diagnosing and prescribing medicine. Deng Baizhu took the prescription to the pharmacy to get the herbs prepared. While the herbs were being boiled, Guan Yue used the time to perform acupuncture. There were 13 patients, and Guan Yu's small box of silver needles was definitely not enough. Xiao Ma had to make a trip to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic downstairs to get more needles. Deng Weiman, a clever person, had already figured out what was happening. As soon as Deng Baishu had gone to get the medicine, Xiao Ma had gone down to fetch more needles. It was clear that there were more patients with secret identities on the mountain. He couldn't let it go. He had to go up and take a look. Xiao Ma couldn't shake him off, so he could only say, "You can watch Dr. Guan perform acupuncture, but don't tell anyone about what you see upstairs." Deng Weiman, impatient, replied, "I've been a health doctor for the leaders. I know what should and shouldn't be said. Don't worry, my mouth is sealed. Hurry up. Don't delay Guan Yue while she's doing acupuncture." It was summer now, so the environment for acupuncture didn't have to be as meticulous. The first patient to receive acupuncture was old Master Zhao. He directly took off his clothes, wearing only a pair of shorts, and lay on the simple bed in the yard. Yes, the mountain had set up a simple bed, and now they were placing the beds directly in the yard. After finishing with Mr. Zhao, Xiao Ma and Deng Weiman ran up, out of breath. Guan Yue said, "You came just in time. Help me with 2 needles." Xiao Huang, now wearing only shorts, awkwardly lay on the bed. His injury was in a sensitive area, and a few needles had to be placed in more private parts, so it was better for Deng Weiman to do it. Deng Weiman chuckled. "Where should I place the needles? Just tell me." Guan Yue said, "You help me with 3 needles." When the person performing the acupuncture was an experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor like Deng Weiman, Xiao Huang no longer felt embarrassed. He obediently slightly spread his legs, allowing Deng Weiman to proceed. For the final few needles on his lower abdomen and waist, Guan Yue took over personally. When the last needle was placed, a thread of spiritual energy was infused, activating all the acupoints connected by the silver needles. As soon as Guan Yue let go, Xiao Huang's private area, under the watchful eyes of everyone, trembled and stood up unsteadily. It was truly incredible. Deng Weiman was also excited. "How did you do it?" He had treated patients with similar conditions before, but never like this, where the result was achieved instantly, as it was with Guan Yue. Guan Yue replied, "Don't get too excited. This is just a temporary effect triggered by the acupuncture." Even though it was only temporary, Xiao Huang was satisfied. He tried to hold his head high and looked at his dear younger brother. Deng Weiman slapped the back of his head and forced it back down. "Lie down properly." The 13 patients present all felt that this was a deal well worth it. Wealth is easy to obtain, but a good doctor is hard to find. Especially when they later found out that Guan Yue was unwilling to treat so many patients. There would only be 5 spots per year. Even if someone had money, they couldn't just come whenever they wanted. They would have to compete with others for the chance. TSK, some of the seriously ill patients wondered if they could survive long enough to even make it to the day the spots were up for bidding. Immediately, they all felt they were incredibly lucky. When they returned, they were determined to thank Zhang Mingrui. He was a straightforward person, never speaking empty words. After they returned, they each sent lavish gifts to Zhang Mingrui, especially old Master Zhao and the elder of the Huang family. However, this was all a side story. Let's not get into that for now. Guan Yu spent the afternoon at Shaoqing Mountain. When Gu Sui got off work and went home, he didn't find Guan Yu there. By the time he made dinner and still hadn't seen her return, Gu Sui decided to go to Shaoqing Mountain to look for her. What did he see? A man who seemed a little younger than him, blushing as he spoke to Guan Yu, occasionally casting shy and timid glances at her. Gu Sui's face immediately darkened. Perhaps Gu Sui's gaze was too full of hostility, and Xiao Huang quickly noticed him. Guan Yu also saw him and smiled as she ran over. "Are you here to pick me up?" Gu Sui replied. I made dinner and was waiting for you to come home and eat. We're done here, let's go home," Guan Yu said, taking the initiative to hold Gu Sui's hand. Gu Sui glanced at Xiao Huang, and then walked away holding Guan Yu's hand. Xiao Huang was confused. The man seemed to be unfriendly toward him. Old Master Zhao slapped Xiao Huang on the back. "The head down there can't get up, but the head up here is also dumb? It's obvious that Guan Yu and that man are a couple. Why is he hostile toward you? He sees you as a rival in love." When Old Master Zhao pointed it out, Xiao Huang quickly realized and waved his hands in denial. "Dr. Guan is too amazing. I wouldn't dare pursue her." An elder standing nearby said, "If you could win her over, that'd be impressive. Your Huang family would definitely rise to new heights." Old Master Zhao laughed heartily. "That girl clearly has her own ideas. She's so close with that man, Xiao Huang definitely has no chance." On Gu Sui's side, he subtly asked Guan Yu, "Was that your patient just now?" "I'm one of my patients. His condition is the easiest to treat." "What kind of condition?" It's not something I can really talk about." She still had a tiny bit of professional ethics, and didn't want to reveal Xiao Huang's personal matters. Since Guan Yu said this, Gu Sui didn't press further. "I made your favorite spicy and fragrant dried chicken for dinner." Guan Yu pulled him. "I've been craving it. Let's hurry home." On the way, Guan Yu said, "I haven't had sauerkraut fish in a long time. I want to eat sauerkraut fish tomorrow. Then you can catch a fish tomorrow morning, and I'll cook it for you at lunch. Then I'll go to the sanatorium for a walk and stop by the mountain creek to catch a fish." Guan Yu suddenly remembered. The creek down the mountain hasn't had anyone fishing in it since the villagers moved away last year. The fish must be pretty big by now, right? "Heh, what are you thinking? Any big fish there have already been caught by Xiao Ma and the others. Because there weren't enough fish to eat, they even added a lot of fish fry to the creek in the spring. Then I'll go to the mountain tomorrow to catch fish. If the fish there are too small, they'll just be full of bones." They kept talking as they walked back home and had dinner. The wind-dried chicken, crisp and dry, was stir-fried with red oil chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and bean paste. The smell was amazing, both fragrant and spicy. With this dish, Guan Yu could easily eat 2 bowls of rice. Just after finishing dinner, Guan Yu rubbed her stomach while thinking about the sauerkraut fish. The next morning, Guan Yu went to work with Gu Sui at the sanatorium. Since there were no new patients, she took a walk around the inpatient department before heading to Shaoqing Mountain. On Shaoqing Mountain, everyone had already finished breakfast, and Old Master Zhao led everyone in some physical exercises. Guan Yu said, "You all know how to do Tai Chi? Haha, it's not very formal. We just do it to move our bodies." Guan Yu smiled. "That's great. It's good for you to keep moving. Have you all finished eating? Did you drink your medicine?" "We just finished." "Good. Let's get to work quickly, and start with acupuncture." Old Master Zhao immediately began to undress. "I'll go first today." After Guan Yu finished acupuncture on him yesterday afternoon, he had an early dinner, drank his medicine, and then slept soundly. He had the kind of deep sleep that lasted through the night, and when he woke up, he felt no pain in his body or limbs. He jumped out of bed, feeling as if he could punch a cow to death with one blow. Yes, it was that exaggerated. Having endured chronic pain for years, any slight improvement brought such excitement and joy that it was indescribable. Xiao Huang was the same. When he woke up in the morning, he felt his little brother stirring, not fully up yet, but at least there was some movement, wasn't there? Chapter 34.3. At breakfast, the 13 people gathered together, all regretting not having met a divine doctor like Guan Yu earlier. If they had met her sooner, they wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Old Master Zhao took off his clothes and lay down, and the others quickly followed suit, eager to begin. Deng Baishu and Deng Weimin were nearby helping. Deng Baishu passed the silver needles to Guan Yu, occasionally asking questions when he didn't understand something. The previous night, he had stayed up late studying the medical records of the 13 patients. With his father's help, he had almost understood the prescriptions Guan Yu had written, but he still didn't fully grasp acupuncture. While Guan Yu was performing acupuncture, she also answered Deng Baishu's questions. Despite that, her movements were swift. Once she finished, she was ready to leave. Guan Yu said, "Teacher, you help me remove the needles." Deng Weimin waved his hand. Go ahead, I'll handle it here. Removing the needles wasn't difficult for Deng Weimin. Guan Yu smiled and left. She really did have something to do. She was heading to the mountain creek to catch fish. After she left, the remaining men began chatting, and the topics became a bit more unrestrained. Xiao Huang, wanting to see his little brother stand up, had placed a higher pillow under his head this morning. Now he didn't need to tilt his head to see. He proudly showed it off to Deng Baishu. Look, isn't it quite strong? Deng Baishu looked at him with disdain. Should I ask Dr. Guan to check your brain again? He was either dumb or crazy. Xiao Huang ignored Deng Baishu's teasing, as he was happily gazing at the sky. He had never been healthy before and had no idea how important good health was. Because of his physical issues, he had seen many doctors and taken many medicines, all to no avail. He had been too afraid to date, and even avoided talking about such topics with others. He had fallen into a deep depression for a long time. He was thankful for his father's foresight and determination to send him here. After returning from this place, his life would finally get back on track. In Xiao Huang's anticipation, he woke up every morning hoping to feel refreshed, waiting for Guan Yu to come for acupuncture. On the morning of the 6th day since he arrived, Xiao Huang woke up from his bed, sensing a familiar yet strange feeling. When he was completely sure of what that familiar yet strange feeling was, he jumped out of bed and screamed frantically. The others, who lived in different rooms, ran out without their clothes on. What's wrong? Xiao Huang grabbed them and proudly showed off. Grandpa Zhao, did you see? I can stand up now. The others exchanged glances, sighed helplessly. The kid was still young, so they could be more patient with him. When Guan Yu arrived in the morning, Xiao Huang eagerly reported the good news. Guan Yu took his pulse and said, You're almost healed. You can leave now if you want. But if you'd like to stay a few more days, you can take some more herbal medicine to consolidate your recovery. Xiao Huang quickly said, I'm not in a hurry. I want to consolidate. I'll go back with Grandpa Zhao and the others. Among the 13 people who came, a few with better physical conditions, in Guan Yu's opinion, were already fully healed and could leave. They all said they weren't in a rush and wanted to stay a couple of extra days. Since they came together, they preferred to leave together, so they wouldn't cause any extra trouble. Guan Yu had no objections, letting them do as they wished. Li Dingbang and the others had been keeping a close eye on the progress at Shaoqing Mountain, especially on the people who came to adjust their health. The contrast between their current state and how they were when they first arrived a week ago was incredible. This time Deng Weimin also participated. He went to the mountain every day to assist Guan Yu, so he was the most aware of the changes in their causes. Therefore, Li Dingbang made a phone call, informing that 4 top leaders would be arriving the next day on a military plane from Beijing for health adjustments. One of them was a senior leader of Fang Lin. At the same time, there was another person who, like Li Dingbang, was very concerned about the people at Shaoqing Mountain. Gu Sui. Gu Sui wanted to know information about the young man, but he didn't want to hear it from Guan Yu, so he went to find Deng Baishu. Recently, the work at the sanatorium wasn't busy, so Deng Baishu had free time to study medical records. Gu Sui, who was skilled in both traditional Chinese and Western medicine, would glance at a medical record and easily identify what illness the man named Xiao Huang had. Gu Sui chuckled softly and went home in a good mood. In the evening, the two of them went to the mountain villa together. While Gu Sui was cooking in the kitchen, he even hummed a little tune with a particularly good mood. Guan Yu felt that something was off with him today. She tried to get him to talk, but he wouldn't say anything. Guan Yu. Come on, tell me what made you happy so I can be happy with you. Gu Sui smiled and pushed her out of the kitchen. I'm cooking, don't cause trouble. Guan Yu persisted. Tell me. If you don't, I'll tickle you. Gu Sui resolutely refused to speak. He was content to keep his joy to himself. If he said it out loud, well, it still felt a bit embarrassing. Guan Yu clicked her tongue. Gu Sui, you're so stingy. Just take it as I'm stingy, he replied. Guan Yu didn't believe it. She was determined to pry the secret out of him. While he was cooking, she continued to pester him. Dr. Gu, tell me. Gu Sui. No. During dinner, she actively served him food. Be good. Eat the food I served and listen to me. Gu Sui. Then I won't eat. After the meal, they rested. Gu Sui leaned back on the sofa reading a book. She grabbed the book out of his hands, straddled him, sat on his lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, kissed his lips and blinked her eyes. Still not going to tell me? Gu Sui couldn't help but curl his lips. I'm not telling you. Guan Yu lay in his arms and coquettishly said, I don't care, I just want to know. Gu Sui picked her up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The lights in the courtyard were off, and the outside was pitch black. Standing in the well-lit room, the floor-to-ceiling window was as clear as a mirror. He gestured for Guan Yu to look at the window. Look, don't you look like a little monkey hanging on me? Guan Yu laughed out loud. I guess it does look like that. I'm the Monkey King of Daqing Mountain. His hot breath brushed against her neck as he purposely lowered his voice. Monkey King, if you really want to know why I'm happy tonight, promise me one thing and I'll tell you. Tell me. The end of the month is the Dragon Boat Festival, which also happens to be the 2-year anniversary of us meeting. Let's go get our marriage certificate, and then I'll tell you. Guan Yu didn't like the idea and tried to jump off him, but Gu Sui tightened his hold, his thigh firmly at her side. Want to run away? Hey, how can you be like this? We agreed to wait 2 years before getting married. Right, we agreed to wait 2 years, but we never said we couldn't get the certificate first. We can have the wedding 2 years later. Guan Yu. No, we agreed on 2 years, so it has to be 2 years. Their gazes met, and Gu Sui's breath deepened. Guan Yu lifted her chin proudly, standing her ground. Gu Sui gave in first. All right, you can get down. Guan Yu refused to get down. If I don't agree, you won't hold me anymore? Gu Sui sighed. Ancestor, I'm not sick. Suddenly, Guan Yu thought of something. Her face turned red, and she jumped off Gu Sui and ran away. Halfway, she turned around and came back to give Gu Sui a quick kiss. Moi, I love you. Gu Sui stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his lips curling higher and higher, finally letting out a light chuckle, shaking his head. Guan Yu ran back to the room and threw herself onto the bed, wondering to herself if she really had to wait for 2 years to get married. She had already decided it was him. Getting married sooner wouldn't be a problem, right? She thought to herself that if he asked again tomorrow, she would agree. Guan Yu chuckled to herself. However, it seemed that Gu Sui didn't share her thoughts and didn't know what was on her mind. The next morning, from the moment she woke up, Guan Yu was waiting for him to ask. But instead, this person only asked if she had slept well, if breakfast was good, what she wanted for lunch, if the weather was too hot, and if she wanted cold noodles. In short, he didn't ask her about getting married. I'm upset. Well, fine. I can't stay mad at delicious food. I'll have cold noodles for lunch. In the afternoon, as Gu Sui was getting ready to leave for work, he asked her, Why are you so angry? Who upset you? Guan Yu pushed aside the book she was holding in front of her. It's you. You upset me. Gu Sui rubbed her little head. Be good, I'll make it up to you tonight. Tonight? It'll be too late by then. Tomorrow I'll tell him what kind of opportunity he missed. In the afternoon, with nothing to do, Guan Yu read for a while, then went over to the medicinal herb field to take a stroll. She harvested a few baskets of herbs. The weather had been good lately, so after drying them, she planned to make some cooling medicinal pills to store for later. After she finished cleaning the herbs, Guan Yu was in the courtyard organizing them and spreading them out on a bamboo tray to dry. At that moment, Xiaoma ran up to her, looking especially anxious. Xiaoma. Dr. Guan, please hurry to Shaoqing Mountain. Guan Yu spread out the damp herbs. What happened? Is there an issue over there? I went this morning, and everyone was recovering well. It's not them. The 4 leaders arrived just now. Minister Li wants you to come over. Where did these leaders come from? Why wasn't I notified beforehand? Not being notified clearly meant it wasn't convenient to do so. Xiaoma flustered. Dr. Guan, don't worry about the herbs. Please hurry and meet them. I beg you. Fine, it's just meeting people, no need to panic. Xiaoma led the way and Guan Yu followed. Soon, she arrived at the meeting place where the 4 leaders were chatting with a few people from Hong Kong. There was no tension or glaring. The leaders were all friendly, and the conversation was going smoothly. When Li Dingbang saw Guan Yu, he mentioned, Dr. Guan is here. One of the leaders smiled faintly. Finally, we meet the famous Dr. Guan. Everyone laughed. Indeed, Dr. Guan's reputation wasn't just growing in the military and political circles. She was now even making the newspapers in Hong Kong. Guan Yu waved her hand. That little bit of fame is nothing to brag about. She knew that Li Dingbang and the others had definitely talked about how hard it was to communicate with her, how difficult she was to deal with. Only those who truly knew her would say such things. For those who didn't, rumors twisted things even worse, things like her being arrogant, looking down on people, having issues with her thinking. In short, other than being skilled in medicine, everything else about her was lacking. The leader had someone add a chair for her, and invited Guan Yu to sit. Guan Yu sat down gracefully, going straight to the point. May I ask, did you call me here? The leader nodded. In the past 6 months you've saved many lives and helped us greatly. We wanted to meet you in person, to get to know the leader of our field in Chinese medicine. Guan Yu didn't dare accept. I'm just an ordinary doctor, not worthy of such a title. If I say you're worthy, then you are. The leader replied. In recent years we've encountered some difficulties, but once we get through them, Chinese medicine will definitely shine. Dr. Guan, you must be ready to lead. Guan Yu's heart skipped a beat. Was this the so-called flattery? No, she thought. Her head wasn't suited for such praise. It wouldn't fit. Before she could say anything, A few people from Hong Kong chimed in, all praising her boundless future. Old Zhao spoke up. To be honest, when foreigners slander Chinese medicine, we need to show them that we can do better, to face them head-on and prove our strength. Dr. Guan can treat heart disease that Western medicine can't. That alone is impressive. Exactly, our traditional Chinese medicine has its own merits. We can't just give up like this. Deng Weimin, who was standing nearby, nodded. I hope that when the environment becomes more relaxed, more talents like Guan Yue will be cultivated. After all, a single tree can't form a forest. When talking about the future of traditional Chinese medicine, everyone chimed in, offering suggestions and opinions. However, Guan Yue felt that none of these words got to the heart of the matter. Many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners who had no support were still being persecuted, labeled as remnants of feudalism. In such a time, what was there to talk about regarding the future of traditional Chinese medicine? Not only did Guan Yue understand this, but Deng Weimin and the others also knew it well. The leaders must have had some understanding of this as well. Since they had come, they definitely needed Guan Yue to take their pulses. They all said their goodbyes for the time being, agreeing to discuss more over dinner later, and Guan Yue followed the 4 leaders to the sanatorium at the foot of the mountain. After taking their pulses, Guan Yue found that, aside from some physical fatigue, there was nothing seriously wrong with the 4 of them. Guan Yue said, "No need for medicine. I'll come by before you sleep tonight to do an acupuncture session and help adjust your bodies. Then thank you very much." Guan Yue stood up. "No need to thank me. I'm being paid for this." The 4 leaders laughed heartily. Look, who said Guan Yue wasn't easy to talk to? She's quite reasonable. Guan Yue smiled without responding and left first. These 4 people were certainly not there for her medical skills. They had taken time out of their busy schedules to come, so there must have been more important matters at hand. She didn't want to waste their time. That evening, Guan Yue and Gu Sui didn't go to the mountain villa but stayed in the wooden cabin. Guan Yue waited for them to finish their discussion before performing the acupuncture, and she waited until it was already 11 o'clock. The 2 of them lay side by side in chairs, reading. Guan Yue was so sleepy that she pulled Gu Sui's wrist, glanced at her watch, and saw it was already 11. Guan Yue said, "Being a leader isn't easy." Gu Sui brushed the stray hair off her forehead. "Why don't you take a nap for a while? When they come, I'll wake you up." Guan Yue yawned and shook her head. "I'll wait. If I fall asleep and you wake me up later, I'll feel worse. Then stop reading. Let me talk to you. How about a cup of tea? At this hour? If you drink tea, you're not planning to sleep, are you?" Guan Yue hummed softly, resting her head on his shoulder. "I really want to sleep." Fortunately, she didn't have to wait until midnight. After a while, Xiaoma came up the mountain with a flashlight to call for Guan Yue. Gu Sui accompanied her down. When they arrived at the sanatorium, Guan Yue saw that all 4 of the leaders looked very tired. Guan Yue didn't waste any time with unnecessary words. She instructed them to lie down and immediately began to insert the needles. They had been worrying about so many things for the country every day, so it wasn't easy for them. Today, Guan Yue was generous and gave them a bit more of her special ability. Once she finished the acupuncture, she had to wait until the right time to personally remove the needles. Not long after the needles were in, all 4 of them fell into a deep sleep. The leader's attendants invited Guan Yue to sit outside, where they had prepared some light snacks for her to eat. The so-called snacks were actually small buns like Xilong Bao. Guan Yue ate 2. Afterward, Guan Yue quietly instructed them, "Don't move, let them sleep right here." "All right, Dr. Guan, thank you for today. I'll see you back." Gu Sui was waiting for her at the door and Guan Yue replied, "No need. We'll return on our own." The attendant watched them walk away from the door. On the way back, neither of them spoke, but they both had the same thought in their minds. These leaders had certainly come for the people from Hong Kong. When they reached Daqing Mountain, Guan Yue looked towards Shaoqing Mountain. The lights there were still on, and she wondered whether those people were also unable to sleep. Regardless of whether they were awake or not, she herself was really wanting to sleep. Back at the wooden cabin, Guan Yue collapsed into bed and slept soundly until after 10 o'clock the next morning. Gu Sui had already gone to work and didn't wake her up. After getting up, she had a light snack to tide her over, as it was still some time before lunch. With nothing to do on the mountain, Guan Yue decided to take a stroll around the sanatorium. She figured a little exercise would make room in her stomach, so she could eat more delicious food for lunch. Heh. When Deng Baishu saw Guan Yue, he was a little surprised. "Teacher, I thought you wouldn't come down today." He knew that Guan Yue hadn't returned until after midnight the previous night. Guan Yue gave him a look. "Is this the image you have of me?" A few of the leaders who were coming down from Shaoqing Mountain laughed and said, "Guan Yue is still young. It's better for your health to sleep more." Guan Yue felt a little embarrassed. "Actually, I'm not that young anymore." One of the leaders with a robust voice laughed heartily, and his laughter could be heard from quite a distance. Their business here was finished, and they were leaving after lunch. They had originally planned to go up the mountain and personally thank her, but since they were here now, they expressed their thanks. We rested very well last night. The leader continued. I was serious when I said this yesterday. I hope you will consider becoming the leader of this field, to bring traditional Chinese medicine into a new era. Guan Yu glanced at the old, middle-aged, and young traditional Chinese medicine practitioners standing in line at the door. I also hope the situation improves, so that traditional Chinese medicine can step into a new world. But when survival itself is still a problem, what is there to talk about for the future? Chapter 35.1. Guan Yu didn't crave fame or fortune. What did the title of leader of this field even mean? She had never cared for such hollow titles. However, Deng Weimin and all the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners at the sanatorium took the matter to heart. After the leaders left, Deng Weimin wanted to speak with Guan Yu. Guan Yu said, I know what you're going to say. Let me make it clear. The leaders were just praising me casually. Even if I had a meaningless title, it wouldn't help you. Don't get any delusions. Deng Weimin's mind wandered to his old friends, those he had once sparred with in medicine, exchanging letters frequently when they were young. After the turmoil, some had died, others had gone their separate ways, and reconnecting was no easy task. He had always wanted to do something for them. Now, an opportunity had presented itself, and he didn't want to let it slip away. Deng Weimin said, with the leader's attitude, perhaps we can use this as a chance to do something else. What do you want to do? Guan Yu asked. Deng Weimin sighed. When my family moved to Qingchuan, I wanted to bring some older, disadvantaged tradition Chinese medicine practitioners to the military hospital to settle them. But I had no influence, and the military hospital isn't open to just anyone. I couldn't even get my foot in the door to help them. Guan Yu asked. You mean you want to bring them to the sanatorium? Deng Weimin looked hopeful. The sanatorium was set up because of you. I think it could work if you're willing. Guan Yu was silent for a long while and Deng Weimin persisted. Let's just try. If it doesn't work, we won't push it. But if it does, we'll have done a good deed. After a long pause, Guan Yu said, I'll talk to Li Dingbang. Li Dingbang was someone who had managed to become the Minister of Logistics, so he was certainly a smart person. Moreover, soldiers valued camaraderie, and considering Deng Weimin's perspective, Li Dingbang might be more willing to help. When the leaders had talked to Guan Yu earlier that day, Li Dingbang had overheard the conversation. Now with Deng Weimin and Guan Yu coming to him to discuss the shortage of staff at the military hospital, and the need to recruit more people, Li Dingbang listened carefully. Li Dingbang said, to be honest, I understand your intentions, but our sanatorium is small. We can't afford to take in that many people. Guan Yu asked, what if I support them? Li Dingbang raised an eyebrow. How would you support them? Guan Yu glanced at him. You just need to take them in. They won't be paid by you, nor will they be fed by you. I'll cover all their expenses. Guan Yu was never short of money, and now with a group of wealthy individuals seeking her help, she was even less so. Deng Weimin was anxious. Minister Li, this matter is indeed a bit tricky, but it's not impossible. Please help us preserve the foundation of our traditional Chinese medicine. We Chinese medicine practitioners emphasize the passing down of knowledge from teacher to student. The old practitioners are all gone, and even if young people can recite medical texts from memory, it won't do any good. Guan Yu smiled. You're talking about Deng Baishu, aren't you? How shameful. Our Deng family has so many medical books, but we have never allowed these books to reach their full potential. Li Dingbang thought carefully for a long time, and then agreed that Deng Weimin was right. This was something that should be done, and they were capable of doing it. They could give it a try. The military district sanatorium was somewhat different from other hospitals, and if they wanted to hire doctors, no one would object. Moreover, the Qingxi village sanatorium had connections with several military districts, which made it quite influential. Li Dingbang turned to Guan Yu. Have you thought it through? If we do bring people in, it won't be a small number, and the cost will definitely be considerable. Guan Yu sneered. I had already thought it through before I came to see you. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Spending some money on it is nothing difficult for me. There's another issue. If there are too many people, our sanatorium won't have enough space to accommodate them. Guan Yu replied. There's plenty of space. Just keep building further inside. When there are too many doctors and not enough work, we can set up a medical school. It would be great for everyone to learn from each other and research medical techniques. Guan Yu had only one attitude. They would provide the people and effort, and she would provide the money. After much deliberation, Li Dingbang finally made the decision. Let's do it. With Li Dingbang's approval, Deng Weimin was overjoyed. He immediately returned to write letters to old friends in various places, asking about their current situations. If they needed it, they could come to the Qingxi village sanatorium right away. If they knew anyone who was struggling, they were also welcome to come here. After handling the matter, Guan Yu went up to Shaoqing Mountain to visit Master Zhao and the others. Old Zhao asked, "Dr. Guan, how much longer do I need to be treated? I feel like I'm already completely healed." Guan Yu smiled and said, "It won't be long, just wait another half-month and it should be fine. As for the other 2 or 3 patients with more severe conditions, they would probably need another 10 days or so, but they would recover completely." As for Xiao Huang and the others, they were already better. They had initially insisted on staying, saying they wanted to leave together with everyone. After a deep conversation with several leaders last night, they realized they had things to do and decided to leave the next day. Xiao Huang said, "Dr. Guan, if you ever need anything, feel free to contact me. I'll make sure to send it to you immediately." Guan Yu replied, "Thank you for your kindness. Right now I don't really need anything, but if I do, I won't hesitate to reach out. It's no trouble at all, we're straightforward people, no need for empty words. That's just how people are. When you're powerful and capable, the friends around you are loyal and willing to help. When you're not as capable, everything you want to do seems to be met with obstacles." Guan Yu gave a faint smile. "Since you're leaving tomorrow, I wish you all a smooth journey in advance." They had come in a group of 13, and by the next morning, 8 of them had left. The remaining 5 needed to stay for further recovery, but it wouldn't be long. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. When Guan Yu saw off the last group of people, Master Zhao gave her a plaque. "Take this. If you encounter anything you can't solve later, come find me. At least in Hong Kong, I Zhao still have some influence." Guan Yu did not refuse his goodwill. "I'll accept it. You all can head back now. When are you marrying that young man? Be sure to send us an invitation when the time comes." Having stayed here for over 20 days, and with Gu Sui visiting Shaoqing Mountain several times, not to mention his scheming nature, always mentioning his relationship with Guan Yu in conversations, it was clear to old Zhao and the others what was going on. Guan Yu smiled. "The wedding will be in 2 years. If we do have one, I'll definitely send you an invitation. We'll be waiting for it. Dr. Guan, goodbye." Guan Yu waved her hand and watched as the car drove off. On her way back, she ran into Deng Weimin, who was holding a few letters. About half a month ago, after sending out dozens of letters, the recipients had spread the news further. The news spread quickly through the industry as it was passed along step by step. Not only Chinese medicine practitioners, but also some Western doctors facing difficult circumstances received the news from their friends, and they too wanted to go to that idyllic haven. For Guan Yu, helping with this was simply lending a hand. For those struggling in hardship, it was undoubtedly a lifesaver. When you're about to drown, and someone offers you a lifeline, wouldn't you grab it immediately? When Deng Weimin set out to do this, he didn't expect the news to spread so widely. Soon letters started arriving from all over the country, thousands of them. Deng Weimin was a little flustered. Would they be able to accommodate all these people? Guan Yu confidently brought 2 large boxes down from the mountain. One box contained foreign currency that others had gifted her, and the other was filled with gold bars. Guan Yu said, "If this isn't enough, come find me." Xiaoma was filled with envy. Dr. Guan was incredibly rich. Li Dingbang remarked, "All right, enough with the envy. Let's get the buildings fixed first. With so many doctors coming, where will they stay?" Xiaoma suggested, "I think this time we should build a multi-story building, maybe 6 floors. If one isn't enough, we'll build another." "Fine, get on it quickly." Li Dingbang agreed. Not far from Qingxi village, after confirming the list from the letters, Li Dingbang and the others had already begun negotiations. The doctors who had been sent to work in cowsheds and farms had started arriving, and some of them were already staying in dormitories. The dorms could still accommodate a few people, but if more arrived, there would be no room left. Guan Yu didn't concern herself with these details. She had officially begun her weekly clinic schedule. To accommodate her schedule, the people sent to the sanatorium during this period mostly arrived on Sundays. They would rest for the night upon arrival. On Monday morning, Guan Yu would start her work, treating them, confirming their treatment plans, and then handing the cases over to Deng Weimin and his team. This system had been running for over a month, and it was quite efficient. It ensured that the patients received effective treatment without taking up too much of Guan Yu's time. From Tuesday to Sunday, Guan Yu didn't need to squeeze time to go to the sanatorium in the mornings. She had more time for studying and making medicine. In the past month, Guan Yu had provided Li Dingbang and the others with twice as much medicine as before. Every time Guan Yu asked them to move things from the mountain, Li Dingbang's face would light up with a broad smile. The higher-ups no longer criticized Guan Yu for being unreasonable. Making medicine was a small task for Guan Yu. Most of her time was spent studying. Her progress in basic medicine was decent, But her progress in virology was quite slow. She strongly felt that she needed a professional teacher. Virology wasn't a field that received much attention in the country, but foreign researchers were studying it. It was said that interest in it started after the bacteriological warfare incidents. Guan Yue sighed. These virus-related English terms are so long. What do they mean? I can't even find them in the dictionary. Guan Yue helplessly replied. I can't help you with that. Guan Yue suddenly stood up, determined. No, I need to find a teacher. Finding a teacher wasn't easy, especially one so specialized. She could only ask Zhang Mingrui and the others to help her search slowly. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, after Zhang Mingrui and Su Huaping, two more well-known businessmen returned from the mainland. They didn't hide it at all and openly admitted that they had gone across to the other side for medical treatment. Especially old Zhao, who made the headlines the day after he returned. The reason he was featured in the newspaper was that, during his time away from Hong Kong, his youngest son had been dragged into gambling, and Zhao had beaten him up for it. Old Zhao himself had been involved in the underworld when he was young, but he didn't allow his son to get involved in such things. His son was required to study hard and pursue a legitimate career. To his surprise, his son had gone off to gamble while he was away. When old Zhao found out, he was furious, took off his belt, and was about to beat his son. His youngest son had been spoiled since childhood and was not the type to stand there and take a beating without running away. Thus, father and son chased each other around, eventually running out onto the street outside the villa, where paparazzi caught them in the act. People who knew him saw the newspaper and thought, isn't this the old Zhao who always carries a doctor with him when he goes out? Looks like he's in good health now, chasing his son for a few kilometers and still full of energy. Chapter 35.2. Meanwhile, Xiao Huang, after recovering from his health problems, went back to Hong Kong. The next day, he went to confess to his dream goddess. Now they were officially in a relationship. TSK, how sweet it was. The Huang couple, seeing their son so full of energy every day, doing everything with vigor, were convinced that the decision they made back then was the right one. Zhang Mingrui, originally planning to help expand his network and gain more resources from the mainland, had not expected to receive such a huge favor in return. He had received many thank you gifts from people. Kai Jin, who went out every day for socializing, was always greeted with smiles by the wives she encountered. They would often find various excuses to give her bags or jewelry. When Kai Jin returned home, she smiled and told Zhang Mingrui, we're doing well as intermediaries. Let's keep it up. Zhang Mingrui curled his lips into a smile. I'm afraid that's not going to be the case. There won't be such good opportunities in the future. What happened? I've heard that in the future it won't be so easy to go. There will only be 5 spots each year. And it's going to be extremely competitive. Well, that complicates things. In the past few days, several wives have asked me about the spots to go to the mainland. Aside from asking about the spots to the mainland, many people were also eager to buy the whitening pills she had. Her skin had become clear, and her entire appearance had improved by at least 10 years. Many people were desperate to get their hands on the good things she had. Unfortunately, she didn't have many of them left. She planned to use them herself. Jiang Ji had some too, but she hadn't said a word about it. Neither she nor Jiang Ji would sell their whitening pills. If people wanted them, they would have to find their own way to get them. Zhang Mingrui said, it doesn't matter if they ask now. We'll just wait for the news from the mainland. Once the spots are released, it'll be an open auction. Whoever can afford it will get the spot. Compared to this, there is something more difficult to handle right now. What is it? Today, Fong Lin sent a message saying that Guan Yu wants to find a teacher who specializes in virology. The conditions are flexible. Kai Jin, this is indeed a bit tricky. Virology, I've never even heard of it. Where would we find a teacher? We don't know anyone like that. Kai Jin considered the people he knew. Why don't we ask Dr. Robert? He's British and a legitimate doctor. He must have quite a network in this field. Zhang Mingrui asked his friends overseas to inquire, but he had not received any news yet. For now, he could only try asking around. Dr. Robert, upon hearing that the divine doctor wanted to find an expert in virology and that the conditions were flexible, slapped his thigh. I know a virology expert, but this person is paralyzed. Can the divine doctor treat him? If the divine doctor can, he'll definitely come. Zhang Mingrui furrowed his brows. Are there no other options? Dr. Robert decisively shook his head. There aren't many people who study this, let alone experts. This person is truly amazing. He even worked in the United States before. He only returned to the UK after he was paralyzed. He's the best candidate. Then write up his resume. I'll send it over to them for consideration. Okay, no problem. I'll write it now. The virology expert was a friend of his teacher, and Dr. Robert was very familiar with his background. He quickly wrote it up and handed it over to Zhang Mingrue. Zhang Mingrue contacted Fong Lin as soon as he returned, and that afternoon, Fong Lin received the message on the other side of the river and notified Li Dingbang by phone. Guan Yu showed the resume to Gu Sui. Is this person skilled? Gu Sui. Based on his academic experience and the institutions he's worked with, he is indeed very impressive. I think we can give it a try. Then let's try. Guan Yu told Li Dingbang. Tell him to come. I can treat him. Li Dingbang. But he's a foreigner, it might not be appropriate for him to come to our sanatorium. Guan Yu. He's a paralyzed person who can do nothing but lie in bed every day. Even if he gets better, we'll have a few people watch over him, and he can just move around on Shaoqing Mountain. Once I figure this out, I'll send him away. Guan Yu believed that if this expert truly had genuine talent, she should be able to get started quickly. After Li Dingbang consulted with the military district, he eventually agreed to Guan Yu's request. Fong Lin promptly got in touch with Zhang Mingrue. Now, it was only a matter of whether the expert would be willing to travel across the ocean to come here. Feeling tired from reading, Guan Yu set her book aside temporarily and took a stroll around the nursing home. Since Guan Yu started visiting the nursing home more frequently, the recovery speed of the patients there had noticeably improved. Everyone couldn't help but marvel. Although they all followed the treatment plan set by Guan Yu, her acupuncture results were undeniably better than theirs. Sometimes people had to admit that geniuses truly existed in this world. As the Dragon Boat Festival passed at the end of the month, the summer solstice was fast approaching. Guan Yu suddenly recalled Gu Sui's earlier suggestion to register their marriage on the Dragon Boat Festival. At the time she hadn't agreed. However, after a night's sleep, she changed her mind the next day, only for Gu Sui to not bring it up again. Originally she had intended to test him a little, but a leadership visit kept her so busy that she forgot all about it. To celebrate their second anniversary of knowing each other, Gu Sui took a day off and prepared a grand lunch, filled with all of Guan Yu's favorite dishes. During the meal, Guan Yu casually mentioned, "Actually, the day you asked me, I changed my mind the next morning. I kept waiting for you to ask me again about getting married, but you never did." Gu Sui was taken aback, then let out a low chuckle. "You're the one who's insincere. If you really wanted to marry me, couldn't you have asked me instead of waiting for me to bring it up?" Guan Yu grinned sheepishly. "Well, at the time I just wanted to see if you'd ask again. If you had, I would have said yes." Gu Sui pinched her cheek lightly. "You little rascal." Guan Yu grabbed his hand. "Stop pinching, or my face will get swollen and won't look good. How about this? Next week when you're off, we'll go to the city and take a stroll. My treat for a movie, okay?" "Oh, so if you treat me to a movie, I'm supposed to stop being mad? Am I that easy to appease?" Guan Yu blinked her eyes and asked. "Then what else do you want to do?" Gu Sui replied. "How about you cook a meal for me? I've been the one cooking for you all along, and I'd like to taste your effort for a change." Under Gu Sui's expectant gaze, Guan Yu gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, it's just cooking, right? I'll do it." Gu Sui chuckled. "All right, I'll be waiting for it." Still, the trip to the city was happening as planned. She hadn't been to the city in a long time. On the day of Gu Sui's day off, the two set out early for Qingshan County. The roads to the city were much better now, and they arrived by 9 a.m. They spent the day shopping, watching a movie, and trying different foods. Since it was a weekend, the streets were filled with young couples walking hand in hand, clearly dating. Even in such a crowd, Guan Yu and Gu Sui stood out. He was tall and strikingly handsome, while she was beautiful and charming. The two of them walking together caught the attention of passers-by, who couldn't help but steal a second glance. As Guan Yu snacked on sunflower seeds, she commented, "Movies nowadays are so simple in production." Gu Sui nodded. Compared to the movies Guan Yu had shown him before, they indeed seemed quite basic. Guan Yu continued, "But every era has its own style. It's still pretty interesting." Gu Sui asked, "Do you want to watch another one in the afternoon?" "No, let's not. At noon we'll stop by Uncle Kai's place, and then head back in the afternoon." "All right, let's go. It's getting late." They hadn't seen Aunt Kai in a long time. When Aunt Kai saw Guan Yu, she was overjoyed. "You little rascal. How long has it been since you came to the city? I've missed you so much." "Aunt Kai, I've missed you too. I've just been too busy recently and didn't have time to come into the city." Aunt Kai had heard about the nursing home in Qingxi village, which was built because of Guan Yu. So many patients sought her out, leaving her with little free time. "You can't let work keep you so busy that you neglect everything else," Aunt Kai said. Turning to Gu Sui with a smile, she added, "Gu Sui, you need to take good care of her. She's a little rascal, and if no one watches her, she'll turn the world upside down." Gu Sui gave a faint smile. "Guan Yu is doing just fine." Kai Guofu returned from work, And upon hearing the conversation, he chuckled. Su Huan wrote me a letter a couple of days ago, saying that Guan Yu doesn't listen to him anymore. Guan Yu retorted. When did I ever listen to him? Haha, true enough. Behind Kai Guofu were 3 individuals, their clothes patched repeatedly, carrying luggage on their shoulders. Their travel-worn appearance made it clear they had come from far away. Kai Guofu stepped forward. You came at just the right time. Let me introduce you. These 3 are doctors from Zhujiang. They've come specifically to join you. You'll take them back with you later. Guan Yu glanced at the 3 and asked, Did you receive a letter from my mentor Deng Weiman? One of them replied, No, but half a month ago, we received a letter from Sir Deng Wei's family, recommending a good opportunity for us. There were even military personnel coordinating with our local officials, urging us to head to the Qingxi village nursing home as soon as possible. Kai Guofu explained. These 3 used to practice medicine and have bought medicinal herbs from me before. Since we know each other, they stopped by to visit me on their way. Guan Yu nodded, observing the 3. Their pale, emaciated faces hinted at the hardships they had endured over the past few years. They stayed for lunch at Kai's house. Afterward, without delay, Guan Yu took the 3 doctors back to Qingxi village. Chapter 35.3. On the way, as they chatted, Guan Yu learned that these 3 were no ordinary individuals. They had once been well-regarded doctors in their region. One of them had even served in the military in his youth before retiring and returning home. Guan Yu remarked. The nursing home is under the jurisdiction of the Southwest Military District, and many of the people there are soldiers. You'll probably find it easy to adapt. The man nodded. I can adapt just fine. He had already endured so much. What more could he ask for? His only hope now was to establish himself in this new place and eventually bring his wife and children here. When they arrived at Qingxi village, Wang Taijun greeted Guan Yu with a smile. Who are these 3? Gu Sui answered. They're doctors who've come to join us. Make the necessary arrangements to welcome them. Understood. Dr. Guan, you 2 can head back. We'll take care of things here. Gu Sui nodded and took Guan Yu's hand as they headed home together. As they walked up the mountain, now with just the 2 of them on the path, Guan Yu finally spoke. They've all had a hard time. Yeah. Gu Sui replied. Like you said, things will gradually get better. Thanks to the Qingxi village nursing home's open policy, more and more doctors arrived there. It wasn't until July or August that the influx of new arrivals began to slow down. By then, a peculiar situation had developed in Qingxi village. The number of doctors was double that of the patients. New patients arriving at the hospital were often dumbfounded by the situation. How could the facilities at this nursing home be this good? Take for example the injured soldiers who came from out of town. Early Monday morning, they would arrive at the nursing home's outpatient department. As soon as they stepped through the door, they were immediately surrounded by doctors. 2 doctors would take hold of their hands, one on each side, checking their pulse. Once those 2 finished, they would step aside, only for 2 more to take their place. Then, inevitably, arguments would break out. This condition should be treated like this. Nonsense. He's suffering from yang deficiency. If you treat it as yin deficiency, are you trying to make his illness worse? Where did you come from, you quack? You're the quack. I'm a disciple of the Sun family from Gansu, with 20 years of medical experience. How could I misdiagnose something so basic? Ha! Ridiculous. You can't even distinguish between yang deficiency and yin deficiency. How many patients have you harmed in your 20 years of practice? You little brat slandering me like this. I won't let this go until we settle it properly. Bring it on. As the argument escalated, bystanders hurried over to break it up, but the 2 doctors refused to back down, insisting on settling their disagreement. Meanwhile, one of the doctors trying to intervene grabbed the patient's hand to check the pulse himself and declared, Both of you are wrong in your diagnosis. What are you even arguing about? You've got no right to bicker here. The 2 who had been quarreling turned their fury toward him. What did you just say, you little punk? Caught in the middle, Deng Baishu tried his best to mediate, but no one paid him any attention. He could only sigh in exasperation. The doctors who had come to Qingxi village were all different in their expertise, personalities, and schools of thought. Even the smallest disagreements could spark debates. In recent weeks, as more doctors poured in, it seemed like arguments had become a daily occurrence. It wasn't surprising. The people who came here were those who had struggled in life. They had spent years treading carefully, trying to survive. Now, in this more relaxed environment surrounded by peers, all their long-suppressed tempers came bursting out. Finally, Deng Weiman arrived, frowning deeply. What are you all yelling about? Get out. From now on, no one is allowed to disturb the patients without my permission. Deng Weiman was the leader of this hospital, and the one who had rescued them from their hardships. The moment Deng Weimin spoke, the room fell silent. Guan Yu walked in and said, "Why are so many people standing here? You're blocking my way." When the doctors saw Guan Yu, they immediately stepped aside to clear a path for him. Guan Yu approached the patient, who was already in a daze, and took his pulse. He said, "Take off your pants. Let me see your leg." Under the gaze of dozens of eyes, the patient felt a bit embarrassed. Guan Yu continued, "Do you need me to turn around? You've got 1 minute. I'm busy and don't have time for you to dawdle." The patient stammered, "I'll take them off right away. After all, the man was a doctor here to treat him. There was nothing to feel embarrassed about. He decided to just take off his pants. It wasn't like he wasn't wearing underwear. After examining the swollen leg, Guan Yu concluded, "Your leg hasn't healed because there's a very small fragment of shrapnel embedded in the muscle that hasn't been removed." The patient protested, "That's impossible. The doctors at the military hospital examined me several times before and said there was no issue." Guan Yu replied, "That's because they didn't do a thorough enough job." He then turned to Deng Baishu and instructed, "Take him to the operating room and have Gu Sui perform the surgery. There's no need to keep him on our side." Deng Baishu immediately responded, "Understood." A newly arrived doctor seemed like he wanted to say something, but the others nearby quickly covered his mouth. They whispered to him, "Don't let her youth fool you into thinking you can provoke her. She's on a completely different level from us. You can't afford to mess with her. If you try, you'll just end up humiliated." Initially, some of the senior doctors didn't believe it and insisted on challenging Guan Yu. In the end, without exception, they all lost face and were thoroughly embarrassed. After finishing his consultations, Guan Yu headed to Deng Weimin's office. He said, "Keeping all these people here isn't going to work. It's far too noisy, and it's affecting the patients." Deng Baishu also seemed troubled by the situation. "What do you suggest?" Guan Yu said, "Didn't we talk earlier about setting up a school? Doesn't a school need teaching materials? First, organize these people to compile textbooks. We can discuss the next steps after that." Deng Weimin nodded. "From now on, they'll carry out their activities in the family compound over there. They are no longer allowed to come to the sanatorium. In fact, one of the main reasons these people were so eager to come to the sanatorium to help was that they currently had nothing to do. When people are idle, they tend to overthink and always fear being sent back. Here they could live comfortably, eat well, and no one discriminated against, belittled, or cursed them. None of them wanted to leave such a good place. They had been through enough struggles before and were now traumatized by it. Since they had nothing to do, it was better to find something for them to do." Deng Weimin selected a few respected individuals to take the lead. For now, he told them to focus solely on compiling a set of textbooks and not to worry about other matters. The people in the family compound eagerly asked, "Are we going to open a school in the future? Are we being asked to teach students? Can we even teach traditional Chinese medicine now? Why not? Without doctors, how will patients be treated? Are they supposed to just tough it out on their own? They've oppressed traditional Chinese medicine for too long. We treat illnesses and save lives. How is that futile?" As they spoke, the crowd grew agitated and seemed ready to stir up trouble again. Deng Weimin calmed the situation. "Don't panic. Just do what you're assigned. You won't be left with nothing to do." One person spoke up hesitantly. "Sir Deng, my medical skills aren't great, but I can help with other things. I'm really good at preparing herbal medicine." "I can do that too," another echoed. When it came to compiling medical books, those who felt their skills weren't up to par stepped forward voluntarily to admit it. With that, the group naturally divided into two factions. Once the medical books were completed, there was no need to worry about recruiting students right away. They planned to first teach and graduate the less skilled individuals before assessing the situation further. Deng Weimin assigned tasks to the group. "Those who are capable will help compile the books. The rest of you will assist with cleaning, cooking, and other chores." "Understood." Everyone nodded in agreement, indicating they understood the instructions. Since Deng Weimin still had to manage the work at the sanatorium and couldn't oversee everything here, he decided to write to his cousin Deng Weijia, asking him to take charge. After consulting Guan Yu, she nodded and agreed, saying, "Let him serve as the dean of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Academy." Guan Yu had no issue funding the project, but she found managing it too troublesome and didn't want to get involved. Deng Weimin sighed. "These people are like frightened birds now, scared out of their wits." In the past, many of them had been renowned doctors, highly respected and full of pride. None of them could have imagined they would face such circumstances today. The next day was Tuesday, Guan Yu's day off. After dinner, she left Gu Sui behind and prepared to head to her villa in the mountains. Just as she was about to leap into a tree, Gu Sui grabbed her arm. "You heartless little thing, are you leaving me behind again? When are you coming back?" How about noon the day after tomorrow? She replied. That evening, Gu Sui had prepared a variety of dishes. Guan Yu packed some of them to take to the villa and store in the fridge, planning to make do with them for 2 meals. The fridge also contained buns and dumplings that Gu Sui had made a few days ago, which she could steam for breakfast. Gu Sui said, "Come back tomorrow evening, and I'll make something delicious for you. The cafeteria is going to the meat processing plant tomorrow to buy pork, and I've asked them to bring back some pig intestines. I'll braise them for you." Guan Yu unconsciously swallowed. "I want dry-fried pork intestines too." "I can make both," he said. "I'll prepare 2 dishes." Guan Yu quickly nodded. "I want both. I'll definitely come back tomorrow afternoon." Satisfied with her answer, Gu Sui finally let go of her arm. "If you don't come back, I'll eat it all by myself." Guan Yu huffed. "I'll make it myself." Amused, Gu Sui teased her. "You? Cook pork intestines? Do you remember on Dragon Boat Festival you promised to cook for me? And what happened? 2 days later. All you made was a bowl of noodles to brush me off." "What's wrong with noodles? There were vegetables in the noodles too, and didn't you enjoy them?" Guan Yu replied before stepping onto a tree branch and darting off. "I'll come back tomorrow. Don't miss me too much." Watching her figure disappear into the distance, Gu Sui chuckled softly. Why does she love eating so much? He could already foresee that for the rest of his life, he would hold her in the palm of his hand with his cooking skills. At her current level, Guan Yu couldn't yet handle books on virology. She was still studying the basics of medicine, using the textbooks that had once belonged to Gu Sui. She would study on her own first, then ask him to explain what she didn't understand. Her progress had been remarkably fast. Now, she was simply waiting for her virology teacher to arrive. Robert had reached out to Professor John, who, upon hearing that a doctor in China could cure his paralysis, agreed to come to China without much thought. According to Zhang Mingrui's updates, Professor John was expected to arrive by the end of October. Guan Yu stayed busy with her studies and occasionally checked in on the progress of the medical school's textbook compilation. However, there had been little headway. In the past, studying traditional Chinese medicine started with memorizing the classical medical texts passed down through the ages, followed by learning pulse-taking and prescription writing from teachers. Turning this into a comprehensive textbook was an entirely new challenge, and they didn't know where to start. It wasn't that they were deliberately withholding knowledge. They genuinely didn't know how to structure it. Arguments were frequent, and it wasn't until October that they finally came up with some ideas. They decided to divide the work based on their areas of expertise, compiling books like Pediatrics in Traditional Chinese Medicine, Gynecology in Traditional Chinese Medicine, and Internal Medicine in Traditional Chinese Medicine. When Guan Yu asked why there wasn't a foundational textbook for traditional Chinese medicine, they formed another team to work on that. Guan Yu reviewed their drafts and could tell that these people had real knowledge. Much of the information in the manuscripts was new to her and couldn't be found elsewhere. Her money had not been wasted. That Monday, Guan Yu made her routine trip to the sanatorium to see patients. As always, there were many new patients waiting for her, and she worked tirelessly all day to get through them all. She hadn't even had a chance to take a sip of water when Xiao Ma informed her, "Dr. Guan, the teacher you've been waiting for has arrived in Hong Kong. They're taking a day to rest there and should be brought here in about 2 days." "How will they be brought here?" Guan Yu asked. "He's paralyzed, isn't he? After they cross over by boat, they'll be transported here by military aircraft." Guan Yu nodded. Finally. Chapter 36.1. Xiao Ma still didn't understand why Guan Yu went through so much trouble over this so-called virus. What exactly was its purpose? Xiao Ma asked. "I really don't get it. Dr. Guan, your antidote pills are so effective. Is there any illness or poison they can't cure? Why are you even researching this thing?" Guan Yu smiled and said, "I can't explain it to you now, but you'll understand later." Most people's understanding of the matter was still very limited. They thought that only visible toxins like those from venomous snakes and spiders were harmful. As for the more microscopic viruses, they assumed that what couldn't be seen simply didn't exist. Take a look around. Right now, only a minority of people would bother to boil water before drinking it. If you started talking about virus transmission, those explaining it would wear themselves out and those listening would be utterly confused. It was better not to bring it up at all. After the group from Hong Kong left, Shaoqing Mountain was vacated, and Professor John moved in. 2 days later, Guan Yu didn't go to the villa in the mountains. Instead, she stayed at the sanatorium, waiting there specifically. It wasn't Monday, so everyone was surprised to see Guan Yu at the sanatorium. Whenever she came by, those who had unresolved questions hurried to ask her. Deng Baishu noticed the book casually left by Guan Yu on the table, picked it up and flipped through it. He said, "Teacher, you can read foreign languages too?" Guan Yu paused for a moment and then replied, "Gu Sui can. Gu Sui taught me." "That's amazing. You learned to read foreign books after just 2 years of studying under Dr. Gu. Guan Yu smiled and said, "It wasn't that hard." That afternoon, Gu Sui wasn't very busy. With some free time, he came over to look around. Hearing their conversation, he asked Deng Baishu, "Do you want to learn English from me?" Deng Baishu hesitated and said with a laugh, I was just asking casually. I probably wouldn't be able to learn it." Guan Yu gave Gu Sui a knowing glance, and he curled up the corners of his mouth. This girl. If he really didn't know English, she would have been exposed just now. Gu Sui added, "Guan Yu is smart. She picks up everything quickly." Deng Baishu pouted. Who didn't know Guan Yu was smart? Did it need to be said out loud to someone like him, a regular person? Deng Weiman knocked on his son's head and said, "If you know your brain is average, then work harder. Diligence makes up for lack of talent, you know?" Deng Baishu snapped, "I don't know. So when you say that hard work can make up for lack of talent, are you implying that I'm stupid? Is being stupid my fault?" Deng Weiman growled. "Hey, you little brat, you dare talk back after I've just given you a warning?" Deng Weiman narrowed his eyes and stood up, looking ready to give his son a beating. Seeing the situation escalate, Deng Baishu quickly ran away. He tossed the book onto the table as he ran, calling out, "I'm going to see Uncle." Deng Weiman grunted, "I'll definitely give him a good beating one of these days." A little while later, Deng Weiman spoke to Guan Yu. "I've also looked over the books compiled by the medical school. Everyone's really put in a lot of effort. Not to mention anything else, that book on traditional Chinese medicine pediatrics is quite valuable. It'll definitely benefit a lot of people in the future." Guan Yu nodded. "Don't worry. I told them I'd pay to support them, so they won't back out halfway." Deng Weiman replied, "I know you won't ignore it, but I still want to update you on the progress. At least make sure your money is well spent." Guan Yu felt it was worth it. Not only did they have real knowledge, but even if they were ordinary people, just by feeding them and taking care of them, they could save so many lives. That alone made the effort worthwhile. As they were talking about the medical school, Xiaoma came over to announce, "That foreigner is here." Gu Sui said, "Let's go out and have a look." At the entrance of the valley, they were doing some registration. When Guan Yu and Gu Sui arrived, Professor John, who was paralyzed, had just been carried out of the car. From a distance, it looked like he was paralyzed from the waist down. Zhang Mingrui saw Guan Yu and greeted her with a smile. "Dr. Guan, we meet again." This Professor John had been invited by Zhang Mingrui through Dr. Robert. When he arrived, he brought 2 caregivers who didn't speak Chinese, so Zhang Mingrui had hired a translator. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to personally escort him here. Dr. Robert had been wanting to meet Guan Yu for a while, so he came along as well. Guan Yu walked over and said, "It's been a few months, you're looking well." Zhang Mingrui laughed heartily. "That's all thanks to you." Robert's eyes lit up when he saw Guan Yu and he exclaimed, "This young lady is the miraculous doctor?" Guan Yu looked at Robert, clearly not recognizing him. Zhang Mingrui quickly introduced, "This is Dr. Robert. He's treated me before, and when he learned that my heart disease was cured by you, he's been wanting to meet you. He also helped with bringing Dr. John here." Guan Yu smiled and said, "Thank you, Dr. Robert." Robert was extremely excited. "It's my honor to be of help." Professor John was being carried by 2 caregivers. It was clear that after the long journey, he was very weak. Guan Yu greeted Professor John in fluent English. He nodded, showing no surprise that his future student could speak English. After all, how could someone understand virology without knowing English? The cutting-edge research in this field was all written in English. They had brought a lot of luggage, including items from Jiangxi and Kaijin for Guan Yu, which filled 2 large boxes. With so much to check in the strict inspection process, they were only halfway through at this point. While they were waiting, Guan Yu took the opportunity to check Professor John's pulse. Robert quickly moved closer to observe how Guan Yu treated patients. After taking the pulse, Guan Yu was about to write a prescription but noticed that Deng Baishu was nowhere to be found. The boy had run off to the medical school earlier. Deng Weiman followed behind, saying, "There's paper and a pen at the registration desk. You go ahead and write the prescription. I'll go prepare the medicine in a bit." Guan Yu nodded. While she was writing the prescription, Deng Weiman casually took Professor John's pulse as well. The man was not only paralyzed but also in a very frail condition, likely struggling even to speak. Once Guan Yu finished the prescription, she handed it to Deng Weiman. Deng Weiman opened it and studied the prescription. Robert leaned in to take a look as well and with his broken Chinese, asked Deng Weiman, "What's written here?" Robert's Chinese was fine for everyday conversation, but he couldn't read or write. Deng Weiman glanced at him arrogantly and muttered under his breath, "Little curly hair, I told you you wouldn't understand." Deng Weiman spoke in his local dialect, and Robert, not understanding, frantically scratched his head. Guan Yu explained to Professor John, Once we reach the mountain, we'll settle you in first. I'll give you acupuncture. Afterward, you'll eat, take your medicine, and rest. When you're feeling better tomorrow, we can talk." Professor John nodded. Before coming here, he had learned about traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, and how it treated illnesses. Although he didn't understand TCM at all, he was willing to give it a try. After the inspection of their luggage, Wang Taijun casually helped them up the mountain. Professor John's 2 caregivers followed behind, carrying him. Deng Baishu ran up to Guan Yu. "I was gone for just a moment and now there's a patient." Guan Yu said, "Your father went to make the medicine. Go grab a box of silver needles." "I'm going now." Guan Yu and Gu Sui walked at the back, with Zhang Mingrui following beside them. "Can the professor's illness be treated?" Guan Yu nodded. "He hasn't been paralyzed for long, and his care has been quite good. Although his body seems weak, his meridians aren't in too bad a condition. If the recovery goes well, it'll just be a matter of 1 or 2 months." Zhang Mingrui was amazed. "Dr. Guan, you're incredible. You can treat any illness. Everything's connected. For those who know how, nothing's difficult." As they reached the mountain, Deng Baishu caught up with the silver needles. Once the patient was settled, Wang Taijun and the others prepared to leave. "Dr. Guan, we'll send your things to the cabin in a bit." "All right, thank you." "No need for thanks, we're all family here." Once everyone had left, Guan Yu instructed Professor John's 2 caregivers, "Help him out of his clothes and lay them flat." The caregivers asked Professor John for his consent, and he nodded in agreement. Guan Yu took the silver needles and began placing them on his body, starting from his waist, then moving to his thighs and finally to his ankles. The last needle was placed on his foot. The acupoints connected by her abilities triggered a response. Professor John's lower body trembled uncontrollably, and his feet lifted slightly. "Oh my God!" Robert exclaimed in surprise. Before he arrived, he knew about traditional Chinese medicine and had looked into acupuncture. He couldn't understand how such thin needles could have a healing effect. He had asked many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but no one could explain it clearly. Today was the first time he had seen acupuncture in action, and he hadn't expected it to be such a miraculous skill. Not only was Robert stunned, but Professor John and his 2 caretakers couldn't believe what had just happened. Tears welled up at the corner of Professor John's eyes. "Was that just an illusion?" Robert hurriedly responded. "No, it wasn't. Your leg really moved just now." Robert looked at Guan Yu expectantly. "I really felt something in my leg just now. Can I get better?" Guan Yu replied, "Of course you can get better. If I couldn't treat you, I would have told you to go back at the entrance of the valley." Professor John laughed. "Oh my God, I am so lucky." Deng Baishu whispered, "Shouldn't we be calling out to the Buddha, Jade Emperor, and Queen Mother when we're here? Can his God hear him from so far away?" The translator couldn't help but laugh out loud, as it did indeed seem like that. Professor John asked the translator, "What are you laughing at?" The translator, still laughing, said, "Dr. Guan's assistant said that your God will bless you." Professor John smiled. "Thank God." Guan Yu smirked. "You should rest for now. I'll come back in a bit." Professor John replied, "Thank you, Dr. Guan." Everyone left the room, and Professor John gazed out at the forest through the window. After a while, he slowly drifted off to sleep. On his first day here, Guan Yu had already given Professor John a pleasant surprise, making him more confident in his recovery. After a few days, not only did his health improve, but his mood also got better and better. A few days later, when Guan Yu went to give him acupuncture each day, he could joke with her, ask about her current studies, and inquire about why she wanted to study virology. Professor John listened as Guan Yu talked about her future plans to research virology, mentioning that she already had a laboratory. He found it unbelievable that in such a remote mountain area, a Chinese girl was genuinely interested in studying virology, rather than just dabbling in it casually. Professor John thought about inviting Guan Yu to study abroad in the UK, but she rejected his offer. With sincerity, Professor John said, "If you really want to learn the most cutting-edge knowledge, the UK or the US would be the best places for you. And here, even if you make significant discoveries, no one would know about them, which would be very disadvantageous to you." Guan Yu replied, "I'm studying virology not for fame. I simply want to research it." Professor John was unable to convince Guan Yu, and had to put aside the idea of inviting her to study abroad for the time being. In their daily conversations, Guan Yu often asked Professor John about academic concepts she hadn't fully understood before, and Professor John always gave her excellent explanations. Some of his responses even triggered her thinking, and she started to connect these ideas to the manuscripts left by her father. Eventually, she began to understand some of the concepts better. After several days, both were very satisfied with each other's expertise. Guan Yu felt that the professor was competent, and Professor John believed that Guan Yu had the ability to cure him. Once everything was on track here, Zhang Mingrui prepared to leave. Guan Yu thanked him for his help and also wanted to thank Kai Jin for the things he had sent her. She prepared a large gift for him, which included whitening pills for Kai Jin and health supplements like wellness pills, ideal for someone with a weak constitution. She had prepared 2 sets of gifts, one for Kai Jin and another for her teacher, which she asked Zhang Mingrui to take back with him. Guan Yu said, "I won't say any more. This is my token of appreciation." Zhang Mingrui accepted the gift from Guan Yu, saying, "Then I'll accept it without hesitation." Guan Yu made sure the gifts were exactly what he needed. Zhang Mingrui asked, "By the way, I heard you're only seeing 5 patients per year from now on. Is there still a chance this year? How are you going to select the candidates?" Guan Yu replied, "It's only halfway through the year, so I can't say for sure. Maybe I'll open up the slots in the second half of the year. Or maybe I'll have to wait until next year. You can contact Feng Lin about this. I'm not handling that." Zhang Mingrui nodded. "Then I'll head off first. See you again soon." Guan Yu saw him off to the entrance of the valley, then turned to head back up to Shaoqing Mountain. Chapter 36.2. As Guan Yu was heading up the mountain, Robert was pestering Deng Baishu, who was coming up to deliver medicine, asking him questions left and right. Deng Baishu, feeling irritated, snapped, "I told you wouldn't understand. Why are you asking so many questions?" Robert felt wronged. He was only asking because he didn't understand. Guan Yu couldn't help but laugh. Robert now reminded her of herself from a while ago, when she had no foundation and had forced herself to study virology. She knew all the words in the book, but had no idea what they meant. Robert, on the other hand, understood the words, but he had no idea what Deng Baishu was saying. Seeing Guan Yu approaching, Deng Baishu sought help. "Teacher, go to the medical school below and bring someone up to teach him. Just pick anyone from the group that compiled the basics of Chinese medicine." Robert wasn't qualified for Deng Baishu to be his teacher, but it might be acceptable for someone teaching the basics of Chinese medicine. Guan Yu replied, "We didn't charge him tuition. Why are you so concerned?" "Oh right, why does it matter to me?" Deng Baishu pushed Robert aside. "Let go of me." Robert understood what they were saying even more clearly now and refused to let go, saying, "Teach me, I'll pay for the tuition, or you teach me Chinese medicine, and I'll teach you Western medicine." Deng Baishu scoffed, "I'm not learning Western medicine. I haven't even figured out Chinese medicine. Why would I study Western medicine? Now let go." Guan Yu ignored the noisy exchange between the two and went into the room to see Professor John. By now, he had finished his breakfast, taken his medicine, and was lying in bed waiting for Guan Yu to arrive. "Good morning." After greeting him, Guan Yu began today's acupuncture treatment. Professor John couldn't help but tell Guan Yu, "I can feel my toes now, I can barely move them." Guan Yu replied, "That's a good thing." Professor John smiled, saying, "I don't think it will take 2 months. I'll be back to health soon." Guan Yu chuckled softly. He was thinking too far ahead. Right now, he had only regained feeling in his toes, and the most severely affected part of his body, the cause of his paralysis, had only just improved a little bit. However, treating the illness could take time, but learning had to be approached with more urgency. In the past few days, Professor John had regained his energy and learned about Guan Yu's progress in her studies. Starting from today, he was going to systematically teach her. In the morning, Professor John would have acupuncture, and then take a rest at noon. The daily class time was set for 3 p.m., and they would have 2 hours of lessons each day. Guan Yu attended the lessons every afternoon, and Gu Sui also tried to find time to attend the classes. In the evening, they would discuss the lessons together. This routine continued for over 2 months, and the entire summer passed. Professor John's health gradually improved, and through his teaching, Guan Yu entered the field of virology, thoroughly studying all the related materials she had. In fact, about half a month ago, Professor John had stopped using textbooks and materials in his lessons. What he taught Guan Yu were the latest research findings from himself and his colleagues in the field. At this point, Guan Yu was already able to discuss relevant topics with him and express her own opinions. Both Professor John and Robert, who had witnessed the entire process, were astonished by Guan Yu's learning ability. They never expected that such a genius existed in the world. Guan Yu was indeed a genius, but she was also incredibly hardworking. Aside from her Monday consultations, she attended class every afternoon. In the evenings, she returned to the mountain villa to try some simple experiments, and the next morning, after performing acupuncture on Professor John, she would review and prepare for the next lesson. Guan Yu felt that since Professor John would eventually leave, she should learn as much as she could in the short time she had. One morning, after giving Professor John an acupuncture treatment and checking his pulse, Guan Yu told him, "You fully recovered now. You can leave at any time." Professor John's health had completely recovered, and he didn't even need rehabilitation anymore. He was now just like any other normal person. Professor John smiled and said, "It's really time to leave. There's nothing more I can teach you. Have you really not considered coming with me to the UK? I can introduce you to other scholars in the field of virology research." Guan Yue shook her head. "I won't leave here, but if you have any new research findings that can be made public, please send them to me if it's convenient. I would really appreciate it." Professor John agreed. "I'd be very happy to." Professor John trusted Guan Yu's medical skills very much, and he wanted to introduce his friends to her for treatment. He wasn't sure if it would be convenient for her. Guan Yu replied, "The only reason you found me was because I needed a virology teacher. If others want to see me for treatment, the process is more complicated. After you return to Hong Kong, you can ask Zhang Mingrui." Guan Yu thought to herself that Professor John's friends were probably not lacking in money, so if they wanted to see her, they could participate in an auction. John nodded. "Once again, thank you." Guan Yu smiled, though it was simply a matter of mutual benefit. During this time, they had stayed on the mountain, with their activities confined to the area within a few dozen meters of the house. Even though they were there to treat illnesses, both John and Robert were beginning to feel restless. The next day was Monday and they were leaving. Guan Yu specifically took some time off to see them off. Xiaoma said, "Ah, those foreigners have finally left." Guan Yu smiled. "You all were waiting for them to leave?" "Of course. With more foreigners around, everyone had to be more alert. What if they were spies? Luckily, they're gone now." Guan Yu replied, "You never know, more foreigners may come in the future." "What? More foreigners?" John would not have casually asked her how to find her for treatment the day before. But that was all in the future. There was no need to discuss it now. Guan Yu lost track of time in the mountains, unaware that the outside world was already busy with the autumn harvest. A few days later, Zhou Baohe and the others brought the grain they had prepared for Guan Yu, and asked her for some medicine to prepare for the winter. Guan Yu didn't know about any of this. Recently, she had been staying in the mountain villa, while Gu Sui took care of matters at the wooden house. Guan Yu had been focusing on her research and studies, and several months passed. The Chinese Medicine Academy at the foot of the mountain had also made progress, publishing several books. Recently, their most important task was to gather together every day to hold meetings to discuss the newly compiled textbooks, checking them word by word for any errors in knowledge. A week later, Guan Yu came down from the mountain and went to work at the sanatorium. Deng Weiman handed her 2 books that had already been reviewed. "You've read more medical books than I have, and your medical skills are also more advanced. Take them back and see if there are any errors." There were only a few minutes left before work started. Guan Yu flipped through the books briefly. "All right, I'll take them back and check." Deng Baishu knocked on the door. "Teacher, there's a patient." Guan Yu put down the book. "Please come in." There were quite a few new patients today, and both Gu Sui and Guan Yu were busy. They had only managed to eat a few bites in the dining hall before returning to their consultations. After a long day, they were too exhausted to even think about dinner in the evening. When they got home, Gu Sui, feeling sorry for her, said, "You haven't been eating well in the villa these past few days, and lunch today was barely enough. I'll cook you a big meal tonight." Guan Yu lay in the chair, holding onto Gu Sui's hand to keep him from leaving. "You're tired too. Let's just eat something simple tonight. We can have a big meal tomorrow." Gu Sui smiled. "You've got a heart, knowing to feel sorry for me." Guan Yu grinned mischievously. "Let's have noodles tonight. Tomorrow I want to have hot pot fish for lunch." Thinking about the spicy, flavorful hot pot fish, Guan Yu couldn't help but swallow. She had been alone in the villa for the past week, making do with porridge and pickles or just eggs and bread. She had grown tired of the bland food. "If you're not busy tomorrow morning, I'll come back early to make it," Gu Sui added. Guan Yu hummed and then pouted, saying, "Gu Sui, you're so good." Gu Sui playfully rubbed her soft cheek. "It's only when you need something from me that you remember how good I am." "Who said that?" "I always remember how good you are," Guan Yu replied. Gu Sui grunted, unsure whether he should believe her. He went to the kitchen to cook, and Guan Yu held his hand and followed him to help. That evening they had tomato egg noodles, with her handling the tomatoes, scallions, and cilantro. Gu Sui said, "Don't put too much." Guan Yu replied, "Got it." Gu Sui was worried about anyone else coming up the mountain and finding anything out of place. In fact, during this period, Li Dingbang had returned to the military district, and Xiao Ma was busy with the mundane tasks of the sanatorium, so no one else had come up. The mountain was very safe. The next day was Tuesday. Since Guan Yu didn't have work, she went to the small stream on the mountain early in the morning, caught a big fish, and threw it into the kitchen's water bucket. Then she found a comfortable spot to sit, and started looking at the 2 books that Deng Weiman had given her the day before. Guan Yu read quickly. After finishing both books, she found that there were generally no errors, but there were 2 or 3 points she disagreed with. She marked them with a red pen. It wasn't yet noon, so Guan Yu took the books and went to walk around the family building. The doctors in the family building saw her and greeted her warmly. "Dr. Guan, what brings you here? Please come in." Guan Yu smiled and raised the books in her hand. "I read the books you compiled. They're really well done." Everyone laughed heartily. "The pediatrics and internal medicine sections, right? We've already had a meeting to review them." Guan Yu then asked, "Are you all free right now? If so, let's sit down and chat. There are a few places where I have a different opinion." "Sure, let's talk." Everyone here knew that the reason Mr. Deng had managed to pull them out of their initial predicament was largely due to the significant amount of money Guan Yu had invested. They were all grateful and showed great respect toward her. Moreover, regarding Guan Yu's medical skills, even the Deng family had to bow to her expertise, and they too had no choice but to acknowledge it. Guan Yu handed the books to them, and after they had finished reading, she spoke. "A few points here are not quite right. For example, the first one, regarding the treatment methods for pediatric palpitations." Guan Yu explained her opinions logically and provided relevant references from medical books and prescriptions for similar cases, leaving no room for rebuttal. After she finished speaking, she waited for them to respond, but after some discussion, they directly agreed with her viewpoint. Guan Yu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I was expecting a challenge, but no one is arguing today?" she continued. "Then let me move on to the next point." While Guan Yu was holding a meeting to discuss the traditional Chinese medicine textbooks, in Hong Kong, a small meeting was taking place to discuss Professor John's condition. Professor John had seen many doctors, and he carried the diagnostic reports and certificates from various hospitals with him. After returning from the mainland, Robert took him to the hospital immediately for an examination. All the indicators showed that Professor John was as healthy as could be. The comparison between this latest medical examination report and the previous ones was like comparing heaven and earth. Professor John, as the one experiencing it, also felt that being cured of his paralysis seemed like a miracle. At that moment, Robert's friends were sitting in the room, doctors from various departments. After discussing and researching, they all agreed that with current Western medical technology, it was impossible to cure Professor John's condition. However, traditional Chinese medicine had done it. Wasn't that miraculous? Now they wanted to know if this miracle was something that any skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctor could achieve, or if it was only something Guan Yu could do. Mu Lian, who had been specially invited by Robert to attend, told them, "Indeed, some skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctors can cure paralysis. But for a paralysis case like Professor John's, there might not be many doctors capable of curing him. At least he himself couldn't do it." As the only traditional Chinese medicine practitioner present, Mu Lian felt proud that the field of Chinese medicine had a talent like Guan Yu. Robert smiled and said, "This country truly is a magical place." Professor John nodded in agreement. They hadn't fully understood how Guan Yu had cured the disease, but the only conclusion from this research meeting was clear. Guan Yu was truly a miraculous doctor. Professor John was returning to the UK, and before he left, he paid a visit to the Zhang family. After leaving the Zhang family, he was convinced that he would be back soon. In early November, as winter began to set in, the 12-volume Chinese medicine textbook compiled by the medical school had passed all reviews and was ready for publication. They now wanted to make the name of the medical school a reality, not just something mentioned casually. This matter didn't need to involve Guan Yu. Deng Weimin had gone back to Qingchuan to visit Li Dingbang, and by the end of November, the sign for the Southwest Medical College of the PLA was officially established. The medical school would not be enrolling students for the time being. Just as Guan Yu had originally envisioned, the few people responsible for compiling the textbooks were now the teachers of the school, and the younger doctors were now the students. The doctors here were mostly specialists with fewer general practitioners. So those who taught in a specific department might also attend classes in other departments to learn. Although classes would officially begin after the new year, everyone's enthusiasm for learning was already high. Moreover, since they were now a legitimate medical school, the teachers were paid salaries, and the students received living allowances. Finally, they no longer needed to rely on Guan Yu's money. Li Dingbang, committed to doing things properly, decided that since the medical school had been established under their name, the families of the faculty members who wished to move could do so. Of course, the families couldn't live inside Qingxi village, but they could find land outside the valley to build houses. With this policy in place, everyone happily went back to their hometowns to bring their wives and children over. Even if they had to live in a makeshift hut, it didn't matter as long as they weren't being mistreated. The medical school had been built from the ground up, and Deng Weimin had been involved throughout. The school's regulations were mostly drafted by Deng Weimin and Deng Weijia. Everyone assumed that the two of them, being so involved, would naturally be the first principals. However, when the announcement was posted, Everyone was surprised to find that Deng Weijia was the vice principal, and the principal was Guan Yu. Deng Weimin and Deng Weijia, fearing that Guan Yu might object, rushed to meet with her. We all know how the medical school came about. Come on, the first principal should be you. Guan Yu tried to refuse, but Deng Weimin quickly said, you'll be a figurehead principal. You won't have to manage anything there. Deng Weijia added, exactly, before coming here, I resigned from my position at the military hospital. Now that I have time, I'll take care of everything as vice principal. Guan Yu thought for a moment. All right, as long as you don't give me too much work. But I can contribute financially. Deng Weimin chuckled. Everyone knows you're the big financial backer of the school. Aside from persuading Guan Yu to accept the position of principal, they also wanted to discuss another matter with her. Since we've officially established the PLA Southwest Medical College, we were thinking of holding an opening ceremony after the new year. We want to promote the school in the newspaper so that people know we now have a legitimate Chinese medicine school. This could raise the status of traditional Chinese medicine and improve the lives of those Chinese medicine practitioners who can't attend here. What do you think? Guan Yu nodded. I think this is a good idea. Deng Weimin was excited. Great. We'll do it this way, and you just need to attend the event. Their goal was simple: to spread the word and let people see that traditional Chinese medicine now had a legitimate school. This would help improve the lives of those unfairly labeled as remnants of feudalism, even if just a little. When Gu Sui returned home from work, he listened to Guan Yu talk about the school matters. When will school start? Guan Yu replied. They only said after the new year, but I guess it'll probably be after the Lantern Festival. Gu Sui handed a letter to Guan Yu. My brother managed to get time off this year. My parents want us to go back to Beijing for the new year. Guan Yu opened the letter, which was from Gu Sui's mother. From the words, it was clear that she was a gentle person. Guan Yu said, your mom invited me. Yeah, do you want to go? Gu Sui sat down beside her. Guan Yu thought for a moment. Sure, I've never been to Beijing. Besides, you've already met my teacher, so I should go meet your parents. Gu Sui squeezed her hand. What do you mean, your parents? You can call them uncle and aunt, but it's better to call them father-in-law and mother-in-law. Guan Yu pulled her hand away. Humph, we're not even married yet. Gu Sui laughed. It's coming soon. After the new year it will be the year 69. Next new year will be 70. Guan Yu was shocked. You can't be that eager, right? Are you planning to get married right after New Year's Day? Isn't New Year's Day good? Didn't you say so yourself? In 70 it'll be easy to remember our wedding anniversary. Tell me, what day is better to remember than New Year's Day? Guan Yu tried to think of a way to argue with him, then suddenly had an idea and slapped his thigh. I got it. The Dragon Boat Festival. It's the day we met for the first time. How meaningful is that? Gu Sui sneered. Guan Yu, you can't always get your way. You said we should get married in 70 and I agreed. But when in 70 we get married, don't you think you'll have to listen to me? Aya, don't be so calculative with me. Guan Yu clung to him, acting coquettishly, trying to get away with it. Gu Sui lifted her and placed her on his lap, gritting his teeth. You're always so generous to everyone else, but all you do is bully me. Guan Yu rested her head on his shoulder, laughing out loud. She propped herself up on his shoulder, their noses touching, and pinched his ear. Oh, poor you. Gu Sui lightly pecked her lips. As long as you know. She kissed him back, her fingers sliding along his sensitive Adam's apple, whispering in his ear. So how do you want me to apologize? Her voice was sweet enough to squeeze out a few spoonfuls of honey. Gu Sui's breath hitched and in a sudden motion, he stood up, tossing her onto the chair before turning to walk away. Guan Yu burst into laughter. Somewhere along the way, Guan Yu had developed a habit of teasing him. Watching him fume with frustration, unable to do anything to her, made her little inner troublemaker self very pleased. Gu Sui walked a few steps before turning around to glare at her. You wait, one day. One day what? Are you going to eat me? I'm waiting. Guan Yu teased. She was already mentally picturing herself tying him up with a vine, holding a small whip and feeling triumphant. Gu Sui. There were many words on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't say them. One more year, he finally muttered. Guan Yu wasn't scared. She grinned mischievously, then ran over and jumped onto his back. Carry me. What could Gu Sui do? He couldn't afford to offend his little ancestor. So he carried her. Chapter 37.1. This winter was exceptionally cold. By early December, snow had already begun to fall on Daqing Mountain, and a few light snowfalls had also occurred at the foot of the mountain. Due to the sudden drop in temperature, there had been an increase in people catching colds, and Qingsong village had come to Guan Yu to exchange some pills. Luckily, Guan Yu had prepared in advance and had stored quite a few when she had some free time. It was Monday, and Guan Yu was going to the sanatorium for a consultation. While descending the mountain, Gu Sui had kept holding her hand, and his palm was warm. Guan Yu had said, "There's still a bit of snow hanging on the leaves of the trees and grass, but the snow melts quickly once it touches the ground." Gu Sui had replied, "The snow in the south is thin, but it's different in the north. The snow there is thick like quilts. Sometimes it snows all night, and you wake up to several layers of quilts." Guan Yu had chuckled softly. "With such thick quilts it shouldn't be cold." Gu Sui had also laughed. "It's cold when it snows, but it's even colder when the snow melts. If there's no heated kong, a traditional Chinese heated bed, winter is almost unbearable. Not only is it cold, but when the snow on the roads gets trampled, the ground turns into wet mud as it melts. If it were you, you'd definitely want to climb a tree, and wouldn't want to step on the ground at all." Guan Yu had exhaled a puff of white air. "What should we do? We're going to Beijing next month, but hearing you say this I don't even want to go anymore." "Go," Gu Sui had said. "When you don't want to walk, I'll carry you." Guan Yu had hummed. "Aren't you afraid of losing face? You'd be willing to carry me." "There's nothing embarrassing about carrying my own wife," Gu Sui had replied. Guan Yu had remarked, "I think your skin is thicker than the quilt now." Gu Sui had laughed. "Isn't that something I learned from you?" By the time they had reached the entrance of the sanatorium, Guan Yu had pulled her hand away from his. "I'm going now." Gu Sui had stood at the door watching her. Guan Yu had run off quickly, not even glancing back at him. At that moment, the doctors and nurses who had just finished breakfast in the cafeteria and were coming to work had seen the helpless expression on Gu Sui's face and had laughed out loud. Gu Sui had only stood there for a while before turning and heading to his office. It seemed that there would be many patients today. The new year was approaching, and it was unclear whether it was due to the holidays or something else. But in the past few weeks, there had been more patients than usual. Guan Yu had also become busy, with patients coming in one after another for consultations, prescriptions, acupuncture, and then being sent to the hospital rooms. Guan Yu moved so quickly that Deng Baishu, who was responsible for writing the medical records, struggled to keep up and had to call in 2 young doctors to help. The nurses were also busy taking care of patients, preparing medicine, and running around. Guan Yu had said, "Hurry up, send the patient out and call the next one in right away." Usually, the hospital was relatively quiet, but on Mondays, to match Guan Yu's pace and see as many patients as possible, everyone was incredibly busy. However, there was an advantage to this. By noon, most of the critical patients had been seen, and the remaining ones were expected to be finished by 3 or 4 in the afternoon. By 4 in the afternoon, after sending all the new patients to the hospital rooms and delivering their medicine, everyone was exhausted. Guan Yu had massaged her hands and said to Deng Weiman, who was drinking tea, "At the end of next month I'll be going to Beijing with Gu Sui. I won't be here at the sanatorium for the weeks before and after the new year. Let them know that any urgent patients should be sent over these next few days." The Chinese New Year was in mid-February, so they were planning to leave by the end of January or early February at the latest. With only a few days left before New Year's Day, time was running out. Deng Weiman, who had heard from Gu Sui about their plans to go to Beijing for the new year, was already prepared. "Before I leave, I'll go speak to Xiao Ma and have them coordinate things." Guan Yu nodded. "All right, once you're done, get some rest early. I'm leaving now." "All right." Before heading back, Guan Yu went to take a look at Gu Sui. He still had several patients waiting. When Gu Sui noticed her standing outside the door, Guan Yu had pointed toward Daqing Mountain, signaling that she was leaving first. Gu Sui had nodded. As she walked out of the sanatorium, the air grew colder the further up the mountain she went. In such cold weather, all she wanted was something hot to eat, so she decided on hot pot. At home they had charcoal, hot pot seasoning, and everything they needed, except for meat and vegetables. The vegetables were easy to get, but the meat required a bit of effort. Guan Yu had first gone to the stream, using a grass rope to catch a fish and bring it back, placing it in the kitchen bucket. Then she casually tossed a lotus seed into the bucket, and a few minutes later, a white plump lotus root had grown. Next, she gathered potatoes, bean sprouts, cauliflower, yam, bamboo shoots, and others, and soaked some with ear mushrooms, hot pot noodles, and daylilies. She then turned and went into the mountains, planning to get a wild goat. When Gu Sui had returned home, he saw the pile of ingredients in the kitchen, and immediately understood what Guan Yu was planning to make. He rolled up his sleeves and began washing the vegetables, slicing them where needed. The fish Guan Yu had brought back was turned into fish meatballs. Half an hour later, Guan Yu had returned, dragging a goat behind her and smiling. "You've got everything ready." The large iron pot for the hot pot had already been placed on the table, the charcoal underneath burning brightly. The hot pot base was in the pot, just beginning to heat up, while plates of vegetables filled every available space on the table. Gu Sui had said, It's almost ready. I'll handle the goat meat. You go get some spring onions and cilantro, and prepare a dipping sauce. Sure. I was just thinking of making a sesame oil dipping sauce. As a surgeon, Gu Sui's knife skills were superb, and the goat meat slices were so thin they were almost translucent. A quick dip in the pot and they were done. Then they were dipped in the sesame oil sauce, creating a fragrance so delicious that it was impossible to describe. With a bite, Guan Yu felt completely satisfied. Gu Sui had served her some more food, saying, "Eat more, it's cold these days, and we can use the goat bones to make soup for you to drink." Guan Yu nodded while eating. "Put some white radish in the goat meat soup, it will definitely taste great." She continued, "When I went to catch the goat earlier, I checked on the piglets too. They're growing really fat. Since we're leaving at the end of January, we should turn the pigs into cured meat and sausages as soon as possible. Should we ask Old Chan to come up this weekend? Yeah, that sounds good. We can invite the teacher and the others over to have some pig slaughter soup." In this day and age, because of scarcity in food and clothing, most gifts were things people could eat or wear. Knowing they would be going to Beijing this year, she had asked Kaijin and the others to send some clothes for Gu Sui's parents. As for the food, she had planned to send Gu Sui's homemade cured meats and sausages. Gu Sui had known what she meant. "You don't need to give anything. My parents won't mind." Guan Yu had rolled her eyes at him. "When my teacher came over, you cooked a meal for them. I can't cook, so I have to at least give something, right?" Gu Sui's parents knew she couldn't cook. Although the cured meats and sausages were made by Gu Sui, the pigs had been raised by her, so the gesture counted, and that was enough. While Guan Yu had already prepared the gifts in Beijing, Gu Sui's parents were also chatting. When they had returned from the northeast, they had stayed in the same family compound as before, 3 rooms and a living room, which was still considered a good place to live. 2 days ago, 2 soldiers had come to see them and said they had a yard to give them. This yard wasn't just a room in a shared compound, but a well-arranged 2-entry courtyard. Gu Jingda and Zhang Limin, the couple, were both confused. Why would they be given a yard out of the blue? At that time, housing was already tight, and many families lived together in a big compound. Since returning from the northeast, they had been acting very cautiously, afraid of causing any trouble. When the 2 soldiers had come to offer the yard, Gu Jingda had immediately rejected the offer. The next day, 2 different men came back to clarify. The yard was actually being given to Guan Yu as a reward for her work this past year. The new visitors were decisive people, and they quickly took care of all the paperwork. A beautiful 2-entry courtyard was now officially in their hands. To be exact, the yard wasn't technically in their hands because it was registered under Guan Yu's name. At this point, the couple had begun to discuss whether they should spend the new year at home or in Guan Yu's new courtyard. Gu Jingda had said, "We should stay at home. After all, the house is for Guan Yu. It wouldn't be appropriate for the whole family to move in." Zhang Limin had agreed. "I think it's not quite right either, but if you look at the letter Gu Sui wrote, you can tell that girl doesn't like being constrained. She also doesn't seem to enjoy socializing. If she stays at our house, there will definitely be many old friends and colleagues visiting during the new year, and there won't be a moment of peace." This was indeed a problem. Gu Jingda had said, "It's too late to ask now. I'll call the sanatorium tomorrow to check." "That's right. It's better to ask them first. And while you're at it, ask when they'll arrive in Beijing so I can go pick them up at the station." "Got it." At this time, Guan Yu was still unaware that the military district had gifted her a house, specifically, a 2-entry courtyard in Beijing. The next day, when Gu Sui arrived at work, Xiaoma notified him that his father was on the phone. "Dr. Gu, your dad's calling." Gu Sui hurried over to take the call, thinking there was an urgent matter. However, it turned out to be a question about where they would be spending the new year. Gu Sui glanced at Xiaoma and said to his dad, "Dad, have Mom go over to Guan Yu's house to check and tidy up the bedroom. We'll stay at home for New Year, but after New Year's Eve, we'll go stay in the courtyard for a couple of days." Gu Jingda had replied, "That's fine. It's not ideal to leave the house empty during the new year. When will you guys be back?" Gu Sui answered, "Probably by the end of January. My brother's holiday hasn't been approved yet. Once he gets here, we'll all return together. When the time's set, give me a call." "Got it, Dad." After hanging up, Gu Sui asked Xiaoma, "Did you guys give Guan Yu a house in Beijing?" Xiaoma scratched his head. "Is that so? If it happened, it definitely wasn't from our Southwest Military District. It could have been from another district. We're so far from Beijing. Even if we wanted to give a house, we don't have the connections." Gu Sui nodded, suspecting that was the case. Xiaoma continued, "Don't worry about it. Whoever gave it to her, as long as it's for Dr. Guan, she should take it. Since they gave it, it's a good thing for her." Putting aside the soldiers Guan Yu had saved, just in this past year through her, how many resources had they gained? For instance, the production lines, there were probably several by now. Xiaoma chuckled. If you ask me, Guan Yu is the one at a loss here. A whole courtyard? That's nothing. Gu Sui replied with a smile. Be careful, I might report you to Minister Li. Xiaoma laughed. Dr. Gu, you're not being fair. I'm on your side, and you still want to report me. Gu Sui smiled faintly. Just kidding. It's time for work. I'm heading over. See you. They were planning to go to Beijing for the new year, and it would likely take about a month. Apart from the patients at the sanatorium, they also needed to prepare some hemostatic powder in advance. Gu Sui went to work, while Guan Yu stayed home making the hemostatic powder. By the time noon arrived, she had made 2 large bags full. When Gu Sui returned, Guan Yu pouted and said, I don't want to make this powder anymore. I'm so tired of it. After doing this for the whole year, she felt like a robot making medicine. Although her abilities made it easy for her, it still felt like a very boring task. Earlier, she had already given them the formula, but the powder they made was too ineffective, which was why they still relied on Guan Yu. Gu Sui furrowed his brow and thought for a moment. Unless you can figure out how to fix the problem with the efficacy, they'll always need you. At first, she had considered starting a pharmaceutical factory, but the problem was that she couldn't teach others her methods. That was why she had installed a machine at the wooden house to increase the production efficiency of the powder. Guan Yu thought for a moment. Actually, there is a way. If they can accept the lower efficacy, I can make some high-quality powder myself and mix it with the others' powder to balance the effectiveness. Gu Sui nodded. Then you can discuss it with Xiaoma and the others. Guan Yu then came up with another idea. What if I open a pharmaceutical factory and let them produce it? I could oversee the quality control at the end. She could take care of the final step, remove impurities from the powder, and infuse it with her abilities, thus improving its quality. Guan Yu continued. Also, the people from the medical school are supposed to bring their families over, right? What are they coming for? They might as well work in the pharmaceutical factory. She had it all figured out. I'll talk to Xiaoma this afternoon. Her own production capacity was limited, so she would focus on the high-quality powder, while leaving the average quality production to others. When the factory is built, it could be near the family compound at the mouth of the valley, so it would be convenient for them to commute. With her plan set, Guan Yu took action and went down the mountain to find Xiaoma that afternoon. As soon as she brought up her idea, Xiaoma slapped his thigh and said, Dr. Guan, we've been meaning to talk to you about this. In fact, it would be a waste to use Guan Yu's specially made hemostatic powder, unless it was for extreme cases where bleeding couldn't be stopped. The powder she made by hand was best suited for those kinds of critical situations. Since it was like this, it would be better to expand production. Even if the effectiveness of the medicine decreased a little, it would still be fine as long as it suited the majority of people. Xiaoma said, You need to agree. We can start building the factory right away. We can hire workers locally. Guan Yu replied. So, does that mean I won't need to make the medicine myself anymore? Xiaoma answered. Some is still needed, but you won't have to make as much. You can free up time to do other things. Guan Yu reduced his workload while also creating many job opportunities. It was a win-win situation. Outside the valley, the family compound had already been completed. Zhou Baohe and the others thought it was finished, but they were soon going to build a pharmaceutical factory next door. They became excited and started asking around about the conditions for hiring workers and whether they could apply. One day, Li Tao, who had just completed her month-long confinement, came over to deliver tofu to Guan Yu and asked her about it. Li Tao, feeling embarrassed, said, I came today to ask if we can apply for the jobs when they start hiring. The city requires a junior high school diploma, and some even require a high school diploma. What are the conditions for the pharmaceutical factory? Guan Yu had originally thought that the families from the medical school would have jobs, but now she realized she hadn't fully considered the local community members. Guan Yu was deep in thought, remaining silent for a while. Li Tao assumed that Guan Yu was upset and quickly said, If you can't tell me, then it's fine. Guan Yu replied, Don't worry. It's not that I can't say, but I don't know what the hiring conditions are. Here's what I'll do. I'll ask them, and once the conditions are set, I will post a notice to let you know. Li Tao said, There aren't many high school graduates in our commune, but there are plenty of junior high school graduates. When the hiring starts, many people will definitely want to apply. Guan Yu said, Yes, maybe you can apply too. Making medicine powder doesn't require a high diploma. As long as you're willing to work hard, it will be fine. Li Tao was so excited she nearly jumped up. I can do it? Guan Yu said. I just shared my opinion. Whether you can do it or not depends on the arrangements made by Xiaoma and the others. The notice should be posted after the new year, so you all can wait for it. Li Tao said, Thank you, Guan Yu. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be living such a good life now. Guan Yu had helped Qingxi village build a sanatorium, And now there was a medical school and soon a pharmaceutical factory. They lived close by and had benefited a lot. Gu Sui smiled and said, "Let me check your pulse." Li Tao stretched out her hand and said, "My mother-in-law is really good to me. During my confinement she gave me an egg every day and even made chicken soup for me to drink. My health can't be bad." Guan Yu let go of her hand and said, "Your health really does seem good." Li Tao smiled happily. Li Tao then asked, "Will you come to our brigade for the pork stew this year?" "I won't be coming this year." During this time before the new year, there were many patients. Apart from taking care of them, she was busy with other things and didn't have the free time. The two of them chatted a little more about Li Tao's child, and when it got late, Li Tao went back down the mountain to her home. When Li Tao returned to the Qingsong brigade, everyone gathered around her. "So what did Guan Yu say?" Li Tao didn't mention that Guan Yu had said she could go but only said, "The pharmaceutical factory isn't built yet, and the hiring rules haven't been decided. Guan Yu said that once it's ready, they'll post a notice about the recruitment, and everyone can go then. Earlier this morning, I heard them say that the pharmaceutical factory will prioritize hiring family members from the medical school." "Really? Does that mean we won't have a chance? That can't be right. The hiring should be fair. If we meet the conditions, why wouldn't they pick us?" "But there are plenty of people who meet the conditions. Why should they pick you?" "Just because I have a junior high school diploma." There are so many factories in the city. Go try your junior high school diploma and see which factory will hire you." "You." Zhou Baohe grabbed them and said, "What are you arguing about? Do you think if you argue they'll hire you just because you won?" The chattering stopped and everyone looked at Zhou Baohe. The medical school is definitely right to prioritize placing family members, but it doesn't mean they won't recruit from our commune, does it? If they do recruit from the commune, our brigade is the closest and we have the best relationship with them. Doesn't that mean our chances are the highest? "That's true," Zhou Baohe said. "Stop talking about useless things. Those who are working at the construction site should go home to eat and sleep. This afternoon, focus on your work and earn your wages first. All right, disperse. Don't stand around here. Let's go, time to cook." Once everyone had left, Zhou Baohe called Li Tao over. "Did Guan Yu tell you anything else?" Li Tao thought for a moment but shook her head. Zhou Baohe could tell that Li Tao hadn't shared everything, but since she didn't say anything, he didn't press further and let it go for now. Chapter 37.2. The news of the pharmaceutical factory hiring caused quite a stir in the commune. Xiao Ma and the others didn't wait until after the new year. As soon as the factory was built before the new year, they posted the recruitment notice. A primary school diploma was enough, but the main requirement was whether a person was diligent and willing to work. If too many people applied, there would be an exam, and those who passed would become workers at the pharmaceutical factory. It was easy to predict that, in a rural area when a factory opened up for recruitment, many people would definitely apply. Li Da and his wife, along with Li Tao and her husband, all met the recruitment conditions and were sure to apply when the time came. With such a big event before the new year, even the pork stew wasn't enough to attract attention. Everyone stayed home, scratching their heads and studying hard. Every extra point in the exam meant pushing 100 others aside, and perhaps the next year they would have jobs with a salary and status. As the news spread, it reached beyond just their commune. People from other communes, having heard a few words here and there, came to inquire. Near the mouth of the valley, there was a local military officer, so no one dared to go there. Instead, they all ran to Qingsong Brigade. For a time, Qingsong Brigade became bustling with activity. Outsiders came every day. Some had distant relatives in the brigade, while others, even without any familial ties, came to the village shamelessly to ask for a bowl of water. At this time, along with the bustle in Qingsong Brigade, there was also the rising interest in marriage and relationships among the young men and women of the brigade. With life being so good in Qingsong Brigade, many girls wanted to marry in, and even some young men wanted to come as son-in-laws. Guan Yu didn't know about these matters and spent her January in a flurry of activity. By the end of January, Gu Xi arrived, and they prepared to depart for Beijing. Gu Xi said, "Good gracious, can one pig really make this many sausages and cured meats?" Guan Yu went to the mountain villa to pack, while Gu Sui and Gu Xi, the two brothers, packed their bags at the wooden house. Gu Sui replied, "It's not that much. Guan Yu likes to eat them, and by the time autumn comes they'll be gone." Gu Xi clicked his tongue. "Then how much are you planning to send to your parents?" Gu Sui said, "Take 3 sausages of each kind, 5 pieces of cured meat, and as for the dried chickens and rabbits, take as many as you want." Guan Yu tried to act generous, insisting that Gu Sui take half of the meat to Beijing, but Gu Sui couldn't bear to deprive her of her food. He took a little less sausage and cured meat but took plenty of rabbits and wild chickens, knowing they wouldn't run out of these. Gu Xi wasn't shy either, taking 6 dried chickens and 6 dried rabbits. When Guan Yu came out of the mountain, she saw the sausages and cured meats on the wall. Haven't you packed them yet? Gu Sui replied. Packed. There are more chickens and rabbits, but fewer sausages and cured meats. Guan Yu smiled and said, I'll listen to you. Gu Sui truly felt sorry for her. After everything was packed, they headed down the mountain. Just as they were leaving, Xiao Ma and the others were heading into the city, so they gave Guan Yu and the others a ride to the county to catch the train. Once they were on the train, Guan Yu suddenly remembered. Oh no, I forgot to visit Uncle Kai's family to wish them a happy new year. Gu Sui reassured her. We can visit when we come back. It'll still be before the Lantern Festival, so it'll count as celebrating the new year. Then we should buy more local specialties to bring back. Gu Sui had already lain down on the lower bunk, his hands tucked behind his head. It's been so many years since I've been back. I wonder what the family is like now. Their tickets were bought by Xiao Ma, who had arranged sleeper tickets, so all three of them were in the same carriage. Gu Sui put away his luggage, nudged Gu Si's leg, and when Gu Si shifted to make room, Gu Sui sat down at the edge of the bed. On this trip back, I need to visit a few uncles who've helped our family a lot over the years. I should go thank them. First, they had sent word to help his family escape the turmoil, and later, they had assisted in resolving the issues with the Wang family. Guan Yu asked, was it them who helped solve the trouble with your childhood sweetheart, Wang Lu, when she caused problems for me? Gu Sui's face darkened. What childhood sweetheart? She's just a neighbor. It wasn't me who said it, it was Wang Lu who told me. Why are you only listening to her? Why not listen to me? Don't bring it up again. If you keep making up stories, you'll cook your own meals from now on. Guan Yu didn't dare to provoke him, huffing and climbing to the upper bunk to sleep, not wanting to talk to him. Gu Sui watched her and warned, be careful, step carefully, don't fall. Gu Si laughed and hiccuped. Is this how you two usually get along? Gu Sui gave him a side glance. Do you have a problem with it? Gu Si burst into laughter. No problem at all. Who am I to have a problem? Guan Yu was still angry and didn't speak to Gu Sui for the rest of the day. Gu Sui, feeling anxious, tried to coax her with food. Come down, I'll make you a bowl of noodles. The noodles Gu Sui referred to were made using instant noodles, but he had deep-fried them and added a delicious seasoning packet, full of meat, which Guan Yu particularly loved. Guan Yu glanced at him but ignored him. She had secretly eaten something under the covers earlier and wasn't hungry at all. Gu Sui persisted. Come down, this morning it was my fault. I shouldn't have been harsh with you. Guan Yu propped herself up on her arm, looking at him smugly. So you admit you were wrong? Gu Sui nodded. Gu Si laughed uncontrollably, rolling on the bed with joy. Guan Yu smiled. Then make me a bowl with extra meat. All right, come down first. Guan Yu wasn't really angry. She was just teasing Gu Sui. As soon as he coaxed her, she calmed down. She climbed down from the upper bunk, and Gu Sui reached out his hand to her. Guan Yu grabbed his hand and jumped down. Gu Sui truly wanted to have a serious talk with her, but the train was crowded, and there was no private space, so he had to hold back. Guan Yu shot Gu Si a glare. Still watching the show, huh? Gu Si chuckled. I'm not watching the show, I'm just happy. Guan Yu rolled her eyes. Make some room, I want to sit. Okay, you can sit. Grandma, please take a seat. Gu Sui went to get a kettle of hot water and made Guan Yu a bowl of noodles. When he opened the lid, the steaming noodles were topped with a layer of meat, deliciously fragrant. Gu Si, tempted, swallowed his saliva and climbed out of bed to make a bowl for himself. If he'd known the food would be this good, why bother with steamed buns or dumplings? The train rattled as it reached the next station. 3 new passengers boarded, filling the 6 seats in their carriage. The train continued its journey, and a few days later, they finally arrived at Beijing railway station. Gu Si and Gu Sui could easily carry the things they brought, while Guan Yu walked behind Gu Sui empty-handed. Once they exited the station, Gu Si spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Let's go, the car to pick us up is here. The man also saw them and called out, Brother Gu. Gu Si introduced Gu Sui and Guan Yu. This is Wang Zhe, my classmate from university. He's in the Beijing military district now, and came specially to pick us up today. After exchanging greetings, everyone quickly got into the car. It was incredibly cold outside. Gu Si sat in the front passenger seat, chatting enthusiastically with Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe dropped them off at the family compound building and left. Gu Si said, I'll come find you in a few days, let's get together. All right, Brother Gu, I'll head out now, see you later. Wang Zhe drove away and Gu Si and Gu Sui grabbed their things. Let's go home, Gu Si said. As soon as they entered the family compound, many old neighbors greeted them. Yo, the Gu brothers are back for the new year? Your parents were just talking about you the other day. Was the trip smooth? Who's this girl? Gusui smiled and explained. This is my girlfriend. Gusui has a girlfriend now. What about you, Gusui? Do you have a girlfriend? Gusui answered nonchalantly. My girlfriend? She's at my mother-in-law's house. Where's your mother-in-law from? Gusui replied. I'll tell Auntie once I find the door. Everyone laughed heartily. The boy still didn't have a girlfriend and was making up stories. The three of them went upstairs. Gusui walked ahead and knocked on the door, calling out loudly. Mom, I'm back, open the door. Zhang Limin was busy in the kitchen. Hearing the noise, she quickly rushed over to open the door. The door opened and Gusui threw his things on the floor. Smiling, he extended his hand and said, Mom, did you miss me? Give me a hug. Zhang Limin smiled and gave her eldest son a hug. I missed you. I think about you every day. Why didn't you let me know you were coming back so I could pick you up? Gusui replied. I didn't want you to be tired. Look, there's someone else who's come back too. Gusui stepped inside and moved aside. Gusui smiled. Mom, this is Guan Yue. Guan Yue said. Hello, Aunt. Zhang Limin quickly responded. Hello, we're all good and you're good too. As soon as Zhang Limin saw Guan Yue, she was extremely happy. How could this girl be so beautiful? Just looking at her eyes, they were so clean, clearly showing she was a good girl. Come in, come in. Aunt has been looking forward to having you at our home. Gusui held her hand and led her inside. Guan Yue wasn't nervous at all. She could tell that Gusui's mom really liked her. Zhang Limin pulled Guan Yue to sit down and glanced at Gusui. What are you standing there for? Go make some tea. Gusui said. I'll go. I brought some medicinal tea that Guan Yue made. It's good for your health. You should try it too. All right, you go ahead. Zhang Limin looked at Guan Yue, her eyes narrowing with a smile. This girl looked so delicate. She was almost 20, but looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Zhang Limin knew that Guan Yue was an orphan, so she didn't ask about her family. Instead, she asked where her teacher lived. When should we visit teacher? Zhang Limin asked. Gusui came out holding the medicinal tea. We can't visit Guan Yue's teacher, it's not convenient. I've already met with him, and he promised us that when we get married, he will definitely come. Zhang Limin looked worried. Has something happened? Why can't we go? Gusui went over to close the door before coming back and whispered. Teacher is in Hong Kong. Zhang Limin was startled. Hong Kong? Can he come over? Quietly come over. Zhang Limin almost said sneak across, but changed her words before speaking them aloud. Gusui laughed heartily. Look at how my mom speaks, saying quietly come over. Zhang Limin, annoyed, slapped Gusui lightly. Be serious. Guan Yue smiled slightly. It's a bit complicated, but he didn't come quietly. Gusui added. Our sanatorium is managed by the military district, so ordinary people can't just enter. Hearing this, Zhang Limin understood. Even though Guan Yue's teacher was in Hong Kong, it seemed that he could come through proper channels. Zhang Limin asked. Have you eaten breakfast? Are you hungry? If you're hungry, I can make you some noodles. Mom, no need. I had breakfast on the train before I got off. Is the bed made? Let's go to the bathhouse for a shower and then take a nap. All right, go ahead. Come back early. I'll make you something delicious for lunch. Guan Yue grabbed her change of clothes and toiletries, following Gusui to the bathhouse. She hadn't seen what the bathhouse looked like yet. When they reached the door of the bathhouse, Gusui tugged on her hand. If there are too many people inside and you're not used to it, you can wait outside. Gusui added. What do you mean, too many people? It's neither early nor late. There won't be many people at the bathhouse. Wait a little longer, and by noon, some grandmas will bring their grandchildren for a scrub, so there will be even more people. Curious, Guan Yue walked inside. In the mist, she saw two pale, naked bodies. She glanced at them quickly and hurriedly moved away. She found an empty corner, quickly showered, changed clothes, and went outside. Guan Yue waited at the door for quite a while before Gusui finally came out of the men's bathhouse. When Gusui saw Guan Yue, he smiled. Not used to it, huh? Guan Yue nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. Gusui said. This afternoon we'll go see your Sihiyuan. Everything is ready and we'll stay there tonight. We'll come back here on New Year's Eve. The Sihiyuan definitely had bathroom facilities which would be more convenient. Gusui asked. Aren't you staying at home? Guan Yue understood that Gusui had suggested staying at the Sihiyuan to take better care of her. Guan Yue replied. Let's stay at your house. Uncle and Aunt haven't seen you for a long time. They probably have a lot to talk to you about. Not to mention how long it had been since they'd been apart. Even when her parents were around, she would go to school every day, and her parents would come in the evening, always having so much to ask her, whether anyone had bullied her and other things like that. Gusui reached out and touched her half-dried hair. Let's go back first. It's cold outside, don't catch a cold. By the time they returned home, it wasn't yet time for lunch. Zhang Limin was busy in the kitchen, and Gu Xi leaned over to help her wash the vegetables. Gu Sui grabbed an absorbent cloth. Sit here. I'll dry your hair for you. Guan Yu reached out to take the cloth from his hand. You go help Aunt with the cooking. I can do it myself. Gu Sui refused to let her. It's fine, my brother can help. You sit down. Since Zhang Limin hadn't expected them to return today, she hadn't prepared many dishes. For lunch there was 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes, totaling 3 dishes. The only meat dish was made with the cured pork they had brought and stir-fried with potato slices. After lunch, Zhang Limin picked up a basket and said she was going out. You 3 stay home and rest. I'm going to the reservoir to buy a fish. Gu Sui replied. It's fine if you can't buy one, we've got vegetables at home. Zhang Limin ignored him. How can you celebrate the new year without fish? I'm going now. Gu Xi went inside to rest, and Guan Yu glanced at Gu Sui quietly saying, There are plenty of fish in the jade pendant space frozen. We'll go see the Sihiyuan in a bit. We can bring some vegetables back when we return. Gu Sui said. Guan Yu nodded. The Sihiyuan assigned to Guan Yu was in Huitong Alley. The courtyard there was well preserved, not far from the family compound. It would take at most half an hour to walk there, and Gu Sui knew the way. When they arrived at Huitong Alley, Gu Sui was looking at the house numbers. At that moment, a group of people rushed toward them from the other end of the alley. Quick, find him. Qin Lai ran in earlier, he's definitely ahead. Gu Sui pulled Guan Yu aside to let the group pass. Guan Yu asked, Aren't you curious about where the person they're looking for is? What person? Guan Yu nodded toward the right front. In the 3rd courtyard. She had seen the fresh footprints on the wall. Gu Sui glanced at the note in his hand. The courtyard they were assigned was indeed the 3rd courtyard. Chapter 38.1. After a series of small metallic clinking sounds, followed by a creak, the door was pushed open. The yard inside was clean and tidy, clearly having been carefully cleaned beforehand. Guan Yu glanced at the house but did not proceed into the 2nd courtyard. She gave Gu Sui a look. Gu Sui took a few steps forward and pushed open a door on the right. A boy about 15 or 16 years old was leaning against the wall, watching them warily. Gu Sui said, Come out, the people who were chasing you have already left. The boy hesitated, staying still by the corner of the wall. Guan Yu gave him a quick glance and said, This is my house. Only then did he slowly step forward, one cautious step at a time. When he reached the door, the light improved slightly, and his face became clearer. He had almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, and a good-looking face. Guan Yu glanced at his legs. You hurt your leg when you jumped over the wall just now, didn't you? Though he tried to conceal it, Guan Yu still noticed that his walk had been uneven earlier, with his foot limping. Gu Sui asked, What's your name? Qin Lai. Since he had come this far, Guan Yu invited him in. The structure of the 2nd courtyard was simple as well. Gu Sui walked around inside. There was bedding in the bedroom and some basic kitchenware in the kitchen. He boiled a pot of water. While Gu Sui was boiling the water, Guan Yu had already checked his leg. After falling from such a high wall, his leg had bruised, and his ankle was particularly serious, swelling already. Guan Yu took out some silver needles from her pocket and gave him a few acupuncture treatments. It would take a little while for the swelling to subside. Gu Sui came out holding a kettle with one hand and 3 cups in the other. He poured a cup for Guan Yu first, then another for Qin Lai, handing it to him. Qin Lai held the hot water and said, Thank you. Guan Yu blew on the hot water and curiously asked, What happened to you? Qin Lai remained silent, not responding. Guan Yu snorted. No good deed goes unpunished. Can't even ask one question. Qin Lai lifted his head to glance at Guan Yu, then lowered it again. You can ask. It's actually nothing much. It wasn't an extraordinary story. Qin Lai's ancestors had been in business, but a few years ago during the turmoil they were investigated. His parents had passed away years ago due to an accident, and the family had fallen apart. Now, only he and his elderly grandmother were left. Recently, his grandmother had passed away too. With no elders left in the family and Qin Lai still in high school, his uncle had started making plans to take their old family house. The house where Qin Lai's family lived was very rundown and wasn't worth much, but the location was excellent and the land spacious. It would be a great opportunity to build something new on that land. 2 years ago, Qin Lai's uncle had reported a reactionary figure and joined the Revolutionary Committee. Through that, he got to know a lot of people from various backgrounds and some of them had ways to deal with people. Without anyone to help him and unable to resist, Qin Lai had tried to report his uncle to the authorities. However, his uncle's son found out and had been chasing him ever since. With no way out, Qin Lai had run here. In the end, it was quite a tragic situation. Qin Lai's eyes reddened, and he turned his head to wipe his eyes, afraid someone might notice. Guan Yu glanced at Gu Sui. What should we do about this? Gu Sui spoke gently to Qin Lai. Tell me your family address and your uncle's name, and I'll have someone look into it. If what you're saying is true, we won't let you be bullied. You said you're in the second year of high school, right? After the new year, you'll graduate in the summer. When that happens, you can find a job. Getting married and having kids won't be difficult either. Qin Lai replied. Thank you for helping me, but I don't really have anything to thank you for. Gu Sui smiled softly. No need to thank us. Just think of it as us doing a good deed. Guan Yue added. Your foot is hurt now, so you shouldn't be running around. Our house is spacious, so stay here for a couple of days. Don't feel embarrassed. Qin Lai said. Thank you. Gu Sui and Guan Yue had only come to check on him, but they would need to return soon. Gu Sui instructed Qin Lai to stay in the east wing of the house and told him that there was rice and flour in the kitchen if he wanted to eat, and that he could help himself. His foot was sprained, so he couldn't walk quickly. It wasn't difficult for him to slowly make his way to the kitchen and cook himself a meal. Gu Sui and Guan Yue left the courtyard and locked the door from the outside. Guan Yue asked, How do you plan to help Qin Lai? Gu Sui held her hand. I'll have my brother handle it. He knows a lot of people, and there's also Wang Zai, the one who picked us up today. They've been living in Beijing, so they understand how to deal with these things. Guan Yue smiled and said, You're something else. You took the favor, and now you're letting your brother handle the matter. Gu Sui tugged at her braid. What are you talking about? Hey, don't pull it. You'll mess it up. Guan Yue swatted his hand away. Your braid's already like this. Whether I pull it or not, it's messy anyway. Guan Yue shot him a glare. You only know how to talk. If you're so amazing, why don't you braid my hair? When they were at Daqing Mountain, Guan Yue hardly ever tied up her hair. It was always left hanging over her shoulders. Out of all the female nurses and doctors at the sanatorium, she was the only one who didn't braid her hair. Gu Sui tugged her braid again. Am I dating you or am I raising a daughter? Guan Yu's face turned red. Go away, I don't want to talk to you. Gu Sui chuckled. Don't be angry. I'll tell my mom when we get back. After dinner we'll move in. No, let me stay by myself. You should stay home and spend time with your parents. It's fine. I'll have plenty of time to be with them during the day. Their house had 3 bedrooms. He could let Guan Yue stay in his room, and he and his brother could squeeze into one. But knowing Guan Yu's temperament, she probably wouldn't be very comfortable. The family compound's house had thin floors, and people lived upstairs, downstairs, and all around. It was impossible to have no noise. Because of her abilities, Guan Yu's senses were sharper than most people's. If there were no other options, she'd manage, but there were clearly better places for her to stay. He couldn't bear to let her settle for the family compound. It was still early, so they weren't in a hurry to go back. Gu Sui took her to the department store to have a look. The supply of goods there was better than in Qing County. The sanatorium had given them plenty of coupons, and since they didn't have anywhere to spend them, they had accumulated a lot. This time they planned to spend a little more. In Guan Yu's eyes, everything here was retro. She was interested in the food, clothes, and daily necessities in the department store, but she was just browsing. She didn't intend to buy anything. Gu Sui asked, Don't you want to buy anything? Guan Yue shook her head. She was just looking. She didn't need anything right now. She had some fabric ration tickets that were about to expire. So Gu Sui bought a thick roll of fabric to bring back. By the time it was around 5 o'clock, the two of them had wandered through a small alley and came out holding 3 fish, 2 pounds of meat, and some vegetables. When they returned home, Gu Sui had just woken up and yawned. Where did you guys get all this stuff? Zhang Limin had just returned as well. Yeah, where did you get it? I rushed to the reservoir and worked for so long, and I only managed to buy 1 fish, and it was just over a pound. The 3 fish Gu Sui and Guan Yue brought back were all quite large, the smallest weighing 3 or 4 pounds. Gu Sui said. We were just lucky to find them and bought them. Gu Sui asked. Did you buy them on the black market? Zhang Limin slapped Gu Sui on the arm. Can you be quieter? Are you trying to make sure everyone hears you? Gu Sui rubbed his arm. The door's closed. Even if I said it, no one would hear. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Zhang Limin glared at Gu Sui and whispered, We'll talk about this later. Gu Sui hurried to the kitchen to put the things they brought in. When the door opened, it wasn't the neighbors, it was Gu Jingde coming back. Zhang Limin quickly pulled him inside. Got off work on time today? Gu Jingde nodded, entering while taking off the scarf around his neck. Dad, you're back. Gu Jingde looked up and saw his 2 sons coming in, with a girl in tow. He immediately realized that this was Guan Yue. Usually serious in front of his sons, Gu Jingde smiled when he saw Guan Yue. You must be Guan Yue. You're from the south, right? Is it cold? Guan Yue smiled and shook her head. It's not cold, thank you for your concern, uncle. Gu Sui wasn't happy again. Why don't you ask if your oldest son is cold? Does that mean the South I'm in isn't actually the South? Gu Jingde smiled and sized up his son. Has your life been good these past couple of years? Is your health okay? With his father's tone being so gentle, Gu Xi was still a little unaccustomed to it. Haha, I've been fine. I had an injury a while ago, but Guan Yu helped me get my health back in shape. I feel like I'm as healthy as I was when I was a teenager. That's great. Gu Jingde smiled and thanked Guan Yu, to which she replied, Uncle, there's no need to be polite. Gu Sui has also taken great care of me. Gu Jingde then turned to Gu Sui. You're better than your brother. You can cook too. That's good. Gu Xi shot Gu Sui a glance and grumbled. I might not know how to cook, but I can still find a wife. Zhang Limin laughed at him. Then go ahead and bring one home for me to meet. Gu Xi quickly changed the subject. Enough about me. Come on, look at the gifts Guan Yu brought for you. We didn't open them at lunch, waiting for Dad to come home so we could open them together. One bag with meat had already been taken out earlier, while the other bag held clothes for Gu Sui's parents, all chosen to be simple, practical, and of good quality. The most eye-catching item in the clothes for Gu Sui's mom was a dark red coat, a mid-length one, which Zhang Limin immediately liked. Wow, this really brightens the complexion. Zhang Limin eagerly tried it on and it fit perfectly. Guan Yu glanced at Gu Sui. Aunt likes it, then it's fine. This one was picked by Gu Sui. Zhang Limin beamed with joy. So this is from your teacher? Don't let him take all the credit. Gu Jingde had a dark blue coat, which was also of medium length and very thick. Gu Jingde said to Guan Yu, We are the male side and we haven't even given your teacher anything decent yet, but we've received such a thick gift from your family. It's really. Gu Xi clicked his tongue and said, Stop being so polite. Guan Yu gave it to you, so just accept it. Didn't our mom prepare several boxes of dowry? Just give a box to Guan Yu, and that will be considered a gift for meeting. Since you say so, I already prepared it for Guan Yu. Let me tell you, if you don't find a partner soon, I'll just give all the stuff to Guan Yu, and then you won't have a wife. Gu Xi crossed his legs and said, If I don't, then I don't. Just give it to Guan Yu. I won't be jealous. Zhang Limin laughed. Even if you're jealous, I won't give it to you. The family chatted and laughed, had dinner, and Guan Yu received 2 thick red envelopes, along with an exquisite wooden box. Zhang Limin said, This is a gift from aunt and uncle. Accept it, don't refuse. Gu Sui took the items from Guan Yu's hands. I'll carry it for you, it's too heavy. Guan Yu looked at Gu Sui with amusement and said, Then you take it. Gu Sui planned to take Guan Yu to the courtyard to stay. Zhang Limin didn't say much. Are you coming over for breakfast? Gu Sui replied. We won't come in the morning, we'll come over at noon. Zhang Limin said. You young people like to sleep in, I won't say anything, but you should still remember to have breakfast. Gu Sui nodded. Mom, Dad, I'm leaving now. Before leaving, Gu Sui gave Gu Xi a look, and Gu Xi also stood up. Oh, I ate too much at dinner. I'm going to take a walk. Zhang Limin reminded. Wear thicker clothes when you go out. Gu Xi responded. Got it. The 3 of them left the house, and when they reached outside the family compound, Gu Sui finally mentioned Qin Lai's situation. Help the kid out, it's not easy for him. Gu Xi sneered. Sometimes these relatives by blood are really not as good as a random friend you meet outside. Gu Sui replied. Fortunately, the kid isn't too young. Once he's of age, everything will be fine. Although Qin Lai didn't speak much, Gu Sui had a feeling that the boy was not the type to be meek or submissive. Gu Xi said. I understand, I'll go to your place tomorrow. Gu Sui replied. Don't let Mom and Dad know. Okay, let's go. By this time, the sky outside had darkened. Not worried about being seen, Gu Sui kept holding on to Guan Yu's hand. Chapter 38.2. On the way to the courtyard, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Gu Sui tilted his head back, and a snowflake landed on his eyelid, freezing for a moment before melting away. Gu Sui wiped the drop of water from her eyelid and asked, Do you have an umbrella? Guan Yu nodded and quietly took out a large black umbrella. Gu Sui opened the umbrella, and Guan Yu hooked her arm through his, both of them walking slowly back home. As they reached the alley, they could hear the faint sound of children laughing and adults talking from the surrounding courtyards. Exhaling a puff of white breath, Guan Yu turned her head to look at Gu Sui and smiled, saying, Having a courtyard is really nice. Gu Sui gave a soft hum and touched her hand, saying, It's pretty warm. Guan Yu smiled, leaned her head on his shoulder and added, It's warm in my heart too. Gu Sui curled the corners of his mouth and asked, Do you like my parents? I do. He didn't pry into her private matters, yet their attitude was kind and gentle, the sense of distance just right. Guan Yu knew that the comfortable meeting they were having today was the result of Gu Sui's efforts over a long time. Guan Yu said, Actually, I'm not really that socially anxious. What do you mean by socially anxious? Well, I just don't like interacting with people. Gu Sui gently hummed and said, I understand. He knew that she wasn't socially anxious, and in some ways she was very good at interacting with people. However, he also knew that she didn't like it. If given a choice, she would rather be by herself. He used to always encourage her to come down the mountain, but later, for reasons related to him or others, many people came to find her. She came down, but he felt heartache. He just wanted her to live the way she liked. Even with his parents, he didn't want her to endure anything. The two of them walked closely, and Guan Yu slipped her hand into his pocket. It's warm in your arms, too. Gu Sui gave a faint smile. We're here. Give me the key to open the door. Guan Yu took the key out. I'll do it. Hearing the sound from outside, Qin Lai climbed out of bed and opened the door. Gu Sui saw him and said, Go back to sleep. Qin Lai nodded and closed the door. Gu Sui's mother had tidied up the courtyard, but only 2 rooms had beds set up. One was the east wing where Qin Lai slept, and the other was the main room. Gu Sui said, Wait here, I'll go heat the Kong. How do you heat the Kong? Do you want to see? Yes. There wasn't much to see with heating the Kong. It was just starting the fire. The bed was like a flat pan. Once heated, it was good to sleep on. Guan Yu ran back to the room, felt the bed was warm, then opened the window and called out, Don't burn it anymore, it's hot. Gu Sui replied, Okay, I know. Gu Sui added a few more pieces of coal to the stove before going to wash his hands. After washing, he went to the kitchen to boil a pot of water and brought it in. The two of them washed their faces and feet. Afterward, Guan Yu took 2 quilts from the jade pendant space and spread them on the Kong. Guan Yu said, This is for you. Gu Sui pretended not to understand, picked up the 2 quilts his mother had prepared and said, Go to bed early. I'm going to Qin Lai's place. Guan Yu wouldn't let him go and hugged his waist. You're not allowed to go. If I don't go, where will I sleep? Sleep here with me. Stop joking, it's late. You should go to bed early. But Guan Yu refused to let go. This Kong is so wide, how can it not fit 2 people? Gu Sui sighed. This little troublemaker was going to make things difficult for him again. The Kong at Qin Lai's place is also very wide. Guan Yu directly snatched the quilts from his hands, threw them onto the Kong, and pushed Gu Sui down. He fell back onto the Kong looking up. Guan Yu quickly ran over to close the door. You're not leaving. Gu Sui looked at her for a moment, then lay back down. Alright, just don't regret it. No matter who regrets, I won't regret it. She spread out the quilts again, arranging them on both ends of the Kong, leaving a wide gap between them. Guan Yu touched the edge of the quilt at the far side. Your side is still cold. Why are you staying so far away from me? Drag the quilt over. It'll warm up in a while. Guan Yu put her hands on her hips. No, you're not allowed. In the end, Gu Sui had no choice but to drag the quilt over. But Guan Yu was still not satisfied and directly dragged the quilt closer to her side. Gu Sui pinched her nose. Are you satisfied now? Guan Yu nodded contentedly. Sleep now. In the east wing, Qin Lai, who was sleeping in his room, had left a small gap in the window to let in some fresh air. He faintly heard voices coming from the main room. After a while, the sounds disappeared. He stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. The light in the main room went out, and the snow outside grew heavier. It was Guan Yu's first time sleeping on the Kong, and she didn't yet know how powerful it could be. When she first lay down, it felt wonderfully warm, but after a while, she began to sweat on her back. Half asleep, she started to take off her clothes inside the covers, tossing the discarded garments out of the bed. One of them landed on Gu Sui's head. Gu Sui was startled awake, removing the thin, soft clothing from his head. He propped himself up. The white snow and hazy moonlight streamed through the window, casting a faint glow. He saw her pale, delicate legs stretching out from the covers. Gu Sui tugged at her quilt, covering her legs again. Guan Yu, feeling hot, frowned. In her dazed state, she stretched her legs out again. Gu Sui had no choice but to drag the quilt over once more. Guan Yu, still feeling too hot, became restless. Her head rolled off the pillow and she turned toward Gu Sui, her whole body shifting so that half of her was out of the bed. Gu Sui adjusted the quilt again. Frustrated, Guan Yu rolled over once more, now completely out of the covers. Her 2 soft white legs were sprawled, one on her own bed, the other on Gu Sui's. Guan Yu was only wearing a short-sleeved pajama, and without the quilt covering her, she felt cold, her skin breaking out in goosebumps. Gu Sui's gaze lingered on her legs. This brat couldn't sleep properly. When she was by herself before, how did she never get sick? Guan Yu, feeling cold, rolled over again. This time she completely ended up on Gu Sui's side of the bed. She lay on the quilt but still felt cold. Without thinking, she crawled into his covers, snuggling into his embrace, her brows relaxing. Holding the soft girl in his arms, Gu Sui began to sweat at his temples. At that moment, Guan Yu felt uncomfortable in her position and turned over, pressing into Gu Sui's chest. One of her legs rested on his, and she rubbed against him, settling in more comfortably. She was comfortable, but Gu Sui definitely wasn't. He endured it for a while, then, once he thought she was deeply asleep, he propped himself up and pinched her cheek. You really are sent by heaven to torment me. Guan Yu slapped his hand away, nuzzling into his chest, and continued to sleep. She could sleep, but Gu Sui couldn't. The next morning, Guan Yu rubbed her eyes, feeling something wasn't right. Why was the quilt on her now Gu Sui's? Also, hadn't she been sleeping at the head of the bed? How was she now in the middle? She turned her head and looked behind her. Her own quilt was at the far end of the bed. Guan Yu sat up, yelling, Gu Sui! Gu Sui was in the kitchen making breakfast, his hands covered in water. He hurried over, asking, What's wrong? What's wrong? Why am I in your bed? Gu Sui gritted his teeth. What do you think? You bullied me the whole night, and now you still have the nerve to ask me. Last night, when she took his spot in the bed, he had moved her quilt to the end of the bed and slept there himself. Guan Yu, feeling like she had slept deeply, couldn't remember much from the night. Wait, now that she thought about it, she vaguely remembered feeling hot and rolling over at one point. Could it have been that brief moment when she took his quilt? Guan Yu chuckled and reached out to pull him. Sorry. Stop pouting, get up and eat. Gu Sui turned around and started to walk away, but Guan Yu quickly realized something was off. Gu Sui, come back. What's wrong with you now? Guan Yu climbed out of bed, knelt on the Kong and wrapped her arms around his neck. The little girl, looking fierce, said, I ran all the way to your bed and you still left me here. Gu Sui was already boiling with anger, but her words completely ignited it. He immediately pinned her down, throwing himself on top of her, his hands holding her face as he kissed her fiercely. Guan Yu struggled, but Gu Sui quickly spread her legs, placing them on his waist, pinning her down completely. Guan Yu's face turned red from the kiss, and she moaned and squirmed for a long time, unable to find a chance to speak. Because every time she tried to open her mouth, he would kiss her even harder. The more he kissed her, the stranger it felt. Gu Sui let out a low sound of frustration, and Guan Yu was so scared that she didn't dare to struggle anymore. Her slender, fair legs, which had been wrapped around his waist, quietly moved away. Gu Sui finally lifted his head, his fingers pinching her chin. His voice was hoarse as he asked, Do you want more? Guan Yu quickly shook her head. I won't dare again. Gu Sui gave a mocking laugh, kissed her heavily once more, then released her and turned to leave. At that moment he remembered to close the door behind him. Guan Yu rolled back into the bed, burying herself under the covers, not showing even a single strand of hair. After a while a quilt rolled across the Kong, moving back and forth. Come out and eat. The timid Guan Yu stuck her head out from under the covers and weakly responded, Okay. Qin Lai had already gotten up and was sitting at a round table, directly opposite Gu Sui. Guan Yu wanted to sit next to Qin Lai, but Gu Sui glanced at her, and the little scaredy cat obediently sat at his right side. A bowl of millet porridge was placed in front of her. Eat. Guan Yu picked up the bowl and began eating, sneaking a glance at him. Why was he so fierce today? It's fine, Wang Zhe is driving, Gu Sui said. After Gu Sui introduced everyone, Qin Lai followed him as they left. Gu Xi said, Mom told you both to come back for lunch. Got it. Once Qin Lai left, it was just the two of them at home. Guan Yu directly sat on Gu Sui's lap, and he wrapped his arms around her waist. Are you going to cause trouble again? Gu Sui asked. Guan Yu kissed him lightly. Not causing trouble, just want to be a little closer to you. The corners of Gu Sui's mouth curved up. Guan Yu smiled teasingly. You were so domineering this morning, so charming. Didn't you say I was being fierce with you? Guan Yu leaned close to his ear and quietly asked, Were you thinking about something back then? Gu Sui tightened his arms, pulling her even closer. Guan Yu smiled triumphantly. I knew it. Gu Sui set her down on the floor. Don't stay at home anymore. I can't stand being cooped up here. Let's go to the park for a walk. Which park? Any park. As long as they left. Staying at home any longer would either suffocate him or drive him mad. The real problem was he couldn't do anything about her. At this time, whether big or small, the parks were bustling with activity, especially the ones with lakes. On the frozen hard lake surface, men and women, adults and children, glided on ice skates having a great time. Guan Yu wanted to go. Teach me. Gu Sui paid for the rental of the skates with 2 yuan, helped her put them on, and then slowly led her onto the ice. Take it slow, no rush, Gu Sui said. Guan Yu held onto his hand, slowly moving forward. Once they were on the ice, Guan Yu didn't dare let go of his hand, so Gu Sui held onto her, guiding her as they skated in circles on the lake. Guan Yu laughed joyfully, thrilled by the experience. She was happy and so was he. Close your mouth, too much cold air will make your stomach hurt. Guan Yu replied. All right, you slide over there, there's no one. Gu Sui took her hand, and they skated further and further away. One of them wore a white coat, the other a black one. Hand in hand from a distance they looked perfectly matched. Guan Yu was enjoying herself so much. Let's come back tomorrow. Sure, we'll come tomorrow. By now it was getting late, so they needed to head back for dinner. They didn't return empty-handed. Gu Sui was carrying a large bag of biscuits and malted milk, which he had bought while passing by the grocery store. The new year was just a few days away, and over the next couple of days, they would be visiting relatives. They planned to visit the uncles who had helped their family in the past. Guan Yu asked, should I go too? Gu Sui responded, do you want to go? If you want to then come. If not, you don't have to. Guan Yu thought for a moment and said, I'll go to visit the ones who are close to your family. The others I won't go. Gu Sui squeezed her hand gently. Don't force yourself. I'm not forcing myself. It's just that we only see them once, who knows when the next time will be. We'll get married when the time comes. Should we have the wedding in Beijing? Where do you want to have it? Guan Yu didn't really mind. She only had one close person, her teacher. As long as her teacher could come to Beijing, she didn't care where they held the wedding. Gu Sui said. We can have it in Qingxi village too. We can have our parents come over and see us there. Gu Sui felt that, given the current situation, they would likely be staying in Qingxi village for a while. Letting their parents see his current work environment would ease their worries. When they returned home, the meal was already ready, and Gu Sui's mother was cooking. They knocked on the door, and Zhang Limin saw the items in Gu Sui's hands. Why did you buy so much? Gu Sui put the things on the table. We're going to visit Uncle Bai and Uncle Li for the new year, so I thought I'd buy some things on the way. We can take them along when we go. Zhang Limin replied. You should have told me, I could have gone to buy them myself. Gu Sui laughed. You're worried about my money? The nursing home has a good salary and benefits. I hardly even go to town once a month. And I've saved up a lot of coupons without any place to use them. I was even thinking of giving some to you. Zhang Limin firmly refused. You should keep it. You can use the coupons to get food and eggs when needed. Gu Sui said. The workers around the nursing home exchange grain and medicine pills with Guan Yu. The grain we get from the pill exchange is more than enough for us. We only kept half of the grain from this fall's harvest, and the rest went to the canteen. Zhang Limin smiled and said to Guan Yu. He's always eating and drinking your stuff. I heard the house you live in is also yours. You're losing out in this relationship, aren't you? Guan Yu laughed. It's not that bad. Gu Sui smiled at her. What are you saying? What do you mean not that bad? All right, I misspoke. In our relationship I get the most benefit, okay? They exchanged a glance and both laughed. Zhang Limin watched them and felt happy. The two of them were so in sync with each other. With this kind of relationship their future would surely be better. After lunch, Guan Yu said she wanted to take a nap. Zhang Limin told her to go sleep in Gu Sui's room for a while. Gu Sui went inside, made the bed for her, and when he came out, he remembered to close the door properly. Zhang Limin brewed a pot of tea and sat on the sofa, smiling warmly as she looked at him. You're even more thoughtful than your father. Gu Sui sat down next to his mother and poured himself a cup of tea. Guan Yu is more laid back about life, and I always worry she won't take good care of herself. Zhang Limin curled her lips, realizing it was because he had feelings for her. How have you been over there? Good. Life is really peaceful. Sometimes Guan Yu causes a little commotion, but it's actually kind of fun. Gu Sui said, laughing. The mother and son sat across from each other, sipping tea and chatting for the whole afternoon. By around 4 o'clock, Gu Xi came home. Gu Sui said, Oh, you two are having tea? Bring me a cup, I'm dying of thirst. Gu Sui poured him a cup. How's that kid Qin Lai doing? The tea was at the perfect temperature, and Gu Xi drank it all in one go. It's settled. That uncle of his is really despicable. Not only did he want to take his house, but he also tried to enroll him and send him to a farm in Xinjiang. Luckily he ran into you guys, or that kid's life would have been ruined. Zhang Limin asked, Who's Qin Lai? Oh no, they had slipped up. Gu Xi quickly gave Gu Sui a look. Zhang Limin added, You two stop playing dumb and tell me what's going on. Gu Sui explained. It's not a big deal. Yesterday we ran into an injured kid. His uncle was taking over his family's property, and the kid had nowhere to go, so he ran into our courtyard. We just helped him out. Zhang Limin asked, What does his uncle do? You two better not be causing trouble. Gu Xi answered. He's just a thug, nothing to worry about. I didn't even step in, Wang Zhe found someone and took care of it. Zhang Limin frowned. Although you can't just ignore situations like this, You need to think things through and act within your means. Don't put yourselves in danger. It's not easy for our family to sit together for New Year. Gu Sui reassured her. Mom, don't worry. Those things from the past definitely won't happen again. Gu Xi noticed the jars of malted milk powder on the table. Are these for Uncle Bai and the others? Gu Sui nodded. When are we going? That depends on their schedule. Also, Uncle Bai and the others don't really need these things. Just giving this might seem a little lacking in thought. Guan Yu pushed the door open and came out. Didn't I bring some health supplements? If they don't mind receiving medicine during the New Year, we can give them this instead. Zhang Limin quickly nodded. These aren't ordinary pills, so they definitely won't mind. The health supplements you sent last time worked really well. Your uncle and I felt much better after taking them, and we even shared some with Gu Sui's uncles. Everyone really liked them. Guan Yu asked. Then why didn't you ask us for more later? Zhang Limin replied. Well, I didn't want to take up your time. You're both always so busy with work. Our health is fine, so it doesn't matter whether we take them or not. Gu Sui said. Mom, Guan Yu isn't stingy. Next time, just let us know when you finish them. Guan Yu added. Exactly, it's no trouble. On the 26th day of the New Year, some companies that had started their holidays early began their breaks. Gu Jingda took his family to visit the friends who had helped them in the past. The gifts they brought were considered expensive by others. They had the usual items like biscuits and malted milk powder, but for Uncle Bai, who had helped them the most, they also included a dried wild chicken. The most valuable gift was the health supplements that Guan Yu had made. Guan Yu went along to visit the close relatives. When they received their gifts, their faces lit up with joy, and their attitudes toward Guan Yu became especially warm and friendly. It was at that moment that Guan Yu learned that Gu Sui's uncle Bai had some connections with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he had known Guan Yu's name long before. Chapter 39.1. Guan Yu rarely took the initiative to speak when they went to visit the relatives and friends of the Gu family. She mostly stood next to Gu Sui, blending into the background. Gu Jingda and Zhang Limin introduced her to others, saying that Guan Yu was Gu Sui's partner, and had brought her along so everyone could meet her. They mentioned that, in the future, they should interact more when the opportunity arose. If anyone asked about Guan Yu's family, they were told that both she and Gu Sui worked at the same institution, a sanatorium. Upon hearing this, everyone thought that the second son of the Gu family had chosen a good partner, good-looking and with a good job. They casually complimented her. And then the conversation quickly shifted to Gu Xi. Gu Xi was young but already a colonel, and his future prospects were limitless. Many people wanted to introduce a partner to him. Some of the more thick-skinned ones even called their nieces over on the spot to set up a potential match. Among the relatives who left, several were doctors. After asking about Gu Xi, they turned their attention to Gu Sui. They learned that Gu Sui had gone to the southwest to work as an educated youth, but unexpectedly, he had now become a doctor. This was clearly a sign of his ability. It was a pity, though, that he had brought his partner along. Otherwise, they could have introduced someone to him. Guan Yu privately joked about Gu Sui, saying that he wasn't as popular as Gu Xi, and that being in a relationship with her had lowered his status considerably. Gu Sui smiled and pulled her into a secluded corner by the wall, where he kissed her deeply. On the 29th day of the 12th month, the last family they visited was the one belonging to Uncle Bai, who had brought up the topic of visiting several times. This Uncle Bai was different from the other relatives. They hadn't spoken much with Gu Xi and his brother, but had been talking happily with Guan Yu. Bai Hongwei said, Do you know Feng Lin? He's my cousin's son. He came by to wish us a happy new year a few days ago. When I told him Gu Sui would be coming today, he said for sure you'd be here. Guan Yu responded, Feng Lin? I haven't seen him in months. Bai Hongwei laughed heartily. He's been thinking about you. He even said he's busy with something big lately. But once the New Year's holiday is over, he's going to Qingxi village. Guan Yu was surprised. You know about Qingxi village? Bai Hongwei answered. How could I not know? I work at the same institution. Your name is well known within our circle. Zhang Limin, curious, asked. What were you two talking about? Bai Hongwei smiled and said. We were talking about how Guan Yu's medical skills are exceptional. After the new year, their medical school is reopening. She might even end up in the newspaper. I heard that Guan Yu is the principal. Gu Jingda was astonished. Guan Yu is the principal? Guan Yu shrugged it off, saying, It's nothing much, just a nominal title. No matter if it's just a nominal title, she's still the principal. Zhang Limin exclaimed excitedly. Bai Hongwei turned to Gu Sui and said, When you asked me for help with the Zhang family matter back then, I was still a bit hesitant. But now it seems that I made the right decision. When you two get married, you must invite me to the wedding. After all, I've witnessed your relationship, haven't I? Gu Sui understood what Bai Hongwei meant, and both Guan Yu and Gu Xi had some idea about it, But Gu Jingda and Zhang Limin were completely confused. Gu Sui smiled faintly. When the time comes, we'll definitely invite Uncle Bai for a drink. Bai Hongwei laughed heartily, saying he had already prepared the red envelope for them. Bai Hongwei's house also had 3 rooms and a living room, with 7 people living there. When the Gu family arrived, it felt a bit cramped. After having lunch, they decided to leave and return home. On the way back, Gu Jingda asked what the matter with the Zhang family was. Gu Jingda asked, "Is it about Zhonglu? When we were on our way back, we heard that their whole family had gotten into trouble and was sent to labor reform." Gu Xi replied, "I'm not too clear about it, you can ask Gu Sui." What could Gu Sui say? He couldn't exactly tell them that Zhonglu had caused trouble for Guan Yu because she liked him and that he had to pressure the Zhang family through Uncle Bai. He could only say that Zhonglu had created problems for him before getting arrested, and Uncle Bai had helped him deal with it. Gu Jingda didn't believe this explanation and wanted to ask further, but Zhang Limin interrupted. "It's all in the past now. What's the point in asking about it?" Zhang Limin then said, "Tomorrow's New Year's Eve. Guan Yu, Gu Sui, you two should stay home tomorrow night, alright? Gu Sui, you can squeeze in with your brother." Gu Sui glanced at Guan Yu, and she nodded in agreement. Gu Sui responded, "Alright, we'll stay at home on New Year's Eve." Zhang Limin smiled and said, "Then come over early tomorrow, we'll start preparing the New Year's Eve dinner after lunch." Gu Xi, with a nonchalant attitude, said, "Mom, are you planning to make a feast? There are only a few of us, how much can we eat?" Zhang Limin gave him a glare. "You're saying that now, but once the time comes, you'll be complaining there isn't enough food." Gu Sui grinned. "Is there anything missing for the meal? If so, Guan Yu and I can bring it." Zhang Limin replied, "In the north during winter, every household has cabbage, potatoes, and radishes. There's nothing particularly fresh." Gu Xi said, "Of course there are. I heard from Wang Zhe that there are people selling bean sprouts, garlic shoots, and leafy greens on the black market. They're grown secretly in greenhouses." Zhang Limin dismissed it. "Enough with that. I can't afford those vegetables. During the new year, even if someone is selling them, a handful of greens can cost as much as meat." Guan Yu replied, "As for greens, I know someone who grows them himself and sells them. We can go buy some from him tomorrow. The price won't be too high." Gu Xi raised an eyebrow. "You've only been back for a few days. How do you know someone like that?" Gu Sui glanced at his brother. "Otherwise, what do you think those vegetables you ate a few days ago came from?" Gu Jingda, trying to sound wise, said, "As long as the family is together, it doesn't matter what we eat. Just don't risk everything for a meal." Gu Sui replied calmly, "Don't worry, Dad. I know what I'm doing." At this point it was around 2 p.m., and Gu Sui took Guan Yu back to the courtyard. "Mom, we won't be coming back for dinner tonight." "Alright then, it looks like it's going to snow tonight, so you two are probably too lazy to go back. Just come over early tomorrow." Gu Xi and his parents returned home. As soon as they entered, Gu Jingda said, "Why didn't you let me ask about that earlier?" Zhang Limin huffed. "You don't know which girl from the Zhang family likes Gu Sui? Old Bai already said it, so it must have been Zhang Lu who caused trouble for Guan Yu, and Gu Sui had no choice but to ask Old Bai for help." Gu Xi added, "I don't know anything about Qingxi village, but when we were in Qingchuan city, Zhang Lu tried to use her family's connections to harm Guan Yu, but in the end, she was stopped by chance." Gu Jingda, being a big man who was always busy with work, had never really cared about which girl liked his son. Zhang Limin said, "Let's not bring this up again. It's upsetting to think about." As Gu Sui's mom had predicted, before evening, snow began to fall again. Gu Sui and Guan Yu sat inside, enjoying a hot pot with fresh, vibrant vegetables spread out on the table. The charcoal beneath the hot pot was still burning, sending out the fragrant steam of beef broth. Guan Yu, having eaten her fill, leaned back in her chair and looked out the window. "The snow is getting heavier." Guan Yu remarked, "It'll probably be really cold tonight." "Probably." Guan Yu stood up, moved to the opposite side and squeezed in next to him. "Where are you sleeping tonight?" Gu Sui replied, "I'll sleep in the east wing." Guan Yu huffed. "So boring." Gu Sui couldn't help but feel something was off. For the past few days she seemed to be trying to tease him. She wanted to tease him but wasn't taking responsibility for it. He couldn't quite find the right words to describe her. Guan Yu sat back down in her chair and immediately changed her expression. "You'll wash the dishes later." Gu Sui replied, "When have I not washed them?" Guan Yu chuckled. "Tonight, since you'll be sleeping in the main room, you don't have to wash them. Then I'll wash them tomorrow morning." "Wow, you're so smart." Gu Sui snorted lightly. "Stop with the useless chatter. You have to promise me first we'll go get the marriage certificate tomorrow. Once we've gotten it, you can sleep on top of me if you want." Guan Yu's face turned red. "But tomorrow I don't have to work." Gu Sui stood up and started clearing the table. Then keep quiet. Guan Yu thought to herself, I've messed up. What was I teasing him for? This man is becoming less cooperative, getting angry after just a few words. Asterisk. A while later, Gu Sui finished cleaning the kitchen and brought a basin of hot water inside. Come over and wash your face. Okay. Guan Yu climbed out of bed, and Gu Sui handed her a cloth. Remember to take these cloths with us when we leave. The cloths she pulled out couldn't be produced with today's manufacturing processes. These things needed to be carefully kept or they could get lost. I remember. Tomorrow morning, should we bring the vegetables back with us? What about the meat? I still have a lot of meat here. Gu Sui said. Don't take the beef, but you can take some lamb. What about the vegetables? Just make some home-style dishes, but make more. After the new year when we go back, Dad and Mom can still have more to eat. Then we should take some vegetables that are easy to store like yam and taro. Do whatever you think is best. After Guan Yu washed her face and feet, Gu Sui took the basin of water outside. Guan Yu walked him to the door, stood on tiptoe, and kissed his cheek before closing the door with a loud bang. Gu Sui smiled and walked off, carrying the foot basin. The snow had fallen all night, and the cold wind howled outside, but inside the house it was warm like spring. When Guan Yu opened the door the next morning, the massive temperature difference between the inside and outside was so stark that she almost turned around and went back inside. It was just too cold. Even with her abilities, she couldn't handle this kind of cold weather. Gu Sui laughed and said, Don't wear a coat, go change into a down jacket. Guan Yu grumbled. My down jackets are all so eye-catching. I can't wear them out. She went back into the room and rummaged through her space for a long time, eventually finding a box of down vest jackets. They were very warm when worn under a coat. Guan Yu not only wore one herself but also gave one to Gu Sui. She casually grabbed 5 vests and decided to take them to Gu Sui's parents later. Gu Sui said, 2 are enough. The rest would stand out too much. The extra ones can be given to others. Gu Sui replied, These are for personal use. It wouldn't be right to give them away. Since they had returned, Gu Sui had noticed that the atmosphere in the city wasn't as tense as it had been in previous years, but there were still things to be cautious about. Guan Yu listened to him and put the other 3 back. It's getting late, we should hurry up. They had a lot of vegetables and meat to deliver that day, and carrying them by hand was inconvenient. Guan Yu grabbed a basket and put it on Gu Sui's back. Since they were already using a basket, they decided to add a little more. She packed 10 pounds of sticky rice for strengthening the body. Gu Sui had touched her hand and asked, Where are your gloves? I don't want to wear them. Then put your hands in your pockets. Guan Yu turned her head and smiled at him. Gu Sui also smiled, patted her braid, and helped her adjust her scarf. Let's go. Gu Sui carried a large basket of things back, and Gu Xi opened the door for them. Oh, you really bought all of this? Guan Yu said. Quick, put the basket down. After Gu Sui set the basket down, Gu Xi began taking things out of it. Millet, vests, lamb, celery, garlic sprouts, yam, sweet potatoes. Zhang Limin and Gu Jingde both looked over. Why did you buy so much stuff? Gu Xi replied. We had extra money. Gu Sui casually said. We had money and coupons left over, and they'd expire anyway. Might as well use them now. Zhang Limin remarked. You really don't know how to manage your money. You two are living easy now, but when you have kids in the future, expenses will be higher. Shouldn't you save a little for later? Gu Jingde also said. Your mother and I don't lack money. Just take care of yourselves. Gu Xi said. If you give it, just take it. Don't lecture them. When the time comes, just think of Gu Sui as a son-in-law. Guan Yu has everything, and raising Gu Sui and the kids will be easy for her. Guan Yu is generous. Zhang Limin laughed and gave Gu Xi a playful slap. What kind of talk is that? Gu Sui glanced at Guan Yu, who smiled with her eyes narrowed. Gu Sui thought. The little girl was indeed very generous with his parents. Gu Jingde then said. We won't finish all these vegetables. Should we send some to your uncle Bai? Guan Yu, what do you think? Guan Yu said. Send it, we can always go buy more. Buy more. That meant there was no need to be so stingy. They sent garlic sprouts and greens to a few families they were close with. Gu Xi also grabbed a handful and sent it to Wang Zai's house. Chapter 39.2. After a simple lunch, it was time to start preparing for the New Year's Eve dinner. They had to steam the dishes and prepare the meatballs for frying. Once lunch was done, they could get to work. Gu Sui's mother assigned the tasks. Gu Sui went to the kitchen to help, while Gu Xi and his father were responsible for chopping the meat. As for Guan Yu, she was in charge of peeling garlic. As Gu Jingde worked on his tasks, he chatted with Guan Yu. I heard from Gu Xi that acupuncture can help regulate the body? It can indeed. I treated a patient once, over 80 years old. I think it's because of his age and weakened immunity. He didn't have any major illnesses but kept getting minor ones. Can acupuncture help with this? It can help regulate, but for issues caused by aging and physical decline, regulating the body doesn't have much of an effect. Gu Jingde nodded. A doctor could treat illnesses but couldn't change destiny. Gu Jingde was a Western doctor, while Guan Yue practiced traditional Chinese medicine. Though their approaches differed, they were both doctors, so they got along well. The treatment methods for the same illness in Chinese and Western medicine could be quite different. Gu Jingde hadn't paid much attention to traditional Chinese medicine before, but after Gu Sui started dating Guan Yue, they often ate the herbs that Guan Yue sent over, and some of those herbs seemed to work better than Western medicine. That's when he started paying more attention to Chinese medicine. At their hospital in the Northeast, they also had traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. After several comparisons, Gu Jingde realized that Guan Yue's level of practice was exceptional. There were very few like her, and most other Chinese medicine practitioners were still far behind. In Gu Jingde's view, Chinese medicine had a low floor but a very high ceiling compared to Western medicine. Doctors who were in the mid to lower level of Chinese medicine were generally not as skilled as Western doctors. Gu Jingde said, "Nowadays, Chinese medicine is mostly taught through the disciple learns from the teacher method, but there's no standard. Some teachers learned it wrong themselves and have misled a whole group of students." Guan Yue replied, "That's why I support them establishing medical schools and writing unified textbooks. At least it will give them a standard to compare against during their studies. As the overall level of Chinese medicine improves, people will need it more, and their situation will naturally improve." Gu Jingde nodded with satisfaction. "It's great that you're thinking this way." Gu Xi was listening to their conversation, unable to join in, so he turned to check the kitchen. Gu Sui glanced at him and asked, "What are you doing here?" Gu Xi crossed his arms. "I suddenly realized you really do resemble a kept son-in-law." Zhang Limin said, "Speak properly." Gu Xi pouted. "Guan Yue has big ambitions. In the future, she might even be a leader in Chinese medicine. You'll just be at home doing the laundry, cooking, and raising the kids." Gu Sui smiled. In fact, Guan Yue already had quite a reputation. Take the Southwest region, for example. The leader there, Deng Weimin, was already working under her and learning from her. The heir of the Deng family had been sent to Guan Yue as well. Although people didn't often talk about it, wasn't it obvious? Was there any need to mention it? Guan Yue's fame wasn't limited to the Southwest. There were doctors from medical schools around the country who came to learn from her. Once the medical school opened, with a new batch of students each year, who would dare not acknowledge Guan Yue's status? Moreover, in the wealthy circles in Hong Kong and among leaders, her presence was also very strong. On the other hand, the fact that Guan Yue was young led to some prejudice. Some people still believed older Chinese medicine practitioners were better and looked down on younger ones. But in a few years, when Guan Yue was a little older, her reputation would only grow stronger. Gu Sui had long known what life would be like after getting together with Guan Yue. He could only say that he was happy about it. Gu Xi clicked his tongue, then turned to his mother and said, "How many boxes of things do you have? Just give them all to Gu Sui as part of the dowry, so no one can say he's marrying above his station." After hearing Gu Sui speak earlier, Zhang Limin realized she still didn't fully understand Guan Yue's abilities. Now she hesitated. Would her son be happy in a relationship where the woman was so much stronger than the man? Gu Sui reassured her. "Mom, you need to believe me. I love Guan Yue as a person and she loves me too. Whatever happens in the future, we'll face it together." At that moment, Guan Yue came in holding a large bowl of garlic. "What are you talking about?" Gu Xi laughed heartily. "I said you're so impressive, surely many people like you. Our Gu Sui might not even compare to them. When you get married, have my mom give a little more dowry." Guan Yue laughed. "Others might like me, but I only like Gu Sui." Hearing this, Zhang Limin's face turned red. "Ah, these young people today. Gu Sui, you go outside, we don't need you here." Gu Xi laughed like a piglet. "Ha ha, confessing right in front of him. Gu Sui, that kid is probably having a ball inside, pretending to be all serious." Gu Sui couldn't care less. In front of the family, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead. It was a simple gesture, but Guan Yue felt the overwhelming emotion in his heart. Gu Sui took the bowl from her hands, placed it on the stove and pulled her outside. In the living room, Gu Jingde was still chopping meat. Gu Sui dragged Guan Yue into the room, and as soon as the door was closed, Guan Yue jumped into his arms. Gu Sui quickly caught her. Her legs wrapped around his waist, and her moist breath brushed against his ear. "So you like hearing me say things like that? You should have said so earlier." Gu Sui was deeply stirred by her, but it wasn't the right time for anything too intense. He pressed her against the wall and kissed her fiercely, venting the intensity of his emotions. After a while, Guan Yue pulled away, saying, "Your lips are swollen." Gu Sui, with a hoarse voice, replied, I'll put some medicine on them later. Guan Yu quietly laughed, patting his shoulder. Let me down, hurry up and go back to help Aunt in the kitchen. Gu Sui lowered her. You go ahead, I'll be out in a bit. Guan Yu obediently left. Before she went out, her small hand quickly slipped under his clothes, feeling his stomach. Guan Yu whispered. Oh, so you have abs, huh? The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Even louder than when Guan Yu had locked him outside last night. Gu Jingda, still chopping meat in the living room, was startled. Gu Jingda asked. What's going on? Guan Yu covered her mouth. Nothing much. Gu Xi came out chuckling, but Guan Yu ignored him. It had been years since the family had spent New Year's together. That night, the Gu family's dinner table was filled with chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Other families might consider it a good New Year if they have 1 or 2 meat dishes on the table, but our family is having a feast. Gu Xi grabbed his chopsticks, ready to dig in, as soon as his mother called out to start eating. Zhang Limin placed a piece of braised pork on Guan Yu's plate. It's your first New Year with us, and from now on you'll be family. Eat more. Guan Yu smiled. Thank you, Aunt. There was no rush to finish the large spread of food. They could take their time and even eat until midnight if needed. But the dishes were so delicious that it seemed unlikely they would last that long. The meal was likely to be finished in an hour. Gu Xi groaned, full from the meal. Ayo, quick! Make me a cup of digestion tea. In the afternoon, the families who had received vegetables from the Gu family had also enjoyed a wonderful dinner. It was such a luxury to have vegetables other than cabbage, radishes, and potatoes in the middle of winter. After dinner, the family sat on the sofa, sipping digestion tea, snacking on sunflower seeds, and chatting. They waited until midnight, when the sounds of firecrackers filled the air downstairs. Only after that did they head to their rooms to sleep. By this time everyone was tired. The neighbors upstairs and downstairs were quiet, and as soon as Guan Yu lay down, she fell asleep. Since they stayed up so late, Guan Yu was woken up early the next morning by the noise. Her head felt like it was about to explode. Remembering that there would be visitors coming to pay New Year's greetings soon, she couldn't fall back asleep and simply got up. Without saying much, she had breakfast and headed to the courtyard. Before leaving, she was stuffed with 2 thick red envelopes. Gu Sui couldn't leave that day, so he sent Guan Yu over. He had to head back soon. Gu Sui made sure the heated bed was ready for her. You sleep a little longer. I'll come over at noon. Guan Yu murmured in acknowledgement and snuggled back under the covers. Soon she was fast asleep again. Gu Sui returned home to find someone had already arrived. His brother's friend, Wang Zhe. As soon as Gu Xi saw Gu Sui come in, he quickly said, Ask him, the vegetables came from him. What's going on? Wang Zhe handed Gu Sui a cigarette. Gu Sui waved his hand. Thanks, but I don't smoke. Gu Xi spoke up. I want one. Wang Zhe handed the cigarette to Gu Xi. Then turned to Gu Sui. The vegetables your family sent yesterday were really good. My son Shenxi ate half a bowl more than usual. I wanted to ask where you got them from. I'd like to get some more. Gu Sui replied. I can't tell you where I got them from, but if you want more vegetables, it's not a problem. Once they're delivered to me, you can come and get them. Wang Zhe patted Gu Sui on the shoulder. Thanks. No need to thank me. Wang Zhe's family wasn't a small household. On the first day of the new year, many people came to pay New Year's greetings. After staying at the Gu family for a while, Wang Zhe left to attend to his own visitors. Soon another guest arrived. One of the patients his father had treated. Gu Sui quickly greeted him and brought him in, offering a bowl of sweet soup. They were busy until after 11 o'clock, and the guests finally left. Gu Sui didn't stay for dinner at home. He had to go to the courtyard. When Gu Sui left in the morning, he locked the door from the outside. As he walked down the alley, he saw 2 people standing at the gate, one of whom he recognized. Gu Sui asked, Fong Lin. Fong Lin smiled and nodded. Happy New Year, Dr. Gu. Happy New Year. What brings you here? As Gu Xi spoke, he opened the door. Fong Lin, accompanied by the other person, stepped inside. My uncle came over to your house this morning. He said he didn't see Guan Doctor, so I figured she must be here. What are you looking for Guan Yu for? I want to ask her to help adjust her health. And by the way, the 2 leaders would like to meet her. At that moment, Guan Yu had already woken up. She opened the window from the inside, her hair messy. Fong Lin, who wants to see me? Fong Lin smiled and said, I can't tell you for now. You'll know tomorrow when you meet them. Seeing a doctor during the new year. Aren't you afraid of it being a bad omen? There's no way around it. The 2 leaders are usually very busy with their work, and only now can they find a little time. Guan Yu responded. Since they are leaders, they shouldn't lack doctors around them. They don't lack them, but they do lack a capable doctor like you. Flattered by Fong Lin's compliment, Guan Yu didn't take it to heart. What time tomorrow? Fong Lin quickly replied. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Then you can come pick me up at 10. All right. Fong Lin put down the New Year gifts and swiftly left with his team. Once they had walked out of the main gate, one of his subordinates finally asked, Director, why didn't you talk to Dr. Guan a bit more? Fong Lin smiled slightly. No need to say more. Dr. Guan is a straightforward person. If she agrees, she won't back out. She doesn't like it when others waste her time with unnecessary chatter. No wonder the leaders told me to talk less and just follow you here. Fong Lin smiled without saying much. It's getting late, let's hurry home for dinner. We'll see her tomorrow morning. Okay, Director Fong. Goodbye. Fong Lin, a newcomer who had been with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for less than 2 years, had, by a twist of fate, become the person in charge of external communication with Guan Yue. Over the course of the year, he had accomplished a lot, and his position had risen steadily. He was now a director. At the beginning, everyone had no desire to take on such a thankless task, but now that they saw this matter had potential, they all wanted to push Fong Lin aside and take over. The excuses were ready-made. Fong Lin was now a leader, so he didn't need to personally handle such matters. Fong Lin didn't pay attention to their insincere flattery. After all, he was just a small director. It wasn't worth him giving up everything to return to the office and live a life of drinking tea every day. Today, when he came to find Guan Yue, the leaders above him had assigned someone to follow him. He wasn't afraid of anyone following him, and even gave the person a few instructions, which could be seen as giving face to that leader. The snow beneath his feet creaked with every step, and Fong Lin exhaled a puff of white mist. He thought to himself that his stepfather and the Gu family had a good relationship. With this connection, even if he didn't step aside, no one could do anything to him. After Fong Lin left, Gu Sui told her to close the window. What do you want to eat? Make whatever you like. Aren't you tired after a whole morning of work? Tired, of course. Guan Yu quickly put on her clothes and ran out. A hug and I won't be tired. Gu Sui smiled and gently patted her head. These days, your mouth has been particularly sweet. It will always be sweet. Lately, seeing how Gu Sui's parents interacted with each other, she felt that marriage might not be such a bad thing. With a father like Uncle Gu, after Gu Sui got married, it wouldn't be much different. The more she thought about it, the more she found herself unwilling to admit it aloud. Yet the more she thought about marrying him, the more she thought about it, the more clingy she became toward him. The two of them hugged each other, standing in the icy cold, yet their hearts felt warm. Gu Sui. Will you always be good to me? I will always be good to you. Will you only be good to me forever? Gu Sui didn't say anything. You hesitated. Guan Yu was angry and tried to push him away. Gu Sui didn't let go. What about when we have children in the future? Guan Yu smiled. What then? Gu Sui smiled and sighed. Even if we have children later, I promise to only be the best to you. Guan Yu buried her face in his chest, and tears immediately started to fall. She murmured. Then let's get married as soon as we go back. Gu Sui was overjoyed, pushing her away to look at her face. When he saw her crying, he frowned. What's wrong? Guan Yu smiled and tilted her face up. You have to do everything you promised me. All right. Gu Sui had asked for her hand in marriage so many times, both openly and subtly, but he never expected that, in the end, it would be her who proposed to him. Gu Sui tightly embraced her. We'll always be like this. Guan Yu was the kind of person who, once she made a decision, would not hesitate anymore. Now that she had decided to marry Gu Sui, she wanted to get the marriage certificate as soon as possible. Gu Sui pulled her back. Don't rush. You still need to go back to get the certificate, and you'll need an introduction letter. Guan Yu let out an exclamation. It's that complicated? It's not complicated. I'll handle everything. You just have to come with me when the time comes. Guan Yu laughed again. I'll listen to you. We'll get the certificate as soon as we go back. When should we have the wedding? Guan Yu thought for a moment. How about New Year's Day next year? Didn't you want to get married on New Year's Day? All right, New Year's Day 1970. Gu Sui, fearing that Guan Yu might change her mind, immediately agreed to everything, no matter what was said. Since they had decided to get married, they knew they had to tell their parents quickly. The two of them had a casual lunch at home, and in the afternoon, Gu Sui held Guan Yu's hand as they made their way back to his family's house. As soon as they pushed the door open, Gu Sui's first words were, Mom, Dad, Guan Yu and I have decided to get married. At that moment, the room was filled with a group of young women, all familiar faces from the family compound and neighbors. Zhang Limin froze for a moment, then realizing, she became incredibly happy. It's decided? Oh my, your dad and I were just waiting for you two to make up your minds. Now that it's settled, I feel like a weight has finally been lifted off my chest. With so many people watching, Guan Yu felt a little shy and hid behind Gu Sui. Li Min, is this your daughter-in-law? She looks so delicate and pretty. She's a beauty, isn't she? I heard she's a doctor working in a sanatorium. Her job's also great. Such a well-matched couple, it's hard to find these days. That's true. Congratulations, congratulations. Your Gu family is going to have a big celebration this year. Gu Sui is getting married. What about Gu Si? As the older brother, shouldn't he hurry up? Yes, Gu Si's mom, my niece is wonderful. How about letting the two young people meet? They might hit it off. My granddaughter is even better. She's a teacher, has a good job, and after marriage she'll take care of the kids. Gu Si won't need to worry at all. Zhang Limin was immediately surrounded by everyone. Her eldest son Gu Si wasn't home, and her husband Gu Jingda had left because of all the women crowding the house. At that moment, Gu Sui and Guan Yu quietly tried to sneak out, almost unable to handle the attention. They softly closed the door, exchanging a smile. Let's go back. Alright, let's go to our home. The 4 words, let's go back to our home, made Gu Sui's heart warm. For the entire afternoon, the two of them seemed inseparable, and their distance never exceeded 2 meters. When he went to the kitchen to get charcoal, she followed him. When she felt bored and wanted to bring out some fruit from the room, he followed her. They clung to each other, and whenever they looked at each other, they couldn't help but smile. Unable to hold herself back, Guan Yu jumped into his arms and kissed him. Just then, Gu Si walked in and couldn't help but cover his eyes. Oh my god, you two are like this all day long. Aren't you getting tired of each other? The front door is still open. Do you want someone to see and report you for messing around with your relationship? We're in our own house, what does it have to do with anyone else? Gu Si grumbled unhappily. If it wasn't for mom asking me to bring you two back for dinner, you think I'd want to come? Gu Si added. Hurry up, mom and dad are waiting for you at home. Gu Sui patted Guan Yu's hand. Go put on your coat. Okay. Gu Si glanced at Guan Yu's retreating figure, then turned to Gu Sui. Wasn't it said that Guan Yu didn't want to get married now? Why did she suddenly agree? Gu Sui smiled. Because she proposed, and now she wants to get married. Gu Si cursed under his breath. Don't look at me with that expression. I'll lose my appetite for dinner. Gu Sui rolled his eyes at him. Where did you hide this afternoon? The whole family's waiting to set you up with someone. You think everyone's like you, begging people to marry them every day? Heh, I'm waiting for the day you slap yourself in the face. Gu Si said with irritation. I can't stand being at home anymore. I'll leave after the 2nd day of the new year. Anyway, Dad has to go to work on the 3rd day. Gu Si added. Gu Sui replied. Then we'll leave together. There's still a lot to do at the sanatorium. That evening, they had dinner at the Gu family's home. Everyone was in high spirits. The two children had a good relationship, and the parents were filled with blessings. When they were leaving, Zhang Limin gave Guan Yu 2 suitcases. This is your wedding gift. Take it for now, and when you two have the wedding, Aunt will give you another one. Guan Yu happily accepted. Thank you, Aunt. Zhang Limin glanced outside at the darkening sky. It's getting late outside. Why don't you just stay and sleep here tonight? Gu Sui shook his head. No, tomorrow someone needs Guan Yu to see a patient. It's not convenient. Hearing this, Zhang Limin didn't insist. Work is important. If you don't have time to come over at noon, don't worry about it. You can always come back for dinner in the evening. Gu Sui glanced at his brother. It's only one more meal tomorrow evening. My brother says he's annoyed and wants to go back on the 3rd day, so we'll listen to him. After speaking, Gu Sui quickly pulled Guan Yu out the door and shut it behind them. They didn't leave immediately. After a while, they heard the sound of his mom cursing and his brother getting a beating. Guan Yu chuckled softly. You're really bad. Gu Sui pulled her downstairs. Now you know I'm bad, but it's too late. It's too late to change your mind now. The two of them hurriedly ran down the stairs. The snow hadn't fallen that evening, and the moon in the night sky was especially bright. They joyfully walked home, stepping on the moonlight scattered on the ground. The next morning, Guan Yu woke up, and Gu Sui had already made breakfast, waiting for her. After she finished her breakfast, Fong Lin arrived at the door. Gu Sui handed Guan Yu's silver needles to Fong Lin. Drive slowly, make sure to bring her back in time for lunch. Fong Lin smiled. Don't worry, Guan doctor won't go hungry. The car picked up Guan Yu, and they drove past square in a park, eventually stopping in front of an unassuming house. Fong Lin led Guan Yu inside, where security personnel checked her, carefully inspecting her silver needles. They went up to the 2nd floor, where a man in his 40s stood at the door. Fong Lin respectfully greeted him. Secretary Liu. Secretary Liu nodded. The leaders are waiting, you can go in. The door opened, and 2 energetic elderly people were sitting inside. One of them smiled and said, they weren't wrong. The future of traditional Chinese medicine really is a young girl. Chapter 40.1. Facing the two high-ranking leaders, Guan Yue did not show any sign of timidity. She gave a faint smile and said, "I'm about to get married, so I'm no longer a girl. Marriage is good. I heard your partner is also a doctor." Guan Yue smiled and replied, "Yes, he's also a doctor. I'm a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and he's a Western medicine doctor." Guan Yue then added, "I heard both of you have tight schedules, so we won't waste your time. Shall I check your pulses now?" "Ha ha. You have a straightforward personality. I'm not in a hurry. Let me check the pulse of this elder first." Guan Yue looked at the other person, who appeared to be older. I'll go first. Both of them were not young anymore, yet they still engaged in this little banter. Guan Yue worked quickly and soon finished checking their pulses. Both of them had digestive issues, and given their age they also had some sleeping problems. Fortunately, they were usually taken care of by health doctors and there were no major issues. After her diagnosis, the service staff standing behind them remained silent. Guan Yue knew that among them, there must be health doctors. The leader, who appeared slightly younger, nodded and said, "There's not a single mistake. You're really skilled at checking pulses." Guan Yue smiled faintly and replied, "You flatter me. Let's start with the acupuncture." Fong Lin walked over, holding the silver needles for Guan Yue. In traditional Chinese medicine, people's abilities were often judged by their age, but this bias didn't apply to Guan Yue. No matter how many health doctors were watching, the speed at which she inserted the needles didn't slow down even a little. After the needles were in place, neither of the leaders fell asleep immediately. Instead, they were very interested and began chatting with Guan Yue. "I heard from them that your teacher only taught you how to diagnose and prescribe, and you learned acupuncture on your own?" Guan Yue nodded. What the leader heard is correct. Guan Yue was very clear that, considering how she had come to be here today, her background had undoubtedly been thoroughly investigated and scrutinized countless times by them. "That's right. I heard that you even paid to build a medical school. What are your views on traditional Chinese medicine?" "This question is too broad. Are you asking about my opinion on the current situation of traditional Chinese medicine, or my views on its future development?" The leader chuckled. "Either one works. Don't worry, just speak your mind." Guan Yue curled the corners of her lips. "If you ask me about the current situation of Chinese medicine, I can only say that the situation of most traditional Chinese doctors is very grim. But this isn't just the case with Chinese medicine. Isn't Western medicine also struggling? Are those teachers doing any better? This is a problem with our entire social environment. There's very little I can do about it. But if I can change even a little, then that's something. As for the future of Chinese medicine emphasizes inheritance. If we continue like this for a few more years with the older generation dying off and being injured, there will be no one left to carry it on. In 10 or 20 years, when the environment improves, even if young people are willing to learn, who will teach them? If the roots are severed, does Chinese medicine still have a future?" The more Guan Yue spoke, the colder her tone became. Her words became more and more blunt, but no one in the room rebutted her. Because she was speaking the truth. Guan Yue didn't believe that the leaders, who were exceptionally intelligent, couldn't see the problem she had observed. It was just a matter of what they decided to do about it. After a sigh, the room fell silent, and both leaders fell asleep. Guan Yue quietly sat there waiting for the right time. Once the acupuncture was finished, she removed the needles without waking the two leaders. She nodded at the service staff behind her and left. The car drove out from inside. Fong Lin, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at Guan Yue through the rearview mirror. Fong Lin said, "Dr. Guan, don't take it too personally. Since the leaders asked you such questions, it means things will definitely improve slowly in the future." Guan Yue's current position was very special. She was someone that several major military districts considered a person to protect. She treated the wounded soldiers from the military, provided them with medicine, and also treated wealthy businessmen from abroad to bring resources to the country. Her words carried much more weight than those of other doctors, and the leaders would surely take them into consideration. "I'm not angry. What good would it do for her to be angry?" She actually thought that they probably wouldn't have asked her those questions for no reason. She had said what she wanted to say, and that was enough. Fong Lin dropped Guan Yue off at the entrance of the courtyard before leaving. She had left at 10 in the morning, and now that she was home, it was only just past 12. Gu Sui was preparing to cook when he saw her return. He smiled and asked, "How did it go? You look like you're not in a good mood." Guan Yue stretched out her arms. Gu Sui casually wiped his hands on a towel and hugged her. Guan Yue hummed, "It's so nice to have you here." Gu Sui didn't ask much about her morning. "You tend the fire, I'll stir-fry the dishes." Guan Yue released him. "What are we having?" Gu Sui replied, braised cabbage with vinegar, stir-fried celery with pork, and a noodle soup. Guan Yu sat down by the stove and added a piece of firewood. The fire in the stove blazed brightly, and she stretched her hands out to warm them. Guan Yu asked, "Are you really leaving tomorrow?" Gu Sui nodded. "My brother bought the tickets this morning. We're leaving tomorrow afternoon." Guan Yu asked, "What about the food you promised Wang Zhe? Should we have them come pick it up this afternoon or tomorrow?" "Tomorrow morning would be better, just to be safe." Given the lack of people outside, if anyone were to suspect the origin of her food and start investigating, it would be hard to explain. It was better for them to come tomorrow morning. If anyone asked, they could just say it was delivered the night before. Guan Yu wasn't in a good mood today. After lunch, she went to her room to take a nap. Gu Sui got dressed and left to visit his family. When Gu Sui arrived home, his parents and older brother were all there. Gu Xi was curled up on the sofa, with the stove in front of her. Fresh sweet potatoes were roasting on the stove, the ones they had brought over the day before. Gu Xi asked, "You came alone? Where's Guan Yu?" "Guan Yu went out this morning. She's tired, so she's resting at home this afternoon." Gu Xi responded. "I heard Fong Lin went to pick her up?" Gu Xi raised an eyebrow. "How do you know that?" "Don't ask me how I know. I also know where Fong Lin took her this morning." Gu Jingda furrowed his brow. "Gu Xi, you need to know your limits when you do things. Be more mindful of the rules, and don't pry into things you shouldn't." Gu Xi casually said, "Oh, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Zhang Limin wasn't interested in these vague matters. She turned to Gu Sui and asked, "So you two are just going to register the marriage when you go back? Have you two talked about when to have the wedding?" Gu Sui smiled. "We've talked about it. We'll have the wedding on New Year's Day next year, in Qingxi Village. You all can come to Qingxi Village then." "You're not having it in Beijing?" "No, not in Beijing. If Uncle Bai and the others can't make it, we can just invite them to a meal when we return. As long as you've discussed it, that's fine. Your dad and I don't have any objections." To be honest, Zhang Limin really did want to visit Qingxi Village. Her son had been talking it up so much, but she still wasn't at ease and felt she needed to see it for herself. If the development there wasn't going well, they would have to figure something out to bring her son and daughter-in-law back to Beijing so that at least the family could take care of them. The family spent the afternoon talking, and by the time it was almost dark, Gu Sui got up to leave. "Brother, tell Wang Zhe to go to the courtyard tomorrow morning to pick up the vegetables. Besides the ones for Wang Zhe, the rest can be left for Mom and Dad." "Got it." When Gu Sui returned to the courtyard, Guan Yu had already woken up. The corner of the room was piled with vegetables like sweet potatoes, yam, and taro, foods that could be stored for a long time. When Gu Sui entered, Xiao He was tangled up with Guan Yu's plant pots again and had started rolling around. The two leaves at the top of Xiao He's vine had turned so black that the green could no longer be seen. Gu Sui smiled and said, "Xiao He looked better when it was still green." Xiao He was angry and whipped its tendrils, striking Gu Sui with a lash. The back of Gu Sui's hand turned red. Guan Yu glared and said, "Xiao He, don't bully him." Xiao He wasn't happy. How could it not strike him when he was calling it green? Saying its leaves were green was an insult, implying it was weak. Xiao He couldn't really fight against Guan Yu, so it lay flat on the flower pot, motionless, using the act of playing dead to express its anger. Gu Sui said, "Xiao He is really smart." "Humph." Xiao He didn't accept the compliment. It turned its head, and the two leaves fell off the pot and rolled to the back, out of sight. Gu Sui said, "Let's not plant anything for now. We'll plant the vegetables tomorrow morning. Let's cook dinner first." Guan Yu replied, "Do I have to help you with the fire again? Are you going to burn it or not?" "I'll burn it." Gu Sui curled his lips in a smile, feeling very good. Tonight they weren't going to stir-fry anything, just cook rice noodles. The mustard greens Gu Sui had pickled a few days ago were ready to eat, and when mixed with the rice noodles they tasted amazing. After dinner they couldn't go to sleep right away. They rested in the room, and since Guan Yu had nothing to do, she threw an apple seed into the ground, and it grew into an apple tree. She had controlled the growth of the tree, so it could only grow to knee height. Despite its small size, the tree had already produced a dozen large fruits. After picking some, more quickly grew in its place. Gu Sui told her, "Don't keep growing them. Let Mom and Dad eat enough." Guan Yu replied, "I'll let one more batch grow. Apples store well." It had been a long time since Guan Yu planted fruit trees, and once she started she couldn't stop. She ended up filling 2 large baskets. Gu Sui rubbed his forehead. "How should we deal with this tree?" Guan Yu replied, "Just leave it in the yard. Let Uncle and Aunt come over when they have time. It will definitely bear fruit by next autumn." Gu Sui pinched her cheek. "I think we're better suited to live in the mountains. This tiny yard can't hide anything." Guan Yu chuckled. "Then let's live in the mountains." Chapter 40.2. At night, with the scent of apples filling the air, Guan Yue fell asleep, dreaming of picking apples. The next morning around 9 o'clock, Wang Zhe and Gu Xi arrived by car. They saw a row of crates leaning against the wall inside the main house, each filled with vegetables. Damn, there are apples too. Gu Xi grabbed one, took a big bite and found it crisp, sweet and fresh. This is unbelievably delicious. Wang Zhe, being more observant, said, "Look at the apple stem." The apple stem was still green, just like it had been freshly picked from the tree. With such freshness, how could it not taste great? Wang Zhe took one for himself and ate it, amazed. He'd never had such a good apple before. With a few satisfying crunches, he finished it quickly. Wang Zhe glanced at the crates on the floor. "Let's split it in half. 2 baskets of apples, 1 for each of us." Gu Xi said. "No, my parents want to give some away. Half a basket for you is already generous enough. Don't be too shameless taking free food." Wang Zhe retorted. "Why give away such good apples? Giving them to others might cause trouble. It's better to just eat them at home." The two of them argued for a while, and in the end they agreed to split the apples evenly. As for the vegetables, the Wang family was larger, so the Gu family took a bit more of the vegetables that could be stored. The Wang family took more of the leafy greens. Wang Zhe's car was filled with vegetables and fruits. He was delighted and said to Gu Sui and Guan Yu, "Thanks a lot. When you get married next year, I'll definitely bring you a big gift." Gu Xi, irritated, kicked him. "Without me, would you even be able to eat the good things they bought? Haha, what are brothers for? If I tried to pay you, you'd definitely refuse. Let's go. I'll drop off your veggies at home first." Gu Xi turned around and told Gu Sui and Guan Yu, "Pack up and we'll have lunch at home. We'll leave in the afternoon." Wang Zhe added, "I'll drive you to the station this afternoon." Gu Xi jumped into the passenger seat, and the two of them hurriedly came and just as quickly left. Guan Yu said, "There are still a dozen apples on the apple tree in my room." Gu Sui replied, "Pick them all and take them to eat on the road." "All right then." Neither Gu Xi nor Guan Yu waited until noon. After tidying up the yard, they grabbed their packed luggage and headed to the family compound. As soon as they arrived, Zhang Limin hurried over. "How much did you two spend in total?" Gu Sui replied, "Mom, these vegetables are hard to find. We're lucky to even get them. We're not short on money, just take them and enjoy them, don't ask." Zhang Limin scolded, "You two children, you've never been through tough times. You don't take money seriously. Fine, I won't say anything more." Gu Xi came out of the house, carrying his packed luggage, and tossed it onto the sofa. "We're leaving this afternoon. Stop talking, hurry up and make us something delicious. If you want to eat Mom's cooking again, you'll have to wait until next year." With her sons at home these past few days, Zhang Limin had been in high spirits, but now that both sons and daughters-in-law were leaving, she felt a bit downhearted. Gu Sui put his arm around his mom's shoulders. "I'll help you cook." Gu Xi, with nothing else to do, also went over to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Gu Jingda, who had been silent up until now, asked Guan Yu, "Could you check my pulse?" Guan Yu smiled. "I was just about to suggest that." Gu Sui's parents were in good health, so Gu Sui didn't have to worry much. It seemed like Gu Sui's father thought the same way. Gu Jingda, being a doctor himself, had always been careful about his health and felt that his body was in excellent condition. After Guan Yu checked his pulse, she smiled and said, "Uncle, your health is indeed very good." Gu Jingda responded, "When Aunt is free, you should check hers as well." Guan Yu nodded. "Of course." At Wang Zhe's house, when his parents saw him come back with a carload of vegetables and fruits, their eyes nearly popped out. "Where did you get all this from? Why didn't you wait until evening to bring it back? What if the neighbors see?" "Don't talk, quickly move it inside and hide it." Wang Zhe's grandpa and dad held prominent positions, and their family lived in a separate 2-story house. However, since they were still within the large compound, it would be troublesome if others found out. Before anything bad happened, no one could be sure which close friends might end up reporting you. Wang Zhe's family consisted of 6 people. His grandpa, grandma, parents, and himself and his older brother. Both brothers were unmarried and there were no children in the house, so they didn't have to worry too much about accidentally leaking information. The whole family quickly moved the items into the storage room behind the kitchen to hide them. Only then did Wang Zhe's older brother ask, "Did the Gu family bring this?" Wang Zhe nodded. "It was Gu Sui, Gu Xi's younger brother. Did you see that apple earlier? The stem is still green. I don't know where they got it from." "Didn't they tell you?" "No, maybe it's inconvenient to mention. Otherwise, with my relationship with Gu Xi, there's no way they wouldn't tell me. This time what we got, we'll split between our 2 families. The Gu family's good people, they're all reliable. We should keep in touch more in the future." Wang Zhe and Gu Xi had a good relationship. When the Gu family went through a tough time in the past, Wang Zai's family had helped a lot. Wang Zai's mom took 3 apples, washed and sliced them and brought them out. Come, try these. The family took a bite, and the apples were crisp and sweet. So sweet that they'd never tasted anything like it before. Wang Zai's grandpa, who usually didn't like fruit, actually liked this apple. I've never had an apple with such a strong apple flavor. The family burst into laughter. After eating his piece, Wang Zai's older brother said, "The Gu family's not only reliable, they're all capable people. Don't even get me started on Gu Xi and Gu Sui. And Gu Sui, now that he's found a wife, he's no one to be underestimated." Wang Zai's mom said, "A couple of years ago, I heard that Gu Sui found an orphan girl in the village where he was sent. The Wang family's daughter followed him, but was sent back after a fight." Wang Zai sneered. "They're talking nonsense. That girl from the Wang family is no good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent in so quickly." Wang Zai's older brother said, "Gu Sui's fiancée is no ordinary person, and her medical skills are exceptional. Calling her a miracle doctor wouldn't be an exaggeration. The year before last, the Southwest Military District had her build a sanatorium. Later, a few other military districts got involved and we helped too. The courtyard Guan Yue lives in now was a gift from our military district." "Guan Yue is that impressive?" "Yes, very impressive. This morning she was even received by 2 top officials." Wang Zai added. "She also has strong connections with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The person who came to pick her up today was a director from the ministry. He's risen to prominence in the past 2 years, mainly because he brought in many production lines and supplies." Wang Zai's mom was stunned. "A doctor, and her connections are so wide?" Wang Zai's dad said, "A regular doctor wouldn't have such a wide network, but a miracle doctor is a different story." Wang Zai's dad, still in office, knew some of the behind-the-scenes details. Many of the changes in the Southwest Military District this year were largely tied to Guan Yu's influence. Wang Zai said, "Gu Xi said Gu Sui and Guan Yu are going to get their marriage certificate when they get back and have the wedding on New Year's Day next year. Then you should take some time off and go." Wang Zai nodded. Whether out of friendship or for business reasons, his connection with the Gu family couldn't be severed. In the afternoon after lunch, Wang Zai drove to take Gu Xi and the others to the train station. The car pulled up at the entrance of the station, and Wang Zai said, "I heard from Gu Xi that the sanatorium called?" He was speaking to Gu Sui. Gu Sui nodded. "They got through." Wang Zai said, "Then give me a phone number. If anything comes up and I can't reach your brother, I can contact you." Gu Xi gave Wang Zai a light shove. "You should give Gu Sui your number too." Wang Zai said, "Don't you have one already? Just give him yours." "I didn't bring the notebook with the phone numbers. How am I supposed to give it to him? Should I write him a letter when I get to Qingchuan and mail it?" Wang Zai replied, "Look at you, why are you being so harsh?" Wang Zai found a piece of paper and a pen in the car, wrote down his home phone number for Gu Sui, and Gu Sui also gave him the number for the sanatorium. Wang Zai said, "Stay in touch if anything comes up." Gu Sui smiled and said, "Sure, Wang Ge, see you next time." Wang Zai nodded. "You all go on in. I'll just drop you off at the entrance." Gu Xi gave Wang Zai a pat on the shoulder. "We're off." Once they were in the car, Gu Xi said to Gu Sui, "The Wang family is eager to build a good relationship." Gu Sui nodded. Gu Xi and Wang Zai had known each other for many years, but Wang Zai had only ever interacted with Gu Xi. Today, however, he had suddenly asked for the sanatorium's number, which meant he was putting him in a favorable light. Gu Xi glanced at Guan Yu and said to Gu Sui, "You haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already benefiting from Guan Yu's connections." Gu Sui laughed, understanding what his brother meant. He had been a doctor before and was still one now. People hadn't paid him much attention back then, but now they were actively trying to build a good relationship with him. The reason, he knew, could only be Guan Yu. Guan Yu, sitting on the lower bunk, was drinking water, completely uninterested in their conversation. Gu Xi said, "Don't overthink it, don't let it get to you. Even if you don't associate with him, just because you're my brother, if something really happens, he won't ignore you when he can help." "I know. Just go lie down on the bed. It's too cold out here." It won't be cold in a few days when the train reaches the south. The train was heading southwest from Beijing, and there were very few people on board. By the time they were close to their destination, no one else had boarded their car. At this station, Gu Xi was going to get off the train early and head to Qingchuan. He stuffed the remaining 6 apples into his brother's bag. "If something comes up, call the sanatorium." "I know." Guan Yu pulled out a wooden box from somewhere and handed it to Gu Xi. "Take this." Gu Xi took the box, shook it, and immediately knew what was inside. "Thanks." "You're welcome." Guan Yu's space stored quite a few medicines. When they left Beijing, they had given some to uncle and aunt, and the rest were kept for Gu Xi. Gu Xi got off the train, and the train rumbled to life again. There were still 2 or 3 hours until they reached Qing County. Guan Yu couldn't fall asleep anymore, so she climbed down from the upper bunk. From north to south, the view outside the window changed from icy snowfields to lush forests. Gu Sui said, "In a few more spring rains, wild vegetables will start sprouting." Gu Sui had grown up in the north, and had only moved to the south a few years ago. Now, he was quite familiar with the seasonal changes of the south. Compared to the harshness of the north, he preferred the mildness of the south. Guan Yu leaned on his shoulder. "We'll have lunch at Uncle Kai's place and then head back." Gu Sui replied. "Mom and Dad prepared quite a few Beijing specialties. Before we get off the train, we should set aside some for Uncle Kai. Divide it into 4 portions, keep some for ourselves, and the rest we'll give to Xiao Ma and the others, and also set some aside for Li Tao." Gu Sui ran his fingers through her messy hair. "We'll give it to Li Tao tomorrow, and also ask Captain Zhou for a recommendation letter. The day after tomorrow, we'll go and get our marriage certificate." "The day after tomorrow?" Guan Yu suddenly sat up. "What's wrong with the day after tomorrow?" Guan Yu pouted. "Let's wait 2 more days. I want to rest for a couple of days before going into the city. I'm so tired." "Then when do you think would be good?" Guan Yu counted on her fingers. "How about a few days later for the Lantern Festival?" "Okay, as you wish." Guan Yu smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck. "You're so good. Sit properly, the train car doesn't have a door, people can see us." "No, I want to hug you." Gu Sui curled the corner of his lips. "All right, just a little longer." After a while, the train would arrive at Qing County, and those who were getting off began packing up their things in advance. When Gu Sui and Guan Yu went to Beijing, they had 2 big bags of stuff, and now, on the way back, they still had 2 big bags. At the previous station, Gu Xi had gotten off, and Guan Yu had stuffed the heavier luggage into her jade pendant space. Gu Sui was holding the New Year gifts for Uncle Kai's family, along with a set of spare clothes for the 2 of them. Once they got off the train, Guan Yu led the way. "Hurry up, or Aunt Kai will have lunch ready before we get there. Don't worry, even if there's not enough food, Aunt Kai won't let you go hungry." They were walking quickly, and on the herbal medicine street they ran into Kai Guofu, who had just gotten off work. "Guan Yu, you're back from Beijing?" "Yes, Uncle Kai, Happy New Year." Kai Guofu laughed heartily. "Happy New Year. You're back early. Are you leaving right after the holiday?" "We're leaving on the 3rd day of the new year." "That's too early." "Gu Sui, aren't you staying a bit longer with your parents?" Gu Sui replied. "My dad starts work again on the 3rd day. We decided to leave early. They're planning to visit Qingxi village for New Year's Day next year, and we'll make sure they stay a bit longer then." "Your parents are coming to Qingxi village?" Gu Sui smiled and said. "Yes, Guan Yu and I decided to get married, and we're having the wedding on New Year's Day." "Congratulations, congratulations. Aunt Kai was just saying how perfect you 2 are for each other." "Guan Yu, have you told your teacher about the wedding?" "No, we only decided in Beijing, but I'll write to him once I get back." "Ha ha ha, your teacher must be worried about you." "He probably won't wait until New Year's Day. He might come as soon as he hears the news." Aunt Kai was also happy to see Guan Yu. Since there was no meat at home, she had specifically asked Kaijiman to go to the People's Restaurant to buy a meat dish for lunch. Guan Yu was tired and wanted to rest at home, so after lunch, she didn't stay long. She gave the prepared Beijing specialties to Uncle Kai's family, and then left. Chapter 40.3. On the way back, when they reached the front of the valley, the family housing building for the medical college and the pharmaceutical factory had already been completed. Xiao Ma was busy there. When he saw Guan Yu, he ran over to greet them. "Dr. Gu, Dr. Guan, you're back." "We're back. What are you doing?" "Finished the exam yesterday, and this morning I posted the recruitment list. I just finished up and was about to head back." "Then let's walk together." "Sure." "Was it fun for Dr. Guan to go to Beijing for the first time?" "It was fun, but it was too cold." "Ha ha ha, a few years ago, I went to the northeast with Minister Li during the winter. Now that's what you call real cold. Our winter here is much more comfortable." "Exactly." Guan Yu asked Xiao Ma, "How many people from the Qingsong Brigade passed the recruitment exam?" "Quite a few. For the first batch we recruited over 80 people, and more than 20 from the Qingsong Brigade. The ones you know, Li Tao and Hewan, both made it in, and Li Tao's sister-in-law got in too. As for Li Tao's big brother, his grades weren't good enough, so he got outperformed by others. There's nothing that can be done about that. Everything has to be fair." Minister Li said the same. When they reached the entrance of the valley, Wang Taijun was waiting there. "Dr. Guan, Dr. Gu, you're back." "We're back." Gu Sui pulled out a large bag of food from his bag and placed it on Wang Tiejun's table. "This is some Beijing specialty I brought for you. Xiao Ma, help distribute it." "Wow. You remembered to bring us something after such a long trip. Thank you, Dr. Gu. You're welcome. As they walked into the valley, there were fewer people at the sanatorium compared to before the new year. Deng Weimin and Deng Baishu hadn't returned yet. When they reached the mountain, Guan Yu yawned. I want to take a bath and sleep. Do you still want to eat dinner? I'm not hungry, I don't feel like eating. Sleep here in the cabin? Guan Yu nodded. They had just returned, and maybe someone would come up the mountain to find them early the next morning, so it was better to stay here. Otherwise, she would have preferred to stay at the mountain villa for a couple of days. She was exhausted from everything recently. Just as Guan Yu had expected, the next morning, before she had even woken up, Deng Weijia came to find them. Deng Weijia said, "We've set the time. The opening ceremony is scheduled for the 16th day of the new year. As the principal, you'll need to give a speech on stage. Aside from our own people, who else will be attending? There will be quite a few people coming, but most of them are from the neighboring provinces in the southwest. When we first started inviting people, many were reluctant and said they weren't sure if they'd be free. But after the new year, when we asked again, everyone said they could make time. Our school is officially affiliated with the Southwest Liberation Army, so the military district will definitely send someone on the opening day. I've mentioned it before. There are also comrades from the press who'll be coming. Do you remember? It's going to be a big event, so you can't mess it up." Guan Yu chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, I won't." Once they arrived here, it wasn't an issue. Before, she was born into such a family and had attended countless banquets. What was there to be nervous about at this small event? To attend yesterday's recruitment at the pharmaceutical factory, the school staff had already arrived early. I've made a count and only a few students are missing. The rest of the school staff is basically all here. Guan Yu asked, "Have the textbooks been printed?" "They've been printed. The books were delivered to the school yesterday." Guan Yu nodded. Those who arrived early shouldn't be idle. They should prepare their lessons and study. After the school year starts, if I have time, I'll go listen to their lectures. If I catch anyone not being serious, I'll replace them with someone who is. Anyone who made it here has had a stroke of luck. Who would dare not take it seriously? But you're right. Discipline is necessary. Deng Weijia rambled on about various school matters, and by the time he finished, it was already past 10 in the morning. Gu Sui said, "Let's go to the Qingsong Brigade and deliver the specialties to Li Tao. We'll also ask Captain Zhou for a recommendation letter." "Let's go, we'll be back just in time for lunch." The two didn't go out of the valley. Hand in hand, they crossed over Shaoqing Mountain. Two patrolling soldiers saw them. "Dr. Guan, are you heading to Shaoqing Mountain?" "Yes, it's a quicker route this way." It wasn't yet the 15th day of the new year, so it was still the holiday period. Everyone was still at home relaxing. There wasn't even anyone collecting firewood on Shaoqing Mountain. Once they descended Shaoqing Mountain and entered the village, the atmosphere became lively. There were groups of people here and there. Some sitting on small stools chatting by the fire, others squatting on the ground joking around. Children were running around everywhere, with the older ones taking care of the younger ones, laughing and playing in the bustling scene. Guan Yu said, "The new year in the countryside feels more lively than in the city." Gu Sui replied, "People in the countryside rarely get a break. The only time they can truly relax is around the new year. During these 1 or 2 months." On the way to Li Tao's house, they met many people, all of whom greeted them with smiles. At that moment, Li Tao was at her parents' home, holding her child. When she heard that Guan Yu had arrived, she quickly picked up her child and came to greet her. Li Tao said, "Guan Yu, you've gotten even more beautiful." Guan Yu smiled, squinting her eyes. "Not bad, not bad." Li Tao laughed heartily. "I have to say, even though you two aren't married yet, when I saw you walking over together, it looked like an old married couple." Guan Yu replied, "Speaking of marriage, it's soon. We'll be going to register in a few days." Lin Haiyin came out holding her son. Upon hearing this, she quickly said, "My goodness, I've finally heard you two talk about marriage. In our whole brigade, there are so many young men and women who have been dating for ages with such a good relationship but never get married. You two are the only ones." Since they ran into them here, there was no need to go to Li Tao's house. Guan Yu handed her the Beijing specialties. "I brought this for you, try some Beijing snacks." "Ah, you brought me food. Guan Yu, you're so thoughtful." Guan Yu smiled slyly. "No need to mention it." Li Tao eagerly shared, "I got a job at the pharmaceutical factory. After the Lantern Festival, I'll start working. I'll finally have a salary." "Good for you. Who knows, maybe one day you'll even get promoted to a small leadership position." Li Tao was overjoyed. "I'd be so happy if that happens. That would really bring honor to my family." Guan Yu chatted with them a little about the pharmaceutical factory, but it was getting late, and she had other things to do, so she decided to leave first. "You two chat. We have something to discuss with Captain Zhou." Alright, come visit us again when you have time. After Guan Yu and the others left, Lin Haiyin finally said, they must be going to Captain Zhou for the marriage certificate recommendation. Li Tao slapped her thigh. How did I not think of that? Lin Haiyin, holding her son, walked back home, her mind racing. She hadn't expected that Gu Sui and Guan Yu had been together for so many years, and now they were getting married. He had even brought Guan Yu home to meet his family. It was also clear that Guan Yu was impressive in her own right. Her current background was no less than Gu Sui's, and she might even be a bit stronger. After all, the sanatorium was built because of Guan Yu. The news that Guan Yu was going to be the dean of the medical school hadn't spread yet, but once it did, no one would dare say that Guan Yu was an orphan who didn't deserve to be with someone from such a good family as Gu Sui's. When Zhou Baohe heard that they were going to get the marriage certificate, he quickly congratulated them. When are you going? After you get the certificate, when will the wedding banquet be, and where will it be held? We'll get the certificate after the Lantern Festival, and we'll hold the banquet in Qingxi Village. No rush, we're planning for next New Year's Day. That makes sense. With both your families being so far away, inviting guests would be a hassle. We're looking forward to having the wedding banquet in Qingxi Village too. It's close, so we'll be able to have a drink at your wedding. Over the years we've really relied on you too. Zhou Baohe handed the prepared recommendation letter to Gu Sui. I wish you both a happy life together and many children in the future. Ha ha ha. Guan Yu felt a bit embarrassed and glanced at Gu Sui. Gu Sui turned his head to look at her as well. On their way home as they walked up Shaoqing Mountain, Gu Sui held her hand. Guan Yu said, let's make one thing clear, marriage is marriage, but we're not in a hurry to have children. Alright, I'll listen to you. If we don't have any, that's fine. I do want to have children, just not right now. We'll wait until we're a bit older. After all, she had finally found the right person and was getting married, so of course she wanted to have children. Whether a boy or a girl, she would love them just like her mother had loved her. The more she talked about their future children, the happier Guan Yu became. Gu Sui teased her. Then let's have them sooner? Guan Yu decisively shook her head. No, let's wait a few more years. Gu Sui chuckled lightly. Alright, let's go. We'll be home soon after we cross the mountain. After returning, patients from various military districts started arriving again. Deng Baishu had planned to stay at home for a few more days, but Director Zhang called him back early. When Guan Yu returned to work on Monday, there were so many patients that she was still busy seeing them well into the evening, around 7 o'clock, and still hadn't finished. Gu Sui finished his work, went home, cooked dinner and came downstairs to call for Guan Yu. Guan Yu told him to wait a moment. Deng Baishu was also busy following Guan Yu around, hardly having a moment to rest. Xiaoma specifically came to check on them. The cafeteria has prepared a big meal for you. Once you're done, go eat. After seeing the last few patients, Guan Yu stood up and stretched. My teacher hasn't returned yet. There are a few patients in more serious condition that I'm afraid you can't handle. I'll come back tomorrow morning to check on them. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Guan. Guan Yu asked. When will your teacher be back? Xiaoma didn't know, but Deng Baishu did. My dad is waiting for a few uncles. They should come over in the next few days. Are those uncles coming for the opening ceremony? Deng Baishu nodded. Yes, they'll also be going to other places, and they'll bring people along. Your dad has worked hard. He's done so much for the school. Deng Baishu scratched his face. My dad is willing to do it. It's all for our Xinglin. Without Deng Weiman's experienced guidance, Guan Yu had to go to the sanatorium every morning for the next few days, handling things herself until 3 days later when Deng Weiman returned. When Deng Weiman returned, Guan Yu stopped going to the sanatorium. The family compound was spacious with several empty rooms. The distinguished guests who had arrived early to attend the sanatorium were all arranged to stay in the family compound. They weren't in a hurry to meet Guan Yu and instead stayed in their rooms, studying the newly printed textbooks. Everyone came from different backgrounds, so it was normal for them to have different opinions on the same illness. They studied the material carefully, and although others' treatments were not wrong, they discussed with Deng Weiman's family about adding their own prescriptions when the next printing occurred. They wanted their names to be included, as the book listed the contributors and their affiliations under each prescription. The older generation had a certain attachment to leaving their names in a book. Deng Weiman's family had laughed and said to Guan Yu, "Your method works best. Now everyone wants their names in the book." At the beginning, when they were all working together to write the book, Guan Yu had requested that everyone add their names to their own unique prescriptions after reading it. This decision came naturally to her. Having grown up in an environment where intellectual property was highly valued, she instinctively felt that it was the right thing to do. With the Lantern Festival approaching, Guan Yu had a lot on her plate. She and Gu Sui were going to register their marriage, and she also had to write a letter to her teacher. On top of that, she still had to attend to the patients at the sanatorium. She was quite busy. The task of hosting the guests was left to them, as the visitors had originally been invited by them. On the morning of the Lantern Festival, Guan Yue and Gu Sui were dressed very neatly. Guan Yue wore a pink coat paired with a matching sweater and long skirt. Truly a delicate beauty. Gu Sui wore a black coat and had neatly combed his hair, looking particularly spirited. When they appeared at the sanatorium, everyone was stunned. This pair really looked perfect together. Knowing they were going to register their marriage that day, everyone smiled and congratulated them. Thank you, everyone. Today, Xiao Ma drove them into the city personally. Dr. Guan, Dr. Gu, I'll take you to the city. Chapter 41.1. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, Guan Yu knew nothing about getting married. She was led by Gu Sui to take passport photos. After the photos were done, Gu Sui took her out to eat. Once they finished their meal, the photos were developed urgently, and then he led her to get their marriage certificate. When they went to pick up the photos, the photographer said, "Fortunately, there weren't many people here today. Otherwise, the photos wouldn't have been developed in time, and you'd have been delayed. Young people these days really can't be relied on. Thank you for your hard work, teacher." Gu Sui quickly pulled her hand and ran. Looking back, Gu Sui said to Guan Yu, "The main thing was to let you experience it. Otherwise, we could have just taken the photos at home ourselves." She knew that Gu Sui had 2 color photos in his bag. They were pictures of the 2 of them taken at the villa and printed out. Gu Sui asked, "Did your mother leave you any wedding dresses? If so, we could take wedding photos and hang them up at home." Guan Yu laughed. "There actually are." Inside the jade pendant space, there was a whole room full of wedding dresses and formal gowns, for them to choose from freely. Gu Sui said, "We'll take a day off tomorrow, not go to work and just stay home to take wedding photos." Guan Yu replied, "What are you thinking? Tomorrow is the school's opening ceremony, and the pharmaceutical factory's grand opening. There's no time in the morning or afternoon." Gu Sui was so happy, thinking only of how they had finally gotten married, that he had forgotten these important details. Guan Yu laughed heartily. "We'll take the day off the day after tomorrow." "All right, the day after tomorrow." Gu Sui agreed, unable to stop himself from laughing. We're here, let's go inside." In the afternoon, there weren't many people applying for marriage certificates. As soon as they walked in, the staff inside all looked at them. "Oh, this couple really matches. They're dressed so well. Look at the fabric of that outfit, where did you buy it?" Guan Yu smiled and said, "Bought it in Beijing." "Beijing, huh? Only the capital has such good stuff. Did you bring the recommendation letter?" "I brought it." Gu Sui took out the documents and passport photos from his bag. The staff stopped focusing on their clothes and efficiently processed their paperwork. Once all the information was verified, soon, a red certificate was handed to Guan Yu. "What's this?" The staff laughed heartily. "This is your marriage certificate." Gu Sui took a look at it too, and Guan Yu leaned toward his ear, muttering softly, "So this is what marriage certificates look like now? It's really ugly." "It's ugly, but this will be the only one in this lifetime." Gu Sui carefully put the marriage certificate away. "Since you think it's ugly, I'll keep it." "Then you keep it." Gu Sui handed out a few handfuls of wedding candies to the staff in the room. "Thank you, everyone. Hope we can all share in the joy today." The candies he gave were all ones he had prepared earlier. To buy rabbit milk candies, corn candies, peanut candies, all special treats that people usually didn't splurge on. After handing out the candies, Guan Yu and Gu Sui heard a lot of congratulatory words. When they left the room, both of them still felt warm inside. Guan Yu stood on tiptoe wanting a hug. Gu Sui hugged her briefly. "Be good, we'll hug more when we get home." "Okay." The 2 of them made a trip to Uncle Kai's house. Guan Yu handed the letter for the teacher to Uncle Kai before they went home. Xiao Ma and the others didn't rush back after finishing their errands. They waited for them at the county government. Once they got in the car, Xiao Ma said, "Dr. Guan, from now on, if you want to send a letter or anything to your teacher, you don't need to go to the Kai family. We can deliver it." Guan Yu asked, "Oh, won't anyone check on you?" It was a bit inconvenient before, but this year the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has people on our side, so whatever we do, it's easy to handle." Guan Yu didn't ask further who their people were. "All right, I'll trouble you from now on." When they arrived at Qingxi village, Gu Sui handed Xiao Ma a big handful of candy. After entering, Wang Taijun, Deng Baishu, Director Zhang, and the others saw them and immediately started handing out candy to everyone. The entire big bag of candy was distributed. Before heading up the mountain, Gu Sui made a phone call to his father. When Gu Jingda heard that they had gotten their marriage certificate today, he said, "Good." 3 times in a row. Guan Yu, who was listening beside him, felt extremely happy. Gu Jingda asked about Guan Yu, who was listening to the phone, and Guan Yu called out, "Uncle." Gu Jingde laughed, saying it was fine to call him uncle for now, but when the wedding was held during the new year, she should change how she addressed him. After the call, they ran into Deng Weiman, who had just returned from the family compound outside the valley. Deng Weiman said, "Guan Yu, wait a minute, I need to talk to you about something." Guan Yu tugged at Gu Sui. "What are you standing around for? Let's go." The two of them quickly ran off, leaving Deng Weiman stunned for a moment, before quickly chasing after them. "Wait, Guan Yu, I have something too." Deng Baishu quickly stopped his father. "What is it? If it's not important, don't bother them. They just got their marriage certificate today." The others chimed in. "Exactly, Dr. Deng, let's talk tomorrow. If it's urgent, you can find Dr. Guan tomorrow morning. There's still time." Deng Weiman stamped his foot. "I just wanted to ask if Guan Yu's speech for tomorrow is ready." "Why is that urgent? We can talk about it tomorrow. They've been in a relationship for so long. And they finally got their certificate today. Let them enjoy it." With a group of people supporting them, the couple had already run back up the mountain. Gu Sui planned to stay in the wooden house for the night since they still had things to do the next day. But Guan Yu didn't agree and immediately dragged Gu Sui back to the mountain villa. The first thing they did when they got back was visit their parents' graves. Guan Yu stood proudly and boldly saying, "Gu Sui, take out the certificate." Gu Sui laughed while taking out something from his bag. "That's not a certificate. It's our marriage certificate." "It's a certificate of marriage, same thing." Gu Sui pulled out the marriage certificate, and Guan Yu shoved it forward. "Look, you two, see this? Your daughter got married today." When she said the words "got married," her eyes turned red. Gu Sui hugged her. "It's okay. Your father and mother are up there. They know, and they must be happy." Guan Yu nuzzled her head against his shoulder. "There's no such thing as gods. The universe is just the Earth and other planets. Now, of all times, you're telling me this?" Guan Yu snorted. "I want to eat something good today." "Okay, my dear. Whatever you want to eat today, it's all yours." However, what they ate that night wasn't important. What mattered was how they would sleep. Now that they were married, how could they not sleep together? Gu Sui's little resistance was directly shattered by the enthusiastic little ancestor. With just a single finger. Her finger pointed at his lips. "We're married and you still don't want to sleep together? What kind of marriage is that?" She moved closer to him, pouting. "Don't you want to kiss me? Don't you want to hug me? Don't you want to sleep under the same blanket with me?" Gu Sui, stirred by her words, directly picked her up and somewhat roughly threw her onto the bed. Guan Yu wasn't upset at all and laughed, extending her long leg to hook around his waist. Gu Sui felt a wave of heat rising from below, and in that moment, his mind went blank. He leaned in, pressing her down and kissing her fiercely. Guan Yu suddenly remembered something. She threw Xiao He, who was wrapped around her wrist, out of the room and quickly shut the door. With a forceful push, the two of them switched positions. Guan Yu sat astride Gu Sui, their fingers intertwined. Her long hair cascaded down and brushed against his chest, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. Guan Yu chuckled softly. "Tonight you're finished." A glimmer of fire flashed in Gu Sui's eyes. He wanted to show her exactly who was going to be finished. By the middle of the night, the atmosphere in the bedroom became thick with tension, full of unspoken desires. The woman who had made threatening remarks earlier was now absent-mindedly tracing her fingers over someone's abdominal muscles. The waves of emotion swelled, and in the haze of it all, neither knew where they were anymore. "No, don't." A strong arm held her tightly, and a low, hoarse voice firmly rejected her. "No." Tears welled up in the corners of Guan Yu's eyes, and she weakly hit him. "I want to sleep." Gu Sui kissed her forehead. "Sleep then." "Guan Yu." That night, Guan Yu deeply understood the meaning of the phrase. It's not that there's no retribution, it's just that the timing hasn't come yet. Look at her. She used to tease Gu Sui, knowing he wouldn't dare do anything to her, but now she had experienced it all at once. She'd gotten back everything she'd been playful about. Guan Yu didn't know when she fell asleep, nor when she woke up. The next morning, when she sat at the table fully dressed and eating breakfast, she hadn't yet fully woken up. Gu Sui pinched her cheek. Yeah, wake up. After breakfast, we need to head down the mountain." He carried her to the dining table, but instead of eating, she just laid her head on the table, uninterested in food, and continued to sleep. Gu Sui was a mix of concern, regret, and amusement. He picked her up and placed her on the sofa, letting her rest her head on his lap. After all, it was still early, and the opening ceremony wouldn't start until 10:30. They had time to relax for a few more hours before heading out. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, the sky gradually brightened. The sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting golden rays onto the forest. The thick fog began to lift, revealing the lush green woods just beyond. After the coldest part of the morning passed, the birds in the forest chirped and fluttered out of their nests to search for food. As the lively sounds filled the air, Guan Yu, who had been sleeping peacefully in Guan Yue's lap, finally stirred and woke up. When Guan Yu opened her eyes, her almond-shaped eyes, glistening with a watery shine, and the slight lift at the corners of her eyes gave her a touch of feminine allure. Meanwhile, down the mountain, everyone was frantically anxious. The opening ceremony for the school was set for 10:30 a.m., and the pharmaceutical factory's opening ceremony was at 11:30. It was already 9:30, and there was still no sign of Guan Yu. Xiao Ma and the others ran to the wooden house, but the door was locked, and they couldn't find anyone. Did Dr. Guan go up the mountain? Dr. Guan has a house in the mountains, but we don't know where exactly. Xiao Ma told everyone to stay calm. Dr. Gu is someone who knows what he's doing. He won't be late. Let one person stay here, and the rest of you go down the mountain and get back to what you were doing. The guests are already here. The opening ceremony would definitely be held at the school in the valley. The distinguished guests attending the ceremony were already gathered in the square in front of the school, waiting. Deng Weimin and Deng Weijia were greeting guests, though they were also starting to feel anxious about Guan Yu's absence. When Guan Yu woke up and saw the time, she quickly finished her breakfast, scrambled up the tree, and Xiao He immediately flew over, wrapping itself around her wrist. Really, why didn't you wake me up? I thought you could use the extra sleep and we still have time. Guan Yu was annoyed. If I didn't get enough sleep, it's all your fault. Yes, it's all my fault. Don't be mad. We'll be there soon. On the way down, Guan Yu wasn't even looking around, only focused on running as fast as she could. She finally landed behind the wooden house just before 10 a.m. Dr. Guan, you finally arrived. The leaders and guests are already here. Minister Li has asked about you several times. Guan Yu casually flicked her hair, pretending to be calm. We're still on time. Let's go now. She said she wasn't in a hurry, but as they headed down the mountain, she was running much faster than expected. When Li Dingbang, Deng Weimin, and the others saw Guan Yu, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Ma ran up to her. Dr. Guan, do you have your speech prepared? I didn't bring it, but I'll remember it in my mind. What could one say at such a public occasion? It was nothing more than urging everyone to study hard, strive for progress, and read for the health of the people of the country. The future of traditional Chinese medicine professionals was bright, though the path was winding. Only through dedicated study could one find the correct way. After a grand drumbeat marking the opening, Guan Yu, the first president of the Southwest Medical College of the People's Liberation Army, took the stage to speak. 2 sentences stretched into 10 minutes, and once she finished, she stepped down. Guan Yu's position was special, and her tone was firm. What she said undoubtedly gave hope to the teachers and students in the audience who were studying traditional Chinese medicine. Everyone was excited, clapping their hands loudly. Next, Vice President Deng Weijia took the stage to explain which majors the school would offer, the teachers for each major, and so on. Chapter 41.2. After the simple yet grand opening ceremony, Xiao Ma led Guan Yu to meet with the leaders. From the Southwest Military Region, anyone available today came, and Guan Yu certainly had to meet them. The importance of the military region to Guan Yu went without saying. Even the generals of the military region were very polite when meeting her and congratulated her on her recent marriage. Guan Yu returned the courtesy. If any of you are free this afternoon, why not stay a while? I'll check your pulse then. Haha, we're not busy, we have time. News came from the Beijing military region that Guan Yu had already seen 2 senior leaders for treatment. Others hadn't even had the chance to have their pulse checked by her yet. After chatting for a bit, it was almost 11:30. Guan Yu was then taken to a pharmaceutical factory outside. As soon as she arrived, firecrackers went off. The ceremony at the pharmaceutical factory was even simpler. After a few words and a photo, the factory was officially opened. Once these activities were done, everyone went to the cafeteria. It was a special day and there would be a feast. For today's lunch, Xiao Ma had specially ordered a pig from the meat processing plant yesterday. The food in the cafeteria was delicious, and since Guan Yu had been busy all morning, she was truly hungry and enjoyed a hearty meal. In the afternoon, Guan Yu still had work to do. Gu Sui went to see a patient and then returned home to cook. He stewed a ham hock to prepare for the evening, to help nourish Guan Yu. For treating illnesses there was treatment. For maintaining health there was healthcare. Guan Yu had a busy afternoon, sending the leaders off. She rubbed her forehead and said, "Don't call me for the next few days, I'll see you all again next Monday." Deng Baishu replied, "I'm afraid that won't work. You've forgotten. You promised to exchange medical knowledge with those guests." Guan Yu really had forgotten. "Have you set a specific time?" "Not yet." "Then tell them tomorrow at 1 p.m. and ending at 6 p.m. All right." Deng Baishu didn't dare to refuse, fearing that Guan Yu might just not show up at all. He didn't push for anything. As long as Guan Yu came down the mountain tomorrow, that was good enough. Guan Yu returned to the mountain, and it was only 5 o'clock. Gu Sui had finished cooking and was waiting for her. Guan Yu acted coquettishly. I still have work tomorrow, so we won't be able to take wedding photos. Gu Sui kissed her cheek. If we can't take them tomorrow, we'll do it another day. We can take them in the summer. The weather is too cold now, and I'm worried you'll catch a cold wearing a dress. Fine. Guan Yu thought to herself that since they couldn't take the photos tomorrow, she'd wait a little longer and ask Kaijin to pick out a few wedding dresses and send them over. After being apart for several hours, the newlyweds were again close, hugging and kissing, sweetly attached to each other as they finished their dinner. Guan Yu couldn't hold on anymore and quickly went to bed. Gu Sui escorted her to the room. As soon as she lay down, she fell asleep, showing just how tired she was. Gu Sui stroked her cheek, but she wasn't happy about it. She turned over, facing inward, not allowing him to touch her. Gu Sui smiled, covered her with the blanket, and then went out to tidy up the kitchen. After getting married, Guan Yu felt that Gu Sui hadn't changed much, except when they were in bed. Then he immediately transformed from a gentle, good man into a beast. Every time she teased him, he would give her a half-smiling look, and Guan Yu would feel her legs go weak. Thinking about her past self, Guan Yu realized just how reckless she had been. In Gu Sui's eyes, the girl who occasionally acted fierce and fox-like before had become a little gentler after marriage. He, of course, knew why she had become gentler, but he enjoyed it very much and didn't want her to change at all. Their married life was like honey mixed with oil, full of little romantic gestures. To outsiders, this inseparable young couple had grown even closer after marriage. However, as much as they enjoyed their romance, they still had to take care of important matters. After the opening ceremony, various reports about the Southwest Medical College of the People's Liberation Army spread throughout the country. Many thoughtful people felt that the country was sending a signal. Traditional Chinese medicine was important. In such a public opinion environment, traditional Chinese medicine practitioners across the country felt that life was getting a little better than before. People from other industries who had been under pressure also saw a glimmer of hope. After the reports were sent out, the school received many letters. Some were congratulatory, while a large number were inquiries about the school's admissions. There were even quite a few barefoot doctors wanting to sign up to study. Deng Weijia went to find Guan Yu. There are too many inquiries. Our school can't accommodate all of them for now. Also, our first batch of students is special. How should we handle admissions in the future? Guan Yu replied. There are two paths. One is mentorship. For those who started learning Chinese medicine at a young age, as long as they have relevant proof, they can sign up for the exam. The proof doesn't need to be too strict. For this group of students, they will only be tested on their professional knowledge. As long as they pass that, it will be fine. The other path is for ordinary people. At the very least, they should have graduated from elementary school, or they won't be able to recognize all the characters, and how can they learn? Deng Weijia nodded. Actually, for ordinary people, junior high school would be better, but there aren't many junior high school graduates now, which cuts off a large portion of applicants. Guan Yu said. If they are from the city, they can find a job after junior high, so they probably wouldn't want to come here to study. You're right. Let's proceed with this plan when we enroll in September. After discussing the main issue, Deng Weijia returned from Daqing Mountain. The spring sun shone brightly with green trees and red flowers. Perhaps this spring really was the spring of traditional Chinese medicine. Everything was running smoothly at the school, and the pharmaceutical factory was gradually getting on track. The factory had started operations in early March, and by June the output was rapidly increasing, with the quality surpassing the expectations of Li Dingbang and the others. This was mainly due to Guan Yu's excellent quality control. Every Monday afternoon after finishing work, Guan Yu would visit the pharmaceutical factory. Her main task was to inspect the quality of the medicinal powders, remove any impurities, and add a bit of her special energy to improve the quality of the hemostatic powders. All the medicines from the pharmaceutical factory had to pass through Guan Yu's hands before being shipped out and sent to all corners of the country. Guan Yu's working hours had become shorter, but the output had increased, and everyone was satisfied. Another Monday came. After finishing her work at the pharmaceutical factory, when Guan Yu came out, it was already dark outside. As usual, Gu Sui was waiting for her at the door. Guan Yu jogged over. How long have you been here? Gu Sui took her hand. I just arrived a little while ago. Guan Yu said. The production of medicinal powders this week was a bit much, so I spent a little more time there. It's fine. It's good to finish things on Monday, so you don't have to spend other time on it. Exactly. Tomorrow, I want to go to the villa in the mountains to work on my research. How many days? 3 days. I'll come back on Friday to be with you. Guan Yu quickly added, afraid that if she didn't say it quickly, This man might be displeased and punish her that evening. Gu Sui smiled. Don't worry. I can wait for 3 days. As for what he could wait for, only the two of them knew. Guan Yu was gone for 3 days. Gu Sui could wait, but others couldn't. Xiao Ma came to find Gu Sui again. Dr. Gu, Guan Yu has been gone for 2 days, right? She's really coming back tomorrow. Don't worry, she'll come back on the day she said she would. Well, it's not that I don't trust her, but Fong Lin came yesterday and has been waiting for Dr. Guan. The 5 patients chosen this year are all of high status. They're coming next month and we need to let Dr. Guan know. Gu Sui replied. Are you in such a hurry because you're worried that there's a disease Guan you can't treat? Xiao Ma awkwardly scratched his head. Of course I know Dr. Guan is amazing, but it's better to be prepared for anything. The 5 patients coming this time were quite significant and had spent a lot of money. One of them had a condition called ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. It was said to be an incurable disease, and Xiao Ma was anxious, afraid that they wouldn't be able to treat the patient successfully. Gu Sui said. Tell Fong Lin to wait a bit longer. Guan Yu will be back tomorrow, and you can discuss it with her directly. If there was a disease that even Guan Yu couldn't cure, then that person was probably someone the King of Hell had personally claimed, and no one could stop it. Xiao Ma said. By the way, Dr. Gu, Captain Zhou and the others want to change their medicine. They sent a letter today. Gu Sui took the letter and opened it. The medicine they requested this year was similar to last year's. I'll deliver it tomorrow. All right. It's summer and they're busy. Knowing Captain Zhou's character, he probably waited until the medicine was all used up before coming to ask you. I'll deliver it tomorrow morning. When you go back, please let Director Zhang know that I'll be a bit late for work tomorrow. No problem. I'll head back now. Gu Sui escorted Xiao Ma to the door, and then took the list into the house to prepare the medicine that Zhou Baohe and the others needed. There was extra medicine at home, so Gu Sui also gave them some heat-relieving medicine and cold medicine. The next morning, Gu Sui crossed Shaoqing Mountain to deliver the medicine. He left early, so by the time he arrived, everyone had finished their morning work. The sun had come up, and they were just about to head home for breakfast. When Zhou Baohe saw Gu Sui, he was especially surprised. How come you're here so early? Have you eaten? I've eaten. I was worried you'd need it soon, so I came early to deliver it. Ha ha ha, thank you. Just like last year, should we send grain when autumn harvest comes? Gu Sui nodded. No rush on the grain delivery. You go ahead and have your breakfast. I need to head back to work now. Zhou Baohe escorted Gu Sui to the gate. I won't keep you any longer. When you have time, come over and visit. Gu Sui was indeed busy. After leaving Zhou Baohe's house, he was heading back, but unexpectedly, he ran into a familiar face at the village entrance. Qin Lai. Qin Lai smiled and jogged over. Dr. Gu, long time no see. Gu Sui was surprised. Qin Lai's personality was so different from when he had first met him. What brings you here? Haha. You're asking me why I didn't stay in Beijing after graduating from high school? There's no one left in my family, and I felt like there was no point in staying in Beijing. So I signed up for educated youth, and they even gave me some money when I left. Is it really just about money? What if you can't go back? What about your future? Qin Lai couldn't smile, and only then did he speak. I couldn't stay in Beijing. My uncle got in trouble, always looking for trouble. Living like that isn't meaningful. Besides, going to the countryside to support the construction isn't bad. If I can't continue with this life, I'll sign up for the medical college entrance exam in September. That's another way out, right? As long as you have a plan. Gu Sui had heard from his brother that Qin Lai was smart and did well in school. Qin Lai said, Dr. Gu, I'm in a hurry to get back to educated youth for dinner, and I still have work to do. I'll be leaving now. All right. If you run into any problems, come find me. Qin Lai smiled faintly. Thank you, Dr. Gu. Since my parents passed away, the best thing that's happened to me in these years is meeting all of you. Gu Sui guessed that the young man probably came here because of them. Well, since he was here, he might as well help out when he could. He set aside thoughts of Qin Lai and returned to the sanatorium, where there was still a lot of work waiting. He became so busy that he didn't finish until 6 p.m. Chapter 41.3. When Gu Sui got home, Guan Yu was already back. She was wearing a white dress, sitting cross-legged on the lounge chair in the yard, barefoot, with a plate of cherries on her lap. You're finally back. When she saw him, Guan Yu put the cherries on the table and reached out to hug him. Gu Sui smiled and hugged her, but it wasn't enough for her. She wanted to climb onto him. Gu Sui turned around and sat down on the chair. Guan Yu lay in his arms, satisfied. Have you been eating well these past 3 days? I've been eating well. The buns you steamed for me, the dumplings you made, the braised pork, the steamed pork, I ate all of it. Gu Sui smiled faintly. You're really obedient. Guan Yu replied. Of course, I'll be waiting at home for you tomorrow. Gu Sui gently stroked her long hair. Tomorrow, you'll need to come with me to the sanatorium. Fong Lin is here, and he needs to talk to you. As soon as Guan Yu heard Fong Lin's name, she quickly reacted. Did the 5 spots sell out this year? Probably. Fong Lin brought the patient list, and Xiao Ma was worried about you yesterday. Afraid there might be some cases you can't treat. Guan Yu pouted. If I can't treat them, then it's their fate. Besides, selling the spots only gives them a chance to be treated. Not a guarantee that I'll cure them. Despite her strong words, Guan Yu still obediently went to work with Gu Sui the next day. Gu Sui went to the clinic, and Guan Yu went to Xiao Ma's office. When Guan Yu arrived, Fong Lin was already waiting at the door for her. Once Guan Yu sat down, Fong Lin handed her the prepared documents. These are the medical records for the 5 patients this time. Guan Yu opened the folder. There were 2 cancer patients, one with ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, and 2 with heart problems, difficult cases. Fong Lin continued. The ALS patient was introduced by Professor John, the one who came last time. He's apparently his little uncle. What's this person's background? Guan Yu asked. We've gathered that he's a big businessman, very wealthy, and with a lot of technical expertise. This time he participated in the auction and donated 2 production lines, some of the most advanced medical equipment production lines in the world. At this point, Fong Lin became excited. Our experts have evaluated it, and the standards for the medical equipment are very high. The technologies involved could be used for other types of production upgrades as well. The leaders are paying a lot of attention to this patient. Guan Yu remained expressionless as she read through the medical records. No wonder Xiao Ma couldn't sit still. Even though he knew she wasn't there, he still went to ask Gu Sui when she'd return. The patient's name was Ryan, right? She made a note of it. Guan Yu asked. What do these 2 cancer patients think? The 2 with heart problems at least know I've cured heart disease, but they don't know I've cured cancer, right? Fong Lin smiled faintly. They're all difficult cases, but the compensation is real. Guan Yu snorted. You guys have definitely gotten some benefits. Indeed, they had received plenty of benefits. The leaders were so happy when they received the list of auctioned items and patients that they nearly tore the roof off the building in their excitement. We know you don't lack anything, but no matter what, we had to show our appreciation. Go ahead, tell me. First, about Daqing Mountain, we know you like living in the mountains. Even if you're not around in the future, that area of the mountain will be yours. It will be leased to your family for free in perpetuity. Guan Yu nodded. So, even after I'm dead and buried there, no one can come? You're still young. Let's not talk about such things. As for the house, the courtyard you have in Beijing, it's actually part of a larger 5-courtyard complex. This time, the leaders decided that the whole courtyard will belong to you. When I arrived, the paperwork was still being processed, and the current tenants will have to move. In a few days, the house should be handed over to your in-laws. Guan Yu remarked. That courtyard is quite nice. But it's such a large area. How am I supposed to maintain the old house? We'll take care of that too. The Forbidden City has specialized craftsmen who will come to your house once a year to maintain it. So you won't have to worry about it. That's more like it. Anything else? Fong Lin smiled awkwardly. That's all, just those 2 things. When they were discussing the rewards, the leaders were also troubled. Given how much Guan Yu had contributed, it was impossible not to reward her. But what could they give her? She didn't lack food or clothes, nor did she need money, and she was indifferent to fame and fortune. After thinking it over, they remembered that Guan Yu had specifically requested Daqing Mountain, and even the courtyard was a later addition. To be honest, Guan Yu lived on the mountain and wasn't involved in anything else, so the leaders really didn't understand why she wanted a whole mountain. Was it more convenient for her to chop firewood there? If it were him, he would have found a house, money, or a job far more reliable than an entirely useless mountain. Perhaps that was the difference between him and Guan Yu. He was obsessed with fame and fortune and still just a runner. Guan Yu, on the other hand, didn't care about any of those things, yet she could get whatever she wanted. After going through the patient's information, Guan Yu asked, when are they coming? July 2nd. It's not far off. That's not a Monday, right? No, it's a Tuesday. Then it's fine. We'll deal with it once the patients arrive. Okay, Dr. Guan, take care. As Guan Yu reached the door, she turned back and glanced at him. By the way, you're Gu Sui's uncle's cousin, so after I marry him, we're kind of related in a roundabout way. You don't need to use formal titles when addressing me in the future. It sounds awkward. Fong Lin smiled genuinely. Got it. Guan Yu nodded, then turned and walked out. There were patients coming in from Hong Kong, but Guan Yu continued doing whatever she needed to do, without a trace of worry. A few days later, it was Monday again, and after finishing with the patients in a frenzy, she headed to the pharmaceutical factory to check on the situation. When she came out of the factory, it was already dark outside. Gu Sui was still waiting for her at the door. Guan Yu jogged over and took his hand. At least I don't have to worry about the school. At the school, Deng Wei managed everything well. He would update Guan Yu on the school's affairs once a month so she had an idea of what was going on. Guan Yu asked. There was a patient yesterday. You've been so busy. When are you planning to rest? Whenever I want to rest, I can. What's wrong? Gu Sui asked. We haven't gone out in a long time. Let's pick a time and go into the city for a walk. Take some old photos, maybe watch an old movie or something. Guan Yu suggested. Gu Sui laughed aloud. What old movie? People are watching new movies that just came out in the past 2 years. Alright then, let's go into the city and watch a new movie. The patients coming in July are a bit troublesome, so we probably won't be able to go out for a while. Let's go and have some fun before that. Let's go the day after tomorrow. I'll hand over my work tomorrow. Alright, we'll go the day after tomorrow. On Tuesday, Guan Yu relaxed at home, casually eating and drinking. Gu Sui worked hard all day at the sanatorium. On Wednesday, he cleared his schedule for the day, and the two of them went into the city for a day of fun. There was no one from the logistics department going into the city that day, and no ride to catch. So, the two of them walked to the town early in the morning to catch a bus. It was actually quite fun. Neither of them had taken a walk like this in a long time. When the person walking beside you is the right one, even a simple walk like this feels sweet in your heart. To take old photos, Guan Yu wore a white short-sleeved long dress, while Gu Sui wore a white shirt and black trousers. Along the way, Guan Yu kept turning her head to look at him. Gu Sui, with his long fingers, gently pinched the back of her neck. Focus on the road. At that moment there was no one else on the road, so Guan Yu leaned in and kissed him. Gu Sui tilted his head back, but she only managed to kiss his chin. Guan Yu stomped her foot, a little angry, and jumped up to kiss him again. This time she finally got it. Gu Sui couldn't help but laugh. Focus on walking. Guan Yu, holding his arm, acted cute. You look so handsome in that white shirt, like a graceful gentleman. I'm afraid when we get into the city, all the girls will be staring at you. Gu Sui pinched her finger. Stop blaming me. Didn't you pick out this outfit? Guan Yu laughed out loud. Hurry up, let's go take the pictures. When we're old, we can show them to our kids, and they'll see that when we were young, we were this beautiful and this handsome. Gu Sui didn't say anything, but inside, his heart was softer than ever. The two of them went to find the teacher who had taken their passport photos last time. They each took 2 individual photos and 3 together. Teacher, it's still urgent. We'll come pick them up this afternoon. After Gu Sui paid, they stepped out the door, and the teacher, who was still inside, murmured, These young people today really don't know how to live. They get 5 pictures taken all at once and want it rushed. How much money is that? Guan Yu laughed. Let's go have lunch first, and then we'll watch the movie afterward. Okay. Are we going to Uncle Kai's house this afternoon? Guan Yu shook her head. No, it's neither early nor late. I don't want to disturb them. On the Lantern Festival, when they registered their marriage, they had sent a letter to the teacher through Uncle Kai. After that, they started sending letters through Fong Lin, which made deliveries faster. They didn't have to worry anymore. With free time today, the two of them definitely wouldn't be dining at the People's Hotel. Instead, they decided to go to a private restaurant on the outskirts of the city. These private restaurants were located on the edges of town, each with its own yard. Only those with connections could get in, and ordinary strangers couldn't. Being on the edge of the city had its benefits too. If they needed to leave quickly, they could do so easily since the mountains and forests were right outside. The largest black market in Qing County was nearby. Gu Sui said. Last time I heard them say this place makes good fish. Let's try it today. What kind of fish? Do you like Hosien fish? I've never had it, but let's give it a try. Then should we get some pickled fish too, the kind you like? Sounds good. As soon as they stepped through the door, they had already decided on their order. The boss rushed over. Please come in, you're just in time. There's still half an hour before lunch rush, so it's not crowded yet. We'll have 1 Hosien fish and 1 pickled fish. Gu Sui ordered. Sure, it'll be ready soon. Would you like rice or noodles? Rice. Guan Yu answered. Alright, please wait a moment. The boss was right. At that moment they were the only customers in the restaurant. After they placed their order, they heard the sound of pots heating up from the backyard. Before long, Guan Yu smelled the distinct scent of stir-fried pickled vegetables. She took a deep breath. Their pickled vegetables smell so sour. My mouth's already watering. Gu Sui poured her a cup of tea. These pickled vegetables are made from old pickled cabbage. If you like it, we can make a jar at home and let it ferment for next year. Let's make another jar of pickled radishes too. Last time when you stir-fried the chicken giblets with pickled radish, it was so fragrant. As they chatted about food, A group of young men entered the restaurant. Among them, one of them was someone they recognized. Guan Yu glanced at Gu Sui. Isn't that Qin Lai? Yes, it's Qin Lai. He went to the countryside right after graduating high school. He hasn't been back long. I saw him a few days ago at the Qingsong Brigade. I forgot to mention it to you. Qin Lai saw them too, and smiled as he came over to greet them. Dr. Gu, Dr. Guan, hello. Gu Sui nodded. What brings you here? Qin Lai didn't hide it, smiling as he replied. I know a few people doing some small business. I got hungry around noon, so I came to have a meal. Guan Yu looked him over. You've changed a lot since the last time I saw you. Qin Lai squinted, smiling even more. I've always been this way. It's just that when I ran into you, it was during one of my lowest points, so anyone who had been hurt by close family members like that probably wouldn't look too good. Guan Yu smiled softly. You're doing great now. No matter what happens, you have to live well. When my parents were still around, they always said that too. Smile at life and one day, life will smile back at you. The phrase felt eerily similar to the idea that when you stare into the abyss also stares back at you. If you sink into negative emotions and can't escape, one day those emotions will certainly overwhelm you. Gu Sui said. It's one thing for young people to have ideas, but you're in an unfamiliar place. Don't be too reckless, don't risk everything. Qin Lai responded honestly. You two saved me, so I'm not going to lie. My family has been in business for generations. I may not know much about farming, but business, I've learned a thing or two. Thanks for your concern, I've got a good sense of it. Gu Sui nodded. Your friends are waiting for you, you should go. Goodbye, Dr. Gu, Dr. Guan. Qin Lai's table was across the room, and Guan Yu whispered. How did he end up here? He said he didn't want to stay in his hometown and had nowhere to go. He must have heard we were here and decided to join the Qingsong Brigade. Guan Yu glanced at Qin Lai. He was in a worse situation than her. At least she didn't have family members who wanted to harm her. Gu Sui said. Stop staring, eat quickly. After we finish, we'll go see the movie. I want to watch a romance. Gu Sui chuckled lightly. There are plenty of war movies, but a romance film might be hard to come by. Chapter 42.1. The smell of this little shop was indeed quite good, but Guan Yu didn't like the huaxiang fish. He thought it was average. The sauerkraut fish, however, was made with a special touch, different from what Gu Sui made. After lunch, Gu Sui and Guan Yu were preparing to go watch a movie. Guan Yu spoke while walking. Hey, let's buy some meat when we go back. Get some tenderloin and make me some guabao roe. Gu Sui replied. By the time we finish the movie, the butcher shop will probably be sold out. Then let's check the black market. The two of them walked out of the small courtyard and headed straight toward the city. After Gu Sui and Guan Yu left, someone who had been watching their table asked, Qinggu, those two seem pretty close to you. Are they your relatives? Are you stupid? Qinggu is from Beijing. How could he have relatives in a place like this? Everyone waited for Qin Lai's response. He gave a faint smile and said, They're not relatives, they're my benefactors. It would have been nice if they were relatives. If he had two relatives like them, he wouldn't have ended up in a place like this. They were all people of good understanding, and when they saw Qin Lai didn't want to elaborate, they quickly said, Let's hurry and eat, we still have business to attend to. Right, let's eat quickly. After the movie, Gu Sui and Guan Yu went to pick up their photos, which had just been developed. The photographer, although silent, couldn't hide the disapproval in his expression as he looked at the two of them, as though they were two spoiled rich kids. After taking the photos, the two of them quickly slipped away. By this time it was getting late, so they went to the black market and managed to buy the last two pieces of meat, one piece of pork belly and one piece of tenderloin. The pork belly was quite lean, clearly picked over by customers who liked fattier cuts. After buying the meat, the two of them went to the station to catch the bus, taking the last one back. Once on the bus, Guan Yu saw that Qin Lai was sitting in the last row. Qin Lai also noticed them and said, Dr. Guan, Dr. Gu, come sit here, there's space. Guan Yu glanced around the bus. There were only 4 or 5 people, and plenty of empty seats. However, in the end, the two of them went to sit in the back row. Qin Lai noticed that Gu Sui was holding the meat and said, You're buying meat? Next time just let me know, and I'll bring it for you. Gu Sui thanked him then asked, Isn't the commune busy these days? How did you manage to get time off? Qin Lai chuckled but didn't directly answer Gu Sui's question. Well, I got some time off, that's all. Guan Yu spoke up. The pharmaceutical factory is doing very well. The hemostatic powder they produce is in high demand everywhere. I think they'll definitely be hiring more people soon. After saying this, Guan Yu glanced at Qin Lai. Qin Lai understood what Guan Yu meant and responded, Thank you for your concern, Dr. Guan, but as for me, I still want to do business. I'm not interested in working at the factory for now. Gu Sui said. There were other people at lunch, so I didn't want to talk to you about it. The sanatorium in Qingxi village is run by the military. They have strict controls, and any disturbance in the commune won't escape their notice. If you get caught, have you thought about the consequences? Qinlai stammered. And no, I'm not going to Qingxi village. You're assigned to the Qingsong brigade, and you're an outsider. The local members are either working hard or at the pharmaceutical factory, but you're the only one who's always running to the city every few days. Don't you think people are noticing you? What excuse did you use to leave today? I told the brigade leader that the village has too many mosquitoes, and I couldn't stand it. I asked for time off to go into the city and buy mosquito nets. Gu Sui glanced at the large bag Qinlai had left on the ground. You've only just arrived, and you're missing everything. This excuse might work once or twice, but if you keep using it, someone's bound to catch on. You'd better think it through when you get back. Gu Sui wasn't someone who liked to say much, so after saying this, he took Guan Yu's hand and headed to the front seats. Qinlai sat alone in the back, his head lowered, lost in thought. After the bus reached the town and they got off, the sky outside was already painted with the colors of the setting sun. Guan Yu looked up at the sky. It's so beautiful. Gu Sui nodded. The roads are better now. If this were in the past, by the time we took the last bus back, it'd be almost dark by the time we reached the town. Well, let's hurry then. Qinlai lagged behind them, walking very slowly. Gu Sui stopped and turned around to call him. What are you dragging your feet for? Hurry up. Qinlai quickly caught up. I'm coming. Guan Yu asked. What are you thinking about? You seem distracted. Qinlai awkwardly replied. I thought you two didn't like me. If we didn't like you, why would we have talked so much to you just now? Don't overthink things, kid. Gu Sui squeezed her hand and said, You're not much older than him, stop acting like the boss. Guan Yu retorted. I'm at least 5, 6, 7, or 8 years older than him. Gu Sui's mouth curled into a smile, and Qinlai laughed loudly. Dr. Guan is indeed much older than me. Guan Yu felt satisfied in her heart. Adults who teach you are doing it for your own good. Gu Sui also smiled. Listen to Guan Yu. You're smart, but you should use that intelligence in the right way. Some red lines should never be crossed. It's not that you can't cross them, just don't get caught. Gu Sui gave Guan Yu a sideways glance. You're teaching him nonsense again. Qinlai chuckled and said, I get it. I won't do it anymore. You at least have a high school diploma, so you can do well in anything. Qinlai decided to change the subject and ask Guan Yu. Dr. Guan, I've asked around, but the pharmaceutical factory only has workers. Why isn't there a sales department? The pharmaceutical factory's medicine is in short supply, so they don't need a sales team. Then just hire more workers and produce more. Our medicine works so well we could even export it and earn foreign exchange. You even know about earning foreign exchange through exports? You're looking down on me now, huh? My dad used to know someone who works in the Ministry of Commerce. I heard that the country's foreign exchange isn't enough, which is why they're holding the Canton Fair to increase exports. Guan Yu didn't actually know this. Gu Sui, do you know about this? Gu Sui nodded. There is indeed the Canton Fair, but your hemostatic powder and those exported goods are different. If you export it, there's no guarantee that your formula will be protected. Another issue was that Guan Yu's hemostatic powder was so effective that the major military districts had already secured it. There was simply no surplus for export. Qinlai said, Well, we need to think of other ways. This stuff sells so well, and if we just use it ourselves, it's such a waste. Guan Yu asked, Is Xiaoma in charge at the pharmaceutical factory now? Xiaoma is responsible for distributing the powdered medicine to the major military districts. Even if they want to promote management talent, they'll definitely promote from within. Gu Sui's meaning was quickly understood by Qinlai. If he wanted to stand out and offer suggestions, he would have to get in first, prove himself, and fight for a leadership position in order to have a say. Dr. Guan, Dr. Gu, when the factory opens for recruitment, I'll sign up. Guan Yu encouraged him. You go for it. I'm rooting for you. When they reached the fork in the road, Qinlai said, I'll go back to the Qingsong brigade first. I'll see you. Goodbye. Guan Yu and Gu Sui headed back to Qingxi village, and Guan Yu linked her arm through Gu Sui's. Qinlai's a kid with a lot of ideas. Yeah, he's someone who loves to stir things up. Compared to him, we're practically too content with the status quo. Who says you're content? Look at all the things you've done these past couple of years. How many people's fates have changed because of you? You're amazing. Guan Yu laughed loudly. For such an amazing person like me, will I get to eat guabao rou tonight? Of course, tonight I'll make you guabao rou, and tomorrow morning I'll cook you some century egg and lean pork congee. Guan Yu, clinging to his arm, playfully said, My husband is the best. Husband, what's that? Husband means husband. Silly. Then what should I call you? Call me wife, my little darling yaya or baby. Gusui couldn't help it, and he walked to a secluded spot, wrapped his arms around her and kissed her soft lips. "You're really a little darling." Her lips were so soft and beautiful. No wonder she could say such sweet things. With just her words, she had him wrapped around her finger, willing to do anything for her without a second thought. That evening while she ate guabao roe, he devoured her. Guan Yue was exhausted, and before falling asleep, she still remembered the century egg and lean pork congee. Drops of sweat trickled down his forehead and cheeks, slipping down his face. "My dear, I'll give you anything you want." It was too hot, and Guan Yue, irritated, asked him to hold her. She had barely screamed when he pulled her back into his embrace. "It's too hot. When you fall asleep it won't be hot anymore." Chapter 42.2. The pleasant and leisurely days passed quickly. Guan Yue could still stay in bed while Gusui would make breakfast. After a quick bite, he would go to the sanatorium for work. Outside the valley, the commune members woke up early, eager to work more hours, rising before dawn to start their day. After working for several hours, Zhou Baohe told everyone to take a 1-hour break and head back to eat breakfast. It's still better to be a worker. Look at us, we've been working for hours, and they're just heading to the factory now. Envy all you want, but they've held 2 recruitment drives and you didn't get in. When we were kids, we weren't good at studying. What could we do? Then try harder. The 3 sons of the Li family only went to 2nd grade, and now to work at the factory, they're even going back to elementary school. I can't bring myself to do that. Everyone in the class is a kid, and I'd be the only adult there. It's too embarrassing. You can't bring yourself to do it now, but when they become workers, don't be envious. Who knows when they'll be hiring again? I heard from Li Tao and the others that their medicine powder isn't enough, so maybe they'll be recruiting again soon. That's really good news. Still, we have to thank Guan Yue. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have such good fortune. That's right. Before going home for dinner, the members of the group were discussing the pharmaceutical factory. At that moment, over at the sanatorium, Xiao Ma was reporting to Minister Li. "The quantities requested by the major military districts have been sent to me. This month's order is 20% more than last month's, and right now we can't produce that much." "Have they given the money?" "They have, and they paid the full amount, no delays." "What about the medicinal materials?" "The medicinal material company says they barely have enough for now, but if we need more, we'll have to source it from other provinces." Looking at the situation, it seemed the pharmaceutical factory would need to expand again. Xiao Ma added, "When the pharmaceutical factory was first built, it was spacious enough. We don't need to expand yet. Even if we do, it's not a big deal. The valley is deep enough and we can still build." The valley outside the factory, not far away, had originally been dug out to build a village. However, because there was no land nearby, people were unwilling to build there, so it remained empty. Now it was being used to build the pharmaceutical factory and a family compound, which was just right. At first, Li Dingbang and the others hadn't really taken the pharmaceutical factory seriously. It was just a self-built factory, meant to ease Guan Yu's workload a bit and increase production. They hadn't expected that now the pharmaceutical factory had become a major tool for generating revenue. Li Dingbang said, "If there aren't enough people, hire more. Make sure you handle this well." Xiao Ma responded, "Yes, Minister. There's one more thing I need to report." "What is it?" "Our pharmaceutical factory is growing bigger and bigger, and I can't manage it all by myself. I want to promote some people from within to help manage. You handle it, but the work at the sanatorium can't be delayed." "Don't worry, Minister." Li Dingbang added one more instruction. "When the factory was first built, we agreed that the pharmaceutical factory belongs to Guan Yue. After deducting the costs, she gets 70% of the profits. The money owed to her must be paid. They've paid, and every month the accounts are settled. The money owed to Dr. Guan is deposited into her account." Li Dingbang nodded. "I trust you to handle things." No matter how much money was made, the relationship with Guan Yue had to be maintained properly. Simply put, compared to the other benefits Guan Yue brought, the pharmaceutical factory was a small source of income. Increase the number of patrols on Shaoqing Mountain. Even though there are only 5 patients, they have accompanying personnel, and there are probably over 10 people. It's already arranged. We're just waiting for news from Fang Lin. The pharmaceutical factory was going to hire again. Even though it was still summer busy season, once the news spread, many people rushed to the Qingsong Brigade to inquire. Zhou Baohe was so busy with work in the fields that he had no time to attend to these people. He decided to file a report and have the commune secretary handle it. That afternoon, the loudspeaker in the village started broadcasting, urging everyone to actively participate in labor. They went on and on about how glorious it was to be a working person. In the end, they mentioned that the pharmaceutical factory was hiring. They wouldn't stop anyone from signing up, but the production couldn't be delayed. Whether the production would be delayed or not was uncertain, but many people still signed up. Besides the locals, quite a few people from other communes also came. As for the locals, almost all of the educated youth from nearby communes had signed up. When Qin Lai heard the news, he immediately went to register. After registering, he went back to work. He didn't waste any time, and Zhou Baohe even praised him, saying he was the representative of the educated youth of Qingsong Brigade. Once those words were out, the other educated youth who had been trying to avoid work or secretly study felt embarrassed. They had no choice but to work during the day and study at night under the light. Fortunately, Qingsong Brigade had electricity. It would have been frustrating without it. Because of this, Qin Lai was often criticized. People said that he was only seeking to show off and in the process made things harder for them. Qin Lai had always been easygoing, but he wasn't a pushover. He shot back directly. Don't forget that you still owe food to the team. Do you think what you're doing is appropriate? Qin Lai glanced at them and said, the grain I eat is all bought with my own money. I work hard, so what right do you, who owe the team's grain, have to complain? If you think you can't stay in the Qingsong Brigade, I can help you move to another brigade. As Qin Lai turned to leave, a person who usually had a good relationship with him quickly grabbed his arm, saying, you're young but have quite a temper. Everyone is just tired from working and said it casually. Look at you, why take it so seriously? Yeah, don't be angry. We're all here to support the rural construction. We're all young and dedicated. No one is deliberately slacking off. Qin Lai, come over here. The light is good here, and it's convenient for reading. Qin Lai didn't hold on to the argument. He smiled and said, I won't read. You all take your time. I'm going to boil some water. I still have some sugar, so I'll make sugar water for you later. Haha, still generous as always. Thanks in advance. The educated youths resumed their study efforts, and so did the other villagers. At the Li family's house, Li Da, who was not particularly bright, was surrounded by his wife, his sister, and his brother-in-law, all of whom were official workers trying to tutor him. Lin Haiyin said, look at this problem. Where did you make a mistake? Try to think it through yourself. Li Da scratched his head for a while, looking pitifully at his wife. I can't figure out where I went wrong. Li Tao anxiously pointed out. The third step. You made a mistake in the third step. The ones place adds up to 12, but you didn't carry the 10. He, when holding their son, stood by. Wife, don't worry. Eldest brother-in-law gets even more stuck when he's anxious. Li Tao rubbed his temples. I'm not anxious. I'm really not anxious. Big sis, you don't have to worry either. Zhang Cuihua, who had just managed to get her grandson to sleep, came out to see her son still struggling. Zhang Cuihua said, if you really can't teach him, send him back to school like that boy from the other family. Let the teacher teach him. Li Da stamped his foot. How could that work? It'd be so embarrassing. My son will be old enough for elementary school in 2 years. Zhang Cuihua glared at him. If you're so embarrassed, then be smarter. Do you think the factory will always be hiring? Miss one opportunity and that's one less chance. My goodness, how did I end up with a son like you? I don't want my grandson to turn out like you. Lin Haiyin quickly reassured her mother-in-law. Don't worry if it doesn't work out, you still have me at home. Zhang Cuihua patted Lin Haiyin's hand. You're the only one who doesn't mind him. Lin Haiyin smiled. I don't mind. We're going to spend our whole lives together. Even if he doesn't become a worker, we'll still live a good life. Li Da was moved to tears. Wife, I'll definitely work hard. Another Monday arrived, and Guan Yue went to work at the sanatorium. She overheard the nurses discussing the pharmaceutical factory's hiring. Some nurses who came from rural families were hoping to bring their sisters-in-law from home to take the exam. If they passed, they'd secure a stable job. Others disagreed, noting that there was only one factory around, and with people from neighboring towns coming to take the exam, the competition was tough. Their brothers had traveled far from their hometowns, and it didn't seem worth it. It might be better to find a job back home. Guan Yu asked, how many people is the pharmaceutical factory hiring? Deng Baishu replied, I'm not sure. I only heard Xiao Ma say that the demand for the hemostatic powder is so high. Since the new workers haven't arrived yet, Li Tao and the others are working harder to increase production. The powder is so popular. It's because of the formula you gave, Dr. Guan. Guan Yu sighed. Hiring more people to solve the unemployment problem was a good thing, but it also meant her workload would increase. Deng Baishu, not understanding, asked, Teacher, why are you sighing? The powder sells well, and that means you'll make more money. It's a good thing. Others would beg for such an opportunity. At this time, it was known that these factories were all state-owned. The military districts were able to give Guan Yu money, something no one had expected. Guan Yu rolled her eyes at him. What do you know? Stop gossiping. Where are the patients? Bring them in. I still have to go to the factory this afternoon. Deng Baishu suddenly understood. She sighed, realizing that Guan Yu was likely feeling overwhelmed by the additional work. TSK Minister Li was really clever. If they didn't pay her, Guan Yu might just stop caring, and without her the powder wouldn't have the same quality and wouldn't sell for a good price. Guan Yu was busy all morning, and in the afternoon after seeing the patients, she went to the pharmaceutical factory. The bags of prepared powder were stacked in the warehouse, waiting for her to handle them. She closed the warehouse door, took a deep breath and began her work. As Xiao He, eager to try, transformed from a thin vine into a tree-like figure, countless vines swirled into the air. Chapter 42.3. In the evening, after finishing dinner, Gu Sui came to pick her up from the pharmaceutical factory. Today he had to wait a little longer outside. Gu Sui glanced at his watch. She had spent an extra 20 minutes than usual. Guan Yu walked out of the building saying, "I'm so tired. Shall I carry you?" "Sure." Guan Yu jumped onto Gu Sui's back and sighed comfortably. "This isn't going to work. They want to increase production, and I'm already struggling to keep up. I heard from Xiao Ma that once this batch of workers is hired, the production will increase by another 30%. That will kill me. At the current pace, if production increased by 30%, it would take at least an entire afternoon just for her to prepare the medicine and handle the powder." Gu Sui asked. "Didn't Xiao Ma mention this to you earlier?" Guan Yu thought for a moment. "I think he mentioned it last week, but I didn't take it seriously." Gu Sui smiled. "From now on, you'll see patients on Mondays and then spend Tuesdays at the pharmaceutical factory." Guan Yu replied. "They should come up with something like a mixing device. That way the process will go faster. In fact, automated equipment would be even more efficient, but she wasn't sure if they had that kind of machinery yet. Let me ask Xiao Ma about it. There should be a mixing machine available. If not, we can have Master Uncle bring one over." Meanwhile in Hong Kong, Kai Jin was directing people to pack her luggage, which included 6 wedding dresses she had carefully selected. Kai Jin said, "Listen up, make sure the hems are neatly folded. We don't want them all wrinkled when we unpack them. And don't forget the ironing machine. Send it all together. Don't forget the jewelry either. 6 wedding dresses, 6 sets of jewelry. Make sure they don't get mixed up." Zhang Mingrui put down his newspaper and watched her as she busied herself. "Are you going there this time?" "Of course. I haven't seen Guan Yu in over a year. It's the perfect time to visit and let her take my pulse." Zhang Mingrui laughed. "Go look in the mirror. You're even more beautiful now than you were in your 30s. Aren't you satisfied?" Kai Jin cupped her delicate face and smiled. "Am I really that young? When I hear those ladies complimenting me outside, I always think they're just flattering me." "They're not flattering you. You really look great. In my eyes, you've always been beautiful." Kai Jin chuckled. "Fine, I've got it in mind. If you dare change your words in the future, just watch how I'll handle you." Zhang Shua stood on the second floor, curling his lips. His parents were so old, yet still flirting and teasing each other like this. Zhang Shua said, "Dad, can I accompany Mom to Qingxi village?" Zhang Mingrui glanced up at his son. "What do you want to go for? Guan Doctor got married earlier this year, and you didn't want to go when we told you before. You stay here. Didn't you make plans to have dinner with Uncle Wen's youngest daughter the day after tomorrow?" Zhang Shua responded. "What do you mean by that? You still expect me to go and try to flirt with Guan Shini? Your mother and I never expected anything from you." Kai Jin patted her husband's shoulder. "Why are you arguing with him? Guan Yu and Gu Sui have always had a good relationship. Do you really expect your son to go and steal someone else's partner?" "Exactly. My mom's right. That boy from the Huang family didn't manage to get anything either." "How are you speaking? Is flirting used like that?" Zhang Shua said. "I don't care. I just want to go to Qingxi village and see what's so special about it." When his parents had gone to Qingxi village, he only had a rough idea of what it was like. After they returned, both of them were completely healthy, and that's when he became interested in Qingxi village. Later, even Grandpa Zhao and others had gone, including the 5 people this time. They had given a lot to make the trip, though he didn't know the exact details, at least he knew the general idea. He just wanted to see for himself what it was that made these smart, wealthy people keep coming back, some even risking their entire fortune without being able to get a spot on the boat. Today Kai Jin sided with her son. Let him go see for himself. Didn't you want to build a good relationship with that Englishman? Perfect. It's a great chance to build rapport on the way. Exactly, they don't speak Chinese. I can act as their translator. Humph, you two are always in cahoots. Zhang Mingrui said to his son. If you want to go, then go. But don't stay too long. A week will be enough. Make sure to bring your mom back soon. Got it. Zhang Shua grinned and agreed, raising an eyebrow at his mom, just as Zhang Mingrui caught the gesture. Zhang Mingrui laughed and scolded. This brat. They were set to board the boat early the next morning, and the Zhang family had packed a pile of luggage, while Su Huan only had a small carry-on suitcase. Su Huaping said, Guan Yu and Gu Sui are already married. Don't be giving Gu Sui the cold shoulder. They're all family now. Jiang Ji added. Kaijia and I picked out a few wedding dresses for Guan Yu, and we bought her a camera and some film. The stuff is with Kaijia, so you can help look after it during the trip. Su Huan snorted. I know. It's just a small thing. I can handle it. As for that kid, Gu Sui, he's tolerable. Originally, he had thought he would have to wait until the new year to go over there, but with the chance to send a patient, he was able to make the trip now, which was great. He wanted to see the newly built school. It was Tuesday and Guan Yu's day off. She slept in until 10 a.m., feeling fully rested. The people coming from Hong Kong had left before dawn, taking a boat to shore, and then a private plane to the village, landing right at 10 a.m. Just as they disembarked from the plane, the ALS patient collapsed. The people accompanying him panicked. Su Huan stepped forward to take his pulse. He's fine, still alive. Don't waste time, hurry up and take him to my disciple. The luggage was abandoned as Professor John and the caretaker quickly loaded Ryan into a car and rushed toward Qingxi village. The rest of the group gathered the luggage and took their time heading over. At noon, just as the workers at the pharmaceutical factory were getting off work, they heard the sound of a horn. Everyone quickly stepped back to let the car pass. Once the car had gone by, they started discussing. What happened? Why was the car driving so fast? Lin Haiyin said. What else could have happened? The patient's condition must be critical. True, the sanatorium is for treating patients after all. Xiaoma jumped out of the driver's seat and called out to Wang Taijun. Did you notify Guan doctor? Where is she? We notified her. As soon as we got your call, we informed Guan doctor. She's waiting in room 1 at Shaoqing Mountain. Quick! Get 2 people to carry him up the mountain, hurry! Hurry up! Go ahead and clear the way. Make way! The noise at the mouth of the valley was too loud. Those who had just finished work and were about to head to the cafeteria all looked toward the valley, wondering what had happened. When they saw people running up the mountain, Deng Weimin quickly guessed what was going on. He handed his lunchbox to someone nearby. Go eat first, I'll go take a look. Deng Baishu was waiting at the mountain path. When he saw the people bringing the patient up, he immediately went to call Guan Yu. Teacher, they've brought him up. The patient passed out and it doesn't look good. Guan Yu stood up. Get my silver needles. I'll go get them. Guan Yu turned and said, bring the patient bed out. It's coming. As soon as the bed was set down, the others arrived. Put him on the bed, lay him down gently. Once the patient was placed on the bed, Guan Yu immediately checked his pulse. Unbutton his clothes. While they were still undoing the buttons, Guan Yu quickly wrote out a prescription. When she finished, she tossed the paper and pen to Deng Baishu. Quick, go prepare the medicine. I'll go now. Deng Baishu handed the silver needle box to Professor John, who was closest to him. You take it. Professor John hesitated. Guan Yu snapped. What are you standing there for? Open the wooden box. Guan Yu, frustrated with how slow and clumsy he was, opened the box herself and then shoved it back into Professor John's hands. Hold it. Professor John instinctively cradled the box in his hands. Guan Yu quickly started inserting the needles. She had almost used up an entire box of silver needles. The patient's body looked like a porcupine with all the needles in him. Sweat was forming on her forehead, but she barely managed to use her abilities to open up and connect the major meridians in his body. As she took his pulse, she had a rough understanding of this disease, ALS. It was similar to meridians slowly getting blocked, causing the body to gradually stiffen until death. Perhaps it was the sunlight outside, but after about 10 minutes of needling, Professor John noticed his brother-in-law's complexion had improved a bit. Guan Yu, how is Ryan? Guan Yu wiped the sweat from her forehead. He's stable for now. Deng Weimin, who had already made it up the mountain, stood by, took the patient's pulse, and nodded in agreement with Guan Yu's assessment. The patient's pulse was in such bad shape, and he couldn't even imagine how it had been before the needles were inserted. It was only because of Guan Yu that this patient stood a chance. Anyone else wouldn't have been able to save him, no matter how skilled. Deng Baishu was quick to act. As soon as Guan Yu was about to remove the needles, he arrived with the medicine. He's not awake yet. How should we feed him? Guan Yu replied. Don't worry, he'll wake up soon. Once the silver needles were removed, the patient remained motionless on the bed. Guan Yu quickly took another needle and inserted it into a spot on his chest. The patient's eyes snapped open immediately. Deng Baishu was stunned, his mouth hanging open. God! Guan Yu said. Feed him the medicine. Once he's had it, let him rest. I'll give him another needle later tonight. Ryan woke up to find a crowd around him, all strangers. He turned his head to the left and finally spotted John. John was so overwhelmed with emotion that he began to cry. Oh my God. Ryan, you can move your neck. When they were still on the boat coming from the UK, Ryan had been unable to move his neck at all. In those days, Ryan was so desperate that he didn't even have the strength to pray. It was John, time and time again, who told him that his future was either dying on that unfamiliar land or returning home healthy. There was no turning back. John urged him to take a gamble, and it seemed like Ryan could see a glimmer of hope that he could win this bet. At that moment, Wang Taijun ran up to report. The other patients have arrived. They're already at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Shua was walking ahead, holding his mother's hand. They hadn't spoken along the way, both thinking that Ryan sir was probably, but what he saw now was something else. Ryan sir, you're awake. Another heart patient named Charlie, as soon as he reached the mountain, saw Ryan lying on the bed with tears in his eyes. That's great. We all thought you were beyond saving. God bless you. Deng Baishu mumbled quietly. Do the Buddha, Queen Mother, and Jade Emperor really have no face anymore? Deng Weiman shot him a glare, signaling him to be quiet. Ryan's recovery gave the other 4 patients confidence. They were now eager to meet the miraculous doctor. Guan Yue had just gone inside to wash her hands, and when she came out, she saw that the courtyard was filled with people. Kaijin exclaimed in surprise. Guan Yue, long time no see. Guan Yue was equally happy to see her. You look even younger than the last time I saw you. Kaijin laughed heartily. I have to thank you for the health supplements you gave me. No need to thank me. Just make sure to take more on your way back this time. Zhang Shua, hearing his mother call out Guan Yu's name, turned around and before his brain could process it, blurted out a curse. This girl is too beautiful. Calling her girl didn't quite do justice to her. The term felt too inferior. Calling her miss seemed too casual and queen was a bit much. How should he accurately describe her? She looked like a delicate and lively young big sister, someone who held her own in conversations with women of his mother's generation, women who had been pampered and privileged all their lives, without losing her composure for a second. Deng Baishu kicked Zhang Shua disdainfully. What's with that look? Drooling. Zhang Shua blinked, still in awe. Is that really Guan, doctor? Deng Baishu puffed out his chest proudly. That's her. My teacher. You're amazing. Deng Baishu basked in the praise, then casually added. Don't stare at my teacher like that though. Be careful. If Dr. Gu finds out, you might end up regretting it. I wouldn't dare. It's just the first time I've seen her in person, and I was a little shocked. A person like that. How could someone like him even dream of reaching such heights? Guan Yu and Kaijin exchanged a few pleasantries, but with patients still waiting, Guan Yu said they'd continue later. Kaijin said, You go ahead and take care of things, I'm in no rush. I'll find a place to rest first. Guan Yu replied, The rooms in the front are empty. You and my teacher can pick one out first. Su Huan shot Guan Yu a sideways glance. You've finally seen me, huh? Guan Yu smiled charmingly. Teacher, please don't be mad. Go rest first, and tonight I'll bring Gu Sui to see you. She said a few more kind words before sending Su Huan off. Turning to the remaining 4 patients, she asked, Who's coming first? Chapter 43.1. Ryan's example was right before their eyes, and at this moment, no one doubted Guan Yu's ability. For patients lined up, waiting for their turn to see Guan Yu. After seeing each one, Guan Yu swiftly wrote out prescriptions. While Deng Baishu went down the mountain to prepare the medicine, Guan Yu finished acupuncture treatments for a few of them. Dr. Guan, will we still do acupuncture tonight? Guan Yu shook his head. You don't need it today. We'll do acupuncture again tomorrow morning. What about Ryan? That gentleman required extra treatment because his situation was critical. You all are fine. The other 4 patients instantly understood the unspoken implication from Guan Yu's words. They wouldn't die anytime soon, so they didn't need acupuncture. They weren't sure whether to be happy or frustrated. Happy? Guan Yu's attitude implied that their illnesses weren't incurable. Frustrated? They had come from far away at great cost, only to be met with such a casual service. Guan Yu continued. Find a place to stay. You'll be better in about a month, maybe 2. The 5 people who had come this time were suffering from serious conditions, so a longer treatment period was better, ensuring that it wouldn't seem too easy or quick. A month? 2 months? To the 5 patients, that already seemed like a short amount of time. Guan Yu turned to find his teacher and left. At that moment, the 5 patients, who had a sense of mutual understanding, felt optimistic about the future due to Guan Yu's casual attitude. They gathered around Ryan's bedside, talking and encouraging each other. They were determined to return home healthy. Teacher, your good disciple is here. Su Huan was chatting with Kaijin and his son. When Kaijin saw Guan Yu, he quickly called her over. Have you finished seeing the patients? Guan Yu nodded. Yes, all done. She glanced at the young man standing next to him. Is this your son? Yes, this is my son Zhang Shuo. Guan Yu smiled and said. He's quite handsome. Kaijin laughed heartily. It's all thanks to me. Being told by a young girl that he looked handsome, well, how could he not feel pleased about it? Kaijin continued. The wedding dress you wanted, I've brought it with me. When we were coming up the mountain earlier, they said they would deliver it to your house after the checkup. Thank you, I appreciate the trouble. No trouble at all, just something I did on the way. It's been so long since I've seen you, I wanted to come by and check on you. Hehe, and let you see me too. Guan Yu smiled. It's nothing. She walked over and placed her hand on Kaijin's wrist. Kaijin eagerly asked, How is it? Guan Yu nodded. Your health is very good now, just keep it up. I'll bring you some health pills later. Those health pills of yours are really great. Both my husband and I are taking them. Now when we go out we look 10 years younger than people our age. You both eat well, sleep well and have good energy. It's only natural that you look younger. Zhang Shua grumbled. Mom, you and Dad are enjoying all the good stuff, but you didn't think about me, your son. Kaijin responded confidently. You're still young. You don't need these things. Just eat well and sleep well. Guan Yu chuckled softly, clearly amused by the interaction. Such a typical mother. Su Huaping glanced at Guan Yu and feeling a bit uneasy, placed his wrist on the table. Guan Yu immediately understood his meaning, and casually placed her hand on his wrist. Your health is also good, but lately your stomach and spleen have been a bit off. I'll give you a couple of acupuncture sessions tonight. Su Huan was pleased. All right then. Finally, my disciple is proving useful. Kaijin teased. Su sir, you're saying this like it's nothing. A whole bunch of disciples could be grouped together, and still, none of them are as skilled as your one disciple. Su Huan enjoyed hearing praise for his disciple, smiling broadly as he replied. She just needs to remain humble and patient, and she will only get better. Guan Yu, now preparing to leave for a bit, said. We'll come back after Gusui finishes work. Let's have dinner together then. What are we eating? Health soup hot pot. And I'll throw in a mountain ginseng for you. Su Huan, feeling sorry for the good things, said. There's no illness or pain, so don't bother with the mountain ginseng. A bit of goji berry soup will be fine. Guan Yu waved her hand dismissively. I don't have much of anything, but I do have plenty of good herbs. Don't worry about me. When you return I'll send you some ginseng. You can soak it in wine. Guan Yu left and Kaijin said. Su sir, Guan Yu is really devoted to you. Su Huan laughed heartily. Your son looks good too. He's a good kid. He'll have great success in the future. I don't need him to have great success. As long as he's healthy and lives a long life, that's enough for me. Zhang Shua smiled and said. Mom, you all keep chatting. I'm going to check on Ryan, sir. Go ahead. If others are resting, don't disturb them. Got it. Back at the wooden house, Guan Yu found several boxes in the yard. She opened one of them to find it filled with wedding dresses. She picked one up, the hem of the skirt layered with soft white tulle, light and dreamy, too beautiful to resist. Guan Yu was completely taken by the sight, wishing she could try it on right then and there. Beneath the dress was a smaller box, containing a full set of jewelry. Her master's wife and Kaijin had put thought into this. Guan Yu opened every box, enjoying the treasures inside like a treasure hunt. To her discerning eye, even though the designs were somewhat vintage, the craftsmanship and style were truly beautiful. After admiring the wedding dresses, Guan Yu realized it was getting late. She hurried to prepare a medicinal bag and placed it into a water basin to soak. Then, she turned and went up the mountain to bring back a goat. Today Gusui returned early. When he saw the wild mountain goat outside the kitchen and the vegetables that Guan Yu had prepared, he asked, Are we having hot pot today? No, we're having soup. I've already prepared the medicinal bag. Gusui rolled up his sleeves. Shall I stew the goat bones for the soup base now? Guan Yu nodded. Yes. Gusui went to handle the goat, and Guan Yu took a pressure cooker from her jade pendant space, placing it in the kitchen before going back to admire her little dress. Seeing her so happy, Gusui asked, When do you plan to do the photo shoot? When do you have time? How long will it take to do the photo shoot? At least half a day or maybe a whole day. Then let's do it the day after tomorrow. I'll arrange my work for tomorrow. All right. Let's try on the clothes when we get back to the villa tonight. Master's wife also prepared a suit for you. Gusui smiled affectionately. Okay. Once the soup base and vegetables were ready, the two of them headed to Shaoqing Mountain. Su Huan said, You're finally here. I've been starving. Guan Yu placed the basket of vegetables down. Didn't you eat lunch? I just had something quick, waiting for the good food here. Zhang Shua quickly set up the tables and chairs, but Kai Jin wouldn't let him move the table. For a soup hot pot, what do we need a table for? Move the stove out. What's a stove? You don't even know what a stove is? Kai Jin went to the kitchen herself and brought the stove out. Su Huan lent a hand, expertly starting the fire. Guan Yue placed the sliced vegetables and meat on a nearby table, and Gu Sui prepared the dipping sauces. Zhang Shua stood awkwardly by, not being able to help with anything. Kai Jin slapped him on the back. The fire's ready. Hurry up and put the hot pot on the stove. Okay. The fire blazed in the stove, and before long, the soup began to boil. Bring the chairs over, let's sit down and eat. What about the meat? Put it in first to cook. This meat is sliced so thin, just dip it in the soup and it'll cook instantly. Must be Gu Sui who sliced it. Surgeons are good with their hands. Haha, if he didn't become a doctor, he could be a chef. At least his meat slices are thinner than anyone else's. This soup is great. I can smell the ginseng. It's so nourishing. Zhang Shua, holding his bowl, ate heartily. He never imagined that someone like him, raised in a privileged environment, would one day find himself eating with such relish in such a simple setting. In this regard, Zhang Shua was just like his mother. When Kai Jin first arrived, she was uncomfortable with everything. But after staying a few days, she realized that all the flashy and extravagant things weren't worth stressing over. When it came to food, what mattered was that it was tasty and satisfying. There were no crystal chandeliers, wine glasses, or gourmet plating, yet she still enjoyed her meals. She came to this realization, and when she returned to Hong Kong, she often went with her husband to street food stalls to try new things. They ended up discovering many simple but delicious dishes. After cooking the meat, they moved on to the vegetables. Kai Jin had eaten so much that her little stomach was nearly full. Still, with lingering satisfaction, she set her bowl down. Zhang Shua, being a young man with a bigger appetite, could still eat, but there was no more food left. Gu Sui spoke up. Wait a moment. He tossed a handful of sweet potato noodles into the pot to cook. Once the noodles were nearly done, he added the remaining vegetables. All right, it's ready. At Gu Sui's signal, the three men quickly divided the entire pot of noodles. Zhang Shua marveled. This is so delicious. Kai Jin nodded. Of course it tastes great. The food in its purest form is always the best. Zhang Shua agreed. Even those fancy Western dishes with too much seasoning and delicate plating can't compare to this. And this hot pot with the lamb bone broth had been specially prepared by Guan Yue as a health-enhancing soup. Su Huan patted his belly and said, Not bad. After a couple of days we should do this again. Guan Yue replied. It's not good to eat so much lamb soup in the summer. If you like hot pot, we can have sour radish and old duck soup next time. It's perfect for the season. Thinking about the flavor of the sour radish and old duck soup, Su Huan's appetite returned. I want to eat wild ducks from the mountain. Go catch me one by the creek. Gu Sui responded. Wild ducks from the mountains are small. One won't be enough to eat. We'll need at least two. I'll go catch them later. Su Huan nodded in approval and gave Gu Sui a proper look. Not bad. Kai Jin chuckled. We can't just eat without doing any work. Guan Yue, when are you going to do your wedding photo shoot? Let Zhang Shua take the pictures. His photography skills are good. Zhang Shua nodded. I'm fine. When I was in school, I also joined the photography club. Guan Yue said. Great, we'll take the photos the day after tomorrow. I'll trouble you then. Kai Jin chuckled. No trouble at all. Zhang Shua will take the photos for you. And I'll handle your makeup. Let me tell you, when it comes to dressing up, I really do my research. Have you seen a wedding dress before? The matching jewelry was all chosen by me. I've seen it, it's really beautiful, especially the fishtail dress. I really liked it. Kai Jin grinned proudly. Right? I like that one too. So, where are we shooting the day after tomorrow? We'll shoot at the mountain. I've already thought it through. The fishtail dress will be shot by the stream, and the puffy dress will be shot while sitting on a swing. You're planning a forest theme? The environment here is really nice. The photos will definitely turn out great. Su Huan asked. The stream is on Daqing Mountain, right? Can we get there? I'll take you there. We can get there, but we just can't go into the courtyard. Not going into the courtyard is fine. We can do makeup outside. The group discussed the wedding photos for a while, and by the time they finished it was getting late, and the sun was almost setting. Chapter 43.2. Gu Sui went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, and Guan Yue began to prepare a needle for teacher. She still needed to go to the front house to check on Ryan and give him an acupuncture treatment. Deng Baishu said, Teacher, this sir just finished his meal and took his medicine. Guan Yue replied. Then let's wait a little while before the acupuncture. Professor John saw Guan Yue coming in and went into the room to bring out a small box, handing it to her. This is the information I brought for you. It contains the latest research findings in virology from the past year. Guan Yue was very surprised. Thank you, Professor John. You're welcome. You've helped me a lot too. Guan Yue asked. How's your health after returning home? Thanks for asking. I've been doing great. I went to several hospitals in the UK, and they all said I'm in very good health now. Guan Yue smiled. If you don't mind, could I check your pulse? I'd love that. After Guan Yue checked his pulse, she said, Your health is indeed better than most, but you've had a serious illness in the past, so you still need to be more cautious in daily life. For example, try to avoid smoking and drinking, eat your meals on time, and avoid staying up late. Thank you for your advice. I'll keep it in mind. Guan Yue nodded and then went to check on Ryan. I'll be clear with you. I can treat this illness. As long as you cooperate with the acupuncture and take your medicine properly, there's definitely hope for you to recover within 2 months. Ryan nodded and with difficulty thanked Guan Yue. Guan Yue waved for Deng Baishu. Prepare the acupuncture. Before starting the treatment, Ryan was moved to the bedroom. After the acupuncture, it only took a few minutes for Ryan to fall asleep. Guan Yue turned to Deng Baishu and said, Watch over him. When the time is up, remove the needles. Got it, teacher. Guan Yue left the room, and Gu Sui was waiting outside. Gu Sui casually took the box from her hands. Let's head back. With the latest research materials from Professor John, Guan Yue didn't return to the mountain villa that night. She stayed up studying hard, and the next morning, she went to Shaoqing Mountain to check on a patient before returning to the cabin to continue her studies. While Professor John was still around, she decided to finish reviewing the materials so she could ask him any questions. Early the next morning, Gu Sui went to the health center for work. After finishing his tasks, he went to ask Director Zhang for leave. Director Zhang looked up from his desk and glanced at him. Taking leave again? Is Dr. Guan going somewhere to shop? Gu Sui smiled. Not shopping, just staying on the mountain. Then why do you need leave? Gu Sui hesitated. He couldn't say he was going to take wedding photos, so he used teacher as an excuse. Director Zhang, you know that teacher Guan Yue came yesterday. Teacher has been very concerned about me. Director Zhang instantly imagined a scenario where the teacher was dissatisfied with her student-in-law and tried to break up the couple. Gu Sui was speechless. It's not that serious, but well, there are times when things don't sit right. Director Zhang asked, Are you trying to curry favor? Gu Sui replied, I only need to curry favor with my wife. As for teacher, just a little bit. Director Zhang laughed heartily. You're a slippery one. Fine, I approve your leave. Go ahead. Thank you, Director. I'll make sure the work is arranged by the afternoon. You handle things well, so I trust you. Gu Sui left Director Zhang's office and let out a long sigh. He hadn't expected that now, to get time off to accompany his wife, he'd start lying to people. Gu Sui went home to make lunch and pinched Guan Yu's nose. Do you know what I did to get tomorrow off? You're annoying, don't pinch my nose. Guan Yue swatted his hand away. Gu Sui shook his head. What do you want to eat? Guan Yue replied. Anything, just make something easy. Her eyes didn't leave the materials in front of her. Gu Sui thought for a moment and decided on cold noodles for lunch. He went to the vegetable garden and picked 2 cucumbers, slicing them into strips. He then steamed and boiled the freshly made noodles, took them out to drain the water, and mixed them with hot oil. Finally, he added the vegetables and various sauces, the dressing coating the noodles sour, fragrant and spicy, perfect for summer. Guan Yu enjoyed the meal and kissed him on the cheek. Dr. Gu, your cooking skills are getting better. Keep it up. Gu Sui smiled. Don't just focus on the materials this afternoon. Take a break when you can. Guan Yu responded. I won't look at the materials this afternoon. I plan to tidy up the area behind the cabin, put up a swing, and plant a nice flowering tree to make it easier for us to take wedding photos tomorrow. You haven't tried the clothes yet? Wait until you come back in the afternoon. We'll go to the villa to try them on. They had planned to try the clothes on the night before, but when Guan Yu started looking at the materials, she couldn't stop, so they had stayed at the cabin to rest. Guan Yu added, If we take photos in the treehouse, they'll definitely look great. The treehouse had been built high and standing outside, they could see nothing but mountains and forests. Or they could take photos on the treetops, with Gu Sui holding her, the long white dress fluttering in the wind. She imagined it would look just like something out of a fairy tale. Guan Yu said, I also want to find Dog Sheng. I want to take a picture with him. Gu Sui replied. Then we can take photos here at the cabin in the morning, and in the afternoon we'll go up the mountain to take more pictures? Sounds good. We can finish everything in one day. When Guan Yu was happy, her eyes sparkled, and her entire face became charming. Gu Sui couldn't resist and kissed the corner of her eye. Guan Yu laughed and pulled away. You're annoying, that tickles. Gu Sui chuckled softly. I'm off to work now. I'll try to get home earlier this afternoon. I know. Gu Sui went down the mountain to work, while Guan Yu sat cross-legged in a chair. On the small table in front of her, there were many kinds of flower seeds. She spent a long time trying to pick the flower she wanted but couldn't decide. Since I can't choose, I'll plant a little of everything. Guan Yu went to the back mountain and picked a flat area. She chose a few different colors of flowers, creating an archway where flowers of all kinds could bloom. She walked from one end of the flower arch to the other, feeling like something was missing. She added 2 rows of natural wooden benches on each side of the archway. Not far from the flower arch, she also planted 2 tall trees, and in between she tied up a swing. After trying it, the swing went really high. Guan Yu got addicted to swinging, so she turned the swing seat into a cradle. She swung back and forth, and before long, she had fallen asleep in the cradle. Guan Yu thought to herself, once they had children, this would be a great way to take care of them. When Gu Sui returned from work in the afternoon, he didn't find his wife. He walked around the house, checking both the front and back yards, and then saw the colorful flowers in the back mountain. He walked over and found Guan Yu asleep in the cradle, a blanket covering her. Her long dark, shiny hair spread around her face, looking like a fairy in the forest. Gu Sui gently touched her cheek, reluctant to wake her. Xiao Hei, being mischievous, tugged at Guan Yu's wrist, and that's when she finally woke up. Guan Yu frowned, her eyes still closed. She pulled Xiao Hei off her wrist and tossed it aside. Gu Sui smiled. Now that you're awake, let's get up. We need to pack up and head up the mountain. Guan Yu shook herself awake and rubbed her eyes. I still need to give Ryan a few more acupuncture treatments. Gu Sui replied. Let's go now. I'll stay home and pack up, then wait for you to come back. After Guan Yu finished giving Ryan his acupuncture, Gu Sui had already packed everything they needed to take to the mountain villa. Guan Yu wrapped her arms around his waist, with Xiao Hei tangled up with a few large boxes, and they headed toward the mountain villa together. Once they arrived at the mountain villa, Gu Sui went to cook, while Guan Yu opened the boxes and tried on wedding dresses one by one in the walk-in closet. In addition to the ones Kaijin had brought, she also tried on the ones from the jade pendant space. When Gu Sui finished cooking, he went to call her for dinner. When he opened the door, the large room was flooded with white lace. Yeah, where are you? Squatting down to put on her shoes, Guan Yu looked up and smiled at him. Do I look good? You look great. Gu Sui moved aside the various skirts blocking his way and finally walked up to her. In front of a large floor-to-ceiling mirror, Guan Yu stood in a strapless wedding gown, her waist cinched to a delicate shape, and her long legs exposed. At that moment, she was leaning against his chest, and Gu Sui couldn't hold back, lowering his head to kiss her. She hooked her arms around his neck and stood on tiptoe to kiss him back. Gu Sui tightened his arms and lifted her up. Her legs wrapped around his waist, and their breathing became uneven. It was clear that dinner would have to be postponed. The next day, Zhang Shua stood in front of the breathtakingly beautiful flower archway, his mouth agape in surprise. Such a beautiful archway, even if a gardener carefully tended to it, could never produce such stunning flowers. At that moment, the morning fog hadn't fully cleared, and as the wind blew, the dew on the petals rolled off. It was truly a sight to behold. Damn it, the broken camera in his hands couldn't capture that feeling at all. Kaijin said. Zhang Shua, I told you to take wedding photos. Why are you taking pictures of flowers? Zhang Shua's gaze fell on Guan Yu and Gu Sui. Guan Yu was wearing an elegant white wedding dress, and Gu Sui was in a black suit. The woman was beautiful, the man was handsome, and they were so in love, it made him jealous just to look at them. Kaijin slapped him on the head. What are you looking at? I told you to take photos. Zhang Shua dodged. Mom, don't hit me. I'm taking pictures. Kaijin was very satisfied with her skills today. She had done all of Guan Yu's makeup by herself, and no matter how she did it, it looked good. All done. Now, change into another outfit and take photos on the swing. Zhang Shua glanced at the swing. It's so high, is it safe? What if she falls? Guan Yu confidently said. It's fine, very safe. Gu Sui and Guan Yu went to change clothes, and Su Huan wandered around the flower corridor, hands behind his back. When did so many flowers get planted here? Zhang Shua smiled. Probably when you weren't around. Zhang Shua guessed that Gu Sui must have planted them to please Guan Yu. Otherwise, how could so many flowers grow in the mountains by themselves? Zhang Shua's eyes landed on a pink rose and reached out to touch it. Su Huan stopped him. What are you doing? Don't ruin a perfectly good flower. How could touching it ruin it? You don't understand. A good flower, once it gets touched by a person, loses its ethereal quality. Zhang Shua was speechless. Is that so? Gu Sui and Guan Yu came out in their new outfits. This time Guan Yu was wearing a puffy skirt. The two of them sat on the swing, and the wide skirt of her wedding dress rested partly on Gu Sui's lap. As the swing moved, Zhang Shua crouched down and shot from below. Great smile. Kiss on the lips. Hold hands. All right. Very good. The third set, Guan Yue wore a mermaid-style dress, and they took photos by the creek. The beauty of the woman and her reflection in the water complemented each other perfectly. Zhang Shua had already grown tired of saying the word beautiful. That morning they had taken 6 sets of wedding photos, and each one was just as stunning as the last. In the afternoon, Guan Yu and Gu Sui went up into the mountains. They set up the camera and took photos in trees, in a treehouse among a pack of wolves, and in the villa. They took countless pictures, and each one Guan Yu loved. That evening, while the two of them were choosing photos in the villa, Guan Yu kept exclaiming, "This one makes me look so beautiful, I want this one too." Gu Sui was helpless. "You've already selected more than 10, but we can't hang all of our wedding photos in the villa, can we?" Guan Yu bit her finger. "Did I really select that many?" Gu Sui nodded. "Show me the ones we picked just now, I'll choose again." When she looked at them again, Guan Yu still liked every single one. She looked at Gu Sui with a pitiful expression. Gu Sui laughed. "If you like them, then let's just print them all out. We'll choose an empty room and use it to hang all our wedding photos." "Great, great. And the one with Go Shang, I want to print 2 of those." In the photo with Go Shang, the two of them were sitting on a fallen tree trunk, and Go Shang's son was playfully rolling around on her wedding dress. Go Shang stood beside them, exuding the dominant aura of an alpha wolf, incredibly imposing. Guan Yu beamed. "Look at how impressive my Go Shanger is, the one I raised." Gu Sui patted her head. "Don't get too excited, you might not be able to sleep tonight." Guan Yu clung to him. "Hurry and print them out. Once we finish this, I'll be able to sleep." This set of wedding photos was simply perfect. Guan Yu hung her favorite photo on the living room wall and stood by, admiring it. Even after Gu Sui urged her several times to go to sleep, she agreed but didn't move. Finally, Gu Sui stopped urging her. He simply picked her up and threw her onto the bed, then leaned over to pin her down. "Can't sleep, huh? You'll fall asleep once you're tired." Gu Sui you. Her last words were swallowed by him, and after a chaotic battle, she ended up lying exhausted in his arms, closing her eyes to sleep. Gu Sui smiled and hugged her, closing his eyes as well. The joyful day passed, and it was time to return to everyday life. Gu Sui went to work, while Guan Yu went to Shaoqing Mountain to see patients. The students at the medical school were attending classes, and outside the valley, the pharmaceutical factory was holding its recruitment exam. When Guan Yu arrived in the morning, Su Huan asked, "I can go to Daqing Mountain, and I can also go to the medical school, right? I'm not doing anything special, just going to see what they're teaching in class." Guan Yu replied, "Didn't I give you a set of textbooks? They'll be teaching from the books. So you're just not letting me go, huh? Teacher, stop messing around. Just relax for a couple of days and next week you'll go back." Kai Jin was leaving next Tuesday, and her teacher would be going back with her. Su Huan knew it was hopeless, snorted, and turned to leave. Guan Yu went to see the patients. Everyone greeted her warmly, and their spirits seemed good. When she reached Ryan's side, Ryan also smiled and greeted her with a good morning. It had only been a few days of treatment, and Ryan's speech was already much clearer. After checking his pulse, Guan Yu nodded. "Everything is normal. How did you sleep last night?" Ryan cheerfully replied, "I slept straight through until morning, didn't wake up at all." "That's good. You should maintain a positive mindset. It will help with your recovery." All right. After seeing the patients and giving the injections, Guan Yu returned home. She still hadn't finished going through the materials Professor John had given her. At home, Guan Yu studied while outside the pharmaceutical factory's exam continued. Qin Lai was the first to finish his exam. After submitting his paper, he left the factory and headed back to Qingsong Brigade for work. "Captain, I'm back." Zhou Baohe was startled when he saw Qin Lai. "Aren't you supposed to be at the recruitment exam today? Why are you back so early?" "I finished all the questions. Sitting there was boring, so I came back to work." Zhou Baohe asked, "Did you answer all the questions correctly?" "Yeah, I answered everything." "You silly boy, even if you finished all the questions, didn't you check them over again? What if you made a mistake?" Qin Lai shrugged and grinned. "I'm already out, and they're not going to let me go back. Captain, why don't you just assign me some work? Let me earn some credits." Zhou Baohe sighed. "You never listen to the advice of the old. You'll regret it soon enough. Forget it, just go and pull weeds in that field up ahead." "All right." After Qin Lai finished, he turned in his paper. The examiners had already graded his paper, and he scored full marks. This morning Li Dingbang had a bit of free time, so he came over to patrol. He wandered over and took a look. "Oh, whose paper is this? The handwriting is pretty good." Xiaoma whispered. An educated youth from the countryside, a high school graduate, pretty smart. He's only been here a few days and has already blended in with the group from Qingshan County. A while back he was caught by Dr. Gu and them and they talked to him for a bit. He didn't go to the county but came here to take the worker exam instead. Li Dingbang asked. What's his connection with Guan Yue and the others? None. We found out this kid isn't entirely honest, so we called Beijing to check. He was in trouble once and Dr. Guan saved him. When he heard Dr. Guan and Dr. Gu were here, he signed up to go to the countryside. Li Dingbang chuckled. So he's here to repay a favor? Not sure. Keep an eye on him. If he's trouble, get rid of him. We don't need him messing up our work. Understood, Minister. If Qin Lai had heard this conversation while sweating it out in the fields, he would have been deeply grateful to Guan Yu and Gu Sui for talking him out of his earlier decision. Otherwise, who knows where he'd be right now. That afternoon the exam results came out and Qin Lai topped the list. Everyone was happy for him. Zhou Baohe patted Qin Lai's shoulder. Good lad, being smart makes all the difference. Qin Lai modestly replied. It's just good luck. Whether Qin Lai's top score was due to luck or skill, everyone knew the answer in their hearts. The educated youth who had failed the exam fell silent and quietly went to the kitchen to cook. At this moment, Li Da from the Li family was laughing heartily as he tossed his son into the air and caught him, making the child scream in surprise. Lin Haiyin hurriedly said, Put Qingxi down right now, he's so small. What if he falls? Li Da, in high spirits after passing the exam, spoke even louder. How could I let him fall? I'm his real father, not a stepfather. Right, son? Li Da laughed as he kissed his son on the cheek. Little Li Qingxi pouted in disdain and reached out for his mother. Lin Haiyin quickly took the child, and Li Da playfully slapped his son's bottom. Humph, don't want your old man to hold you? Zhang Cuihua chuckled. Even if you came last, you still passed. Tonight, let's have a nice meal to celebrate. Last place was still earned by my own ability, Li Da proudly declared. You're something else. Even Qin Lai, who came in first, humbly says it was just luck. You, coming in last, still have the nerve to say it was your skill. Lin Haiyin turned her head and smiled. Peach's back. Sister-in-law, don't spoil him. He's already strutting around like a peacock, just because he passed the worker exam. Li Tao walked in ahead. He went following closely with their son in his arms. Li Da scratched his head. I took the exam 3 times. It wasn't easy to pass, and now I can't even be happy about it. Zhang Cuihua replied. You should be happy, but after tonight don't mention it again. Tomorrow go to the factory and start working. Learn from others and work hard. I know, Mom. Zhang Cuihua was unusually generous that day. She cut half a piece of cured meat, stir-fried a large pot of vegetables, and steamed a pot of white rice. The whole family sat down to a good meal. In the future, their son and daughter-in-law would all be workers, so their lives wouldn't be bad. Having some meat now wasn't a big deal. Zhang Cuihua felt particularly generous that day, but Li Da hadn't had enough to eat. Next month when I get my paycheck, let's go to the city and buy some meat. Lin Haiyin laughed and replied. I'll listen to you. Her dowry had been generous to begin with, and now both she and her husband had jobs. What was the problem with having some meat? That night, families of the newly hired workers were all celebrating. Meanwhile, the educated youth in the camp were divided into 2 groups. Those who had passed were full of pride, while those who hadn't were downcast. The proud ones didn't know how to hold back, and the disappointed ones couldn't stand it. Soon arguments broke out between the 2 groups. Qin Lai didn't side with either group. He had already decided that once he started working, he would speak with the manager about moving into the factory dormitory. He planned to eat in the cafeteria every day. He had heard that if you worked in a management position, you would be assigned a 1-bedroom apartment with a small kitchen. That night, the newly hired workers couldn't sleep, excitedly waiting for dawn. As soon as the rooster crowed, they jumped out of bed, washed up, and prepared to head to the factory. Qin Lai sensed someone getting up beside him. He opened his eyes and glanced at the dark sky outside the window, then closed his eyes and fell back asleep. By the time the workers and employees were up and about, Qin Lai didn't wake up until 7 a.m. He quickly ate a little something and headed to the factory. When he arrived, everyone was still waiting outside the factory in line. After completing his onboarding, Qin Lai entered the factory. He worked for just half a day, and quickly noticed some management issues within the factory. He decided to hold off on discussing his thoughts with the leaders. He would wait a few more days and get more experience before bringing it up. At noon, Gu Sui returned home and told Guan Yu. I heard from Xiao Ma that Qin Lai started working at the factory today. He was the first one to go in. The first one? That impressive. Gu Sui replied. That kid is clever. He knows how to use his brain in the right way. He won't fall behind in the future. Gu Sui had heard from Xiao Ma that the pharmaceutical factory was getting more and more people, so they were bound to promote management positions. Qin Lai had just caught the right opportunity. Chapter 44.1. In a couple of days, Kai Jin and her son would be leaving, and Guan Yue remembered the sour radish and old duck soup she had promised the teacher. After having lunch, she prepared to go to the creek to catch ducks. Gu Sui said, "You go take a nap. I'll go catch the ducks later." Guan Yue replied, "I can go. Don't you have work this afternoon? You should leave early. It won't matter if I delay for a little while." Gu Sui said. Guan Yue didn't believe him. "I'm afraid that Director Zhang will laugh at me later, saying that I'm not improving myself and am holding you back." Besides, catching 2 ducks was nothing to her. It was a small matter. Gu Sui laughed. "Director Zhang is just joking. You took it seriously." He pinched her little face and said, "Catching ducks is easy, but plucking duck feathers is a troublesome task." "Oh, that's no problem for me. You go quickly. You're a big man and you're dawdling like this." This little girl didn't know how to appreciate kindness. Gu Sui pretended to be angry and turned to leave. Guan Yu stood at the door and waved at him. "Work well this afternoon." It was noon and the weather was hot. Guan Yu slid all the way to the creek side, choosing a clean stone to sit on. Her white soft legs dangled in the creek water, gently swaying, as the water flowed over her feet, and a refreshing chill spread through her heart. After playing for a while, she went to the area where wild ducks were often seen. Quick as a flash, she caught 2 fat ducks and even picked up a dozen wild duck eggs. "Take these back and let Gu Sui pickle the salted duck eggs. Then, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, we'll have salted egg yolks for mooncakes." The ducks quacked loudly as 2 thin vines flew over and tied the wild ducks' beaks. Carrying the wild ducks back, she boiled water to scald the feathers, and it didn't trouble her at all. Her long-term use of her abilities to manipulate silver needles made her control over her powers particularly fine-tuned. Plucking duck feathers was easy. After cleaning the ducks, she threw them into a large belly pot, adding sour radishes and ginger to stew them slowly. She then went to the back mountain, turned the swing into a cradle, put a comfortable cushion inside, and rocked herself to sleep for an afternoon nap. Guan Yu slept soundly during her afternoon nap, while Su Huan could not fall asleep. He was itching to visit the medical school. The medical school was where he had once known some acquaintances, and it had been many years since he had seen them. Now it was right below Shaoqing Mountain. How could he not feel a bit restless? Unfortunately, despite standing on tiptoe, crouching and jumping, trying every possible position, the best he could do was catch a glimpse of a corner of the medical school's teaching building through the gaps in the branches. "Su sir, please don't loiter around here." Once again, he was driven away by the staff. Su Huan rolled his eyes at them. "I'm not even going down the mountain. What's wrong with just wandering around here? Don't even talk about here. I've been all over Daqing Mountain." The staff, though helpless, replied, "Please cooperate with our work, Su sir." Su Huan grumbled as he walked away, feeling bored. Just as he was leaving, Zhang Shua, who had just come from Ruian, saw Su Huan being followed by a staff member, and immediately knew what he had been up to. Zhang Shua smiled and said, "Su uncle, what are you up to?" Su Huan sighed dramatically. "Can you believe it? I'm about to leave, and yet Guan Yu still hasn't come to see me. But Dr. Guan comes every morning, doesn't she? Does she come to see me? She comes to see her patients. It was just making trouble out of nothing." Zhang Shua regretted trying to strike up a conversation with him earlier. Su Huan walked over to Zhang Shua. "Tell me, do you think Guan Yu is unfilial?" Zhang Shua awkwardly chuckled. "Well, I didn't sleep well last night, and now I'm really tired. I'm going back to my room for a nap." Zhang Shua quickly slipped away, leaving Su Huan alone and bored. Well, he might as well go back and sleep for a bit too. The people on this mountain were mostly either staff or patients. They couldn't leave the mountain, so after lunch, everyone would obediently go back to their rooms for an afternoon nap, staying asleep until at least 3 or 4 in the afternoon. That person named Ruan was the most extreme. He would sleep straight through from noon until 5 or 6 in the afternoon, wake up for dinner and medicine, rest a bit more, and then as night fell, he'd be ready to sleep again. The patients needed plenty of rest to recover, but surely Ruan slept a bit too much. Today they were wrong in their guesses. Ruan didn't sleep as long as usual. He woke up at 3:30 and asked the nurse to push him outside for some fresh air. Professor John was sitting in the yard reading a book when he saw Ruan waking up early. "Ruan, you woke up quite early today." Ruan smiled and said, "I woke up naturally today. I feel really comfortable." Professor John stood up slowly and walked over. He handed the book to the nurse and personally pushed Ruan to take a stroll in the front. Professor John said, "Your health is getting better. Your waking hours are getting longer. John, thank you for recommending this divine doctor to me. If it weren't for you, I would have stayed in the UK, and who knows, I might have been dead by now." We're family, it's the least I could do. Just focus on your treatment. Winnie is still waiting for you to come home. Winnie was John's sister and Ruian's wife. The northern part of Shaoqing Mountain belonged to a sanatorium. Even the people from the Qingsong Brigade, who were usually chopping firewood here, wouldn't come this far. After several years of growth, the trees on Shaoqing Mountain had become lush and dense, and the breeze in the summer was very cool. John adjusted the blanket on Ruian's legs. Traditional Chinese medicine is truly amazing. Guan Yue can cure your illness just with some herbs and delicate silver needles. It's simply incredible. Ruian agreed. Besides the herbs, the pills they give me every day are also quite miraculous. Zhang Shua told me that these pills are called Yangsheng pills. And his parents take them too, they're very good for the body. Just think, if these pills were sold in the UK, how much would they be worth? They would definitely be worth a lot, but this medicine, even if you had the money, you couldn't buy it. These pills can only be made by Guan Yue, and she wouldn't sell them. Ruan turned his head to look at John. A good thing, if the master doesn't sell it, it must be because the money hasn't reached the right amount. John laughed. Ruan, Guan Yue isn't like the people you know. She doesn't crave money much. You can't move her with money. What does she want then? She's probably interested in medical research. It's a shame, but this country doesn't have the means to support her in doing research. Being interested is a good thing. If she doesn't want money, she must want something else. Businessmen pursue profit. As long as something is good, the price can be negotiated. In the afternoon, Gu Sui came home after work. As soon as he reached the entrance of the yard, he smelled the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen. He went into the kitchen and lifted the lid of the pot. Inside, the 2 ducks had been stewing to perfection, with the skin crisp and the meat tender. The golden oil floated on top of the milky white sour radish and old duck soup, looking incredibly tempting. Not bad, he thought. She's really good at making soup now. Gu Sui walked around the house but didn't see anyone, so he went to the back of the house. From a distance, he spotted Guan Yue gently swaying in the cradle. Gu Sui smiled. Ever since they had set up a swing for their wedding photos, it had become like a new toy for her. She'd want to swing every few days. Not just here, but even in the villa's yard in the mountains, a swing had been installed for her. She was becoming more and more like a baby. Without Gu Sui calling out to her, Guan Yue woke up on her own. She rubbed her eyes. Are you off work? Yeah, I'm off work. I just checked. The sour radish and old duck soup you made is ready. What time is it? It's 6 o'clock. Dinner can be prepared. Guan Yue climbed up. Let's go find teacher for dinner. The large pot of sour radish and old duck soup was still heavy. Guan Yue carried the dishes she prepared, while Gu Sui took the big pot of soup. Is it heavy? Yeah, a bit heavy. With 2 ducks and a large pot of soup, it easily weighed more than 10 jin. There was no one ahead of them, so Guan Yue quietly handed Xiaohei the pot. Xiaohei lifted the clay pot, easing some of the weight for Gu Sui. Gu Sui felt his hands lighten and instinctively looked down. Guan Yue said, "Stop looking. Little is watching you." Gu Sui laughed. Xiaohei can still do that? Of course. A pot of soup is much lighter than a big rock on a cliff. Xiaohei felt a bit insulted and tightened its coiling vines. Gu Sui winced as he felt a sharp pain in his finger. This little thing without a face actually held a grudge. Zhang Shua, who was in the yard, saw Gu Sui and Guan Yue coming with their things and hurried over to greet them. Guan Yue stretched her wrist out, and Xiaohei immediately coiled around it. Zhang Shua asked, "What are we having for dinner today?" "Old duck soup with pickled radish. In a couple of days you guys are leaving, so I want to make sure you get to eat a good meal before you go." Zhang Shua chuckled. "That sounds great. Mom, dinner's ready, bring the stove outside." Kai Jin was inside the house. She opened the window and took a look. "Guan Yue, are we having hot pot tonight?" "Yep, we're having hot pot." Su Huan had just returned from hanging out with the foreigners. "Oh, having old duck soup? I could smell it from this far away." Kai Jin carried the stove outside, and Zhang Shua helped her get the fire going. After a few days of staying here, he had gotten quite skilled at lighting the stove. The soup in the clay pot was still hot, and after being placed on the stove, it quickly started to boil. Once the bowls and chopsticks were prepared, Guan Yue hurriedly said, "Drink the soup first. After finishing the soup, we'll have the meat. It's been stewing all afternoon, so it's tender and flavorful." Gu Sui served the soup. The sour and fragrant taste was incredibly delicious. Drinking hot soup in the summer made one's stomach feel warm, and the more one sweated, the more they wanted to drink. The wild duck meat was delicious. After finishing the meat, they continued to cook vegetables in the remaining soup. The group ate heartily. The aroma of the old duck soup drifted to the next door, making the patients there feel envious. They didn't want to bother and ask for food, so they tried to come up with a way through the staff, asking if they could get some old duck soup the next day, offering to pay for it. The staff didn't want to accept the money. Soldiers were very strict about discipline. The request was reported to Xiao Ma, who agreed to give them a duck the next day. After all, they had paid a hefty price to come here for treatment, and if they wanted to eat a duck, they could have one. It was easy to get a duck. They just needed to catch one in the creek. Last year, everyone felt that there weren't enough fish in the creek, so this year they decided to raise ducks. This way they could add another meat dish to their meals. After finishing the meal, Su Huan felt content. As for ducks, the ones raised at home just aren't the same as the wild ones from the mountains. Guan Yue replied, "Next time you want to eat one, wait until the new year. We'll make some preserved duck, and you can take it home with you." New Year? You're getting married, right? Isn't your wedding on New Year's Day? Will I even be here to wait until the new year? Guan Yue said. By New Year's Day, the weather will have already cooled down, so we can make the preserved duck by then. Su Huan asked, "What are your plans for the wedding?" Gu Sui glanced at Guan Yue and said to Su Huan, "We've already discussed it. We'll buy the meat and vegetables, and ask the canteen to prepare the banquet. My parents will also be coming." Su Huan replied, "Then I'll come over at the end of December. You two have already gotten your marriage certificates, but neither of the families has met yet." My parents said the same thing. Before the wedding, we definitely need to visit teacher. Su Huan was satisfied with this response, as it sounded like Gu Sui's parents were respectful people. Su Huan then thought of something else. Your wedding is being held at the canteen, but will we be able to go down? If we inform Minister Li and the others in advance, it should be fine. Well, if I can go to the canteen, can I also take a stroll around the medical school? Guan Yue said. Teacher. Su Huan replied, "Oh, I'm just asking. Is it possible?" Gu Sui answered, "I can't make that decision, I'll have to ask Minister Li." Well, you two ask about it. I haven't seen my old friends in a long time. Kai Jin said, "Guan Yu, don't forget to send us an invitation." Guan Yu smiled. "Of course I'll send you all invitations. Everyone will be invited to come." As they were chatting, Professor John walked over. "Guan Yu, are you busy? If not, Ryan has something he wants to talk to you about." Guan Yu stood up. "I'm not busy. I'll go see him now. Go ahead and check on the patients first. I'll clean up here." Okay. Ryan's condition had been stable, and recently, just like the other patients, Guan Yu only needed to take his pulse and give him acupuncture every morning. Everything seemed fine, so why would he need to see her now? Guan Yu thought Ryan would ask about his condition or something related, but unexpectedly, he asked her about the health-preserving pills. Guan Yu asked, "You want to buy a prescription for the health-preserving pills?" Ryan nodded. "I do plan to get some. If you need anything, just let me know." Guan Yu couldn't help but laugh. The reason rich people are rich, indeed, is because there's a reason behind it. Look at this. His life hadn't even been fully saved yet, but once he saw a money-making opportunity, he was already thinking about it. Guan Yu advised, "Money in this world is endless, Ryan sir. Right now, it's better not to worry too much and focus on taking care of your health. I trust your medical skills. I believe you will help me leave here in good health. Please seriously consider it. We can discuss the terms. If you need any high-end equipment or production lines, I can make your wishes come true." Guan Yu shook his head. "I'm not interested in that kind of business right now. Ryan sir, just rest well. We can talk about it later when the opportunity arises." Guan Yu firmly declined Ryan's offer. After confirming his health was fine, she turned and walked away. John commented, "I told you. She seems harmless, but she's definitely not easy to talk to." Ryan wasn't giving up. Business isn't something that can be settled in one conversation. Let's take our time. Guan Yu returned from seeing Ryan in less than 5 minutes, and Su Huan was surprised. "You're back already?" "Yeah, he's doing fine. There's nothing wrong with him." "Then why did you go there if everything was fine?" "Those foreigners are just looking for trouble." "He wanted to buy the prescription for my health-preserving pills." "What? That ungrateful thing. You saved his life, and now he wants your prescription." Su Huan was so angry he was practically jumping up and down. Guan Yu laughed. "I'm not selling it. Don't be angry, it's no big deal. You can't sell it, absolutely not. This is something passed down from our ancestors. How could you sell it?" After a moment, Su Huan continued. "Even if you came up with the prescription yourself, you still can't sell it. You have to keep it for future generations." I know. Don't be angry. I've got it under control." Because of this incident, Su Huan started to dislike those two foreigners even more. Even when he saw them during their walks, he couldn't resist glaring at them. At the same time, due to Ryan's request, the staff on the mountain increased their vigilance over him. Even Deng Baishu was instructed that every time he delivered medicine to the foreigner, he had to personally watch him swallow the pills. Ryan was quite confused and asked the translator what was going on. Why were so many people watching him? He felt offended. The translator explained politely that his request to buy the prescription had been a bit inappropriate. Ryan understood the meaning, and the next day when Guan Yu took his pulse, he sincerely apologized to her. I just thought your pills were so good, they must be worth a lot of money. I didn't mean to steal your prescription. Guan Yu smiled. I'm not afraid to tell you, even if you had my prescription, you wouldn't be able to make the medicine. Why? Guan Yu smiled but didn't answer him. Having been turned down by Guan Yu, Ryan felt frustrated, while Zhang Shua began to get an idea. He went to Kai Jin to discuss it. Mom, do you think we could do this business? We don't need the prescription, just the medicine. Calm down. Haven't you heard? Only Guan Yu can make that medicine. Anyone else trying to make it won't get the same effect. Guan Yu is so busy. Do you think she has time to make that little bit of money? If Guan Yu doesn't have time, maybe someone else does. If she doesn't want to give out the prescription, she could just find someone to make it. There's that pharmaceutical factory at the mouth of the valley, right? I heard it's owned by Guan Yu. Surely, it's safer to have someone from her own factory make it. You know the young Xian pill your father used for heart health? Su Sir and the others took the prescription that Guan Yu gave them and went to the best traditional Chinese doctor in Hong Kong. Even he couldn't replicate the effect of Guan Yu's medicine. Do you really think the workers there could make the same thing? Zhang Shua replied. You all say the health-preserving pills are really good. I don't mind if it helps. You may not mind, but you still need to be careful. Unless Guan Yu herself offers to sell it, you shouldn't ask about it. They were already wealthy enough. There was no need to make things difficult for Guan Yu just for a small profit. That would be more trouble than it's worth. Kai Jin added. Pack your things. We're leaving tomorrow morning. Got it. Chapter 44.2. It was Monday, and Guan Yu had been busy all day. In the evening, she didn't go to the pharmaceutical factory. There was too much medicine powder waiting for her to process, and since she wouldn't finish it today, she decided to go tomorrow instead. When Guan Yu got home after work, she started working on her pills. Whitening pills, wrinkle-reducing pills, and of course the health-preserving pills everyone had been thinking about. She divided them into 2 portions. One for teacher to take back with him and one for Kai Jin. Gu Sui said. Selling your health-preserving pills is really not worth it, but if you take them to auction it might not be a bad idea. Guan Yu nodded. I've thought about it, but right now I don't really need anything. When I do, I'll take the health pills to the auction and give it a try. Guan Yu and Gu Sui were discussing the health pills, and Li Dingbang, who had just come from the military district, was also discussing the prescription with Xiao Ma. Xiao Ma said, I think that Englishman hasn't given up yet. Li Dingbang replied. Who cares whether he gives up or not? Just make sure to keep an eye on him over there. Every day, make sure he takes the pills in front of you, and he's not allowed to hide them. Xiao Ma responded. That definitely can't happen. We'll be keeping a close watch on him over there, so he won't have a chance. They both understood that good things had to be kept tightly guarded. Even if they wanted to trade something, it wouldn't be something done casually. Li Dingbang added. What's the situation at the pharmaceutical factory? The new workers have each been assigned an experienced worker to guide them. They're getting the hang of it quickly. The processed medicine powder is stored in the warehouse, just waiting for Dr. Guan to handle it. Did Guan Yu go to the pharmaceutical factory today? No, she didn't. Dr. Guan said she would handle it tomorrow. Make sure to visit Guan Yu often. If she needs anything, find a way to get it for her. If you can't, report it to me. Dr. Guan wants an electric mixing bucket. I've already sent someone to the machinery factory to look for one. It should be delivered in a few days. What's the mixing bucket for? In the pharmaceutical factory, what else could it do besides mix the medicine powder? Li Dingbang said. Don't be stingy. Buy a couple more, since the pharmaceutical factory is not short on money right now. Got it, Minister. The next morning, Guan Yu had breakfast and then went to Shaoqing Mountain. Su Huan and Kai Jin had already made the preparations. Guan Yu handed them the pills. One for each of you. Kai Jin laughed. Haha, then I won't be polite. I've been waiting for your things for a long time. Guan Yu replied. Wait for a moment, I'll check their pulses, then I'll send you down the mountain. All right, you go ahead, we're not in a hurry. There were only 5 patients and their conditions were all normal. After checking their pulses, Guan Yu said to them, no acupuncture this morning. I'll come back around noon to give you your treatment. After arranging for the patients, Guan Yu sent teacher down the mountain. Gu Sui was waiting at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Ma and the others drove their off-road vehicle and parked at the entrance. When they saw people coming down, they opened the trunk and let them place their luggage. Su Huan said, don't tire yourself out. When you two get married, teacher will come back to visit you. Guan Yu waved her hand. I know, have a safe journey. After seeing teacher off, Gu Sui patted her head. Go handle things at the pharmaceutical factory. I'm going to work. Okay. At the pharmaceutical factory, everyone was working energetically. Standing at the door of the processing workshop, one could hear the sounds of people working with the herbs and grinding the powders. Qin Lai stood next to the teacher who was mentoring him. He looked up and saw Guan Yue at the door. He smiled at her but didn't speak, lowering his head to continue with his work. Although Qin Lai was still a novice, his movements in handling the herbs were very skilled. It was clear he was working hard. Guan Yue turned and headed to the warehouse. Even though she was quick, she didn't finish until around 11:30. When she came out of the warehouse, she stretched her arms and told the person guarding the warehouse. The usual rule, if the sack is tied with a green string, it's good. If it's with a red string, it's waste. Got it, Dr. Guan. We know. Guan Yue continued. This batch has been processed, but the waste rate is a bit high. Make sure to tell Xiaoma to control the quality. So much wasted herbs, it's painful to watch. Yeah, we'll report it as soon as Deputy Minister Ma returns. After Guan Yue left, the people in charge of the warehouse went inside to check. There were 5 sacks tied with red ribbons. After sending the people to the airport, Xiaoma stopped by the grain station to handle some business. When he returned and heard about the 5 sacks of waste in the warehouse, his face turned green. Who is responsible for these 5 sacks? The people in the warehouse, along with the other managers who had rushed over upon hearing the news, remained silent. The herbs didn't have any names written on them, so no one knew who had handled them. Xiaoma was infuriated. I just take my eyes off for a moment. And this is how you handle things for me? Knock knock knock. Who's out there? Qin Lai walked in. Hello, leader. I'm Qin Lai. I just finished work and was on my way back to the dorm when I overheard your conversation. Do you have something to say? Qin Lai replied. I have some ideas about reducing waste. Speak. I think our pharmaceutical factory should implement standardized management and assign responsibility to individuals. For example, 5 people form a small group and 10 small groups form a large group. Each large group should have dedicated quality inspectors. After the inspection is completed, the quality inspectors must sign off to confirm. After Qin Lai finished, no one said anything. Xiaoma raised an eyebrow. Do you have any other ideas? Go ahead and say them. With the same group management system, we could also introduce competition between groups. Based on the quality and quantity of production, the best performing group each month should receive a reward. This would help motivate everyone to improve efficiency. Xiaoma looked at the others. What do you think? I think it's a good idea. I also think it's a good idea. We can give it a try. At the pharmaceutical factory, the management personnel were all military people, so there was no beating around the bush. Either something worked or it didn't. Since everyone agreed that Qin Lai's plan was worth trying, Xiaoma directly appointed Qin Lai to oversee the implementation of the policy. Xiaoma said, do a good job with this. If it works out, you'll be in charge of the workshop. Qin Lai's heart warmed. Thank you, leader. I will definitely work hard. Having earned the leader's recognition, Qin Lai didn't rush into action. Before announcing the new policy, he informed the workers he was close with, especially those from the Qingsong Brigade. For the workers, the quality of their work directly impacted their rewards. And if someone in their group was slacking off, not only would the reward be at risk, but there could also be penalties. So it was crucial to choose the right team members. By the afternoon, the workers who had good relationships with one another formed their teams. The next morning, those who had automatically divided themselves into groups came to Qin Lai to sign up. Qin Lai was meticulous. He allowed the workers to choose their own group members, but when it came to the 10 groups within the large group, he made the assignments based on the situation. He tried to avoid having people from the same village form one large group, to prevent conflicts with other groups later on. After the groups were formed, the team leaders were chosen by the group members themselves. The leader of the large group would be selected based on the production performance over the past month, with the group that had the best quality and quantity of output having their group leader appointed as the large group leader. When this announcement was made, those who were eager to compete for the position of large group leader didn't need any prompting from Qin Lai. They immediately started working harder. The pharmaceutical factory was buzzing with activity. With the increased production, the raw materials that had been delivered based on the previous month's output were running out. Xiaoma quickly called a driver to go to the herb company to pick up more raw materials. Xiaoma reported to Minister Li. That kid really knows what he's doing. It's only 2/3 of the way through the month, and he's already completed last month's entire production task. Li Dingbang smiled. No wonder. He's from a family of merchants. This kind of work is right up his alley. Xiaoma said. If our factory continues at this production rate, we'll end up with too much powdered medicine. Then we'll sell it at the department stores and the supply and marketing cooperative. After hearing this, Qin Lai went to find Xiao Ma again. Deputy Minister Ma, the hemostatic powder can be sold at the supply and marketing cooperative, but such good medicine probably won't sell in large quantities. The remaining powder we can sell abroad to earn foreign currency. Xiao Ma raised an eyebrow, his expression turning serious. How do you know about this? Deputy Minister Ma, don't be angry. You know I came from Beijing. My dad had a friend who used to work in the Ministry of Commerce, and the news about Dr. Guan is almost an open secret within their circles. It's not surprising that I know about it. After Qin Lai became a small leader at the pharmaceutical factory, he had contacted the uncle from Beijing. The uncle, knowing that Qin Lai worked at the pharmaceutical factory in Qingxi village, shared a little more information with him, encouraging him to work hard at the factory because his future was bound to be bright. Xiao Ma replied, I don't care where you heard this. This matter is better kept to yourself. Don't go around spreading it, or you'll face consequences you can't handle. I understand. Xiao Ma didn't say whether his plan was good or not and turned to leave. When Li Dingbang heard Xiao Ma's report, he chuckled. An open secret. And it's already public internally. Is there still a secret? Xiao Ma responded. Maybe it's because a large shipment came through the Ministry of Commerce a couple of months ago, and that's why the news spread further. Li Dingbang gave Xiao Ma a glance. So many people know what we're doing, but no one has come to cause trouble. Do you know what that means? Xiao Ma thought for a moment. It indirectly means that we can proceed with this freely? Li Dingbang smiled slightly. Go ahead. Have Qin Lai meet Fang Lin. Let Fang Lin take him to meet Su Huaping. The Su family has always been in the medicine business. They know how to handle this. You mean let Qin Lai handle it? Let's give it a try. It's good that the young man has some drive. If he does well this time, we'll make him the deputy factory director. You can direct him with the factory matters, while your focus should be on the sanatorium. Yes, Minister. When Xiao Ma went to find Qin Lai was extremely excited. He never imagined that, as a newcomer, he would get such an opportunity. Xiao Ma asked him, Can you speak Cantonese? I can't speak Cantonese yet, but I'll try to learn. By the way, I can speak a little English. Xiao Ma nodded. All right, go pack your things. In a few days, someone will take you to meet Fang Lin. Thank you, leader. Qin Lai was so happy that he almost jumped up. This opportunity had to be seized properly. Xiao Ma and Guan Yue had discussed that the remaining medicinal powder should be tried to sell to Hong Kong. Guan Yue had no objections as it didn't affect her much. Since she got the machine for mixing, her efficiency had greatly improved. Now she didn't need to specifically set aside Tuesdays to process the medicinal powder. On Monday afternoons after work, she would go to the pharmaceutical factory, and before dinner she could finish the processing. Guan Yue. Who will be in charge? Qin Lai. He came up with this idea, and Minister Li thought it was a good suggestion, so he'll give it a try. Guan Yue was surprised. How long has he been in the factory? He hasn't been in the factory for long, but he's done quite a bit of work already. Guan Yue smiled. Not bad. Let him try. There's no harm in trying. Most of the summer had passed. Of the 5 patients on Shaoqing Mountain, except for Ryan, everyone else had almost recovered. Recently, the atmosphere on Shaoqing Mountain had been especially good. This morning, Guan Yue went up to Shaoqing Mountain as usual to take Ryan's pulse. Ryan, who had woken up early, was struggling to move with the help of a cane. Guan Yue stood at a distance watching him walk. After a while she walked over. Guan Yue. You have quite a lot of perseverance. Your recovery is better than I expected. Ryan, drenched in sweat, smiled at Guan Yue and in broken Chinese said thank you. Guan Yue called for his caregiver and helped him sit down. When Guan Yue arrived at Ryan's side, the others gathered around. Dr. Guan, how much longer do I need to take the medicine? Will it relapse? When I go back, is there anything I need to be careful about? These 4 people had already set their return dates. They were obviously happy that they could return home in good health. However, they were also worried about the possibility of their illness relapsing after they went back, and their minds were full of anxiety. After Guan Yue finished treating Ryan, she answered them. Once the illness is cured, there's no need to take medicine anymore. Just eat when it's time to eat, sleep when it's time to sleep, and don't act like a scared bird. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Dr. Guan, before I leave, I have an unreasonable request. Since it's an unreasonable request, you shouldn't even say it. Guan Yue shut them down with one sentence. She didn't even need to think to know what they wanted. One word, no. Dr. Guan, don't be so heartless. Let's talk it over. Guan Yue had no intention of negotiating with them. She handed the new prescription to Deng Baishu. From today on, give Ryan this prescription. Understood, teacher. Guan Yue turned and walked away. The others followed a few steps but were stopped by the staff. They had hoped to take some good medicine back with them, but it turned out to be so difficult. Ryan, who couldn't read a word, tried hard to look up at the prescription in Deng Baishu's hand. Deng Baishu quickly tucked the prescription away. Don't look at it, the prescription won't be given to you. Ryan had tried to buy the health pill prescription, but Guan Yue had rejected him. Now, he was interested in the prescription for treating ALS. Unfortunately, everyone was wary of him, so he might as well stop dreaming about it. Being treated this way, Ryan occasionally complained to the other patients. Except for the other foreigner, the 3 people from Hong Kong were definitely on his side. To be fair, they had accepted his money with the agreement to treat him, not to give him the prescription. Ryan believed that Guan Yue could cure him. He was so impressed by her prescription's power, how could he not be tempted? He tried all these small actions to test the waters, but no one paid him any attention. On the 3rd day, the 4 cured patients set off from Qingxi village to Hong Kong, with Qin Lai accompanying them. The moment he boarded the plane, Qin Lai felt as though his life had sprouted wings and was ready to take flight. Chapter 45.1. It was Qin Lai's first time on a plane. Inside the dark cabin, he couldn't see anything. A person next to him noticed his curious expression and said, "This is a military cargo plane. It definitely isn't as comfortable as a passenger plane." "What's a passenger plane like?" Qin Lai asked. "A passenger plane? The cabin is very bright, and there are windows. Through the windows you can see outside. When there are no clouds in the way, my goodness, the mountains and rivers stretch beneath you. It's quite a sight. Young man, don't rush. The good days are still ahead of you." Qin Lai smiled and said, "Uncle, what are my good days? Will I be able to fly on planes frequently in the future?" The man snorted with pride. "What's so special about flying on a plane? If you're capable enough, you can buy a plane yourself." Buy a plane? Just thinking about it made Qin Lai feel as if he were floating. Qin Lai replied, "Uncle, whether I can afford a plane or not, we'll talk about it later. Do you have time? Can you teach me some Cantonese?" "Sure, my Cantonese is quite standard. I can teach you a thing or two." Qin Lai calmed himself and began to follow the man, learning every word carefully. Several hours later, the plane landed at the port. After disembarking, a group of well-dressed people led everyone to a place to rest and eat. 2 hours later, "We'll take everyone to board the ship to Hong Kong." As Qin Lai walked at the back, a man called out to him, "You're Qin Lai, right? I'm Fong Lin." Qin Lai quickly responded, "Hello, Director Fong. I'm Qin Lai." Fong Lin smiled slightly. "No need to be so formal. I heard you're from Beijing as well? Do you know Guan Yue?" "Yes, I'm from Beijing. When I was in Beijing, Dr. Guan and Dr. Gu helped me, and that's how we got to know each other. I'm currently working at a pharmaceutical factory." Fong Lin nodded. "Well then, we'll be working together from now on. We need to unite and do our jobs well. Director Fong is right." Qin Lai keenly noticed the change in Fong Lin's tone from before to after. Clearly, he placed great importance on his relationship with Dr. Guan. Fong Lin took Qin Lai to another small restaurant for a meal, and took the opportunity to explain to him who to contact in Hong Kong in case of any issues, as well as the principles that should never be violated. After briefly going over everything, Fong Lin said, "The Su family is Teacher Guan Yu's home. The 2 Su sirs are very cooperative and supportive of our work. If you encounter any urgent issues, go to them for help." "Thank you, Director Fong. I understand," Qin Lai replied. After finishing the meal, Qin Lai wandered around the next restaurant, where everyone was drinking tea and resting. Qin Lai was not at all reserved, and actively struck up conversations with them. By the time they were boarding the ship in the afternoon, the big shots were all calling him Little Qin in a friendly manner. When Fong Lin heard this, he was slightly surprised. This kid has something. But that was fine. If he were a real blockhead, it would be impossible for the work to progress once they arrived in Hong Kong. Needless to say, with Qin Lai's personality, as long as he was willing, whatever he did would be dependable. With his position as the pharmaceutical factory's representative in Hong Kong, and the halo of Guan Yue backing him, Qin Lai fit right in with the big shots, swimming through the crowd with ease. Meanwhile, in Qingxi village, things were far from going as smoothly, more like the fish were about to all run away. After several days of scorching sun, rain started pouring from the afternoon onwards, and the rain grew heavier. By evening, the light rain turned into a downpour. Everyone at the sanatorium was worried. Was a mountain flood coming? Wasn't the area flooded before the sanatorium was built? Xiao Ma and his team stood guard there, staying up the entire night, watching the mountain and the creek, waiting for the rain to stop. By the next morning, the rain finally ceased. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, but at that moment, Wang Taijun and the others grew anxious. "My God, the water flows so strong that it washed away the net at the mouth of the valley. The fish are escaping. How many have run away? We don't know. Quick, go get another net to block the entrance." "My heavens, I've caught a big one," Bring a bucket to put it in. With this heavy downpour, the fish we've been raising have all escaped. The fish in the reservoir upstream must have escaped as well, right? At the Three Forks area above Qingxi County, there was a medium-sized reservoir. In dry years, the water from the reservoir provided irrigation for the dozens of towns below Qingxi County. Old Chun, the chef from the cafeteria, came running barefoot. Who's on duty today? Those not on duty, grab your tools and get to the river to catch the fish. Wait, which river are we going to? Obviously, we're going to the big river, the one by the edge of the town. Ha ha ha, did I guess it right? The reservoir upstream collapsed. It didn't collapse during the flood a couple of years ago. What's the big deal with a single downpour? The reservoir had already released water, and a lot of fish escaped. The folks from the Qingsong Brigade have already gone. We should hurry up too. Brothers, let's go. Bring the fishing nets, basins, and buckets. The fish that ran away in the creek, let's go catch some to make up for it. The logistics team bustled with activity, and the patients at the sanatorium craned their necks to watch. Doctor, can I go and watch? Yeah, I'm fine, I can walk. Let me see what's going on. The doctor rushed in. You all stay put and lie quietly in your beds. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Wait until they catch the fish and bring it back to cook fish head soup for you. It's not the same eating fish you caught yourself. The doctor put his hands on his hips. Haha, no means no. What, you want to bargain with me? I wouldn't dare. Doctor, don't be mad. I'll lie back down right now. That's better. Your legs might be fine, but your chest wound has just scabbed over. If someone accidentally bumps into it or it gets wet, you'll understand how serious it is. And you, the doctor said, pointing at the one hopping on one foot. You go lie down too. The man scratched his head. Doctor, I'll just stand outside for a bit. Outside is all water. What are you standing out there for? Wait until the sun comes out. The doctor shooed the patients back to their rooms, and those not on duty, doctors and nurses, rolled up their pants, grabbed their wash basins, and followed the logistics team. Guan Yue, who was giving Ryan acupuncture on Shaoqing Mountain, heard the commotion below. What are they doing? Deng Baishu replied. The fish we've been raising in the creek have escaped. I heard the reservoir upstream released water, and the fish in there have escaped as well. The cafeteria organized everyone to go to the big river to catch fish and make up for it. Guan Yu's interest was piqued. Let's go too after we're done here. Maybe you shouldn't go. The riverbank isn't safe, and there's water everywhere. It's not easy to walk there. What's inconvenient about it? From here to the town, it's all paved roads. Besides, I'm wearing knee-high rubber boots. After finishing the acupuncture, Guan Yu started running down the mountain. Deng Baishu watched as she disappeared into the distance, unable to catch up. That's strange. The path down the mountain is so slippery. How is she running so fast? Deng Baishu carefully made his way down the mountain and hurried to find Gu Sui. Not good. Dr. Gu, the teacher has gone to the big river to catch fish. Catch fish? Who told her to go to the river? Didn't she have to go home after seeing the patients? Deng Baishu awkwardly smiled. I might have accidentally let it slip. Gu Sui shook his head with a smile. Well, if she's gone, she's gone. I'll go take a look later. Since Gu Sui didn't have much to do that day, he instructed the nurse to take care of the patients and decided to go as well. Before he left, he made sure to grab a bucket from the cafeteria. With Guan Yu's temper, she wouldn't return without catching a few big fish today. The bucket would definitely come in handy. By this time, the paved road was full of people. Everyone who wasn't working was rushing to the river to catch fish. When Guan Yu arrived at the big river, it was packed with people, especially near the areas where it was easier to stand by the riverbank. The logistics team spotted Guan Yu and called her over. Dr. Guan, don't go further down, there's no fish to catch there. All the fish have already been caught by the people upstream. Guan Yu waved her hand. I'm just here to join the fun. You guys catch the fish first, I'll go further down and try my luck. Alright, but be careful. The riverbank is slippery, don't fall into the river. I know. Just then Gu Sui, who had arrived a little later, also showed up. Gu Sui. You came to play and didn't even call me. Guan Yu chuckled. I didn't want to interrupt your work. Gu Sui. You're talking nonsense again. Guan Yu secretly took his hand. I'm not talking nonsense. I forgot to bring a bucket to carry the fish. Fortunately, you brought one. Let's go down and have a look. There's no one down there. The two of them walked downstream, estimating they were about 1 kilometer away from the others upstream. This river's current is quite strong. Guan Yu crouched down and extended her hand into the water. Gu Sui replied. The water from all the small rivers around here flows into this one, and the reservoir upstream has also released water, so of course the current's strong. A thick water plant grew courageously against the current, and as it encountered a large fish, it quickly entangled it tightly, dragging it from the depths of the river. Guan Yue stood to the side, blocking the view of the people upstream. The fish was dragged to the shore, and Guan Yu quickly scooped it up and tossed it into the bucket. She dropped the water plant back into the water, and after a few minutes it dragged another large fish over. Guan Yue said, "That should be enough. The people upstream who are casting nets can't catch as many as you." Is it not just my good luck? Who told the big fish to like hiding in the water plants? I'm just picking up the leftovers. Do you think they'll believe what you're saying? Whether they believe it or not, the fish are in my bucket. Guan Yu was quick and nimble, specifically choosing the bigger fish to catch. It seemed that many of the large fish that had slipped through the nets upstream had ended up in her hands. The large plastic bucket was now filled with fish, almost all fish, with just a little bit of water left. Whose child is this? Old Wang, hurry, cast the net and pull the child out. No, the current is too strong. The child has been swept away by the water. A woman began crying hysterically. Sure too, my son. Don't panic, we can still save him. I'll do it. Several young men jumped into the river and swam after the child, but they still couldn't catch him. The child was quickly approaching their location when Guan Yue jumped into the river. Guan Yu stretched the water plant out to block the child, and Guan Yue grabbed him, swimming toward the shore. The child's parents and several kind-hearted people rushed over. Guan Yu pulled the child onto the shore, and the parents began crying loudly. Once they finished crying, they started hitting the child. I told you not to play around. Why didn't you go to school properly and come to the river instead? Not listening? You little brat, today I'll make sure you can't sit down for a week. The child was crying loudly, and the people nearby quickly tried to comfort him, saying that once the punishment was over, the child would definitely not dare to act up again. The child's parents thanked Guan Yu and Guan Yue, saying, "Thank you so much, otherwise my son." As they spoke, the parent began to tear up again. Guan Yu quickly said, it's fine. Don't cry anymore. You should take the child home and change into dry clothes. Although it's summer, he might catch a cold, and that wouldn't be good. Thank you. I'll take him home right away. Where do you live? I'll bring my son over to thank you properly later. Guan Yu insisted they didn't need to, and after some persuasion, managed to send the mother and child away. Old Chen and the others also came over. Oh, Dr. Guan, how did you two manage to catch so many fish? It was then that everyone noticed the large bucket behind Guan Yu, filled with fish, all of them big ones. The fish got washed down and got tangled in the water plants, so I just scooped them up. Didn't you see? They hadn't seen. They really hadn't seen. Could it be that Dr. Guan's eyesight was especially good? Guan Yue said. My clothes are all wet, let's head back. Guan Yu replied. Then let's go quickly. The adults can't catch a cold either. Under everyone's envious and puzzled gazes, the two of them quickly walked away, each carrying a large bucket of fish. On the way home, the bucket of fish attracted many envious looks from passers-by. Guan Yu felt quite pleased with himself, thinking, so many fish, how are we going to eat all this? We'll take 2 back, and the rest we can give to the cafeteria. Alright, we won't be able to eat all this anyway. I want to make fish meatballs and tofu stewed with fish. We don't have tofu at home, but it works out. We can trade some fish with the cafeteria for tofu. When they arrived at the cafeteria, they saw the large bucket of fish on the ground. Dr. Gu, you're giving just 1 block of tofu for all this fish? You're really getting the short end of the deal. Why not take 2 blocks instead? No need, we won't be able to eat that much. 1 block of tofu is enough. Then thank you, Dr. Gu and Dr. Guan. They exchanged the large bucket of fish for a block of tofu and returned home. The tofu was sliced thickly, and both sides were pan-fried to a crispy golden brown. Then, the fried fish heads and bones were placed in a clay pot to simmer slowly. When the soup turned white and the tofu absorbed the flavors, the marinated fish slices were added. The lid was put back on, and after a few minutes of steaming, a handful of green onions was sprinkled on top. The aroma was irresistible. Guan Yu swallowed, feeling hungry. How much longer for the fish balls? Just a few more minutes. The fish balls, which had been slid into warm water, were half used to make vegetable soup and half deep-fried in oil. Once sprinkled with Sichuan pepper and 5-spice powder. A quick toss and they were ready to eat. The smell was mouth-watering. The meal was ready, and they quickly served the rice and sat down to eat. Guan Yu ate without lifting his head, savoring how delicious it was. Indeed, fresh ingredients prepared in the traditional way were the best. Thinking about the future when machines and factories would produce the food, it felt impossible to even imagine eating it. Guan Yu said, I heard them say earlier that children from more than 10 nearby villages go to the town to study. But those kids who are only a few years old can't walk such a long distance to school. Does that mean they can't get an education? Guan Yue replied. Yeah, because the school is too far. A lot of children in the nearby villages don't start studying until they're 8 or 9 years old. Some only study for a year or two, and when they reach 10 they can start working, so they drop out and go home to help with farm work. How can we let children not go to school? Also, like in the Chingsong Brigade, the adults work in the factory, and there's no one to take care of the children. What if something happens, and no one even knows about it? Guan Yu thought for a moment and then said, why don't we set up a kindergarten at the pharmaceutical factory? To take care of the workers' kids? Not just the workers, other villages around here could send their kids too. Kids under 7, it's not that many if you count them. She had so much money in her account just sitting there. It would be better to use it to do something good. Gu Sui understood her meaning. You're planning to use your own money to hire people to take care of the children? Yes, in addition to hiring people to care for the kids, we'll need to hire teachers. Also, they should have a meal at noon every day. And the kids must take a nap, so we'll need to get beds for them. Guan Yu thought about the tasks ahead and sighed. It doesn't matter about the money. It's just that this thing is too troublesome. Gu Sui smiled and refilled her bowl with soup. As long as there's money, we can have others take care of the work. Who should we get to do it? We can't ask Xiaoma. A bunch of soldiers. Can we really expect them to look after kids? Guan Yu thought through the people she knew. How about Li Tao's mother? She's reasonable, does things efficiently, and can manage. If she takes care of the kids, they definitely won't grow up timid. I think that sounds great. You can ask her if she's interested in doing this job. All right. Guan Yu had thought it over and decided to talk to Xiao Ma about the kindergarten in the afternoon. Xiao Ma, of course, fully supported the idea. The two of them then went to the pharmaceutical factory to find Lin Haiyin. Lin Haiyin was surprised. You want my mom to be the kindergarten director? Yes. You both work, and it's hard to leave your kids at home. It'd be better to set up a kindergarten where someone can take care of them. That's a great idea. I'll go back and talk to my mom, and tell her to come over first thing tomorrow. She can come to work tomorrow, and then you two can go to Director Ma. Got it, no problem. Chapter 45.2. After finalizing the plans, Xiao Ma and Guan Yu headed back. Xiao Ma said, Dr. Guan, you'll be responsible for the kindergarten's expenses. This isn't a small amount, you know. Do you think the money I'll get from the pharmaceutical factory will be enough to cover the costs of running the kindergarten? That should be more than enough. Great. I'm not relying on the money from the pharmaceutical factory to live. You go ahead and handle things, I'll head home. Xiao Ma clicked her tongue. People with confidence were just different. The whole afternoon, Lin Haiyin was too excited to calm down. When Li Tao asked her what was going on, she just shook her head. Let's finish work first. I'll tell you when we get home. Finally, when it was time to get off work, Li Tao, along with He-Wan, didn't go home but headed to Lin Haiyin's parents' house. He-Wan asked, Is something going on? Li Tao answered, I don't know. Sister-in-law wouldn't tell me. Lin Haiyin grinned. It's something really good. Li Tao, curious, asked, Sister-in-law, what's this great thing? What did Dr. Guan want to talk to you about earlier? We'll talk about it later. When they finally arrived at home, Lin Haiyin called her parents over. Sister-in-law, can you tell us now? Lin Haiyin smiled. Dr. Guan is thoughtful. Knowing it's inconvenient for us workers to take care of our kids, he's planning to set up a kindergarten and wants our mom to be the director. What? Zhang Xuehua was taken aback. What do you mean by that? He wants you to be the director, the head of the kindergarten. You'll also be a worker, and you'll get a salary. Zhang Xuehua pinched her thigh and stared with wide eyes. Really? Absolutely. Dr. Guan and Deputy Director Ma came to speak to me personally. They said you should go see Deputy Director Ma tomorrow morning. Zhang Xuehua finally realized what was happening and laughed out loud. Me, Zhang Xuehua, as a leader? How did this good fortune fall on me? Ha ha ha. Li Taizhu said. Lower your voice, don't let others hear. It wouldn't be good. Zhang Xuehua shot him a glare. Me, Zhang Xuehua, was chosen to be a leader. What, you're not going to let me be happy about it? Happy, of course, but just be careful. If others hear, they'll say you're being arrogant. Li Tao also said, Mom, let's keep it low-key for now. When you're officially the director, then we'll celebrate. Zhang Xuehua slammed the table, stood up and said, All right, I'll go first thing tomorrow. I'll ask them how to be a director. If I don't know something, I'll find someone to teach me. The next morning, Xiao Ma greeted a beaming Zhang Xuehua at the office. Xiao Ma said, Your family's living well now. Zhang Xuehua smiled with squinted eyes. It's all thanks to Dr. Guan and you all. Xiao Ma laughed. The main credit goes to Dr. Guan. Without him, we wouldn't have the sanatorium, the pharmaceutical factory, the medical school, and the kindergarten that's about to be established. Deputy Director Ma, I'm definitely happy to be the director. But how exactly does one become the director? We've thought it through. Tomorrow we'll send you to the county's kindergarten for a week of training. After that, we'll have the teachers and staff we've hired for the kindergarten. You can come back and manage them directly. Zhang Xuehua immediately agreed. Great, as long as there's a place to learn, I'm in. Since Zhang Xuehua would be going to the county for a week of training, her grandson would stay with his grandpa during that time. When Li Taizhu went to work, he brought his grandson along. The others teased him. Your whole family of 5, your son, your daughter-in-law, and even Xuehua are all workers now. And here you are, still just a regular member of the collective. How do you feel about that? Li Taizhu smiled and said, It's fine, at least I can still look after my grandson. Ha, you won't be able to look after him much longer. Once that kindergarten is up and running, all the kids will be sent there. What will you do then? Well, I can still farm. I'll get a bit more grain every year, and we'll have plenty of money left over. Haha, that's true. Don't think being a worker is so glamorous. We still depend on the farmers to feed everyone. Speaking of the kindergarten, Dr. Guan is really generous. I heard that once the kids are in, they get lunch every day. And there's a teacher who teaches them to read. Must cost quite a bit. Dr. Guan is definitely spending a lot of money. I heard the profits from the pharmaceutical factory are all going into the kindergarten. I heard they don't charge for the kids to go? They don't. As long as the family has a worker, the kids go for free. If not, it's just 50 cents a year and they can go. 50 cents? Might as well not charge. At least the reputation would sound better. I heard it wasn't originally going to charge, but Deputy Director Ma thought, since it's the factory's kindergarten, if people from outside want to send their kids, they should contribute something. That's still a good deal. They even provide lunch in the afternoon, so it's worth it. Definitely. Even if we're poor, we can still afford that little bit. I'll be sending my grandson and granddaughter there soon. The factory's plans to open a kindergarten and accept children from outside attracted a lot of attention. If the village weren't so far from the town, many people from the town would have wanted to send their kids too. It was such a good deal, just the cost of a small amount of pork, and there would be dedicated people to take care of the kids for a year. Plus, the kindergarten would even provide lunch. What a great opportunity. All of this was thanks to Guan Yue. Her reputation had grown even more in the eyes of the people. Meanwhile, Guan Yue, living on the mountain, was unaware of all this. 2 months had passed, and Ryan's illness was fully healed. He could walk normally now. One day after Guan Yue took his pulse, she told him, Starting today, you don't need to take medicine anymore. Just eat normally and take care of your body. Ryan clenched his fists in excitement. Will this illness ever come back? Guan Yue. Normally it wouldn't be the case, but who can predict what will happen in the future? John. Dr. Guan is right. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Guan Yue. If you're in a hurry, you can leave today and arrive in Hong Kong by evening. Once they had recovered, they could leave at any time, but Ryan still had concerns. Dr. Guan, your health pills. Don't ask me, I won't give them to you. It's better for you to return home early. Your family must be very worried about you. Guan Yue nodded and turned to head home. Deng Baishu glanced at Ryan and John. Gentlemen, let me escort you down the mountain. Since they could leave today, there was no need to wait until tomorrow. After packing their simple luggage, they descended the mountain, and the car at the base was already prepared. After sending off the last patient, Guan Yue no longer needed to come every day, and he felt that with one less thing to worry about, he could finally relax. Over in Hong Kong, after some discussion, they decided to send the hemostatic powder directly to Hong Kong, where it would be packaged and sold at a local factory. Qin Lai and the Su family had made full preparations, ensuring everything was in place, from the storefront to product packaging to the staff. They were just waiting for the goods to arrive. When Ryan and the others landed, Qin Lai boarded this same plane to return to Qingxi village. 1 week later, Qingxi brand hemostatic powder was launched in Hong Kong. A few days after that, people noticed that several tabloids had caught paparazzi shots of many wealthy individuals carrying the product with them. What exactly was this? When the news was uncovered, curiosity spread, and everyone rushed to the store to take a look. It was just a hemostatic powder, yet it was being sold like a luxury item. The price was too expensive. Most people were just watching the excitement, with a few trend followers buying a bottle to keep at home. When they accidentally got injured and actually used the hemostatic powder, they finally realized that a product with such great efficacy deserved a higher price. This marketing strategy, led by the wealthy, quickly made Qingxi brand hemostatic powder famous, and brought in a significant profit for the pharmaceutical factory. A month later, Xiaoma looked at the financial records sent over and couldn't help but comment. With this much money, not just one kindergarten, but 10 could be supported. The finance officer smiled. Although we only have one kindergarten, our expenses are even higher than those of 10 kindergartens. Now, it was normal for each family to have multiple children, with 3 or 4 kids in a monogamous family being common, and some families even had 6 or 7. It was also said that this kindergarten taught children to read and provided meals, so many parents sent their kids there. The number of children in the kindergarten had outgrown the number of workers at the factory. Not only that, but there were also a dozen or so orphans, mostly baby girls who had been abandoned by their parents. Guan Yue had agreed to take them in as well. When Zhang Xuehua registered these children for collective household registration, she made sure they all carried the surname Guan, so that when they grew up, they would remember who had saved their lives. As summer passed into autumn, during the harvest season, the pharmaceutical factory gave its workers 5 days off to return home and help with the harvest. The factory workers were mostly people recruited from nearby communes. Since the fields were busy at this time, they were allowed to go back to their homes. On Monday, Guan Yu and Gu Sui were heading down the mountain to work when they encountered Deng Weijie's family. "Guan Yu, wait up. I was just looking for you." "What's the matter?" Deng Weijie handed her a document. "This is the list of the new students we recruited last month. The names are all here." Guan Yu opened the document. The list was very detailed, with each name followed by the student's age, place of origin, and background. "Guan Yu, there's an increase in students coming from medical families among the new recruits. Since we started running this school, life for Chinese medicine practitioners has gotten better. Those who used to stop their descendants from learning medicine have now loosened up, so more people are sending their children here. I see there are students from the Northeast, Guangdong, and even Xinjiang. They're coming all the way here to study? Surely they could learn at home as well." "That's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about," Deng Weijie replied. After asking around, Deng Weijie found out that although life for traditional Chinese medicine practitioners had improved slightly, parents still felt that no matter how well their children learned at home, it would be hard to have a promising future. They thought it was better to send them to the school, where there might be a chance to stay and work at the sanatorium or even teach at the school. Deng Weijie was troubled. "We never said we'd guarantee employment when we opened this school. Guan Yu, isn't there a shortage of doctors in the military unit?" "There is, but not that many Chinese medicine doctors. The military unit hospital mainly treats emergency and trauma patients, which are more suited to Western medicine." Guan Yu handed the document back to Deng Weijie. "Chinese medicine can also handle emergencies. Have you forgotten about acupuncture? That's you. Not every acupuncture practitioner is as skilled as you." Guan Yu glanced at her watch. "We can discuss this later. It's getting late, and I need to go to work." "All right, do you have time tomorrow? If so, come to the school, and we can talk about it more thoroughly." Guan Yu nodded, then walked off with Gu Sui. "Gu Sui, are we going home for lunch? We'll eat at the canteen. It'll save time. I need to go to the pharmaceutical factory in the afternoon." "All right, I'll cook something nice for you tonight." Guan Yu smiled. "See you at lunch." When they reached the sanatorium, the two of them split up. As she entered the outpatient room, Guan Yu sat down and immediately knew that her usual colleague, Deng Baishu, was quickly calling in the patients. Their department was different from others. At other times it was relatively quiet, and it was enough to just take care of the patients. But on Mondays when Guan Yu worked, the whole department had to run at full speed. Sometimes they were so busy that they didn't even have time to drink water. Guan Yu's mind worked quickly, and her hands moved even faster. If anyone couldn't keep up with her pace, they were soon eliminated from the department. Guan Yu saw a week's worth of patients in a single day. Everyone was exhausted, and even the older Deng Weiman was worn out. In the afternoon, after finishing with the patients, when Guan Yu headed to the pharmaceutical factory, Deng Baishu had some free time. "Dad, lie down. I'll give you a few acupuncture treatments." Deng Weiman took off his shirt and lay on the bed. Today really wore me out. You've got to step up, son, and take over for me as soon as possible. That way, I can go to the medical school next door and work as a teacher doing something easier." Deng Baishu smiled. "You can go to the medical school now. The teacher said that I've made a lot of progress this year, and I can handle it." Deng Weiman still wasn't fully reassured. "Forget it, I'll bear with the hard work for a little longer. I can still stay with you for another 2 years. Deng Baishu's skill in giving health acupuncture treatments was learned from Guan Yu, who personally approved it, so his ability was half hers. Within a few minutes of the needles being inserted, Deng Weiman was already fast asleep on the bed. When Guan Yu arrived at the pharmaceutical factory, it was already the end of the workday. The kindergarten was packed with adults picking up their children, and the area was filled with chatter and excitement. Lin Haiyin and Li De were walking over with their son, Li Qingxi. Lin Haiyin. "Dr. Guan, are you going to the warehouse?" Guan Yu nodded. "Are you heading home?" "Yes, we're going home." Lin Haiyin lowered her head and said to her son, "This is Dr. Guan. Say hello." The little boy smiled brightly, showing his baby teeth. "Hello, Dr. Guan." Guan Yu smiled. "Was kindergarten fun?" "It was fun. We had fried eggs for lunch today, and they were really delicious. Really? I'll have to try some next time. He Wen and Li Tao also walked over, each holding their son. Li Qingxi turned around and called out, "Little brother, come over. This is Dr. Guan, say hello." Guan Yue and Lin Haiyin both laughed. Lin Haiyin ruffled her son's head. "Little smart Alec, are you copying how I talk?" The child giggled. It was getting late, and they still had to take care of things at home. After exchanging a few words, they said their goodbyes. In just a short time, most of the crowd outside the kindergarten had dispersed. When Guan Yu entered, Zhang Cuihua was instructing several staff members and teachers in the dormitory to take good care of the 10 or so children that evening. As autumn has arrived, the nights are cooler. Before bed, go check on them to make sure they don't kick off the blankets and catch a cold. Don't worry, Director Zhang, we know. You're always so meticulous, I just wanted to remind you. The teachers laughed. That's the responsibility of the director. When the others saw Guan Yu, Zhang Cuihua called out, "Dr. Guan." Guan Yu smiled slightly. It hadn't been long, and Zhang Cuihua had already taken her role as the director so seriously. Zhang Cuihua said, "Dr. Guan, would you like to go in and check on those poor children?" "Not today. You all take good care of them. I'll just say this. You are the ones closest to them, so don't keep mentioning how pitiful they are. Just treat them well, as you would any child." Zhang Cuihua understood her meaning. "You're right. We'll pay attention and take good care of them, so they can grow up healthy." Guan Yu nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. You carry on, I still have work to do. Goodbye, Dr. Guan." The worker in charge of guarding the warehouse opened the door. After Guan Yu entered, the door was closed from the inside. A few minutes later, the sound of the blender starting up could be heard from inside the warehouse. After the arrival of autumn, the daytime heat of the autumn tiger was still intense. The sun was scorching. But once the sun went down, the nights became cool and a little chilly. After Gu Sui finished preparing dinner, he came to the pharmaceutical factory to pick up Guan Yu. Once she came out of the warehouse, Gu Sui helped her put on her coat. The two of them held hands and walked home. Gu Sui said, "While I was waiting for you, I saw those girls playing in the yard. They're really well behaved. Some people just aren't fit to be parents. If their children were raised by them, they might suffer even more. If you don't want them, then don't keep them. These children will grow up well and won't have a bad life." Outsiders thought that Guan Yu had taken in those baby girls because she herself was an orphan, which was why she was willing to spend so much money on them. They didn't realize that Guan Yu was simply a kind-hearted person. Guan Yu joked with Gu Sui. "Don't you think I'm becoming more human these days?" Gu Sui squeezed her hand. "What nonsense. You've always been wonderful." Guan Yu laughed. Perhaps it was because of his companionship and support that she was becoming more responsible, willing to do what she could for others. Before they went to sleep that night, Guan Yu rolled over and snuggled into his arms. He kissed her cheek and softly said, "I feel like that shameless mortal dragging a fairy down to the human realm." Guan Yu laughed out loud. If the fairy didn't want to, how could she have agreed? Chapter 46.1. For the future of the medical school students, Deng Weijie was practically worried sick. When Guan Yu went to find him in the morning, he saw many freshly written letters on his desk. Looking at the addresses on the envelopes, they were all directed to various military district hospitals. "Guan Yu, do you think these letters will make any difference?" Deng Weijie sighed. "They should have some effect at least. Even if we can solve one more problem, it's still a good thing." The school had ties with the Southwest Military District, and so far, only the hospitals in the Southwest Military District had agreed to accept a portion of the students. How many hospitals were there in the Southwest Military District? Compared to the number of students from the medical school, those few spots were barely enough, and no matter who they were given to, it would be unfair. "Guan Yu, instead of desperately begging for spots like this, it's better for us to gain some pride. Once our students become outstanding, there will naturally be many people begging for our students. How are we supposed to become outstanding? The limitations of traditional Chinese medicine are right there in front of us." Guan Yu scoffed. "From now on, every Tuesday we'll have an acupuncture class. I'll be the teacher." Deng Weijie suddenly stood up, his eyes shining. "Are you serious?" "Of course. Later, you tell the students that as long as they pass the acupuncture graduation exam, their diplomas will not only have the school's official seal, but also my personal certification stamp from Guan Yu." Deng Weijie repeated 3 good words in a row. With Guan Yu's reputation backing them, the students' futures would be a little brighter. Moreover, with Guan Yu's words, those students would be compelled to study hard, their efforts focused with the utmost determination. "Guan Yu, from now on at the end of every year, there will be an additional exam. As long as the students pass, they will get an internship spot and be recommended to various military district hospitals for internships. Like I mentioned before, One outpatient doctor will be paired with one acupuncture doctor to intern together. Will others accept our students? Interns aren't formal employees. Our students are just there to assist, and they won't have to pay them, so why wouldn't they be willing? Dengweijia. Do the students have to pay for the internships themselves? Guan Yue. We'll cover the costs. With prices this low now, how much would it cost to send 2 students to intern at a hospital out of town for a month or 2? Dengweijia thought about it. The pharmaceutical factory had just made a huge profit, and now Guan Yue had so much money she didn't know where to spend it. Now that we've come this far, we absolutely have to make this happen. Dengweijia gritted his teeth. If this doesn't work out, I'll go to the military district general every day to plead for it. Guan Yue chuckled. It's not that dramatic. The country is really in need of talent right now. As long as our students have the skills, there's no way they won't find a job. Guan Yue was confident in herself and also in the students. She had many options for herself, but those students were nearly cornered. She had built a narrow bridge for them, and no matter how scared they were, they would have no choice but to walk across it. After leaving Dengweijia's office, Guan Yue hadn't even reached home yet when news of her acupuncture class spread. The students at the school were all in an uproar. Dengweijia continued to release more exciting news. In the future, the graduation exams would have her personal stamp, and there would be internship opportunities. One piece of good news after another made the once gloomy students break into joyful smiles. Before they came here, some of them might not have known about Guan Yue's reputation and status, but after arriving, how could they not? The martial experts from each military district, as well as the renowned and influential leaders, all came to see Principal Guan for treatment or physical care. And not a single one of them didn't patiently follow the principal's schedule. To keep Principal Guan around the Daqing Mountain, the sanatorium, and the pharmaceutical factory outside, wasn't it all up to Principal Guan? If Principal Guan was willing to take them under her wing, teach them acupuncture, and let them benefit from her reputation, their paths would certainly open up. Ha ha ha, Principal Guan is going to teach us, and when we go out in the future, we can say we're students of Principal Guan, right? Dream on. Dr. Guan is such an amazing healer. Do you think you'll learn it just because she says so? If you can't pass the exam, do you even have the nerve to call yourself Dr. Guan's student? We'll study hard, even if we have to stay up all night. A graduation certificate with Dr. Guan's certification is nothing like an ordinary one. Of course. If we don't kill ourselves learning, we'll learn until we drop. Wait, hold on. Don't get too proud just yet. Quickly go apply for the silver needles, get the acupuncture class started. Our school's silver needles definitely won't be enough. By the time they rushed to get the teaching supplies, there were already people ahead of them in line. The ones coming later were stomping their feet in regret. We were too slow. The news that the school was about to start acupuncture classes spread like a drop of water in hot oil, causing both teachers and students to explode with excitement. The enthusiasm for learning was unprecedented, and everyone was as cheerful as if it were the new year. Among all the excitement, the only person who wasn't happy was Deng Baishu. It used to be that only he could call Guan Yue teacher. But now, every student who had attended the acupuncture class would be able to call her that. Deng Baishu. Frustrated, not happy. Deng Weimin, unable to bear it, gave his foolish son a kick. Guan Yue is going to teach the students. Aren't you going to help? You could be a teaching assistant or something. Deng Baishu snapped out of it. Right, I'm their senior brother. It's my duty to assist the teacher in educating them. Once the sect grows, your role as senior brother won't be an easy one. Ha ha ha, of course. Who told me I'm the senior brother? Deng Weimin kicked him again, landing a blow on Deng Baishu's calf. Deng Baishu yelped and quickly dodged. Dad, why are you kicking me? I'm kicking you, you fool. When the students under Guan Yue graduate, their diplomas will have her personal stamp. What do you have? Deng Baishu quickly said. I'm going to go to the school right now, join the class, and make sure I'm the first to graduate. Deng Weimin. What are you standing here for? Hurry up. I'm going now, Dad. You sit and rest for a while. Deng Baishu ran to the school without finding Deng Weijia, heading straight to another teacher in charge of student registrations. Without explaining much, he simply said that his teacher, Guan Yue, was going to hold an acupuncture class, and as her senior disciple, he definitely wanted to be a teaching assistant. He asked the teacher to place him in any class, to make it easier for his future work. The teacher looked puzzled. Then why don't you just be a teacher? Why be a student? Deng Baishu responded seriously. Teacher, what you're saying doesn't make sense. My teacher is going to teach, and I'm on the same level as her, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to be a student. Shouldn't we respect our teacher and follow proper etiquette? Another teacher chimed in. Deng Baishu has a point. I think Principal Guan probably doesn't mind these formalities, but it's always good to show respect as a student. Exactly, and Deng Baishu is already working at the sanatorium, assisting Principal Guan. He's just taking the class to have his name on the roster. It doesn't matter. Deng Baishu quickly nodded. You're right, teachers. That's exactly what I meant. The idea of having Deng Baishu officially listed as a student seemed acceptable in both public and private terms. Though it wasn't entirely procedural, it wasn't a huge issue either. After some discussion, the teachers added Deng Baishu to the class roster. Deng Baishu, happily receiving his student ID, grinned broadly but said, I'm just here in name, not taking the school's stipend. To make things easier for you all, once I pass the graduation exam, just give me a diploma. We don't have any say in that. You'll have to discuss it with Principal Guan. Alright, I'll talk to her later. Thanks to all the teachers for your help. Sorry for the trouble. I'll leave now. After completing the formalities, Deng Baishu left with a cheerful stride. The following Monday, during lunch break at the sanatorium, when Guan Yue was about to start her shift, Deng Baishu pulled out his student ID and showed it to her. Teacher, I'll be your teaching assistant tomorrow. Guan Yue recalled the acupuncture class for the next day. If you have the time, come. There will definitely be a lot of students, so you can help me keep an eye on them. Deng Baishu smiled broadly, quickly tucking the student ID into his bag. No problem. Teacher, what are you planning to test them on for the graduation exam? Graduation exam? Well, you see, I'm a student at the school now, and I'm worried I might fail the exam and embarrass you. So I wanted to ask in advance. Guan Yu replied. You don't need to worry. With your current level, you can already pass the graduation exam. Deng Baishu chuckled. Then why don't you test me now? Afterward, I can just go collect my graduation certificate. Guan Yu found it strange. You just got your student ID. And you're already talking about graduation? I just want to get this matter out of the way as soon as possible. Deng Baishu explained. But Guan Yu said, I only handle acupuncture. I'm not in charge of other exams. Then just give me an acupuncture exam. Deng Baishu insisted. Guan Yu thought for a moment then agreed. Alright, I'll demonstrate for all the students tomorrow. The next day, class officially began. Guan Yu walked into the classroom with Deng Baishu. The large classroom was crowded with students from 2 different grades, and the school's teachers occupied the front row due to their special privileges. Guan Yu scanned the classroom. Starting today, I'll teach you all acupuncture every Tuesday morning. As long as you pass the acupuncture exam, I'll certify you as qualified. I know some of you in the class have been learning medicine since you were young. If you're confident in yourselves, you can take the acupuncture exam today. Once you finish, I will immediately certify your exam as passed. To set an example for everyone, I'll have Deng Baishu come up first to demonstrate. Deng Baishu walked up to the podium with his chest out, and a patient from the rehabilitation center was carried in shortly after. Guan Yu took the patient's pulse, then called up a few teachers from the front row to check the patient's pulse as well, allowing them to act as witnesses. Before starting the acupuncture, Guan Yu asked Deng Baishu, First, tell me what illness this patient has. How do you plan to treat them? How would you administer the needles for acupuncture treatment? The students in the audience grew tense. Every patient's condition was different, and with a live exam, what if they made a mistake? They all felt nervous for Deng Baishu, as if they were in his shoes. Deng Baishu was often questioned by Guan Yu, but this level of scrutiny was child's play for him. He spoke confidently. This patient's condition is caused by weak heart and lungs. Acupuncture treatment should begin at the Tanzhong Jiu Wei and Zhongji points. After Deng Baishu finished speaking, Guan Yu looked at the several teachers in the room, and they all nodded in unison. His diagnosis is accurate. Guan Yu said. The acupuncture method is also fine. Proceed with the needles. The teachers on stage and the students in the audience all watched. Deng Baishu was not at all flustered. His needle insertion was both steady and precise. Perhaps influenced by Guan Yu, he worked quickly and without hesitation. After the patient was carried away, the next one was brought in, and this person's condition was different from the previous one. After 2 patients were examined, Deng Baishu still didn't feel anything unusual, while the students below all breathed a sigh of relief for him. Guan Yu looked at everyone. If you can reach Deng Baishu's level, you are considered qualified here. The teacher who had helped Deng Baishu with his paperwork last week came in holding a diploma. The diploma only had Deng Baishu's basic information, and the other subjects were left blank. Guan Yu filled in the word qualified in the acupuncture section and stamped it with his personal seal. Those standing nearby craned their necks to get a closer look. Deng Baishu casually displayed his half-completed diploma. Everyone, future junior brothers and sisters, take a good look. Enjoying the envious gazes from everyone, Deng Baishu felt satisfied. He had finally preserved the dignity of the eldest senior brother. Not only that, but he was also the first graduate of this school. Look, the diploma's serial number was even printed as number 1. With Deng Baishu setting the example, everyone had a clear understanding of the level they should achieve in acupuncture. Now it was time to study hard and meet the standards. Guan Yu's classes were always intense, with not a single wasted word. Everyone had their ears wide open, afraid of missing even a single phrase. Chapter 46.2. This lecture lasted until 11:30, with no breaks in between. After over 3 hours, everyone felt like the time passed too quickly. After the class, Guan Yu did not intervene. If anyone wanted to practice, they were to do so privately. At the beginning, everyone only practiced acupuncture on classmates they were close to. But since their classmates didn't have serious illnesses, the results were not noticeable. Later, they turned to the eldest senior brother for help, asking him to treat the patients. Deng Baishu also felt that progress could only come through practice, but this matter was not something he could decide. So, he went to ask the director in Guan Yu. Director Zhang said, "Ask your teacher, I don't understand Chinese medicine." Guan Yu, busy with his own work, replied, "Don't ask me, ask the patients." What Guan Yu thought to himself was that, with so many senior doctors at the hospital overseeing things, even if students started practicing, nothing serious would happen. Deng Baishu then took the students to negotiate with the patients. Except for those with severe illnesses, who were not suitable for students to treat, the other patients were very willing to cooperate. "Come on, you can do it. Study well and try to follow Principal Guan's example," he encouraged. The students, feeling shy, replied, "We're just beginning, we can't compare ourselves to Principal Guan." An old soldier with an injured leg shouted at them, "That's not right. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. With someone as excellent as your principal teaching you hands-on, and you still can't do well." His words stirred something inside them, and they clenched their fists. "Who said that? We were just being humble earlier, we can definitely do well." "Haha, that's more like it. Who's going to treat me today? Hurry up. I want to try." "Then come on." With a leader stepping up, the rest of the work began to fall into place. Unconsciously, the rehabilitation center had become a place for mutual growth in medicine. Every Monday on the day Guan Yu saw patients, the school would select 5 students to go for internships. Everyone fought for those 5 spots, even to the point of competing with their own roommates. After all, how rare was the opportunity to learn directly from Principal Guan. Seeing the school flourishing, Deng Weijia felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and his motivation for work grew even stronger. Qingxi Rehabilitation Center was very special. Even though they did not publicize it, news of the center could not be kept under wraps. This time, Deng Weijia didn't need to write letters to the major military district hospitals. They had already noticed what was happening there. After those who recovered at the rehabilitation center returned to their respective military districts, they started to share news about the center. Upon hearing that the hospital encouraged students to intern without charging them, other hospitals immediately saw an opportunity to secure more free laborers. Before the winter break, Deng Weijia's desk was already piled high with letters from various hospitals requesting interns. Deng Weijia laughed heartily. The problem that had been worrying him for so long had been solved just like that. To motivate the students, Deng Weijia wrote up an announcement and posted it, listing how many interns each hospital needed. When the students saw the notice, they realized the opportunity was right in front of them. The thought of not having passed the internship qualification exam yet pushed them to study even harder. The atmosphere in the medical school became more and more intense, and their passion for learning seemed to overcome all difficulties. The fog in the mountains grew thicker, slowly turning from dew into frost. Winter had officially arrived. On this Monday, after finishing her work at the rehabilitation center in the afternoon, Guan Yu went to the pharmaceutical factory to handle the hemostatic medicine. There were more patients today, and by the time she arrived, the other children had already been taken away. Only a dozen or so girls were playing in the yard. "Don't move, you're sick. Let me give you an injection. You'll feel better once I'm done." "That's not right if you're sick. You need acupuncture." "You're bleeding, let me sprinkle some magic medicine powder on you." The needle was just a tree branch, and the hemostatic powder was just a handful of dirt. Guan Yu smiled. These children, she guessed that many of them would choose to become doctors when they grew up. She wasn't wrong. Decades later, these children, whom she had helped raise, would become the backbone of Chinese medicine in the country, influenced by traditional Chinese medicine throughout their lives. But that was still too early to talk about, the children were still so young. As December arrived, Guan Yu and Gu Sui began preparing for their wedding. They didn't need to worry about the main food for the wedding. After the autumn harvest, several nearby teams had sent grains that were stored in the dining hall. There would certainly be enough for the wedding. After deciding on the main dishes, the focus then shifted to the meat. The dining hall would buy pork from the meat processing plant, while the chickens were all wild ones that Guan Yu had caught from the mountains, and the ducks were wild ducks as well. The ducks were prepared in advance, made into dried and cured duck. Gu Sui said, "Make a bit more this year. Last time you promised teacher that you'd send him some. What about uncle and aunt? Should we send a few ducks to your brother's side as well?" As he was cleaning the ducks, Gu Sui continued, "Speaking of gifts, Fong Lin said that Zhang Mingrui and Zhao Yi are also coming, so what should we send them in return?" "I've already thought about it. 1 bottle of health pills for each of them." Gu Sui laughed. "That's a good idea. They'll all like that." Guan Yu scooped some hot water and rinsed his hands, washing away the duck feathers. "Is it cold?" Gu Sui replied, "It's fine. Once these ducks are cleaned, I'll stop. It's easier to deal with cured meat. The duck feathers are just too hard to pluck." While preparations for the wedding were underway in Qingxi village in Beijing, Gu Jingda was getting ready to request leave in advance. There was a knock on the door of the dean's office. "Come in." Gu Jingda pushed the door open and the dean, seeing him, smiled. "Yesterday I was still telling them, wondering when you would come and ask for leave." Gu Jingda smiled and said, "Since you know, I won't say much more." The dean quickly approved his leave. "Your family has really been through a lot, and now you're getting the good. I'll wish Gu Sui a happy marriage in advance. I'll pass your thanks to Gu Sui, and we'll treat the dean to wedding candy." "Ha ha ha, alright. If you're free this afternoon, you can leave early and start preparing." "Thank you, Dean." Gu Jingda arranged his work and returned home. His wife was packing things up. In the suitcase was a red coat, and Zhang Liming put it in, then took it out again. "What do you think, should I give it to Guan Yu? I think Guan Yu teacher might already have something prepared for her. If I give this one, she might not even like it. If you want to bring it, then take it. Don't you know who Guan Yu is? You're giving it with your heart. Even if she doesn't wear it, she'll definitely keep it well." "Alright, then I'll bring it along." In addition to the red coat, Zhang Liming also packed the jewelry she had prepared into the bag. Zhang Liming said, "Sit down and rest for a bit. I'll go make lunch. After we eat, we'll rest early tonight. Tomorrow morning we have to get up early to catch the bus." "Alright." While preparations were underway in Beijing, Su Huan and the others in Hong Kong still had a few more days to get ready, but they were also preparing for Guan Yu's wedding. The wedding photos had already been taken, but on the wedding day she would definitely need to wear red. Su Huan didn't understand much about dresses or accessories, so he asked his sister-in-law and Zhang's wife to help choose, while he would take care of the payment. When they heard that they were helping choose Guan Yu's wedding dress, Kai Jin was thrilled, and the next day she went to the Su family. When Kai Jin arrived, Jiang Ji was already waiting for her. Jiang Ji smiled and asked, "Kai Jia, have you had breakfast?" "Oh, I ate a long time ago. When I heard about such a big event and that you were looking for me, I couldn't sleep. So I got up early. Shall we go now?" "Yes." On the way, Kai Jin commented, "Su Sir is really a good teacher, even taking care of Guan Yu's wedding dress." Su Huan laughed heartily. "It's nothing. I don't have children of my own, and he's the only disciple I have. I should care for him." Jiang Ji smiled and said, "Guan Yu is very filial to you." "Guan Yu is filial, and Zaylin and Zayrong are also very filial. They study abroad, and every year during the holidays, they always remember to send me things. You're their uncle, so it's only natural." Kai Jin asked, "When will your 2 sons be back?" "They should be home by the end of this month. If they come back early, we can take them to Guan Yu's wedding." "That would be great. Your family only has 2 sons, so it's important to maintain a good relationship with Guan Yu." Jiang Ji nodded with a smile. Kai Jia is right. The sons graduated in the first half of the year, and later, they sent word to the family saying they would return later because they planned to visit another country. In order to get them to come back sooner, Jiang Ji asked Zhang's family for help in sending the message, and Kai Jin was aware of this as well. Because of Guan Yu, the Zhang family had long been in close contact with the Su family. It was beneficial for the next generation of the Su family to build a good relationship with Guan Yu. Su Zilin and Su Zerong arrived home 2 days later. As soon as they got home, both of them asked, "Where's Dad? Did Mom write that Dad's health is better? Is it really true that he's well now? You're not trying to deceive us, are you?" Having not seen her sons in years, Jiang Ji was overjoyed. "Do you really think I'd lie to you about something like this?" Su Zilin and Su Zerong were skeptical. "We've been looking into doctors who specialize in heart disease. Then we heard there's a very good doctor in Germany. We spent a lot of time trying to find him, and eventually convinced him to come to Hong Kong. He's staying at a hotel now, and when Dad's ready, we'll go meet him." Jiang Ji couldn't help but laugh. "You 2 kids, how could you not even believe what your mother says?" Su Huaping had just returned from outside and seeing his 2 sons, quickly walked over overjoyed. "You 2 finally back." Su Zilin was stunned. Dad, you're really better? Suzerong walked over and, still in disbelief, gently patted his father's chest. Does it not hurt? Ha ha ha, it doesn't hurt at all. I got better 2 years ago. The two brothers exchanged a look. We always thought you were deceiving us. Su Huan returned at that moment saying, Humph, what's this? Do you think my disciple isn't good enough? The two brothers awkwardly nodded. When they first received the letter saying that second uncle's disciple had cured their father, they didn't believe it. Su Huan scowled. You two dare to nod? Jiang Ji quickly stepped in to stop him. Huan, don't be angry. They just don't know any better. They're blind to it. Su Zilan and Su Zerong didn't know much, but seeing their father standing healthy in front of them, they didn't care who had cured him. They hurriedly followed their mother's lead. Uncle, please don't be angry. We were just joking. Exactly, we're mainly worried about Dad's health. Su Huan wasn't really angry. He just gave them a glance. You went abroad for a few years, and you've come back just as narrow-minded as ever. Yes, you're absolutely right. They agreed. Su Huaping smiled. In a couple of days we'll be going to Qingxi village. Once those two meet Guan Yu, they'll understand. Jiang Ji shot a glare at the two sons. Guan Yu is a bit older than you two. When you meet her, you'll address her as big sister. If either of you dares to upset Guan Yu, wait until I get my hands on you when we get back. Oh. The two brothers had just returned and were already getting lectured. The next day, Su Huaping had to go to the factory, so he brought both sons along. Su Zilan and Suzerain, still half asleep, followed their father out. Suzerain rubbed his eyes. Where are we going? You'll know once we get there. The car stopped in front of a factory, and the two brothers immediately noticed that this factory was different from the others they had seen. The security guard and the staff carried an unusual aura of energy and focus. Good morning, Mr. Su. A batch of medicinal powder was delivered last night and has already been stocked. Su Huaping nodded. Has it been checked? It has been checked. Everything is fine. Su Huaping nodded again. Good. Then I'll go check the workshop in a while. Understood, Mr. Su. Su Zilan and Suzerain followed their father, first stopping by the office, then heading to the workshop. The semi-automated machines were running, and they saw the products being made. Qingxi brand hemostatic powder. Dad, when did our family start selling hemostatic powder? Su Huaping didn't answer. Let's go, we'll check the store. When they reached the store, the brothers were shocked. The large store occupied a prime spot in a Hong Kong prime location. And it was only selling hemostatic powder? Su Zilan picked up a bottle, looked at the price on the back and then put it back down. Su Huaping was talking to the store manager when Su Zerong turned to his brother and asked, Has our family made it big now? Su Zilan shook his head. Don't talk for now, we'll talk when we get back. After Su Huaping finished inspecting the store, he took his son home. Once they were home, Su Zerong eagerly asked, Dad, was the factory and store we visited earlier all owned by our family? They're not owned by our family. Then why? Su Huaping poured a cup of tea and invited his two sons to sit down before explaining the events that had happened in the family over the years. So, everything is because of Guan Yu? Our family is only responsible for managing it. Su Huaping nodded. I'm more than happy to take on this role. And the fact that our family was able to push out other wealthy families to gain the management rights was thanks to your uncle being Guan Yu's teacher. Su Zilan and Su Zerong were no longer children. They understood very well what this meant for the Su family. Guan Yu, is she really that powerful? Su Huaping nodded, affirming. She really is that powerful. Your mother called you back to take you to Guan Yu's wedding. Don't waste this opportunity. Su Huaping smiled faintly. You don't have to feel too much pressure. Although our family has benefited a lot from Guan Yu, even without those benefits, Guan Yu will always be your uncle's only disciple, and we would still treat her well. The most important thing between people is friendship. Su Zilan and Su Zerong smiled as well. Dad, don't worry, we know our place. Knowing that the two young masters of the Su family had returned, the young second-generation heirs from wealthy families came to invite them out. After introductions were made, Su Zilan realized that the people present were all from families with notable reputations in Hong Kong. He had a clear understanding of what it meant for them to come and personally invite the two brothers to join them. Zhang Shua patted Su Zilan's shoulder. Dr. Guan's wedding, are you two going? Yes, we definitely will. Guan Yu is your uncle's only disciple, and since she's getting married, our whole family is going. Zhang Shua laughed. I'm going too. Let's go together then. All right. The two clinked their glasses, and everything was understood without words. In preparation for attending Guan Yu's wedding as guests, they contacted Fong Lin in advance. Just as everyone was getting ready to leave, a special gift arrived, traveling across the ocean. When Fong Lin and the others went to the port to pick up the goods and open the container, revealing the tightly wrapped items inside, They couldn't help but feel tears welling up. Feng Lin said, "Quick, call back. Sir Ryan sent a special gift to Dr. Guan." "Yes, sir." Because of this precious gift, Su Huaping and the others delayed their departure by a day. Feng Lin and his team were always reliable, so how could something like this happen? Zhang Mingrui made a call to the port, and after hanging up, he sighed. Zhang Shua asked curiously, "Dad, what happened?" Zhang Mingrui replied, "Do you remember Sir Ryan?" "Of course. What's going on?" "He sent a gift to Dr. Guan, and it's a gift that no one in the country could refuse." "What exactly is it? Hurry up and tell us." "Buddha." The Buddha statue was just one of the items. There were other more valuable cultural relics that Ryan had sent as a wedding gift for Guan Yue. The plane that had been prepared to transport the guests was now carrying these precious items to Qingshan County. That morning, after Guan Yue woke up and had nothing to do, she stayed under the eaves, staring at the dried duck and wind-dried chicken. Any brave little bird that flew by was immediately scared away by Xiao He. Guan Yu watched Xiao He, who was hanging from the eaves, flying back and forth playing around. A little horse came running up the mountain. Before the person even arrived, his voice was already heard. "Dr. Guan, come down quickly. There's something important waiting for you." Guan Yu stood up, and Xiao He quickly slipped down from the eaves, wrapping itself around her wrist. Guan Yu asked, "What's happened?" "It's important. Hurry and come down, Dr. Gu is waiting for you." Guan Yu furrowed her brows. What could be the reason they were looking for her at this time? "Is it because my teacher and the others have arrived? Do you need me to go pick them up?" "No, Su Sir and the others have changed their schedule. They won't arrive until tomorrow." So what had happened? Had Gu Sui's parents arrived? But that couldn't be the case. Gu Sui's parents should still be on the train and wouldn't arrive until the day after tomorrow. Gu Sui was waiting at the mouth of the valley, and once Guan Yu arrived, the two of them got into the car, which sped away like the wind. At this point, Li Dingbang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, finally explained the situation. Ryan had sent them both a wedding gift, but the gift was a national treasure. It couldn't be kept by them personally, so they were being taken to the airport to see it. These items would soon be sent to Beijing. Li Dingbang said, "The time is tight, so please bear with us." "Yeah, no problem." Although the overall environment had relaxed a little compared to previous years, they still couldn't take things lightly. These precious cultural relics should still be placed in a safer location. The car stopped at the airport. Gu Sui and Guan Yu boarded the plane and saw the carefully packed cultural relics inside their crates. Guan Yu bent down, using the beam of light coming through the door to examine the Buddha head in front of her. The Buddha's eyes were full of compassion, and the craftsmanship was particularly exquisite. She couldn't tell if it was something from a few hundred or a few thousand years ago. "It's so beautiful." After the two of them had examined everything in the cabin, the shock they felt couldn't be expressed in words. On the way back, no one in the car spoke. Finally, Guan Yu broke the silence. "Because of the wedding gift Ryan sent me, I'm planning to send him a return gift." Gu Sui asked, "What are you going to give him?" "I'll send him 3 bottles of health pills." Li Dingbang suddenly spoke up. "Let Qin Lai deliver them. Perhaps we can also discuss something with him." Both Gu Sui and Guan Yu were quick to understand his meaning. If Ryan was willing, they could establish an ongoing trade where cultural relics could be exchanged for health pills. Guan Yu reassured Li Dingbang, "Don't worry. I promise, I'll cover the cost of the health pills." Li Dingbang glanced at Guan Yu through the rearview mirror. "Dr. Guan, thank you." Although they had known each other for a long time, this was the first time Li Dingbang had used polite language when speaking to Guan Yu. The next morning, Qin Lai received the health pills from Guan Yu and boarded the plane, accompanied by 2 security personnel dressed in plain clothes. At the port, Feng Lin saw Qin Lai and gave him a nod. "Where are you headed at this time?" Qin Lai smiled. "I'm going to take care of something on the other side." Feng Lin said, "Come back early, we're waiting to celebrate the new year with you." "All right." Though he agreed, he wasn't sure when he would be able to return. The guests attending Guan Yu's wedding were disembarking the ship, and they would be taking the plane that Qin Lai had arrived on to head to Qingshan County. Meanwhile, Qin Lai would be taking their ship to the other side. Chapter 47.1. That afternoon they received the news that the guests had already landed, so Guan Yu and Gu Sui had gone ahead to wait at the valley entrance. Xiao Ma had just descended from Shaoqing Mountain, and was on his way back to the office when he ran into Deng Baishu. Deng Baishu asked, "Deputy Minister, how many people will be attending today?" "Probably about 30 or 40. Xiao Ma replied. "Such a large number are coming for Guan Doctor and Gu Doctor's wedding? They can't come down the mountain, so will the wedding be held up there?" "No need. It'll be held in the square below. The mountain is too small to accommodate so many people." "But they're outsiders." Deng Baishu emphasized the word outsiders. Xiao Ma smiled and reassured him. Don't worry, the leaders have approved it. There's no problem. After Xiao Ma left, Deng Baishu slapped his head. Was it possible that the restrictions had been lifted? Hearing what his foolish son had said, Deng Weiman cursed. How could the restrictions possibly be lifted? Then why? Because it's Guan Yu who's getting married. Do you think just anyone can do this? It was easy to guess that those coming from Hong Kong must have brought generous gifts for Guan Yu. Some of those gifts were for Guan Yu himself, while others likely were intended for the country in Guan Yu's name. Since these people had gone this far, how could the leaders refuse to show some courtesy? Could they really be so unreasonable? Deng Weiman had also privately discussed this matter with a few old friends. Overall, it was a good thing. Historical lessons had taught them that when other countries were rapidly developing, and they had closed themselves off, it would certainly be a dead end. Whether the isolation was voluntary or forced, it was still detrimental. Being able to establish a bridge through Guan Yu, people with foresight were all happy to see it happen. At the valley entrance, Guan Yu turned to Gu Sui and asked, Uncle, Aunt will arrive tomorrow. Should we go to the train station to pick them up? Gu Sui helped her smooth the stray hairs that had fallen onto her eyelid. No need, he said. Tomorrow is Monday and both of us will be busy. We won't have time to spare. Let Xiao Ma and the others send someone to pick them up. What about your brother? He said he's coming, but I don't know when he'll arrive. With just 2 days left until our wedding, he should be here soon. The sound of a car horn reached them, and they both looked ahead, seeing the car had arrived. The first car had stopped and the Su family got out. Sitting in the front passenger seat was Zhang Ji, while the 4 men from the Su family squeezed into the back seat. Guan Yu. When Zhang Ji saw Guan Yu, he called out in surprise. Guan Yu smiled and went to meet him. Aunt, it's been a long time. It really has been a while. Oh, you look so good in that white down jacket. I was the one who picked it out for you. Guan Yu smiled and thanked her. The jacket looks great. I really like it. Haha, no need to thank me. Even though I picked it, your teacher paid for it. The wedding outfit I brought for you is also paid for by your teacher. Su Huan got out of the back seat. He had been sitting in the middle and had been squeezed badly. When he got out of the car, he nearly staggered. Gu Sui walked over a few steps and helped him steady himself. Teacher, you must be tired from the ride. Su Huan glanced at Gu Sui. Aren't you tired from the ride? Huan. Su Huaping shot him a disapproving look. Su Huan coughed to cover his embarrassment. Well, it's not that I meant to snap at you. Gu Sui smiled, his lips curling upward. Teacher, I know. I didn't take it to heart. The teacher comment was purely due to Su Huan's disapproval of him, but what could he say? He could only understand. Su Huan asked, showing concern. When will your parents arrive? My parents will arrive tomorrow. They're taking a train from Beijing, so it's a bit far, and they'll be delayed along the way. It's fine, we still have 2 days. Tomorrow, when your parents arrive, we'll all get together in the evening. Got it, teacher. At that moment, Zhang Ji, who had been chatting with Guan Yu, suddenly exclaimed, Oh, I've been so caught up with the conversation, I completely forgot about my sons. She quickly pulled her 2 sons over to introduce them to Guan Yu. These are my 2 sons, Su Zilin and Su Zerong. They're both a little over a year younger than you. When Su Zilin and Su Zerong saw Guan Yu, they were momentarily surprised but quickly called out, Big sister, hello. Guan Yu also found it quite remarkable. In both her lifetimes, this was the first time someone had called her big sister. Hello, she said, smiling. I'm Guan Yu. I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't bring you any gifts. I'll make it up to you later. Zhang Shua leaned over, placing his arm around Su Zilin and Su Zerong's shoulders, and familiarly spoke to Guan Yu. Oh, if you're going to make up for it, does that mean you're going to get me something too? Kai Jin laughed heartily and slapped his son on the back. You're a bit older than Guan Yu, and you're still asking for a gift? Zhang Shua protested. No, you and Dad are both on the same level as Guan Yu, so I'm technically one of Guan Yu's juniors. How can you use age to say anything about it? Xiao Huang ran over and said. Then I want a gift too. I want 3 gifts, 1 for me, 1 for my wife, and 1 for my son. Guan Yu looked at Xiao Huang in shock. It hasn't been that long, and you already have a child? Those who knew what illness Xiao Huang had come to see Guan Yu for burst out laughing, while his wife was completely confused. What's wrong with having a child with Huang Jun? She asked, puzzled. Kai Jin laughed so hard that tears started to form. Nothing at all. You 2 are young. Getting married and having kids is perfectly normal. Zhang Shua, just like his parents, was nearly in tears from laughing. I can't handle it, this is killing me. Xiao Huang shot him a glare, and Zhang Shua quickly turned away. All right, no more grinning, I'll stop laughing. Zhao Yi, walking with a wide stance, came over. You're a grown man, what's there to hide when you're sick? Look at you now, perfectly fine with a son of your own. Who would still dare make fun of you? Gu Sui and Guan Yu greeted Zhao Yu with smiles. Guan Yu sized him up and said, "It looks like you've been taking good care of yourself." "I haven't been idle," Zhao Yu replied. "I run in the mornings, practice Tai Chi in the afternoons, and take walks in the evenings. I eat well, sleep well, and after I saw you I haven't even sneezed in over a year." Others who had also been treated by Guan Yu came over to her, and she smiled, complimenting each of them on their good health. By this time, everyone had gotten out of the cars and unloaded their luggage. Xiaoma led them up the mountain to settle in. Once they arrived at Shaoqing Mountain, Xiaoma told them, "Dinner won't be served to you all tonight. You'll need to head to the cafeteria yourself." Su Huan asked loudly, "Can we go down the mountain?" "You can go," Xiaoma replied. "You can walk around the school area, but don't go to the sanatorium area. We don't want to disturb the patients." We understand. When Su Huan came last summer, he had wanted to visit the medical school, but they hadn't allowed it. He hadn't expected that this time they would be so generous. "Big brother, big sister, I want to go visit the medical school. Are you going with me?" Su Huaping asked. "I heard that old Zheng from Zhujiang is here?" "That's right." Jiang Ji put down her things and said, "Then we must go see him. It's been so many years since we've seen old Zheng." Su Zilan asked, "Old Zheng, the one who used to come to our house a lot? The one whose family also did the herbal medicine business. Do you both still remember him?" "Of course I remember. When we were little, every time old Zheng came, he would bring us candy. Then let's all go together." When Su Huan had come last year, he had asked Fong Lin to inquire about old Zheng, which was how he learned of old Zheng's whereabouts. Old Zheng's real name was Zheng Zigao. Like the Su family, his ancestors were also in the herbal medicine business. The Zheng family and the Su family had been on good terms for generations. When the Su family had encountered trouble and moved to Hong Kong, they had even sent a letter to the Zheng family. Zheng Zigao was a decisive person. Upon receiving the letter, he immediately donated his family's assets and moved his entire family to live in their old home. They had suffered a little during the chaos, but fortunately, no one was seriously harmed. When the Qingxi village medical school was being established, Zheng Zigao had seen the news in the paper and decided to come over to try his luck. He had originally been a herbal medicine merchant, and his medical skills were only average, so he couldn't become a teacher, but he was qualified to be a student. After he arrived, he saw an opportunity, and when the pharmaceutical factory opened, he called his whole family to join him. Now, his wife and eldest son worked at the factory, while he and his youngest son attended the medical school. After years of not seeing each other, meeting a familiar face in a foreign place brought tears to everyone's eyes. "Old Zheng, you old rascal, it looks like you're doing well." "Not bad, we can afford to eat. It's been years, and Zealand and Zerong have grown so tall." Zheng Zigao wiped away his tears. "I'm embarrassed, really. I'm a grown man shedding tears like this. It's just ridiculous." He sighed. "If it weren't for the letter you sent us back then, I wouldn't know where my family would be now. I, Zheng Zigao, owe your family a huge debt of gratitude." Su Huan raised his chin. "You should thank me, thank my disciple." "Old Su, it's been years and you still have that annoying attitude. What are you talking about? Who's your disciple? What does that have to do with me?" Su Zerong couldn't hold back any longer. "Uncle Zheng, my uncle's disciple is Guan Yu." "What?" Zheng Zigao couldn't believe it. He looked Su Huan up and down, then said, "You're not trying to trick me, are you? Su Huan, don't I know your medical skills? Can you really teach someone like Principal Guan such a genius?" "Ha ha ha, if you don't believe it, go ask around. During the New Year's holiday, my disciple is getting married and has specifically invited me to attend the wedding. I'll even be sitting at the main guest table. You'll be so jealous." Su Huaping said, "Old Zheng Huan is right. Guan Yu is his disciple. Don't say you don't believe it. If someone else told me this, I wouldn't believe it either." Zheng Zigao asked, "So it's true?" "Of course. It's more real than gold." Zheng Zigao couldn't control his emotions and began crying again. "Old Su, you're truly a benefactor to the Zheng family. Stop crying already. How old are you? Your eldest son should be getting married and having children by now. You're already a grandparent and still crying like this? Don't you care about your face? Come sit down. Let's talk properly." As they talked about the past few years, Su Huan reflected on how difficult things had been, but it was all behind them now. The family was healthy and that was enough. This afternoon, Zheng Zigao didn't have any classes, so when his old friends came, he had to invite them to his home. "The pharmaceutical factory treats us well. We've been allocated a 3-bedroom apartment, enough for the whole family to live in." Zheng Zigao opened the door and invited them inside. Su Huan wandered around the house for a bit. While Zheng Zigao went to the kitchen to boil some water, Su Huan commented, "Your place is pretty nice. The wooden house where Guan Yu lives isn't even as good as this. Ha ha ha, Principal Guan likes living on the mountain. I heard that Minister Li wanted to invite Principal Guan to move down to the mountain, but she refused. Guan Yu indeed likes the mountains. It's gotten better these past few years, but in the years before, she didn't want to come down from the mountain at all. The Su family stayed at the Zheng family's house for the afternoon. The other guests wandered around the valley, finding everything new and exciting, especially Kai Jin, who had been here a few times but didn't even know what the town below looked like. As they wandered around, the locals found them particularly interesting. As soon as they spoke, it was clear they weren't from the area. Someone approached them and started a conversation. They introduced themselves as coming from Guangdong and here to attend Guan Yu's wedding. Saying they were attending Guan Yu's wedding made it easy for everyone to connect. They quickly became friends. When they heard that the students were learning acupuncture from Guan Yu, and that 2 of them had already passed Guan Yu's certification, old Zhao quickly asked, "Can you do that acupuncture for body maintenance?" "You mean the health acupuncture, right? That's Principal Guan's specialty." Yes, that's the one." A few students scratched their heads. "We're only average. Even our senior brother can only reach about 50% of Principal Guan's level. How much can you do then?" The students looked at each other unsure. "Maybe around 20%? They added. "Our second senior brother is really impressive. He's been learning acupuncture since he was young. He learns the fastest from what the principal teaches, and he's also about 50% of Principal Guan's level." Guan Yu did not admit that these students were her disciples. They had all studied under Deng Baishu and were ranked by their success in passing the acupuncture exams, with the one who passed after Deng Baishu being recognized as the second senior brother. Old Zhao became interested and thought about asking the second senior brother to give them acupuncture. Sure, why not? He thought that letting the second senior brother practice a bit would also give them a chance to learn. When old Zhao offered to pay, the students refused. "Principal Guan gave you health acupuncture before. After the second senior brother does it, you can compare and give feedback on the difference between his work and Principal Guan's." Okay. Old Zhao agreed enthusiastically. Chapter 47.2. The afternoon passed quickly, and when it was dinner time, everyone went to the cafeteria for a delicious, authentic meal and then returned to the mountain to rest. It was just getting dark, and no one felt like sleeping yet. Zhang Shua and a few of the younger people gathered some dry wood to start a fire. They brought small stools from their rooms and sat around chatting and laughing. When they got tired, they went back inside to sleep. The next morning, Xiao Ma and the others drove to the county town to pick up people, while Gu Sui and Guan Yu went to the sanatorium for work. After breakfast, the guests went down the mountain and were amazed to see the long line in front of Guan Yu's door. "Principal Guan sees this many patients in a day?" Someone nearby told them. "Not just today, this is the line for this morning's patients. There's another group coming this afternoon." "That's incredible. Principal Guan only works on Mondays. All the patients for the week accumulate to be seen on Monday, so there are definitely a lot of people." Since they had nothing to do after breakfast, they sat in the square to enjoy the sunshine, chatting with the patients waiting outside. When they inquired, they found out that one of the patients was a Special Forces soldier from the Southwest Military Region, another was an artilleryman from the Northeast Military Region, and a few others were from a mysterious, unnamed military unit. Listening to their stories, they felt a deep sense of respect. Old Zhao turned to his son and said, "If you don't behave, I'll send you to the military to toughen up." "Dad, when have I ever misbehaved? When you told me to go to university, I went. When you told me to do business, I did it. All right, I only said one thing and here you are, with a whole bunch of words waiting for me." Zhang Shua laughed and pulled Zhao's son along. "Stop sitting here. Let's go outside and take a walk. The factory for Qingxi brand hemostatic powder is just outside." "Really? I didn't see it yesterday. Let's go check it out now." "Wait. I'll go call Su Zealand and ask if they want to go." During this trip, the second-generation group from Hong Kong naturally gathered together, forming a circle. Su Huan's 2 sons were definitely at the core, and it was clear they would look out for each other in the future. After a simple lunch, Guan Yu and Gu Sui were still busy in the clinic when Gu Jingda and Zhang Limin arrived. Upon hearing that Gu Sui's parents had arrived, the Su family went to the valley entrance to greet them. There was no need for Guan Yu and Gu Sui to step out, and the 2 families began chatting enthusiastically. After Guan Yu and Gu Sui finished work, Jiang Ji was talking with Zhang Limin about what to have for dinner. "Uncle Aunt, you're here." Guan Yu greeted as soon as she saw Zhang Limin. Zhang Limin quickly went to take her hand. "Oh, Guan Yu, you must be tired after a whole day of work. You've been working so hard." Guan Yu smiled. "It's fine, I'm used to it." Gu Sui smiled, his lips curling slightly, and called out to his parents. Gu Sui said, "Guan Yu still has work to do. Let's head home first, and we'll come down to pick her up once dinner is ready." Work comes first. Guan Yu, don't worry about us. Go ahead and get busy. Then you go with Gu Sui back home, and I'll go over to the factory. Earlier they had discussed with Li Dingbang, and had sent people up to check. There wasn't anything important at the wooden house, so it was fine for the family to go up. Gu Sui and Guan Yu had already planned for the two families to have dinner together at their home that evening. They had prepared the meat and vegetables in the kitchen before leaving in the morning. With people still waiting at home, Guan Yu moved faster than usual today. Before Gu Sui could come down to pick her up, Guan Yu had already prepared the medicine powder. She walked out of the storage room just as a car drove up and stopped at the valley entrance. Gu Sui. Guan Yu smiled as she walked over. You arrived just in time. Uncle and Aunt just got here this afternoon. Wait a minute. Gu Sui turned around and carried a young woman out of the car. You don't need to carry me. I can walk by myself. Gu Sui didn't let go and sternly said. You can walk, but yesterday you fainted outside the dormitory, didn't you? Guan Yu stood aside, curiously glancing at the woman. The young woman felt embarrassed and blushed. Hello, I'm Luo Xiaolin. Hello, I'm Guan Yu. Guan Yu noticed the poor color on her face. What happened to you? You look like your energy has been drained. Gu Sui explained. She lost a lot of blood earlier, then caught a bad cold. It's been half a month, but she's still not getting better. I brought her here for you to take a look. Seeing Gu Sui's worried expression, Guan Yu realized this young woman must be important to him. Guan Yu didn't ask any more questions. She looked at Luo Xiaolin and asked, Can I take your pulse? Sure, thank you. Since she had already been brought here by this bandit, there was no need for any pretenses. Guan Yu placed her hand on Luo Xiaolin's wrist. After a while she spoke to Gu Sui. Her foundation is quite good. The problem is that she's been sick for too long, and the blood loss has weakened her fundamental energy, which is why she hasn't recovered. Gu Sui asked, How should we treat this? If it were me, I'd recommend acupuncture along with health pills. She should pay attention to her nutrition with every meal. She'll recover soon. Gu Sui let out a relieved sigh. I knew you'd have a solution. Guan Yu smiled. Let's talk more tonight. For now, let's head home and have dinner. Alright, let's eat first. Gu Sui did not release Luo Xiaolin's hand, and she refused to move. He turned to her, snapping. What are you trying to do now? Luo Xiaolin stuttered. I'm not doing anything. Isn't this a sanatorium? I could just stay in a hospital room. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to join your family for dinner. Gu Sui ignored her and pulled her along. At that moment Gu Sui came downstairs. Bro, what's going on here? Gu Sui responded. This is my girlfriend Luo Xiaolin. I brought her to meet our parents. Luo Xiaolin blushed. We're not really. He's just making things up. Gu Sui sneered. You gave me your blood when you didn't even care about your own life, and you cried by my bedside begging me not to die. Don't tell me that wasn't because you wanted to marry me? Luo Xiaolin lowered her head and muttered. You never told me to be your girlfriend. Gu Sui asked coldly. Then let me ask you now, will you be my girlfriend? Luo Xiaolin hesitated for a while before nodding. Guan Yu noticed the slight smile on her face, clearly showing that she was happy. Gu Sui dragged Luo Xiaolin inside, and Gu Sui was still confused. Was his brother really kidnapping a girl? Guan Yu jogged over and grabbed Gu Sui's hand, urging him to follow quickly. She whispered, I bet that girl definitely likes your brother. When he was injured and needed a blood transfusion, she's so simple-hearted that she gave him too much, weakening her own body. So your brother brought her here to see me. Gu Sui furrowed his brow. When was he injured? And lost so much blood? That girl has been sick for half a month. Your brother must have been injured about half a month ago. By now he's probably almost recovered. Look, you can't even tell anymore. Gu Sui observed his brother pulling the girl up the mountain with such determination. He really didn't look like someone who had been badly hurt. Gu Sui said, Let's not say anything when we go back. We don't want to worry Mom and Dad. When there's time you can take a look at him. Don't worry. They'll both focus on their health together soon enough. Gu Sui chuckled. He was starting to believe his brother might be getting married soon. Despite his usual carefree attitude when it came to things he really cared about, he wasn't like that at all. Seeing his brother now looking both heartbroken and stubborn while acting all cocky, Gu Sui could tell his brother was already deeply involved. The wooden house on the mountain was brightly lit by the electric lights. When they heard someone approaching, everyone turned to look. Wasn't that Gu Sui and Guan Yu? The Su family asked. Who are these two? Gu Jingda said. Gu Sui. Gu Sui pulled Luo Xiaolin over and said, Mom, Dad, let me introduce you. This is Luo Xiaolin, my girlfriend. Zhang Limin's eyes lit up instantly, and her gaze was fixed on Luo Xiaolin with an intense focus. She smiled widely. This girl is really delicate. When did you two start dating? Gu Xi, you little rascal, why didn't you tell me in advance so I could prepare a gift for the meeting? Gu Xi smiled and replied. We just started today. There's no need for a meeting gift. Her family is also from Beijing, and after attending Gu Sui and Guan Yu's wedding, we'll head back to Beijing together. Jiang Ji immediately chimed in. Congratulations, congratulations. Your family is having a joyous year. 2 wives entering the door at once. The big matters in your heart are finally settling down. My 2 sons still have no plans at all. Zhang Limin smiled and nodded. 2 little rascals, finally a girl is willing to marry. Don't rush, your 2 sons are both handsome, and there are plenty of girls who would want to marry them. Gu Sui and Guan Yu came upstairs. Gu Sui said, Mom, let's talk later. Sit down and eat first. Right, sit down, the food will get cold quickly in winter. The meal was lively and cheerful. Zhang Limin eagerly asked Gu Xi some questions, and after dinner, she helped clean up the kitchen before trying to pull her eldest son aside for a talk. Guan Yu sensed what she was up to and quickly said, Aunt, you can go check out the rooms at Shaoqing Mountain to see if there's enough space. If not, have them add 2 more rooms. I'll talk to Xiaolin and then send her over. Gu Xi said, I'll go check. You don't need to send her. I'll come to pick her up later. Luo Xiaolin blushed, and Zhang Limin couldn't help but smile. She hadn't been lied to. This was really his girlfriend. Guan Yu escorted the Su family to the front gate and said, Teacher, be careful on the road back. Got it, with flashlights we won't trip. Once they left, Guan Yu called Luo Xiaolin inside, to the room where she had treated patients before. Guan Yu turned on the lights and closed the door. Take off your outer clothes, I'll give you acupuncture. Okay. Having been jolted all day from Qingchuan, Luo Xiaolin, who was physically weak, was already exhausted. After Guan Yu gave her acupuncture, she fell asleep immediately. Meanwhile, at Shaoqing Mountain, Gu Xi accompanied his parents to the room. Before his mom could ask, he explained everything. The cause, process, and result of the situation were pretty much as Guan Yu had guessed. However, in Gu Xi's version, Luo Xiaolin was just a silly girl. Knowing that he wouldn't die from the blood loss, she still worried that he would harm his health and insisted on giving him blood. As a result, she ended up hurting herself. Zhang Limin was displeased. What are you saying? Didn't she do it to save you? I didn't die. Did I really need a little girl to save me? Now look, she's been sick for half a month. If I hadn't gone to find Guan Yu, I wouldn't have even realized. Gu Xi was still angry about the situation. How could there be such a silly girl? After a moment of silence, Gu Jingda spoke. She had good intentions for you. Don't say such things in the future. Even if you're concerned about her, hearing those words would still hurt her feelings. Zhang Limin said, Your dad is right. Usually, you seem pretty good at handling things, but when it comes to relationships, you really can't compare to your younger brother. How am I worse than him? He spends all day saying sweet things, acting like a big master. Does he have no shame? Do you want your face or a wife? Gu Xi didn't respond. Even if the girl likes you, she can't handle you constantly criticizing her 3 times a day. If she makes a mistake, you should talk to her properly. Saying things the wrong way can really hurt someone. You know? It had to be said, Zhang Limin really understood her 2 sons. Even though she hadn't seen how Gu Xi interacted with Luo Xiaolin privately, she had already guessed it. Gu Xi stood up, walked a few steps and said irritably, I know you guys can rest. I'm going to pick her up. Go ahead, learn from your brother. Talk things through properly. Got it. Zhang Limin suddenly remembered something and ran out after him. Is there anything wrong with your body? Gu Xi was already walking away and he replied, I'm fine, go back to sleep. Gu Xi went up to Daqing Mountain. The lights in the yard were still on, and there was a small table under the eaves, with 2 reclining chairs on either side. Gu Sui and Guan Yu were sitting there chatting, each holding a cup of tea, laughing and talking. Gu Xi stood there watching them, realizing his mom was right. Life was short, wasting time being angry and guessing what the other person was thinking was just pointless. If there was something to say, it was better to say it directly. Gu Xi walked in and Guan Yu saw him. Would you like a cup of digestion tea? Sure, I'll have one. Gu Sui poured him a cup of tea. Gu Xi went inside, grabbed a chair and sat down. Gu Xi asked, How's Luo Xiaolin? She's too tired, she's already fallen asleep. I think you should just let her stay here tonight. Don't wake her up. Gu Xi nodded. I'll stay here tonight too. I'll keep an eye on her. There's a camp bed in the room. You can set it up yourself. There are blankets in the cabinet, just take one. Gu Xi nodded again. You guys go rest. Guan Yu handed him a bottle of medicine. She didn't take her medicine tonight. If she wakes up in the middle of the night, just have her take one. Gu Xi took the bottle, acknowledging it quietly. Got it. Before leaving, Guan Yu took his pulse and said, You should also take the health supplement. Gu Gu Sui and Guan Yu went back to their room, and after sitting outside for a while, Gu Xi also returned to rest. Luo Xiaolin slept soundly through the night. When she opened her eyes, it was already the next day. Still groggy, she saw Gu Xi push open the door and place a cup of water and a pill in front of her. Take it. After Luo Xiaolin took the pill, a few minutes later, a bowl of rice porridge and egg, dumplings and pickled mustard were brought in. Eat it. Luo Xiaolin felt troubled. It's too much, I can't finish it. Gu Xi pinched a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. You finish the rest. Luo Xiaolin picked up her chopsticks, and after finishing the meal, she felt she wouldn't be hungry until lunchtime. Gu Xi came in to take the bowl. Don't just sit there. Get up and walk around. You have more than 2 hours until lunch. If you don't move now, how will you be able to eat lunch? Luo Xiaolin said. I ate too much, I won't eat lunch. Gu Xi sneered but said nothing, his meaning clear. There was no chance she wasn't going to eat. Gu Xi took the dishes to the kitchen to wash, and then dragged her to Shaoqing Mountain. Su Zilan greeted him. Big brother Gu, you're here. Gu Xi smiled and asked, what are you guys doing? We're going to the stream down below to catch some fish. We're having a banquet tomorrow and need fish, so we're catching them today. There were quite a few big fish in the stream, many of which had been caught from the river during summer storms and placed in the stream to be kept. Let's go, I'll go with you. Xiao Huang, Zhang Shua and the others were also going. Su Zilan introduced them saying, this is Gu Sui's big brother, now a colonel in a certain military district. Zhang Shua and the others were filled with respect and called out in unison, Big brother. Yesterday, they had thought that the Gu family were all doctors, but they hadn't expected that one of them had served in the military. At such a young age, a colonel. His future was bound to be promising. A group of young people went to catch fish and everyone had a great time except for Luo Xiaolin. She didn't enjoy the joy of fishing. Instead, she felt like she was being bossed around by Gu Xi, the big devil, running all over the place. Send this fish to the cafeteria. Bring me a basket. Take the rod and slap the water to drive the fish over. Luo Xiaolin ran back and forth, never getting a break. Only when the chef at the cafeteria said they had enough fish and didn't need to catch any more was she finally relieved. Gu Xi glanced at her flushed face. Let's go home for dinner. Home meant returning to Daqing Mountain, but Gu Xi insisted on not going directly up the mountain. Instead, he took her first to Shaoqing Mountain and then circled around to Daqing Mountain. At the dinner table, Luo Xiaolin focused on eating. She finished 2 big bowls of rice before feeling full. Zhang Limin, feeling sorry for her, picked up dishes for Luo Xiaolin while scolding Gu Xi. How do you take care of Xiaolin? Didn't you leave her any breakfast this morning? Gu Xi lazily leaned back in his chair. His long legs stretched out. He gave a hum but didn't offer an explanation. Luo Xiaolin felt sorry for him being scolded and hurried to explain. I had breakfast already. I just went to catch fish with them this morning. And working made me so tired and hungry. Even so, it's still Gu Xi's fault. Why didn't he protect you more? Why make you do all that work? Is that reasonable? Luo Xiaolin didn't respond. She figured her clumsy words couldn't win against Gu Xi's mother, so she let him take the scolding instead. Gu Xi chuckled lightly. Mom, stop picking dishes for her. She can't eat anymore. She still has to take medicine later. Zhang Limin looked at Luo Xiaolin's face. Your complexion seems okay today. Guan Yu added. I'll give her acupuncture tonight. Don't worry, I'll make sure she's well before you all return to Beijing. Zhang Limin then remembered to ask, Xiaolin, what do your parents do? Luo Xiaolin replied, my dad is also in the military, in the Beijing military district. She glanced at Gu Xi. I have a cousin named Wang Zhe. Zhang Limin was surprised. Wang Zhe? The one who's Gu Xi's classmate and often comes to our house. Luo Xiaolin nodded. Gu Xi sneered. Luo Xiaolin, how many things have you been hiding from me? Luo Xiaolin quickly shook her head. Just this one thing. Last year, before the new year, I went to my aunt's house to visit and saw you too. You were both fighting for justice. Luo Xiaolin had nothing to do and was dragged by her younger brother to watch the commotion. It was then that she started paying attention to Gu Xi. Later, when she found out he was in the southwestern military district, she signed up to become a nurse there. Where did you work before? I worked at the Beijing Military District Hospital. She had given up a good job and left home so far just to chase a man. Guan Yu couldn't help but laugh. You really are deeply devoted to Gu Xi. Zhang Limin also laughed, recalling that incident. No good deed goes unnoticed, see, kindness is always repaid. Gu Sui added. The child my brother and the others saved also came to Qingxi village. He's now the deputy director of a pharmaceutical factory. He's abroad on a business trip right now. Ha ha ha. How did this young man end up here? The conversation shifted and after a while, Luo Xiaolin stole a glance at Gu Xi. He felt her gaze but didn't acknowledge it. Luo Xiaolin felt a little sour in her heart. After lunch, Luo Xiaolin followed Gu Xi to leave. Guan Yu stayed at home, preparing for the wedding. Tomorrow was the big day, and today she had to try on the wedding dress. A grand wedding with elaborate decorations was out of the question, but having a red wedding dress was already considered very respectable. The dress was laid out in the room, and Kai Jin helped her try it on. It was a mid-length coat, cinched at the waist with a belt, which accentuated her figure and made her look dignified and elegant. Jiang Ji said, "It's a shame. So many beautiful pieces of jewelry, and you can't wear any of them." Kai Jin also said, "Your mother-in-law is really generous, giving you such beautiful jewelry." Guan Yu looked at herself in the mirror. Those pieces of jewelry are too eye-catching. Definitely can't wear them. But a pair of pearl earrings should be fine. Try them on. 2 exquisite pearls hung from her ears. The pearly glow enhanced her face, making it look even more radiant. "These suit you." Guan Yu smiled. "Let's keep it like this for tomorrow. The most important thing is who you marry. Everything else is secondary." Kai Jin nodded. "It's good that you think this way. You've already taken so many beautiful wedding photos. They're enough to make you look gorgeous." "Where are the wedding photos? I haven't seen them yet." "They're in the room." "Quick, bring them out for us to see." Just then Zhang Limin, who had gone to Shaoqing Mountain to fetch something, returned. "What beautiful things, and you still want to hide them?" "Wedding photos." The wedding photos were made into a huge album, and the album itself was handcrafted from wood. When they flipped it open, each wedding photo inside was both beautiful and delicate. Even Kai Jin, someone who had seen many things in her life, couldn't take her eyes off the photos. How were these wedding photos developed? The colors are so beautiful. Yeah, look at this one, it's so clear. You can even see the water droplets on the flowers in the background. Look at this one. The mist was captured perfectly, so dreamy. The women were all amazed. Who developed these photos? Guan Yu couldn't tell them that these were printed on a computer. There was an even more beautiful version at the mountain villa, the one she and Gu Xi had taken together. Guan Yu laughed. "Haha, a former patient of ours helped us develop them. Where's he from? If he opened a photography studio in Hong Kong, he'd definitely make a fortune." Guan Yu replied, "I don't know where he's from. He didn't tell us when he left." Kai Jin sighed. "What a shame, such great skills. If he could develop photos like this, I'd want to take wedding photos again." Guan Yu smiled but didn't say anything. The wedding photo album left them all deeply impressed, and Kai Jin couldn't stop thinking about it, even after returning to Shaoqing Mountain that night. Zhang Shua and the others also wanted to see the album, but by then it was already dark and it wasn't convenient to go over. By morning there was no time either, as they had to prepare for the wedding. The wedding took place at noon. In the morning a group of leaders arrived. Zhang Shua went down with his father to meet them, so he forgot about the album. For her wedding, Guan Yu wore light makeup and a red coat, which served as her wedding dress. Gu Sui didn't wear a suit but a black cashmere coat, with a small red flower on his chest. The two walked down the mountain hand in hand, truly a perfect match. When they reached the square, someone in the crowd called out, "Good!" and the rest followed suit, clapping. Guan Yu turned to Gu Sui and laughed. "Are we going on stage to accept an award?" Gu Sui couldn't help but smile widely. "Let's go. Here comes the person who will give us our certificate." The wedding was simple yet grand. Aside from General Yuan being the officiant, Su Huan and their parents also gave speeches. Finally, it was the couple's turn. Guan Yu quickly said, "Everything that needed to be said has been said. Please enjoy the food and drinks." The crowd below laughed. Someone from the Qingsong Brigade shouted enthusiastically, "Dr. Guan, let our Dr. Gu say a few words." Gu Sui held Guan Yu's hand and said, "My wife is right. Ha 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 ha." The crowd burst into laughter, some even laughing so hard that tears streamed down their faces. "Now let's hear from our chef of the day." Chef Chen was stunned. What was he supposed to say? Xiao Ma and the others quickly pushed him up to the stage. Chef Chen cleared his throat and said, "Since I've been called up here, I can't be shy. I'll announce today's dishes. Braised fish, white-cut chicken, steamed pork, red braised pork, steamed pig's knuckles, and crispy pork." Chef Chen, stop reading the menu. Let's get to the meal. Yes, we're all starving. Ha ha, no more speeches, let's eat. At the main guest table, the Su family, the Gu family, and a few leaders were seated. General Yuan raised his glass and said, "I'm here to wish you both a lifetime of happiness, a harmonious marriage, and mutual respect." Gu Sui and Guan Yu exchanged smiles and replied, "Thank you, leader." Chapter 48.1. The wedding banquet that day was simple yet grand. Many of the guests, after having lunch, planned to leave. The family stood at the mouth of the valley, bidding farewell to these guests, and by then, it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Su Huan told Guan Yu and Gu Sui. The guests from Hong Kong won't be leaving today. You two go back and rest for a while. We'll have dinner together in the evening when you come down the mountain. Gu Sui nodded. Then, I'll trouble teacher to take care of the reception. Guan Yu and I will go back first. It's no trouble at all, Su Huan said with a smile. Today, he had chatted with the people from the Qingsong Brigade. After several years, they still remembered his kindness. Su Huan was in a very good mood now. Once Guan Yu and Gu Sui had left, Gu Xi pulled Luo Xiaolin away as well. During the lunch when they were sending off the guests, Gu Xi had called Luo Xiaolin over and introduced her as the wife of the eldest son of the Gu family. Luo Xiaolin felt both happy and uneasy. She was happy because Gu Xi had acknowledged their relationship, but uneasy because Gu Xi hadn't been showing her a good attitude these past few days. Gu Xi pulled her back to Shaoqing Mountain. After entering the house, Gu Xi walked behind and shut the door. Luo Xiaolin turned her head to look at him. Gu Xi asked, "Don't you have something to say to me?" Luo Xiaolin thought for a moment. "What should I say to you?" Gu Xi gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. He tried to hold it in. If he got angry, this girl wouldn't even know how he had died from it. "Luo Xiaolin, this is the first and last time I'll tell you. Don't ever make yourself sick again just to save me. Do you understand?" Luo Xiaolin finally realized. "So these past few days you've been angry with me because of that?" "Of course. If it wasn't for that, then what else could it be?" I thought you didn't like me," Gu Xi replied. "Stop overthinking things. If you ever hurt yourself again, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Luo Xiaolin laughed, her eyes glistening with tears. "You care about me. Does that mean you like me?" "I don't like you. Why would I care about you?" "Then when did you start liking me?" When asked this, Gu Xi felt a little embarrassed and could only bluff, saying, "Luo Xiaolin, you're talking a bit too much today." Luo Xiaolin threw herself into Gu Xi's arms. "Forget it, whenever you like me is fine, as long as you like me." Gu Xi hugged her, his voice softening. "You can't get angry with me just because I like you. Don't do this next time, understood?" I won't do it again." Luo Xiaolin shook her head vigorously, afraid he would be angry. Worried about them arguing, Gu Jingde and Zhang Limin, who had followed them upstairs, stood at the door for a while before quietly leaving. Zhang Limin couldn't hold back her laughter. "Don't say, Gu Xi's pursuit of girls is just like yours when you were young, awkward." Gu Jingde felt embarrassed. "We're already old husband and wife, what's the point of talking about this?" Zhang Limin burst into laughter. "You're old, I'm not. I'll ask Guan Yu for some health supplements and make myself young and beautiful." After saying that, Zhang Limin turned and left to find Guan Yu's aunt for a chat. Gu Jingde shook his head. The older one got, the more they dared to say anything. When Gu Sui and Guan Yu returned home, they weren't too tired. But Guan Yu felt like she had picked up a certain scent and wanted to take a bath. Gu Sui asked, "It's not a good time to go back now. Should I heat up some water for you to wash up?" Guan Yu shook her head. "Never mind, it's inconvenient to bathe here. Let's wait until after dinner, and we can go back to the villa." Gu Sui patted her head. "Since we can't bathe now, you should change into something else. You'll probably feel more comfortable." The two of them changed into fresh clothes and lay down together for an afternoon nap. Just before falling asleep, Guan Yu said, "We've been married for so long, and we just had a wedding banquet today, but I don't feel like we're really married at all." Gu Sui silently chuckled, his eyes gleaming with joy. He patted her shoulder. "Sleep now." After the wedding, the guests from Hong Kong were leaving the next morning, and the Su family also had to go back. There was still the family business to take care of. Su Huan felt it would be inappropriate for him to stay alone, so he had no choice but to leave with them. At dinner, Gu Jingde told Guan Yu and Gu Sui that they would be leaving tomorrow because he still had to work when he returned. Gu Sui replied, "Dad, then we won't be coming back for New Year this year." Zhang Limin said, "It's fine if you don't come back. Your father and I are just happy to know that you two are doing well." Once they returned to Beijing, they would surely go visit the Luo family. There was a lot to do and they'd be busy. That evening, after Guan Yu and Gu Sui returned to the mountain villa and finished washing up, they were so tired that they went straight to bed. The next morning they woke up early, took the prepared return gifts down the mountain, and first went to see off the guests from Hong Kong. When Xiao Huang received the return gift from Guan Yu, he rushed over to find her. "Hey, do you still have any whitening pills? Can you give some to my wife?" His wife smiled at her. "I heard it from Mrs. Zhang." Guan Yu laughed. "Sure, everyone gets some. As for you gentlemen, if you don't need them, take them home to your wives." This time Guan Yu was generous, preparing many gifts, both health supplements and whitening pills. When Kai Jin was about to leave, he lingered. "Guan Yu, when you have time, come to my house to visit. I'll take you shopping. I'll definitely come when I have time. When the time came, a row of cars drove off, waving farewell. After seeing off the Hong Kong guests, Zhang Limin said to Guan Yu, I saw that your teacher really treats you like his own daughter. When he got in the car earlier, he seemed particularly reluctant to leave you. That's because I'm fortunate to have met my teacher. Guan Yu replied. Zhang Limin patted her hand. You're a good child. The blessings you and Gu Sui have are still ahead of you. Guan Yu smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight. In the afternoon, after her parents-in-law left, the family was able to sit together and have a meal. Gu Sui and her mother-in-law went to the kitchen to cook, while Luo Xiaolin assisted. Guan Yu tried to start the fire, but was sent out of the kitchen. Zhang Limin said, Let Gu Xi handle the fire. Gu Jingda added, Guan Yu, come play a game of chess with me. Guan Yu obediently walked over. Dad, should we play Go or Chinese chess? Hearing her call him Dad, so sweetly made Gu Jingda's heart warm. He smiled happily. You decide what game to play. Then let's play Chinese chess. It was cold outside, so the two of them played inside. Gu Sui brought over a brazier and placed it at their feet to keep them warm. Gu Jingda asked, I heard that your school students are going to intern at the hospital? Guan Yu's gaze was fixed on the chessboard and she nodded. That's right. The military hospital has shown interest in accepting them. Besides the military hospital, you should consider other hospitals as well. Guan Yu looked up. Dad, what do you mean? The military hospital has fewer spots, but there are many more spots at ordinary hospitals. But your idea isn't wrong. Letting your students start at the military hospital, and then gradually expand to other hospitals is a good approach. Guan Yu understood his point. Traditional Chinese medicine is still somewhat sensitive. Letting them start at the military hospital is also for their safety. But once the situation improves, we'll definitely send interns to other hospitals as well. The medical school would certainly expand, and with so many students they would need more places to go. Gu Jingda nodded, knowing she understood. He was just offering a reminder. After coming here, Gu Jingda realized just how impressive Guan Yu's medical skills were. Her medical expertise had allowed her to break so many national precedents, and her network had even extended overseas. A few days ago, he had heard that the guests at the wedding had traveled all the way from Hong Kong. He had been a bit skeptical, but when he found out that those people were all Guan Yu's patients, he was even more shocked. To Gu Jingda, this marriage seemed like a bit of an overreach for their family. Zhang Limin didn't see it that way. The two children had feelings for each other and were in a relationship by choice. As long as they were happy, that was all that mattered. After all, they were the ones living their lives, and only they understood the cold and warmth of it. Other people's opinions didn't matter so much. In the kitchen, while cutting vegetables, Zhang Limin chatted with Luo Xiaolin. Luo Xiaolin, does your family have any traditions? Luo Xiaolin's face turned red. Not really. As long as Gu Xi comes to my house, that's enough. Gu Xi chuckled. What a silly girl. Zhang Limin also laughed, deciding not to ask any further. She thought she'd prepare the gifts according to Beijing's etiquette, and let Gu Xi go to his future father-in-law and brother-in-law's house to handle the formalities. Luo Xiaolin favored Gu Xi, and she nudged her elbow outward. When we go back, let's first visit my cousin. He and Gu Xi have a good relationship, and he'll definitely help us. Zhang Limin couldn't help herself and laughed so hard her stomach hurt. Oh my, let's not delay. When we get back to Beijing, Gu Xi will go to Luo Xiaolin's house and have a proper talk with your future father-in-law. We'll try to set the wedding date as soon as possible. Gu Xi was also considering this. He raised an eyebrow at Gu Sui. The oranges from your family are delicious. Where did you get them from? Get me a few baskets. I'll take them back to please my future father-in-law. The oranges were grown by Guan Yu herself. Big and delicious, meant for guests. She had planted a lot, and there were still plenty left after the wedding banquet. I'll give you 5 baskets. All right. Gu Xi had already made his plan. 1 basket for Wang Zai's family, 1 basket for Luo's family, and the remaining 3 baskets would be kept for their own guests. In the afternoon, since they had to catch a train, they ate lunch and left. Gu Sui and Guan Yu saw them off at the station before heading back. Before leaving, Guan Yu gave her parents-in-law health supplements, even more than what she had given to her teacher, as these were for Luo Xiaolin and Gu Xi's well-being. Hand in hand, Guan Yu and Gu Sui returned home. Now it's just the 2 of us, Gu Sui said. Guan Yu hummed in response. I'll piggyback you back home. He squatted down and Guan Yu immediately jumped on his back. Let's stay in the mountain villa for a few days. Sure. He had already arranged for a wedding leave with Director Zhang. Leaning against his shoulder, Guan Yu glanced at Daqing Mountain. Daqing Mountain was still the same Daqing Mountain, but she was no longer the Guan Yu who had just arrived here. Now she had Gu Sui a home, and in the future they would have children. She had put down roots here. After New Year's Day, the students at the medical school faced increasing pressure from their studies. The internship hospital list was posted on the wall, but they hadn't passed the internship qualification exam yet. How could that be? The students studied tirelessly, and Deng Weijia wasn't having it easy either. With the final exams approaching, hospitals started calling about the internship list, especially from the nearby Southwest Military Region. Originally, the school students could choose freely, but now several military hospitals had joined in, and the best students wouldn't necessarily go to them. This made them anxious. Deng Weijia answered the phone. Director Liu, don't worry. Our school is close to the Southwest Military Region Hospital, so many students will prioritize interning there. Okay, no problem. Let's talk later. As soon as Deng Weijia hung up, the phone rang again. Hello. Is this the Northeast Military Region Hospital? Director Su, hello, yes, you can rest assured. We have students from the Northeast, and they'll definitely prioritize your hospital for their internships. All right, no problem, see you. Ding ding ding. After taking phone calls all morning, Deng Weijia couldn't handle it anymore. He turned to the office next door and said, Teacher Lan, can you take a call for me? I need to step out for a while. Sure, Vice Principal Deng. Once Deng Weijia left, he didn't return. Teacher Lan couldn't keep up with the calls for long, so other teachers from the office took turns answering the phone. The office phone rang constantly every day, but after the internship qualification exam ended, the office finally quieted down. Almost half of the students passed the internship qualification exam, and only 8 students received their acupuncture qualification certificate from Guan Yue. The whereabouts of these 8 students became a headache for Deng Weijia. He went to find Guan Yue, who casually said, Didn't we agree on this from the start? Let the students choose for themselves. They can go wherever they want. But the hospital sighed. Internships are available every semester. The students certainly won't focus on just one hospital. They might go to one hospital during the winter break and choose a different one in the summer. Deng Weijia was afraid of offending the large hospitals, but Guan Yu wasn't worried. Now it was the hospitals that wanted their students, and the choice was in the students' hands. What was there to fear? She had put in so much effort working as a teacher, spending her time and money to train the students, only for them to beg to get the opportunity. Did she really need to worry about their opinions over such a small matter? With Guan Yu's words in mind, Deng Weijia stopped hesitating and notified all the students who had passed the internship qualification exam. They were to team up in pairs and sign up at the academic affairs office. Once the list was confirmed, the students going for internships would receive their internship funds and depart for their chosen hospitals the next day. Chapter 48.2. In between work, Guan Yu and Gu Sui also started preparing for the new year. On the 20th of the 12th lunar month, Gu Sui received a phone call. Gu Xi and Luo Xiaolin's wedding date had been set for the 26th of the 12th lunar month. Taking advantage of Gu Xi's holiday, the two of them decided to hold their wedding then. After the new year, they would return to the Southwest Military District together. Guan Yu said, On the 26th we definitely won't make it. You can make it. Ask Minister Li to help. We'll fly over and come back on the first day of the new year. Isn't that too rushed? Gu Sui smiled. We're not in a hurry, but my brother is. With his sick leave, marriage leave, and all the other leaves combined, he only has 1 month. If he doesn't hitch a ride on your flight, he definitely won't make it back. Guan Yu snorted. I think when we go to their wedding we won't need to bring a gift. A one-way plane ticket will be enough. Gu Sui laughed out loud. His brother truly was that calculative. Guan Yu had a special status, and when she said she wanted to fly, Minister Li would certainly not refuse her. Both he and his brother-in-law had a habit of hitching rides on planes. What should we give your brother as a wedding gift? Gu Sui said. Give him a big red envelope and the oranges we gave them when they left. Let's give him a few more baskets to take and use to flatter my little brother. The oranges they gave weren't ordinary. You couldn't buy them anywhere outside. Now, with weddings not being held in hotels, where are they having it? Sister-in-law was thinking of setting up a few tables under our family compound, but my brother thinks it's inappropriate. Some of my sister-in-law's relatives have special status, and it wouldn't be good to make it too flashy. Why not set up in our courtyard? That's what I suggested. My brother said I should ask you. If you agree, he'll go ahead and arrange it. We're all family. It's just the yard. There's no need to be so polite. Gu Sui kissed her cheek. I'll call him tomorrow and let him take care of it himself. Guan Yu remembered. Speaking of which, they gave me that entire courtyard. They said it was a 5-entry courtyard, but we've never been to see it. Time was tight. Guan Yu and Gu Sui still had to arrange work and prepare the fruits Gu Xi requested, so they decided to leave the day after tomorrow, on the 22nd of the 12th lunar month. The next morning Gu Sui went to work, and Guan Yu went along with him. She asked Director Zhang for help, requesting that the patient scheduled for Monday be moved to the following Tuesday, so she could work for 2 days then. Director Zhang had already received the news the day before. Don't worry. Go ahead. We'll arrange the patients. Thank you, Director Zhang. After returning home, Guan Yu planted a few seeds from the oranges, nurturing them while also picking fruit. By the time Gu Sui came home from work, she had already picked 5 baskets. Gu Sui said, "That's enough, don't pick more." Guan Yu sat down to rest. "I also think that's enough. After we get to Beijing, we'll give them 2 baskets of apples." Gu Sui squeezed her hand. "Get some rest tonight." Okay. The next morning they packed up the New Year's goods and their luggage. Xiao Ma and his team came up the mountain to help them carry the things. They were ready to leave. When they reached the sanatorium, Deng Weiman suddenly grabbed her. "Don't leave yet, come look at a patient." He was brought in last night with a gunshot wound. It was treated, but for some reason, he started running a fever in the middle of the night, and it hasn't gone down. If it keeps rising, his brain might be damaged. "I'll take a look." Guan Yu put down her things and hurried to the hospital room. Gu Sui handed the luggage to Xiao Ma. "I'll go check on him too." Guan Yu rushed into the hospital room, and the other doctors quickly stepped aside when they saw her. Guan Yu observed the patient's flushed face and cracked lips. She placed her hand on him and noticed that the wound was inflamed. "Do you all know the patient's wound is infected?" Guan Yu asked. One of the doctors quickly began to remove the bandages. After re-examining the wound, it looked perfectly fine. Guan Yu's abilities swept over the situation, and she immediately said, "The shrapnel in the wound wasn't fully removed." "That's impossible. We confirmed that the shrapnel was completely taken out." "Are you saying you don't believe me?" The doctor quickly replied. "Dr. Guan, we didn't mean that. We were all present during the surgery, and the shrapnel was indeed completely removed." Guan Yu sensed the area again. "It's not 1 bullet, it's 2. The patient said he was only shot once." Gu Sui stood next to Guan Yu already prepared. "Where is the other piece of shrapnel?" "It's at the upper right corner of the current wound. There's no need to rush the surgery." "Wait a moment, someone bring me a box of silver needles." Here are the silver needles already sterilized." Deng Baishu immediately took them and opened the needle box. After preparing, Guan Yu picked up several silver needles and skillfully and accurately inserted them into the area near the major artery. "Go ahead." Gu Sui made an incision and located the shrapnel. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, as the bullet was lodged near the major artery. In the middle of winter, beads of sweat appeared on Gu Sui's forehead. After removing the shrapnel, Gu Sui quickly stitched up the wound, and Guan Yu slowly withdrew the needles. The wound immediately began to bleed. Guan Yu inserted the silver needles back in. "Where's the hemostatic powder?" Deng Weiman replied. "I'll handle it." Guan Yu dared not remove the needles yet, so she continued to wait. The patient's fever has gone down. Guan Yu's gaze lingered on the silver needles. She tried to remove them again, pulling them out slowly. After pulling out the first needle, the wound didn't bleed, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Deng Weiman nodded. "It seems like there's no problem now." Guan Yu removed the remaining silver needles. "It's still too early to say. We need to observe further." Gu Sui asked, "What time is it now?" Xiao Ma was waiting at the door. "It's already 11:30. Dr. Gu, don't worry, the flight will wait for you," Director Zhang said. "Everyone stop standing around. Go do what you need to do. If there's nothing else, go have lunch. Come back later for the shift change." After lunch, Gu Sui and Guan Yu didn't leave. They waited until around 4 o'clock. When the patient woke up and it was confirmed that there were no issues, they finally prepared to depart. Xiao Ma drove at the front saying, "Dr. Gu, Dr. Guan, don't worry. I'll make sure to get you to Beijing today." The car sped toward the military airport in Qingshan County. As Gu Sui and Guan Yu descended the mountain, several staff members immediately came over to carry their luggage onto the plane. They took off from Qingshan County Airport, and it was still light outside when they left. By the time they reached Beijing, the sky had already darkened. Once they landed, a 4-wheel drive vehicle was waiting for them. "Dr. Gu, are you going to the family compound or to the courtyard?" "To the courtyard." It was already too late, so there was no need to disturb their parents. The driver dropped them off at the courtyard, helped them carry their things into the main house, and then left. Guan Yu stretched. "I dozed off on the plane, but now I'm not tired." Gu Sui said. "Sit for a while. I'll go start the Kong." "Okay." Gu Sui checked the kitchen and found that there were quite a few dishes, and in the storage room there was a pile of coal. With nothing else to do, Guan Yu walked around the yard a couple of times and then brought the apple tree she had left from last year into the main house. She touched the leaves. With her abilities, it was different. Even in such cold weather, the leaves remained green. She used her power, and new bright green leaves sprouted from the old ones. They quickly bloomed, bore fruit, and large red apples filled the tree. Guan Yu felt like a farmer waiting for a harvest and happily began picking the apples. Gu Sui finished lighting the Kong, then went to the kitchen and made a bowl of scallion noodles. We'll do the rest later. Come eat first. Coming. Guan Yu placed the apples down and ran to wash her hands. After the meal, Gu Sui washed the dishes, and Guan Yu planted some long-lasting vegetables inside the house. Once everything was done, Guan Yu yawned. I want to sleep. Go ahead, I won't wake you up tomorrow. Sleep as long as you like. After a busy day and a long journey, Guan Yu slept in the next day, waking up around 10 in the morning. The sun was shining brightly that day, and when she woke up, the sunlight had already reached her pillow. Hearing voices in the yard speaking in hushed tones, she got dressed and went outside. As she reached the door, she ran into Wang Zhe and Gu Xi, who were walking in. Gu Xi chuckled. Sister-in-law, thank you. Guan Yu glanced at the neatly arranged baskets in the yard. They were filled with the oranges she had brought yesterday, along with the apples and vegetables she had planted the previous evening. You're welcome. Do you have enough vegetables for the banquet? Yes, enough to host a decent wedding banquet. Wang Zhe spoke to Gu Xi. That's good. But you've got to give me a basket of oranges and apples, right? Later. I'll help you deliver 2 baskets to your in-laws. What do you think, fair enough? You brat, you're too thick-skinned. These things are still for the banquet guests. There's so much, you probably won't be able to finish it all. Guan Yu, don't you think so? Guan Yu didn't care how they divided the goods. What about Gu Sui? Gu Sui? He went out to handle some business for Gu Xi. He should be back soon. By the way, Gu Sui left breakfast for you in the kitchen. He asked us to remind you to go eat when you wake up. Guan Yu went to the kitchen. In the pot, a bowl of millet porridge was steaming. Inside the bowl there was also a boiled egg with its shell peeled off, and another bowl contained 2 small buns. Guan Yu smiled, picked up the bowl and happily began eating. After finishing her late breakfast, Guan Yu lay in the yard to bask in the sun, waiting for Gu Sui to return. When he came back, Gu Sui took her out. For lunch, they didn't eat in the courtyard house but went to the family compound. As soon as Guan Yu entered, Zhang Limin pulled her aside. I heard you arrived last night? Why the rush? You didn't even have a proper dinner, did you? Guan Yu smiled. It wasn't that bad. There was food in the kitchen and Gu Sui cooked. We had dinner before going to bed. That's good. Gu Sui said you saved a patient yesterday, that's why you were delayed. I think you should have waited until today to leave. Gu Sui replied. We couldn't wait. They promised to send the vegetables to us last night. Gu Xi raised an eyebrow. What's the deal? Was that person someone you couldn't show yourself to? The vegetables could only be delivered to you? Couldn't I go pick them up? Try it next time and see if they'll give you any vegetables. Gu Xi was genuinely curious. Tell me, why did they deliver the vegetables right after you came back? The quality of these vegetables is so good. No one else can get such a supply. You can have as many as you want. You know how good the quality of these vegetables is. Getting so many is all thanks to Guan Yu's connections. You who just come for the food and drinks should stop talking. Thanks to Guan Yu's connections? Gu Xi, being a man with many schemes, became even more intrigued. The 26th day of the 12th lunar month was the day Gu Xi and Luo Xiaolin got married. Gu Xi, the future son-in-law of the Luo family, had average popularity, while it was actually Gu Sui and Guan Yu who were especially well-liked in the Luo family. Most of the Luo family's relatives worked in offices and didn't have time during the day. After finishing work in the afternoon, they would often invite Gu Sui and Guan Yu out for dinner. On the 25th day of the 12th month, another relative from the Luo family invited them for dinner, while Gu Xi was left at the courtyard house to watch over the property. Gu Xi looked at them with longing. Who's treating today? Seems like it's your sister-in-law's uncle? Guan Yu asked, unsure, and glanced at Gu Sui for confirmation. Gu Sui replied. Yes, that's right. Gu Xi sighed. Last time Xiaolin's uncle didn't like me, saying my nose wasn't a nose and my eyes weren't eyes. If it were my daughter, I'd be furious if she went to such a dangerous place to chase after some man. Guan Yu quietly asked. They don't know about your sister-in-law's illness, do they? They know. Luo Xiaolin had asked him not to say anything. But Gu Xi felt that this matter couldn't be hidden and had to be spoken about. After confessing the truth to Xiaolin's parents, Gu Xi got a beating. However, the next day, Xiaolin came running to say that her parents had agreed to let them register their marriage. It turned out to be a blessing in disguise. As Gu Sui and Guan Yu were about to leave, Guan Yu said, Take good care of the house. We'll go over and say a few good words for you. Gu Xi replied, I'm counting on you guys. Guan Yu thought that today was just a simple visit to see her future sister-in-law's uncle, but when they arrived at the Luo family's home, there were a few people inside whom Guan Yu recognized. Leaders, long time no see. It hasn't been long, just a year. In that short time you've done quite a lot. You've worked hard. Guan Yu had always been a focus of their attention, and they were well aware of everything he had done over the past year. Guan Yu smiled faintly. These are just things within my capabilities. It's nothing to call hard work. We came today to discuss something with you. Please go ahead. The group of students from your medical school saved a battle hero while interning at the Northeast Military District. At the time, there were reporters interviewing at the military hospital, and they took pictures of the two students saving the person. They wrote it up as a news article and published it in the internal journal. Now we want to submit this report to People's Daily. Then go ahead, I have no objections. Our idea is to use this report as an introduction and establish the Chinese Traditional Medicine Association after the new year. You would be the president of the association. Guan Yu furrowed his brows. I don't have the time to manage an association. The leader smiled. We know. This association will be run by your medical school, and your vice president will manage it. The vice president already has a heavy workload. Have you consulted him about this decision? Once you agree, someone will talk to your vice president. If he is unable to handle it, we can hire a new vice president. I want to know, why must you insist on me being the president? Because you are the most influential figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine right now. Guan Yu went over all the pros and cons in his mind before looking at the group. If I become president, I'll be the highest decision maker of the association, and you won't interfere with my decisions. As long as your decisions are beneficial to the development of traditional Chinese medicine and align with the interests of most of the members. Guan Yu nodded. Then I agree. Guan Yu understood more deeply than they did the importance of state media in changing the current situation for traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, Gu Xi and Luo Xiaolin's wedding was held at the courtyard house. At 11:30 a.m., rows of military vehicles drove in. The usually quiet Huitong alley was bustling with guests coming and going. The air was filled with the voices of adults talking and children running and shouting. On this day, People's Daily published an article titled Traditional Chinese Medicine in the New Era. A Good Doctor of the People. This report was more grandiose than the one published at the medical school's opening ceremony, and made the public more aware of the transformation in the image of traditional Chinese medicine. The old, outdated image was swept away. Now, traditional Chinese medicine was aligned with the current era, and practitioners needed to have confidence in their profession. They needed to be diligent in their research, perfect their medical skills, and serve the masses with even greater expertise. At the end of the article, it was mentioned that on March 20th, the first session of the Chinese Traditional Medicine Association would be established, and the first meeting would be held in Qingxi Village, Qingshan County. Many people noticed the address. Those who had some memory of Qingxi Village knew that there was a military district sanatorium and the Southwest Medical College of the People's Liberation Army. It was also a refuge for many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Upon seeing the article from People's Daily, countless doctors who were burdened by the weight of life and fate began crying uncontrollably. It was as though, after crying, the weight on their shoulders was somewhat lifted. After the lively wedding, the next day, many unknown visitors arrived, but all of them were stopped at the gate by the security guards. The security guard was someone sent by the Luo family, temporarily borrowed for their use. Gu Sui and Guan Yu didn't refuse. After thanking them, they happily accepted. After all, they were leaving on the first day of the new year, so it wouldn't be long. On the 27th day of the 12th month, they stayed at the courtyard house the entire day. On the 28th day of the 12th month, they went back to the family compound for lunch, where Gu Xi and Luo Xiaolin greeted them at the gate. Gu Xi grinned lazily. Finally here. It's so cold and our mom sent us down to pick you up. You two must have some serious status. Gu Sui pulled Guan Yu along. I don't believe it. Come on, tell me. Did you say something unpleasant and get sent down by our mom? Luo Xiaolin's face flushed, and she took a step back, hiding behind Gu Xi. Gu Xi grabbed her by the arm, pulling her back and holding her tightly. Why hide? If mom scolds me, doesn't that mean she's scolding you too? Luo Xiaolin glared at him. Nonsense, it's clearly your fault. What does it have to do with me? Guan Yu stamped his foot. Let's go upstairs, it's too cold down here. Not allowing Gu Sui to hold his hand, Guan Yu stuffed his hands into his pockets and stomped up the stairs. Mom, I'm here, open the door. Zhang Limin called from inside. Guan Yu, coming quickly, the door's not closed. Gu Xi followed Gu Sui inside, slipping in as well. Zhang Limin greeted Luo Xiaolin with a smile. Xiaolin, come sit here. Mom, I'm here. Zhang Limin looked around, glancing at both daughters-in-law. Oh, both my sons' wives look so pleasant. Gu Xi smiled. Mom, I also want to sit. Zhang Limin shot him a fierce look. You stand. Guan Yu exchanged a glance with Luo Xiaolin, silently asking what was going on. Luo Xiaolin's face turned red, and she was too embarrassed to speak. After lunch, Gu Xi didn't stay at home. He pulled Luo Xiaolin along with Gu Sui and Guan Yu to stay at the courtyard house. Mom, I'm not coming back tonight. Don't bother saving dinner for us. Don't come back. The front door slammed shut. Upon arriving at the courtyard house, Gu Xi clicked his tongue and said, Looks like I need to get a courtyard too for some peace and quiet. Unlike in an apartment building, if there's any noise on the bed, the neighbors upstairs and downstairs can hear it. And there are even shameless people who dare to come knock on the door and gossip. Luo Xiaolin was utterly embarrassed and angrily retorted. It's clearly you who has no shame. Luo Xiaolin ran off and Gu Xi quickly chased after her. Wife, don't run. You'll hurt yourself. Guan Yu stared in surprise, her mouth wide open. Was this really happening? After thinking back, last year when she stayed at the family compound for the new year, the soundproofing was really something. Gu Sui pulled Guan Yu back inside. Let's go back to the room, don't mind them. After such an awkward incident, Gu Xi, thick-skinned as ever, didn't mind, but Luo Xiaolin was too embarrassed to return. In the end, Zhang Limin decided they should just spend the new year at the courtyard house. Having lived most of her life at the family compound, it was hard for Zhang Limin to face the embarrassment of having people knock on her door for such a thing. This new year passed awkwardly, and on the first day of the new year after breakfast, Wang Zhe drove them to the airport. The plane landed in Qingshan County at noon, and Gu Xi took Luo Xiaolin to transfer to a car heading to the Southwest Military District. Luo Xiaolin said, Guan Yu, come visit me when you have time. Guan Yu nodded. I'll definitely visit when I have time. Gu Xi tugged at Luo Xiaolin. Don't rely on Guan Yu, she definitely doesn't have time. You'd better stick with me. Once the two had walked off, Guan Yu laughed. When we got married, those two were still fighting. Now they act as if they're the best of friends. Isn't that great? Gu Sui picked up his luggage. Come on, let's go home. The Chinese Traditional Medicine Association was based at the medical school. Deng Weimin, struggling to manage everything on his own, eventually decided to bring Deng Baishu in to help him handle the affairs. That way, things would be a little easier for him. As for the work at the sanatorium, they temporarily asked Deng Baishu to fill in. If he couldn't handle it, Guan Yu would have to deal with the situation. Deng Weimin had finally made the decision to retire, breaking all ties. This was like burning the boats for good. Previously, whenever Deng Weimin mentioned being tired and wanting to retire, Deng Baishu had always tried to persuade his father, saying he could handle it. Now that his father had really left, Deng Baishu started to panic. Whenever something came up, he would go to the medical school looking for his father. If his father wasn't there, he would run to the mountains. When Guan Yu was around, she could guide him a bit, but if Guan Yu went to the mountain villa, he would be on his own. Sometimes you don't realize how unprepared you are until you're really pushed to the limit. While working, Deng Baishu also focused on improving his skills. After a few weeks, he finally managed to sort out the work in his hands. At that time, the first session of the Chinese Traditional Medicine Association was officially launched. Leaders from the Ministry of Health and representatives from various local traditional Chinese medicine sectors arrived on time for the meeting, with Guan Yu seated at the head of the table. Photos from the meeting were released, and Guan Yu's presence sparked a lot of discussion. Why was such a young woman sitting at the top? Meanwhile, Qin Lai had brought a shipload of cultural relics across the ocean to the port. As the cargo was being unloaded, Qin Lai noticed two people in cadre uniforms beside him, pointing at a photo in the newspaper and discussing it passionately. He couldn't help but smile. They really didn't know what they were talking about. Fong Lin ran over. Qin Lai. Qin Lai turned around and Fong Lin was stunned. The scruffy, unkempt man before him. Was this the Qin Lai he knew? Fong Lin glanced at the fully loaded ship behind him and reached out his hand. At that moment, the two men tightly shook hands. Fong Lin. Welcome back. Qin Lai couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. Finally, he had returned with the national treasures. This success marked the beginning of a new path for Qin Lai. He was now not only the deputy director of Qingxi Pharmaceutical Factory, but also the head of Qingxi Import-Export Company. As for what this company dealt with, anyone who understood the industry knew exactly what it was. When he received his appointment letter, Qin Lai truly felt that his life was taking off. He gazed at the deep blue sky and smiled faintly. Perhaps one day he really would be able to afford an airplane. After the establishment of the Chinese Traditional Medicine Association, Guan Yu's name appeared in the news multiple times. More and more people across the country were becoming familiar with this young, remarkable TCM practitioner. Abroad, as health tonics became popular in high society, Guan Yu's name, along with her countries, made many people eager to visit her. Chapter 49.1. If someone were to ask about the differences between life before and after marriage, Guan Yu would answer that it was almost exactly the same. Every night they would fall asleep in each other's arms, and every morning, the sunlight would wake her up. If there was no sunlight that day, it would definitely be his kiss that woke her up. The two of them were like two droplets of dew on a lotus leaf. When the wind blew, the lotus leaf would move, and unknowingly, they would roll together, unable to be separated ever again. Since they had been together year after year, in every season he was there. But suddenly one day when he went out for a few days, Guan Yu found herself not adapting to it. Guan Yu had originally planned to conduct a set of experiments that day, but at that moment, she was unable to get into the right frame of mind. Forget it, I won't do it. Guan Yu left the lab. It was now the spring of 1975, and after so many years the area around the villa had been well maintained, with flourishing flowers and plants, the air filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers, making it a beautiful sight. Unfortunately, she had no mood to appreciate it. Guan Yu went down the mountain, and the wooden house was also quiet and deserted, with no one around. It was almost noon, but she didn't feel hungry. Guan Yu headed to the sanatorium, and everyone there greeted her warmly when they saw her. Dr. Guan is here. Principal Guan, hello? Xiaoma asked. Dr. Guan, where are you going? Guan Yu turned her head to look at him. Xiaoma, has Gu Sui called back yet? Dr. Gu? He should be in a meeting right now. Since 1970, the Chinese Medicine Association had been established, and in the same year, Beijing also set up the Chinese Western Medicine Association. This year, Gu Sui was elected as a core member of the association, and he had to attend the meeting. Last month, the Chinese Medicine Association had finished its meeting, and this month it was the turn of the Chinese Western Medicine Association. Gu Sui had flown to Beijing yesterday afternoon. According to the meeting schedule, he should indeed be in a meeting at that very moment. Dr. Guan, are you looking for Dr. Gu for something? Someone asked. Guan Yu waved her hand. It's nothing. I was just asking. Deng Baishu shot him a glance. Look at the way you're asking. Couldn't it be that Dr. Guan is looking for Dr. Gu? Everyone laughed heartily. Xiaoma scratched his head. Did seem like that. After all, for so many years these two had never been apart. At that moment, someone from the logistics office ran over. Dr. Guan, Dr. Gu called to find you. Guan Yu quickly ran over. Did he hang up? He just hung up. He said you should call him when you're free. I'll call him now. I hope it's not something urgent. Guan Yu ran to the office. Deng Baishu made a teasing remark. If you want Dr. Gu, just admit it. Why pretend it's urgent? Deng Weiman, who had retired and was now enjoying his old age, scolded his son. Do you even know how to respect your teachers? Do I have to teach you? Deng Baishu quickly slipped away. His father was getting older and his temper was getting worse. He couldn't afford to mess with him. Guan Yu dialed the phone, and once it connected she asked, Is this Gu Sui? On the other end, hearing her somewhat impatient voice, Gu Sui silently chuckled. It's me. I missed you, so I wanted to call you. Guan Yu felt happy inside, but her words sounded a little aggrieved. When are you coming back? Be good, just one more day. After the meeting tomorrow afternoon, I'll come back that night. At that moment, Guan Yu pretended to be generous. Director Zhang gave you a week off. You should stay in Beijing and spend a few days with your parents. No need. Mom and Dad have been with Big Brother these days. They don't have time to take care of me. Gu Sui had spent many years at the southwest border, risking his life. Relying on his own abilities and the connections of the Luo family, he was transferred to Beijing after the new year. His sister-in-law and Big Brother had married around the same time. In 1972, Big Brother and his wife had a son, Gu Zhang, and last month, his sister-in-law gave birth to their second child, a daughter named Gu Jing. His mother had been taking care of her during the postpartum period. Gu Sui gazed at the melting snow on the roads outside the window and sighed. Guan Yu, I'm already 30. Guan Yu hummed in acknowledgement. Then come back, and we can have a baby. Are you serious? Guan Yu responded sternly. Do you think I would lie about something like that? Gu Sui chuckled. But didn't you always say you didn't want to have a child so early? It was true that she didn't want to have a child too soon, but she was already 27, and Gu Sui was 30. They could have a child now, couldn't they? She didn't want him to envy others. Someone outside was urging him to hurry, so Gu Sui couldn't say much more. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. After hanging up the phone, Guan Yu's face turned red. Would their first child be a son or a daughter? Guan Yu was about to go home when Xiaoma called out to her. Dr. Guan, why don't you eat in the cafeteria before going back? Guan Yu thought for a moment. All right, I'll go now. That's the spirit. Dr. Gu will be back tomorrow. Having someone point it out so directly made Guan Yu feel a little embarrassed. After lunch, Guan Yu returned to the mountain. She didn't want to do any research today. It had been a long time since she last visited the treehouse, and today she wanted to take a nap there. Xiao Hei, let's go. Xiao Hei's 2 leaves began to sway, and Guan Yu leapt up the tree. The branches automatically extended beneath her feet, forming a straight path. It had been more than half a year since she had last been to the treehouse. The branches above were even more luxuriant now, and the space outside the treehouse was half hidden by the newly grown branches. Guan Yu tidied up the treehouse, opened the windows to let the sunlight in, then lay back on the freshly made bed, rubbed the blanket, and squinted her eyes as she fell asleep. At that moment, Gu Sui was wide awake. He was in the meeting room, but his mind had already flown back to her. When the afternoon meeting ended, the president invited everyone to dinner, but Gu Sui declined, saying he needed to visit his parents. Dr. Gu will have more time after the meeting tomorrow afternoon. You can visit then. Yeah, it won't make much of a difference. Gu Sui smiled. I'll head home to see my wife after the meeting tomorrow. I'm sorry, but next time when you all come to Qingxi village, I'll host and treat everyone to a meal. Gu Sui's wife was the famous traditional Chinese medicine expert, Guan Yu. Even as the president of the Western Medicine Association, no one dared to claim a higher status than Guan Yu. With Gu Sui saying this, no one pressed him further. When Gu Xi finished work and came home, he was very surprised to see Gu Sui. What are you doing here at this time? Gu Sui was holding their little daughter and coaxing her. The meeting ended early today, so I came to visit Mom, Dad, and you all. Why didn't you come tomorrow? You could have stayed for 2 more days. I can't stay. Guan Yu is waiting for me. I'll be leaving tomorrow afternoon after the meeting ends. Zhang Limin had just finished cooking and called Gu Xi to the kitchen to help with the food. Got it. Zhang Limin then turned to Gu Sui and asked, why the sudden change of mind? Gu Sui smiled. Guan Yu missed me. Gu Xi brought the dishes out. Oh, I bet you said that yourself. When has Guan Yu ever said such a thing? Gu Sui didn't respond. Did he not know whether Guan Yu cared about him or not? Zhang Limin shot her eldest son a glare. Stop talking nonsense. Gu Sui and Guan Yu have a great relationship. Gu Xi teased. Since your relationship is so good, when are you going to have a baby? Otherwise, always holding my little daughter is a bit much, don't you think? Gu Sui walked around the house holding the little daughter. If you don't want me to hold her, why don't you try holding her yourself? No, I'm not holding her. Let her lie down by herself. Gu Xi declined 3 times. Their first son was already 3 years old, and by now Gu Xi should have been quite experienced. But his soft, delicate daughter was different. He didn't dare to hold her. Luo Xiaolin, who had gained a bit of weight after giving birth, came out of the bedroom and shot Gu Xi a look. So you still favor girls over boys, huh? You've always neglected our son since he was little. What, is our son not your biological child? Gu Xi quickly smiled and apologized. All right. I'm wrong, okay. Luo Xiaolin didn't want to deal with him. She turned to Gu Sui and said, my aunt and uncle live on the southeast coast. They sent me a lot of seafood and I've set some aside for you. When you leave, take it with you. Thanks, sister-in-law. Luo Xiaolin nodded. I'll go get it for you. Zhang Limin interrupted. Don't go. You're still recovering. Don't lift anything heavy. I'll go get it. All right, thank you, Mom. Gu Sui handed the baby to someone else. Let me do it. Gu Xi scratched his nose and mumbled softly. Unbelievable. After having the baby, her temper is getting worse. When Gu Jingda came home from work and saw that he was the only one in the living room, he asked, where's your mom and your wife? They're in the room, getting seafood ready for Gu Sui. A bag of seafood isn't light. Why aren't you helping? Just standing here. Gu Xi stomped his foot. Why did it feel like no one cared about him anymore? Gu Sui came out holding the baby, and Gu Jingda smiled. Let me hold Jingjing. Gu Jingda took the baby and started to play with her. Oh, Grandpa's little granddaughter. You're so well behaved. Gu Sui stood by, and the tenderness on his face was apparent. Gu Xi deliberately asked, so when are you 2 going to have one? Gu Sui smiled. Soon. Soon? What does that mean? Zhang Limin asked, picking up on the hint. Guan Yu agreed to have one. Oh my God. You 2 are finally planning to have a child. The second son married more than a month earlier than the eldest, and while the eldest already had 2 children, the second son's family still hadn't made any progress. In front of her, no one would say anything, but behind her back, they surely gossiped about her family, saying they couldn't have children. Mom, don't listen to what those people outside say. Guan Yu and I are perfectly healthy. Gu Sui said. That's the best news. The year has just started. If you act fast, I'll be able to hold my grandchild by the end of the year. Gusui helplessly replied. Mom! I understand. I'm not rushing you. I just want to prepare some little clothes for my grandson in advance. Gusui had dinner at home, and after being seen off by Gusui, he returned to Qingxi village the next afternoon after the meeting. Guan Yu waited and waited at home, and by the time it was almost dark, he still hadn't come back. Unable to sit still, Guan Yu turned and went to the mouth of the valley. The gatekeeper saw Guan Yu and called her over to sit for a while. Deputy Minister Ma sent someone to pick him up. He left an hour ago. Guan Yu didn't respond, but everyone knew she was waiting for someone. I'll pass. I'll go for a walk around the kindergarten instead. Okay, goodbye, Dr. Guan. Recently, Guan Yu had been busy with experiments. Every week, after finishing work in the pharmaceutical factory's warehouse, she would leave without even entering the kindergarten despite passing by it many times. By this time, the kindergarten's main gate had already been closed. A row of neat classrooms stood, with only the classroom furthest to the right still having its lights on. This was a self-study room, filled with girls of all sizes, quietly reading and studying. At the back of the classroom, one girl tugged at her deskmate's sleeve. Guan He, do you know how to solve this question? I know. Then teach me, please. I'm so stupid I just can't figure it out. Wait for me. I'll finish today's homework and then teach you. Okay. Another girl leaned over. Guan Shi, I know this question. That's great. Please teach me. Guan Yu stood by the window for a while watching and smiled faintly. The girls were really adorable. Bathed in the moonlight, Guan Yu strolled across the playground. When she reached the school gate, she ran into Zhang Cuihua, who was about to enter. Dr. Guan, what are you doing here? Zhang Cuihua asked. It's nothing. I just came out for a walk. Guan Yu replied. Zhang Cuihua smiled and asked. Did you come from the self-study room? Yes, I went to check for a bit. Everyone was studying diligently. It's nice to see. They're influenced by you. Their future goal is to study hard, get into medical school, and after graduation become good doctors. In the 1970s, the Chinese Medicine Association was established at the medical school, which meant that the Southwest Medical College of the People's Liberation Army was the officially certified first medical college. After several years of development, the medical school became the #1 ranked medical college in the country, and its graduates were scattered across medium and large hospitals nationwide. In recent years, anyone who wanted to learn traditional Chinese medicine would first consider the Southwest Medical College of the People's Liberation Army. Guan Yu was very firm on the matter. One could only get in by passing the entrance exam. Students recommended by others would not be accepted. As the school's reputation grew, competition became fiercer. Now, getting into the medical school was no simple task. Guan Yu nodded. It's admirable. I hope they keep working hard. I'll definitely tell them, Zhang Cuihua promised. Guan Yu glanced back at the classroom with its lights still on. The children are working hard. Don't let them go without proper food and clothes. As they grow older, give them some pocket money. Zhang Cuihua nodded. You're right. We'll discuss a policy and get it to you. Guan Yu smiled. You've been doing a great job as the principal. Don't ask me about these matters. You can decide for yourself. At that moment, the sound of a car could be heard from outside. It seemed like Gusui had returned. Guan Yu said. It's getting late. You should go rest now. I'll be leaving first. Dr. Guan, take care. Guan Yu jogged out, and the car had already stopped at the valley entrance. Gusui got out of the car, seemingly sensing her presence, and turned around to look. Guan Yu smiled and ran over. Gusui opened his arms and caught her. Guan Yu playfully said, You're finally back. Gusui stroked her hair and asked, Did you specifically wait for me at the door? The driver took Gusui's luggage out of the car. Dr. Gu, you have quite a lot of things. Should we help you take them back? Okay, thank you. Gusui grabbed Guan Yu's hand. Let's go, we'll talk when we get back. Guan Yu asked, What are these 2 large bags? They're seafood from my sister-in-law's family. I'll cook them for you later. Sounds great. The 2 large bags were carried up the mountain, and Gusui went into the house to bring out a basket of oranges. Thanks for helping. Take these oranges with you, don't be polite. Then thank you, Dr. Gu and Dr. Guan, for the oranges. Guan Yu liked eating oranges. Sometimes when she went down the mountain she would stuff a few into her bag. The oranges were kept in the office, and some of them were taken by Deng Baishu and the others. Now everyone knew that Dr. Gu and Dr. Guan's house had delicious oranges. During last year's New Year, Minister Li had even asked Dr. Guan for 2 baskets as New Year's gifts to share with everyone. Daqing Mountain was entirely Guan Yu's. Even though everyone knew there were orange trees in the mountain, they definitely wouldn't go up to pick them. They would only wait for Dr. Guan and them to deliver the fruit. After sending the 2 away and closing the door, Gu Sui picked up Guan Yu and walked into the house. Guan Yu wrapped her arms around his neck. Why are you in such a hurry? What do you think I'm in a hurry for? Once inside, he placed his wife on the bed and cupped her face, kissing her without giving Guan Yu a chance to respond. Guan Yu touched the Xiao Hei bracelet on her wrist and casually threw it out the window, then remembered to close the window. Her hands wound around his arm, and her long legs wrapped around his waist. She twisted her body and the two of them fell. Gu Sui ended up pinned on the bed by her. She bent over, her shiny smooth black hair hanging down. Her eyes clouded with desire, and her lips, red and tender from the kiss, leaned in close to his ear. I'm here. Guan Yu lowered her head, playing with him as if he were in the palm of her hand. Gu Sui's throat moved as he struggled to contain himself. He was about to lose control from the overwhelming pressure she was putting on him. He couldn't hold back any longer. He flipped over and took the initiative. Guan Yu screamed in shock. Gu Sui chuckled softly, his voice both soothing and flirtatious. You're too slow. Let me do it. The night was still dark, and the passion was even stronger. Xiao Hei ran to the swing on the back mountain, curling up on it. It was still a simple little cutie, knowing nothing at all. The two of them began to try for a child, spending countless passionate nights together. However, months passed, and by the time summer had arrived, there was still no sign of a baby. Guan Yu was puzzled. There's no problem, your body is healthy, and mine is even healthier than yours. How could we not succeed? Gu Sui pulled her toward the bed. Maybe we're just not trying hard enough. Guan Yu wasn't buying it. Don't start with that. We need to find out what the problem is first, otherwise it's all for nothing. Gu Sui sighed. Silly wife. Guan Yu guessed. Could it be that I hurt my body when I came over so hasn't been able to take root? You're overthinking it. With your medical knowledge, if there were any issues you would have found them. It just means both of us are in good health. Guan Yu pushed Gu Sui away as he tried to get close. I told you not to rush. Let me think about it. Maybe there's something we haven't considered. Once again, Gu Sui was flipped over and could only look helplessly at the sky. Guan Yu began to suspect that there was something wrong with her body, but she couldn't figure it out. However, she was too embarrassed to ask anyone to check it for her. So, she came up with an idea. Guan Yu grabbed the school's loudspeaker and announced, Attention everyone. We're organizing an activity today. Anyone who wants can line up to let me take your pulse. I'll be waiting for you at the door of the Academic Affairs Office building. All the students were confused. What was this about? Give Principal Guan a pulse? No, I don't have the courage. Don't you want to try? Principal Guan, what an opportunity. Is Principal Guan sick? I don't know, let's go see what's happening. Chapter 49.2. At the entrance of the Academic Affairs Office building, students had gathered to watch the commotion. A few people stood in line in front of Guan Yu. The first person sat down in front of her, greeting her politely. Hello, Principal. Guan Yu smiled. You're brave, so you're the first one. The student nodded and nervously took Guan Yu's pulse. After a while, he quietly asked, Can I check the other hand too? Sure. Guan Yu placed her other hand out. After taking both pulses, the student still kept his head lowered. Guan Yu asked, Why are you keeping your head down? Tell me what's wrong with me. The student blushed. I couldn't find anything. Guan Yu looked at him and he wished he could crawl under the table. Guan Yu said, You can go rest now. Next. The next student sat down in front of Guan Yu. This one was bolder, smiling as he greeted her. Hello, Principal. Guan Yu nodded. All right, your turn. After a while, this lively student stood up. I'm sorry, but I wasn't able to find anything. Next. I couldn't find anything. Next. Everyone who had their pulse taken said that Principal Guan was in very good health. Since she was healthy, why was she having them check her pulse? There had to be some kind of trick. The crowd grew larger, some even running to fetch classmates they thought were skilled. The situation escalated, and in the end, Deng Weimin and Deng Weijia became involved. Deng Weimin had already tugged at his beard several times. Facing the eager gazes of the classmates, he cleared his throat. Principal Guan is very healthy. A chorus of boos followed and Deng Weimin stood up, signaling for Deng Weijia to take over. Deng Weijia used various pulse-checking methods and concluded that Guan Yu was indeed in excellent health. After sitting there for so long, Guan Yu came to a decision. Either her health was truly perfect, or no one in the room could identify any issues with her. Guan Yu stood up, intending to leave, but Deng Weimin stopped her. Stop right there. You're pretending to be sick to fool us. Don't you have anything to say? What? Is Principal Guan really not sick? The students, who had just been severely shaken by Guan Yu's actions and were now filled with self-doubt, began to stir. Principal, you've really tricked us badly. I don't care, I need some comfort from the principal. My poor little heart can't take it. Guan Yu's sharp gaze swept across the room. Everyone was immediately subdued by the principal's powerful aura, not daring to speak. Only then did Guan Yu leisurely speak. I just wanted to test your mentality. I didn't expect you all to be so insecure. It seems the books you've been reading these years haven't been enough. Everyone lowered their heads, too afraid to raise them. Having successfully turned the tables, Guan Yu sat back down. All right, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll make an exception for you. You can start lining up now. The first 20 people can let me check your pulse for free. Before Guan Yu even finished speaking, everyone rushed to form a line. Deng Weiming and Deng Weijie, due to their seniority, were not dared to be pushed aside, so they ended up in the first and second positions. Guan Yu continued her usual swift and accurate style, placing her hand on each pulse before starting her diagnosis. Your physical condition is exactly what it should be for your age, and actually you're in better shape than most people your age. You've taken good care of yourself. Keep it up. You're doing well too, but try not to get too angry. Excessive anger harms the body, and at your age, you shouldn't overburden yourself. As for you, you have some kidney deficiency and lack of vitality. Get more rest, sleep earlier, and consider buying some kidney supplements. As for you, go look in the mirror. Your complexion looks off because... Swiftly and decisively, she finished checking the pulses of the 20 students. Guan Yu waved her sleeve and left, accompanied by a wave of admiration. She walked out of the school with confidence, but once she returned home, she collapsed on the couch. When Gu Sui returned home, he crouched down in front of her, pinching her chin and asking with a smile, "Did you get any results?" "Yes." Guan Yu flung herself onto him. "It's because you didn't try hard enough." Gu Sui laughed heartily. Suddenly, Xiao Ma ran up in a panic. "Dr. Guan, it's bad." Guan Yu stood up immediately. "What's wrong?" "There's a virus outbreak." "What?" "Explain it clearly." "There's an infectious disease spreading in the southwestern military district. We initially suspect it's an attack by our rivals using a virus. The field hospital has already been sealed off, and the general has asked you to go there and oversee things." Guan Yu and Gu Sui exchanged a glance, their expressions immediately turning serious. Gu Sui said, "You go down the mountain and start preparing. We'll meet at the valley entrance in 1 hour." "All right, make sure you move quickly. Time waits for no one." "Got it." After Xiao Ma left, Guan Yu hugged Gu Sui and the two rushed back to the mountain villa as fast as possible. The moment their feet hit the ground, they headed straight for the lab. Guan Yu said, "Take those 2 machines with you. I'll prepare the herbs." "All right." They split up to pack everything, and an hour later, they arrived at the valley entrance. Gu Sui instructed Xiao Ma to protect the machines. "These are the most advanced medical research machines from abroad. They might help with virus research." "Don't worry, Dr. Gu, your things are safe with me." Guan Yu pointed to 2 large sacks of herbs. "Put these in the car and take them with us." "Understood." Deng Weiming and Deng Weijie rushed over but were stopped by others. "Let go of me. Why can't I go? I know Qingchuan City like the back of my hand. I'm sure I can be of help." Guan Yu frowned. "How old are you? Do you even know your own limits?" Deng Weiming struggled. "What do you mean by that? Didn't you just say earlier today that I take good care of myself?" Guan Yu glanced at Deng Baishu before turning to Deng Weiming and Deng Weijie. "I'll go. You stay behind and help Deng Baishu look after the health center." "That's final." Guan Yu jumped into the car, and the vehicle started speeding off like the wind. Deng Weiming stamped his feet and angrily shoved the people blocking his way. "Let me tell you, Guan Yu is a national treasure of Chinese medicine. If something happens to her, Chinese medicine will never recover. Do you understand?" "We know, Dr. Deng, please calm down." Tears streamed down Deng Weiming's face as he shouted, "You don't know anything." The people present couldn't help but choke up. "Buddha, Queen Mother of the West, Jade Emperor, please protect Dr. Guan and bring her safely back." Inside the car, Gu Sui patted Guan Yu's shoulder. "Lie on my lap and get some rest." At their current speed, it was certain that they would reach Qingchuan City by the middle of the night. It was clear that, by then, she would likely be too busy to even get any sleep. Guan Yu lay on his lap, gradually falling asleep in the rocking car. When they reached the outskirts of the field hospital at the border, it was already surrounded tightly. Guan Yu had seen countless dangerous viruses, but she stepped forward without hesitation. As they reached the entrance, Guan Yu suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" She blocked him. "You can't go. I'll go alone." Gu Sui tightly grabbed her arm. "Either we go together or neither of us goes." "But." "No buts." Gu Sui looked at her intently. "Without you, I wouldn't be able to survive alone." Guan Yu's eyes turned red. "But I'm scared." "I know you're scared. Think about it from my perspective. Without me, what would you do?" The two of them had already become one. He had already grown deep in her heart. How could she manage without him? Just the thought of it was unbearable. Guan Yu's resolve returned. Let's go. Together we live, together we die. The soldiers standing at the perimeter had tears in their eyes. Return safely. Return safely. Return safely. Return safely. The mournful roar sounded like wounded wolves crying out for help in the night. After walking for half an hour along the mountain road, they finally reached the field hospital. According to Xiao Ma, from the discovery of the virus to today, only 3 days had passed, but the field hospital had already become a hell on earth. The initial stage of infection would show fever, with red sores covering the body. In the intermediate stage, the sores would burst and leak yellow pus, which would continue to rot the skin it came in contact with. In the severe stage, the flesh of the infected would appear as if it had been cooked, and simply touching it would cause it to fall off. When Guan Yu arrived, Li Dingbang ran over, red sores appearing on his body as well. There are only 3 confirmed deaths so far. We know nothing about this virus. We don't know how it's spreading, nor how to treat it. Guan Yu nodded. Let me take a look first. Before entering, Guan Yu and Gu Sui had put on the full protective gear from their space. The protective equipment from 100 years later had become nearly invisible, appearing like a transparent plastic suit to the naked eye. Guan Yu checked the pulse of patients with varying degrees of illness. Inside one of the patients she found a familiar white bubble. She had once encountered this white bubble inside a zombie's body. This substance had been referred to by scientists at the time as the X-virus. Guan Yu's nerves immediately tensed. Gu Sui noticed something was off. What's wrong? Guan Yu's throat tightened. Gu Sui, it's the X-virus. Gu Sui was stunned for a moment, yet it felt like a long time had passed. Gu Sui said, Guan Yu, we have to solve this virus. Guan Yu remained silent. She continued checking the pulses of several critically ill patients. Her ability turned into a delicate web that carefully scanned every inch of the flesh and blood beneath the skin. From the reactions of the two, Li Dingbang understood that the situation might be very serious. What is the X-virus? No one answered him. Li Dingbang's heart raced. He kept trying to reassure himself that everything would be fine. Since they knew what the virus was, didn't that mean they had studied it? Guan Yu had started researching virology many years ago, even inviting a teacher from abroad at one point. Thinking of this, Li Dingbang felt a bit more hopeful. Guan Yu released the patient's hand, and Gu Sui sharply sensed that Guan Yu had relaxed a little. Gu Sui asked, Do we have a solution? Guan Yu nodded. Yes, this virus is very basic. It won't take control of the infected person's consciousness. Guan Yu turned around. Give me a pen and paper. Coming. Hearing the familiar voice, Guan Yu turned around angry. Why are you here? Deng Baishu grinned. Not just me, but the other junior brothers are here too. Guan Yu looked back, seeing many familiar faces standing in the dark or in places where the light flickered faintly, faces she couldn't name but knew well. Deng Baishu said, Don't scold us. Without us helping you, no one else would be able to cooperate with you. Other students echoed. The eldest senior brother is right. We're students from the top-ranked medical school in the country. Guan Yu waved her hand. Since you're already here, you might as well help. After all, you definitely can't leave now. Understood. In fact, Deng Baishu was right. Since the establishment of the nursing home, Deng Baishu had been assisting Guan Yu. It had been 7 or 8 years, and no one understood how to cooperate with Guan Yu better than he did. With Deng Baishu around, Guan Yu didn't need to waste time writing prescriptions by hand. She only needed to list the names of the medicines. Once she was done, Deng Baishu would record them and turn to her junior brothers to prepare the medicine. Guan Yu instructed, Use all the medicinal herbs I brought today in the prescriptions. If any are missing, use the ones from outside. Also, select 6 patients at different stages of infection to take the medicine and observe the effects. Got it, Principal. While the medicine was being prepared, Guan Yu cautiously tried to use silver needles as a medium to channel her abilities. She tried multiple times, but no matter what she did, the virus would always revive. Meanwhile, Gu Sui was using instruments to observe the tissue samples and noticed something unusual. Gu Sui said, Go call your principal over. The equipment was from Guan Yu's space and could be said to be one of the most advanced virus research tools from 100 years in the future. Guan Yu ran over. What's wrong? Gu Sui moved aside. Come take a look. Guan Yu leaned in to examine the display, and Gu Sui continued. Don't you think the virus structure here looks very similar to what you extracted from that black mushroom on the mountain? Guan Yu nodded. It is indeed very similar. A flash of realization crossed Guan Yu's mind. Ah, I know what to do now. What should we do? We need a guide. This virus had a strong offensive and defensive mechanism. In order to completely eliminate it, They had to let the virus lead the way to break through its defenses. Deng Baishu called. "Teacher, come quick and take a look." Guan Yu rushed over and immediately saw the empty medicine bowl on the table. "Did you administer the medicine?" "Yes, it was administered." Guan Yu checked the patient's pulse. "Just as I expected." Guan Yu used a small knife to scrape some pus from the severely infected patient and asked Deng Baishu to add it to the medicine. Deng Baishu was so startled that he stammered, "Is this really okay? Let's try it and see." Deng Baishu was used to following Guan Yu's instructions, even if they seemed a bit absurd. He didn't have the heart to question her and directly added the pus to the medicine, then fed it to the patient. Half an hour later, Guan Yu checked the patient's pulse again, stood up and said, "It worked." "What? It worked already?" Deng Baishu anxiously checked the patient's pulse. With his skill level, he could only sense that the patient's life hung by a thread. Guan Yu urged, "Stop dawdling and go prepare the medicine." "Okay." Deng Baishu ran off, returning a few minutes later saying, "We're out of medicinal herbs." Gu Sui said, "I'll go ask Minister Li." Upon hearing that Guan Yu's prescription worked, Minister Li was overjoyed. Gu Sui said, "We still have a batch of medicinal herbs at home. Have them sent over immediately." Minister Li responded, "Got it. I'll send them right away." The nursing home received the call and immediately set off towards Dacheng Mountain to collect the herbs. At the same time, they had received the prescription and started sending the required herbs to the pharmacy. The leaders who had been closely monitoring the situation relaxed as soon as they got the news. There was hope of saving the situation now. At this very moment, the pent-up emotions that had been building up needed to be released. The vile, despicable people across the jungle would soon meet their end. With the patient's condition now under control, Guan Yu began searching for the source of the infection. The field hospital and the soldiers' encampment had been thoroughly searched, but no clues were found. Guan Yu didn't believe it. Since the virus was only spreading in this area, the source of the infection had to be nearby. If it were spread through the air, Qingchuan City, not far from here, would have already been affected. Since the source hadn't been found, there could be no peace of mind. The remaining medicinal herbs had been delivered, but the supplies were still tight. Guan Yu often went into the jungle with Gu Sui to dig for herbs. One day by chance they discovered how the virus was spreading. Guan Yu and Gu Sui were standing in the trees when they saw a group of enemy soldiers carefully scattering thorny vines around the mountain. These thorns had backward hooks on them. In the jungle it was common to accidentally tear the skin while brushing past them. Guan Yu summoned vines and pulled up one of the thorns. Sure enough, the sharp points were soaked in venom. These soldiers were top-tier scouts. Even the slightest movement from Guan Yu caught their attention. They immediately raised their guns to shoot, but Guan Yu was faster. Vines shot out from all directions, wrapping around their necks. With a snap, an entire squad was wiped out. Guan Yu discarded the thorn in her hand. "Heh, such a nasty and insidious thing. I'll let them taste it too." Chapter 50. After Gu Sui and Guan Yu returned, they told Li Dingbang about the source of the infection. Li Dingbang gritted his teeth in anger. "I'll curse their ancestors. How dare they play tricks on us? Just wait, I'll make them regret it." Guan Yu said, "Don't rush. I've prepared a special gift for them, and I'll send it over soon." "A special gift?" Li Dingbang asked. Guan Yu smiled mysteriously. "You'll know when the time comes." During this period when everyone went on patrols in the jungle, they were especially cautious about the thorn vines that Guan Yu had mentioned. Later, they saw these thorn vines near several of the usual hideouts. These vines were collected, then burned and buried on site. Guan Yu and Gu Sui had been roaming the jungle, collecting herbs while also gathering the black poisonous mushrooms. After collecting enough, Guan Yu found a place to store them and forbade anyone from going in to see them. A month later, when enough poisonous mushrooms had been gathered, Guan Yu took action personally. He locked himself in a room for a whole day and finally extracted 2 pounds of poisonous powder. Deng Baishu glanced at the black powder on the table. "Is this poison? What effect does it have? What effect does the virus they released have?" "This has the same effect," Guan Yu replied. Deng Baishu took 3 steps back in fear. "Does this also cause sores and pus-filled rotting flesh?" Guan Yu laughed. "Why don't you try it and find out?" Deng Baishu shook his head vigorously. "I won't try." Gu Sui asked, "Is there an antidote?" "There is," Guan Yu said, pulling out another small packet that looked like herbal residue. Boil it in water, drink a bowl, and you'll be fine." Deng Baishu gave a thumbs up. "You're amazing, master." Guan Yu said, "Stop talking nonsense. You've been here long enough. Once this matter is settled, take your junior disciples and head back in a couple of days." Because they had come with Guan Yu, they missed the final exams and did not participate in the internship qualification assessment. Deng Baishu replied, Don't worry about them, master. I've already arranged internships for them, and they'll leave the day after tomorrow. Guan Yu asked. But they haven't even passed the internship qualification exam. Where can they go? To the Southwest Military District. Knowing that the junior disciples are going there, they are more than eager. Most of the students who had come with Deng Baishu had already passed the acupuncture exam. They had also worked as assistants at a sanatorium, gaining practical experience. They were all excellent students. The hospital at the Southwest Military District had heard that this group of outstanding students had missed their internship qualification exam because they were assigned to the frontline military unit. They quickly passed the word internally and invited these students to intern at the Southwest Military District Hospital. They don't need to wait until the day after tomorrow. They can go tomorrow. Once they arrive and settle in, they can rest for a day. All right, I'll tell them. Guan Yu handed over the retaliation gift for the enemy to Li Dingbang. Li Dingbang wasn't sure who to pass it to, but half a month later, just before Guan Yu and Gu Sui were about to leave for Qingxi village, they heard that the enemy had been poisoned in a large area. They still think it's the fault of their own people and are trying to figure out how to detox. It's laughable, Guan Yu said. This poison of mine is different from theirs. It's not contagious. Those fools. There's chaos on the inside, and they have no idea if this poison is contagious. The military district was seething with anger, just waiting to watch the spectacle. Guan Yu and Gu Sui didn't care about what happened next. They packed up their equipment and were set to leave early the next morning. The director of the field hospital came over. Dr. Guan, Dr. Gu, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? I heard that the military district hospital is interested in borrowing your virus research equipment. They want to see it. Gu Sui refused. This equipment isn't for researching viruses. It's just a big magnifying glass. It wouldn't be of any use to you. Is that so? In that case, we won't borrow it. After the director left, Guan Yu and Gu Sui exchanged glances. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Guan Yu swapped out the equipment, keeping it safely hidden in his space. Gu Sui kept an eye on the situation, but no one mentioned the equipment again until they returned to Qingxi village. The next evening, their car stopped at the entrance of the valley. Many people had gathered there to welcome them. As soon as they got out of the car, everyone started clapping enthusiastically. Dr. Guan, well done. Dr. Guan, you're amazing. Deng Weiman added. Dr. Gu is great too. Everyone burst into laughter, and Gu Sui joined in with a smile. Gu Sui said, thank you for everyone's recognition. It's getting late now, so everyone, please go about your business. Wang Taijun and the others ran over. Dr. Guan, let us help you carry the things up the mountain. Thank you. Although they didn't know the specifics, they had a general idea that Dr. Guan had done something significant again, making a big impression. Not to mention anything else, but this summer, the interns at their school were even more popular than last year, all thanks to Guan Yu. However, Guan Yu didn't care about that. After returning to the wooden cabin and putting away her things, the two of them stayed in the mountain villa for the night. The next day, after sending Gu Sui down the mountain, Guan Yu returned to the villa to continue her research on the X virus. Gu Sui watched her disappearing figure and shook his head. It seemed like his wife wouldn't be pestering him about having children for a while. What a pity. Guan Yu resumed her routine of visiting the sanatorium once a week. By September, the medical school's new students had arrived, but Guan Yu didn't appear at the opening ceremony. The new students were particularly curious about the legendary Principal Guan, and the senior students advised them to study hard so that when it was time for acupuncture classes, they could meet her and hopefully leave a good impression. The new students were curious. Senior brothers, how can we leave a deep impression on Principal Guan? One senior replied. Either you're really smart and managed to get your acupuncture certification from Principal Guan in the shortest time, joining the ranks of the senior students, and from then on, you'll be able to line up to assist Principal Guan at the sanatorium. Another senior added. Or you're really dumb, so dumb that Principal Guan might suspect you came in through the back door, and she might personally expel you. The new student swallowed nervously. Is it really that extreme? People of mediocrity can never leave their name with Principal Guan. The new students went back to their dorms and thought about it. They decided to study hard, aiming to join the ranks of Principal Guan's external disciples in the future. Now, who didn't know that, led by Senior Deng Baishu, everyone joined the ranks in order of when they passed the acupuncture exam. They all worked hard, hoping to ride on Principal Guan's fame. The medical school students put in effort, and in the mountain villa, Guan Yu continued to diligently research viruses. As summer passed and winter approached, the end of the year came. Guan Yu had just completed a stage of her research and was preparing to take a month-long break. Gu Sui said, my parents want us to go back to Beijing for the new year. Guan Yu nodded. Then let's go. Guan Yu suddenly realized something. She placed her soft, fair hand on her stomach. It's over. The goal we set at the beginning of the year. Here we are at the end of the year, and we still haven't completed it. What goal? Gusui couldn't remember at first. Guan Yu jumped up and landed on him. Gusui quickly reached out to hold her. Ancestral treasure, slow down. Won't you hurt yourself if you fall? Hanging on his neck, Guan Yu acted coquettishly. Our baby. It's all your fault for not paying attention. Gusui laughed and pinched her nose. You should speak with some conscience. You've been busy nonstop since we got back from Qingchuan. How can you blame me? It's all your fault, she said. Gusui chuckled lightly. All right, I'll take the blame. Anyway, there's still a month until New Year's. Let's make up for the time we've wasted this past half year. The cold, wintry weather blanketed the mountains and forests in thick white fog, with frost covering the wild grass. The biting cold air hung over Daqing Mountain, while only the mountain villa emitted a warm yellow light, creating a spring-like atmosphere inside. The two of them embraced, their mood affectionate, the air thick with unspoken emotions. The years passed unnoticed in the mountains while down below, the atmosphere of the upcoming new year was already in full swing. This year the family didn't raise a New Year pig, but the cafeteria had prepared some cured meats and sausages to share with them. On the 28th day of the new year, the two of them took a flight to Beijing with their New Year supplies. After they got off the plane, Guan Yu was tired, so Gusui asked her to wait in the back seat. Gusui and the driver worked together to put the New Year's goods in the trunk. It took quite a while before Gusui got in the car. Guan Yu leaned her head on his shoulder and yawned. Are we spending the new year at the courtyard? I told my parents in advance. They've already cleaned up the yard. What about big brother and sister-in-law? My brother's off today. He's probably already at the courtyard with sister-in-law, taking Gu Zheng and Gu Jing to the Luo family's place. They'll probably be back in the afternoon. When they arrived at the courtyard, they heard the sound of a car outside. Gu Jingda opened the door. When he saw the two of them, he smiled. You're early. Guan Yu got out of the car and called. Dad. Gusui said. We left early this morning and flew over. Gu Jingda replied. Your brother's resting today, and he and your sister-in-law took Gu Zheng and Gu Jing to the Luo family's place. They probably won't be back until the afternoon. Guan Yu said. Then leave one box of oranges and apples in the car, and have the driver deliver them to the Luo family on the way. Don't worry, Dr. Guan, I know the way. Thank you. The driver unloaded the luggage and New Year goods, then took 2 boxes of fruit to the military compound. The Luo family was preparing to eat lunch when the gatekeeper entered with the delivery. These are from Colonel Gu's family. Luo Xiaolin glanced at the fruit, smiled gently, and turned to her family. It should be Gusui and Guan Yu arriving. Luo Ma, delighted, said. How thoughtful of them to send us something every year. Your sister-in-law's reputation is well known, and I never expected her to be so genuine. Gusui said. Let's eat first and we can try the fruit afterward. They brought it from the mountains, and the fruit there is really good. The few children at the table ate their meals quickly, eagerly awaiting the fruit. Gu Zheng finished a bowl of rice and, feeling full, was about to get up from the table. Luo Xiaolin stopped him. Have another half bowl of rice. The 3-year-old Gu Zheng widened his eyes and shook his head. I don't want to eat anymore. I want fruit. No, Gusui said. If Zheng wants it, let him have it. Luo Xiaolin shot him a glare. Gusui, not daring to oppose, quickly added half a bowl of rice for their son. Listen to your mom. Oh. Gu Zheng slouched, clearly not happy. Luo Xiaolin had always been gentle, but after having children, with both her in-laws and husband spoiling the kids, she had no choice but to become the disciplinarian in the family. After lunch, the family sat and chatted for a while, but Luo's parents urged them to return home. Let Xiao Wang drive you. There's too much New Year's goods, and it'll be hard to carry everything with the children. Okay, thanks, Dad. As Gusui and Luo's father went to move the New Year's goods, Luo's mother pulled her daughter aside and spoke softly. Gusui and Guan Yu married before you, but they still haven't had children. Don't mention kids in front of them. If your in-laws bring it up, you should help advise them. Don't stir things up. Mom, don't worry. I'm not like that. I'm good friends with Guan Yu and I'll definitely support her. Besides, I don't think the things you're worried about will happen. My in-laws aren't harsh people. They won't bring it up on their own. That's good. I think it's clear that they haven't had kids not because of any health issues. They must have their own reasons. Think about it. Guan Yu's a master of traditional Chinese medicine. She surely knows her own body better than anyone. Mom, I understand. Gusui is calling me. I'll head back now. I'll come over again on the 2nd day of the new year. All right, let's go back. Help me send my regards to your parents-in-law. Okay, Mom. Guan Yu's reputation as a renowned Chinese medicine expert was too well known. Not only the Luo family, but even the Gu family believed that the reason Gu Sui and Guan Yu hadn't had children by then was because they didn't want to, rather than because they couldn't. After lunch, Guan Yu was tired and went back to her room to take a nap. Gu Sui stayed with his parents in the backyard, preparing the New Year gifts for relatives and friends while chatting. Zhang Limin couldn't help but ask about children. Mom, something big happened over in Qingchuan earlier this year. Work has been so tense, one small mistake and someone could lose their life. We've been so busy we haven't had time to rest, let alone think about that. Zhang Limin was startled. What happened? Anyway, it wasn't a small matter. Keep this a secret, don't ask about it. Alright, I won't ask. So what did you do in the second half of the year? We were still busy with work. Guan Yu had to focus on the sanatorium, the school, and the pharmaceutical factory. She also needed to spend time researching that virus from the first half of the year. There was no time for anything else. Gu Sui accidentally let something slip, and Gu Jingda, being sharp, asked, You said virus? Is it a plague? Or is it the kind that spreads from person to person? Dad, what do you know about it? Zhang Limin became worried. Isn't that the plague? Mom, don't worry, it's all been solved by Guan Yu. Gu Jingda reassured his wife. Gu Sui's right, it's all been resolved. I know about it too. It was just 2 months ago. Zhang Limin sighed. Let's just talk about the kids in private, don't mention it to Guan Yu. She's so busy with work, let's not add to her burden. Since Guan Yu entered their family, Zhang Limin had increasingly realized the importance of Guan Yu to society and the country. Guan Yu was indeed the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, but even more so, she was an irreplaceable national treasure in Chinese medicine. Gu Xi pulled aside the door curtain and entered. Oh, what are you two talking about? Gu Sui called out. You're back so early? Gu Xi replied. My father-in-law and mother-in-law heard that you two were back, so they urged us to come back. By the way, my father-in-law asked me to thank you for the fruit you sent. You're welcome. Knowing that Guan Yu was taking an afternoon nap, Luo Xiaolin took her 2 children to the side courtyard, so as not to disturb Guan Yu. Guan Yu slept deeply, not waking up until it was time for dinner. The meal was nearly ready, but Guan Yu had still not woken up. Gu Sui went into the room to wake her. He gently touched her flushed face and couldn't bear to disturb her. He tiptoed out of the room and quietly closed the door behind him. Has Guan Yu not woken up yet? Yeah, she's sleeping soundly. Zhang Limin frowned. Didn't she rest well yesterday? Why is she sleeping for so long? Gu Sui thought for a moment. She's been sleeping really well lately. She went to bed early last night. On the plane, she even slept on my shoulder for a while. Luo Xiaolin seemed to recall something. Mom! Zhang Limin suddenly realized and excitedly slapped Gu Sui on the arm. You fool! Is Guan Yu pregnant? Is that possible? Gu Sui was surprised. Wouldn't Guan Yu know if she were pregnant? You're a doctor and you don't know? Pregnant women are especially sleepy. I'll go ask her. Gu Sui quickly ran back to the room. He took her pulse and it felt like a slippery pulse, but maybe not. He switched to his other hand and tried again. Guan Yu was disturbed by him and let out a soft grunt. You woke me up. Gu Sui helped her sit up, letting her lean into his arms. He pulled the blanket over her, worried she might catch a chill. He gently coaxed her. Yeah, you should take your pulse. What's wrong? Just take your pulse first. Without opening her eyes, Guan Yu placed her left hand on her right wrist. Suddenly she opened her eyes, turned her head to look at Gu Sui and said, I think I'm pregnant. Gu Sui grinned. My mom said you're showing signs of pregnancy too. Guan Yu patted her chest. Don't worry. Let me check with my left hand again. After confirming once more, she realized she was really pregnant. The two of them hugged tightly, and the corners of Guan Yu's eyes reddened. It was so wonderful. She was going to have a baby. The light in the room cast their embracing figures on the window. Without asking, it was clear their guess had been right. Zhang Limin was overjoyed, and her worries were completely relieved. Amitabha, may Buddha bless them. Chapter 51. Guan Yu had a child, and this was truly a joyous occasion. The entire family centered their attention around Guan Yu, to the extent that even Gu Zheng was not allowed to be held by Guan Yu. Gu Zheng pouted in grievance and asked, Why can't I be held? Your little aunt is having a baby, so she can't hold you. Someone explained. Gu Zheng struggled, refusing to be held by his mother. Then I won't ask little aunt to hold me. Can I touch the baby sister? In Gu Zheng's heart, having a baby automatically meant having a little sister, just like his own little sister. Gu Sui laughed and said, If your little aunt really gives birth to a little sister, we'll give you a big red envelope. Gu Xi chuckled. It'd be great if you two have a daughter. She could inherit Guan Yu's medical skills and find herself a husband who would join the family and become her consort. The whole family burst into laughter. Zhang Limin playfully scolded. You're getting more and more ridiculous. Gu Xi feigned seriousness. Did I say anything wrong? The medical academy can still be considered a national asset, but isn't the pharmaceutical factory outside Qingxi village owned by Guan Yue? And then there's Daqing Mountain out back. It's all written in black and white. These will all be passed down to Guan Yu's descendants. If a daughter is born, she'd be a female overlord ruling the mountain. Wouldn't she need a husband to match her status? Gu Sui interjected. Even if it's a daughter, my daughter would be a little princess, not some overlord. Gu Jingda, who likes seeing the younger generation study medicine, enthusiastically chimed in. Learning medicine is good. She could inherit the legacy and maybe even become a national expert one day. Gu Xi said. That'd be a tall order. Regardless of whether it's a son or a daughter, we don't expect them to be as excellent as Guan Yu. As long as they grow up safe, healthy and happy, that's enough. Guan Yu held his hand and said. Being like you is good too. I like someone like you. Gu Sui's lips curved into a smile. They exchanged a glance and there was light in their eyes. Gu Xi clicked his tongue and remarked. You two have been married for so many years, but your shamelessness only grows. Don't you find yourselves cheesy? Gu Sui was in a good mood that day and didn't bother responding to him. Since Guan Yu was pregnant, visiting relatives and friends during the New Year celebrations was out of the question. If Guan Yu couldn't go, Gu Sui naturally stayed at home to take care of her. During the New Year, anyone who visited the Gu family would inevitably ask about Guan Yu. Gu Jingda and Zhang Limin would respond by saying Guan Yu was busy with something and couldn't come. While others believed this explanation, the Luo family was not so easily convinced. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Luo Xiaolin returned to her mother's house. When her mother asked about the family, Luo Xiaolin shared the news directly, saying, Guan Yu is pregnant. It's still early, so she's resting at home. Her mother was overjoyed. Really? Oh, this is such wonderful news. Luo Xiaolin nodded and explained. It's confirmed. We didn't know until a few days ago when they found out. Her mother-in-law had even offered to go to Qingxi village to take care of Guan Yu, but both Gu Sui and Guan Yu had politely declined. Luo Xiaolin's mother remarked with a smile. Your mother-in-law has such a kind temperament. She's so thoughtful, whether it's towards you or Guan Yu. It wasn't easy, especially considering her daughter was not as accomplished as Guan Yu in any aspect. Yet, the mother-in-law still treated them equally, which spoke volumes about her character. After the New Year celebrations, Luo Xiaolin and her husband returned to Qingxi village, bringing along a large assortment of items prepared by the family to support Guan Yu's pregnancy. Over in Hong Kong, Su Huan heard the news about Guan Yu's pregnancy. Excited, he immediately purchased a large collection of gifts and personally tried to deliver them to Qingxi village. Unfortunately, he wasn't allowed to cross the border. In the end, he entrusted Qin Lai to take the items back for him. This didn't dampen Su Huan's enthusiasm in the slightest. Every time he met someone, he would beam and share. I'm going to be a grandmaster uncle soon. Within days, the news had spread across the Hong Kong elite circles. Wealthy wives flocked to high-end stores, buying gifts to send to Qingxi village. The deliveries kept arriving in steady streams. Privately, many speculated whether Guan Yu would have a son or a daughter. Some even hoped their families could become in-laws in the future. Kai Jin, hearing the schemes of these ladies, rushed home and began urging her son to have children. Zhang Shuo, ever nonchalant, replied, Mom, what's the rush? I've been married for less than a year. Isn't it too early to start pressuring me? It's not too early. Guan Yu is already pregnant. If she has a daughter and you have a son, but my grandson is too young compared to her daughter, how will he compete with other boys who are already prepared? Kai Jin said earnestly. Zhang Shuo laughed helplessly. You're thinking way too far ahead. Who knows? Put in some effort. Maybe my grandson will have that kind of luck. Because of Guan Yu's pregnancy, a baby fever swept through the Hong Kong elite circle. In the early stages of her pregnancy, Guan Yu slept for long hours each day. To ensure her well-being, the sanatorium reduced its patient intake. Unless a case absolutely required Guan Yu's expertise, patients were referred to other facilities. Even at the pharmaceutical factory, Xiao Ma considered reducing production. Over the past 2 years, they had tried training others and replicating Guan Yu's techniques. However, no one could match the effectiveness of the hemostatic powder she prepared. The factory still heavily relied on her skills. Guan Yu, noticing this, said, I understand reducing my workload at the sanatorium, but there's no need to cut back production at the factory. I can manage that. Xiao Ma insisted. Dr. Guan, please don't overwork yourself. Nothing is more important than your health. This year, Dr. Gu was about to turn 31, and Dr. Guan would soon be 28. At their age, most people already had 2 or 3 children. This was their first, so everyone treated it with utmost care. Even Minister Li was anxious. afraid that the workload assigned to Dr. Guan might be too heavy and affect her health. Guan Yu nodded firmly. I can handle it. At the sanatorium, her workload was reduced. Guan Yu would finish her consultations in the morning, go home for lunch, take a nap, then head back down the mountain to see the remaining patients. Afterward, her assistant would take her to the pharmaceutical factory to finish preparing the medicine. By the time all this was done, it was still earlier than Gu Sui's time to get off work. When Gu Sui came home and held her hand, Guan Yu smiled and said, Ever since I got pregnant, my treatment has improved significantly. Gu Sui smiled back and asked, Then should we have a second child? Guan Yu shook her head. One is enough. With 2 children, I'm afraid I won't be able to love them equally. I don't want them to feel neglected. A faint smile played on Gu Sui's lips. Only she would be so thoughtful about her children's feelings. When they got home, Guan Yu looked at the old house they had lived in for many years and said, I think this house isn't quite right. Let's renovate it. You'd better not. Occasionally, people come up the mountain. If they see the house has been changed, how are we going to explain it? You're right. Then let's hire someone to help us renovate it. We can expand the house a little while we're at it. She envisioned turning the house into a style that would later become popular for ghost houses. The structure would primarily be wooden, with one wall entirely made of glass, and the interior decorated beautifully and elegantly. What about the large glass panels? How will we get them here? Gu Sui replied. We won't take them from storage. We'll import them from abroad. That will take a lot of time in between. No problem. It's still cold now. By the time the glass arrives in a month or 2, it'll be late spring or early summer. Perfect for construction. Besides, for the house to meet Guan Yu's expectations, they would need to start preparing the wooden materials now. Polishing and finishing the wood would take some time as well. Guan Yu asked, Do you know how to draw? Gu Sui said, I can manage simple sketches. Then let's head back to the mountain villa tonight. You can sketch the house based on photos so it'll be easier to explain to the builders. All right. Spring turned into summer, and after a few months, the framework of the new house began to take shape. The wooden 2-story house had a practical and thoughtful design. On the first floor, the kitchen and dining room were separated on the left side, while the right side featured an open area of over 100 square meters. This large living room was intended for the children's daily activities and for entertaining guests. The second floor housed 3 bedrooms and a study. Outside the study was a beautiful terrace, adding charm to the house. Guan Yu had deliberately trimmed the large trees in front of the wooden house. Standing on the second-floor terrace, she could now see the medical academy down the mountain. A few days later, the glass walls Guan Yu had ordered arrived. Glass was installed on the front and back walls of the first floor, making the house bright and transparent. By June, the newly renovated wooden house was completely finished. It was furnished with fabric furniture sent from Hong Kong, complemented by simple Chinese-style tables and chairs. The fresh and minimalist decor made Guan Yu fall in love with it at first sight. By this time, Guan Yu's belly had already started to show. After the couple moved in, Gu Sui insisted that she not return to the mountain villa. They decided to stay here until the baby was born. As her belly grew bigger, every time Guan Yu led him through the forest trails, it made Gu Sui incredibly nervous. He was terrified that she might accidentally hurt herself. Guan Yu enjoyed the care and attention from Gu Sui. Since he didn't want her to go, she decided to stay put for now. After all, she was busy with work and preparing for the baby, so she didn't have much time to visit the mountain villa anyway. This year, the 5 spots for consultations had already been auctioned off. She needed to finalize everything before her due date approached. Since it became inconvenient for Guan Yu to go up and down the mountain, Gu Sui approached Director Zhang and Li Dingbang to discuss the situation. They decided that for the next 6 months, Guan Yu wouldn't need to leave the mountain. If there were any emergency cases, the patients would be brought to her instead. Both Director Zhang and Li Dingbang agreed without hesitation, prioritizing Guan Yu's health above all else. The 5 wealthy individuals who had won the auction spots were also required to follow this rule. Every morning, if they could walk, they had to make their way to her house on their own. If they couldn't, they were carried up to Shaoqing Mountain, where Guan Yu would see them before they were sent back. One day, Deng Weimin and Deng Weijia came up the mountain to see Guan Yu. You're a doctor yourself, don't you know? Deng Weimin said. Pregnant women need to get some exercise, or it'll be hard to give birth later. Guan Yu extended her hand and said, Go ahead, check my pulse. When Deng Weimin felt her pulse, his eyes widened in surprise. Twins. Exactly. Ha ha ha, this is fantastic news. After also checking her pulse, Deng Weijia nodded in agreement. Congratulations, congratulations. Gu Sui and Gu Xi are twin brothers, so maybe there's a genetic predisposition for twins. Guan Yu said with a smile. Deng Weimin nodded and changed his tone. In your case, it's indeed better to avoid going up and down the mountain. Just stay here and take walks around your house when you have time. Guan Yu gently caressed her belly and said, Yes, I understand. The news that Guan Yu was expecting twins was known only to a select few, including Deng Weimin and Deng Weijia. It wasn't until the day of her delivery, when she was carried down the mountain, that the people below found out that Dr. Guan was carrying twins. Fate favored Guan Yu. She gave birth to a boy and a girl, completing the perfect family. The children were born on National Day. Gu Jingda and Zhang Limin took leave from work to rush over, and they were overjoyed at the sight of the two babies. Zhang Limin was especially excited and immediately handed Guan Yu a large box of jewelry. The children were born on National Day, so let's just name them Gu Guoqing and Gu Hongqi. Nowadays, names like Guoqing are trendy. They're festive and sound great. Zhang Limin suggested. Gu Sui quickly intervened. Mom, the children's names are already decided. What are their names? She asked. The elder brother is Gu Changguang, and the younger sister is Gu Wangshu. Gu Sui replied. Gu Jingda smiled and said, Those are wonderful names. Changguang and Wangshu were both poetic references to the moon. The children's names cleverly incorporated their father's surname and their mother's name, giving them meaningful and auspicious connotations. I like them too, Guan Yu said with a smile. Zhang Limin looked slightly disappointed. Then let's call them Guoqing and Hongqi as their nicknames. Guan Yu and Gu Sui exchanged a glance. Guan Yu said, Mom, we'll go with your suggestion. Years later, when Gu Changguang and Gu Wangshu grew old enough to understand, they learned that they were almost named Guoqing and Hongqi. Relieved, they ran home to cling to their father, acting sweet and playful to thank him for saving them from such names. But that was a story for much later. In the twins' first year, news came from Beijing about the potential reinstatement of the college entrance exam, Gaokao. This news caused a stir among students nationwide, sparking excitement and hope. However, the students at the medical academy and workers at the pharmaceutical factory remained unfazed. Why weren't they worried? The medical academy students explained that even if the Gaokao was reinstated, their academy was unique in the country and unrivaled in its field. The pharmaceutical factory workers, on the other hand, said that even if they managed to attend university, it would still be hard to find jobs offering better benefits than the ones they already had. By late October, the reinstatement of the Gaokao was officially confirmed. Doctors, nurses, and workers in Qingxi village began registering for the exam. Yet, not a single student from the medical academy considered leaving to pursue other opportunities elsewhere. At the end of October, the medical academy underwent a significant transformation. The Liberation Army Southwest Medical Academy was officially upgraded to the Liberation Army Southwest Medical University. How remarkable was that? Even with the Gaokao reinstated, they maintained their position as the top medical and pharmaceutical institution in the country. On the day of the academy's upgrade, Gu Sui and Guan Yu went down the mountain, holding their children, to attend the ceremony. That day was not only a moment of pride for the medical academy, but also a day of great honor for Guan Yu. On that very day, Guan Yu was awarded a prestigious and weighty gold medal, National Medical Sage. The following day, news of Guan Yu receiving the honor while holding her children appeared on the front page of every major news outlet across the country. Hong Kong media also published the same story, and soon various in-depth reports about Guan Yu's illustrious career began to emerge. These stories even spread internationally. Initially, some people dismissed them as fake news, but as one renowned figure after another publicly admitted to having sought treatment from Guan Yu, the world finally realized that this young woman truly was a miracle-working doctor. While outsiders marveled at the spectacle, those who truly understood the significance of the National Medical Sage Medal kept silent. They carefully maintained their relationships with Guan Yu, cherishing the opportunity to stay connected with her for the long term. No matter how much fame she gained externally, Guan Yu remained uninterested. After giving birth, her daily life revolved mostly around her children. Occasionally, she would still see patients with particularly challenging conditions. When her children started kindergarten, and she could free up her time, she returned her focus to virus research. Another autumn arrived. One evening, when kindergarten was over for the day, Gu Changguang and Gu Wangshu found themselves still waiting at the school gate, their parents yet to pick them up. The two little ones squatted by the gate. "Brother, why hasn't Mom come to get us?" Gu Wangshu asked. "Mom went up the mountain this morning. She's not at home," Gu Changguang replied matter-of-factly. Acting like a little adult, Gu Wangshu sighed wistfully. "Even though Mom doesn't know how to braid pretty hairstyles for me and always steals the blanket at night, I still want to sleep next to her." Just then Gu Sui, still in his white lab coat and rushing over from work, arrived in time to hear his little daughter's words. He scooped up his daughter, smiling. "Be good, baby. Mommy has very important work to do." Once she's done, she'll come back and sleep next to you. The little girl pouted. All right then. Meanwhile, little Gu Changguang tugged at his father's pants. I want to be carried too. All right, Daddy will carry you too. With one child in each arm, Gu Sui walked them home. On the way, they ran into an acquaintance. Dr. Gu, picking up the kids? Yes, we're heading home. Sweet little Gu Wangshu wrapped her arms around her father's neck and waved at the man. Wangshu is going home now. Uncle, you should go home too. Haha, Uncle will go home too. Bye-bye, Wangshu. At that very moment in the mountain villa, Guan Yue was observing the X-virus for the third time. Under the relentless assault of a blue solution, the virus was being systematically eradicated. Guan Yue smiled. She had succeeded. Chapter 52.1. The spring of 1992, England. In the grand banquet hall of the five-star hotel under the Ryan family's ownership, the crystal chandeliers on the ceiling shimmered with brilliance. Inside, the sight of beautiful women and handsome men dressed in luxurious attire was dazzling. Lawrence, the youngest son of the Ryan family head, held a champagne glass and walked up to a Chinese girl. With a smile, he raised his glass to her. Miss Moon, cheers. Gu Wangshu raised her own champagne glass and clinked it against his. Don't call me Moon. My brother won't like it. Lawrence blinked playfully. The name Wangshu is too hard to pronounce. It's too difficult for me. My Chinese isn't great, so just accept it. Moon is also beautiful. Gu Wangshu sneered. His Mandarin was clearly more fluent than that of most Chinese people, yet he was pretending to be clueless. I'll tell my brother in a moment that you called him Moon. Don't be angry, I was just joking. Wangshu, let's toast again, to your academic success and growing beauty. The Ryan family had always maintained a friendship with the Guan family. As the most pampered youngest son, Lawrence had followed his father to China several times and had known the Gu siblings since they were children. This spring, Gu Changguang and Gu Wangshu, the siblings, had come to England to study. Their relationship with the Ryans had grown even closer. Lawrence remarked. Look at your brother. He's definitely got the makings of an economist. The banquet has only been going on for an hour, and he's already chatting with several bigwigs in the financial sector. Gu Wangshu followed Lawrence's gaze. Her brother, who was 16 this year, had a tall and lean figure thanks to years of training. Dressed in a custom-tailored suit and with impeccable manners, he was more eye-catching than the young billionaires at the event. The siblings had clear goals. Her brother was studying economics, and she was studying medicine. Before they left home, they had promised their parents that they would return to China in 4 years. With such limited time, it was no wonder her brother seized every social opportunity. Her brother had ambitious plans. He believed that Qingxi Pharmaceutical, which currently only produced hemostatic powders, was underutilized. He wanted to transform Qingxi into China's premier skincare brand, break into the high-end international market, and turn their products into luxury items. She firmly believed that with her mother's formulas and her brother's dedication, success was inevitable. Gu Wangshu's lips curled into a smile as she lifted her chin slightly, her expression carrying a hint of pride. My brother is so handsome. Lawrence chuckled. What about me? Am I not handsome? Gu Wangshu glanced at him. You? Sure, you're handsome. But in my heart, my brother and my dad are the most handsome. Lawrence, annoyed, tugged at her braid on purpose. I think Aunt Guan is prettier than you. Gu Wangshu was entirely unfazed. Instead, she burst out laughing. You have the same taste as my dad. Gu Wangshu had perfectly inherited her parents' stunning looks, especially her mother's almond-shaped eyes. When she laughed, it seemed as though stars twinkled in her gaze, leaving Lawrence momentarily spellbound. Unaware of the amazement in Lawrence's eyes, Gu Wangshu continued chatting. However, several noble girls on the other side of the banquet hall noticed everything clearly. Isabella, standing in the center and dressed in a pink puff dress, was almost unable to maintain her composed expression out of anger. Rachel, standing closest to her, quickly noticed Isabella's displeasure and said hurriedly, Don't be mad. The Ryan family would never allow an Asian woman to marry in. Lawrence is probably just playing around. Isabella forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. You're right. She's nothing more than Lawrence's little toy. She's not worthy of being my rival. Rachel, find out where this woman came from later. Leave it to me, Rachel assured her. None of the noble girls present took Gu Wangshu seriously. When they tried to gather information about her, they didn't make much effort. Rachel casually inquired about her, and quickly reported back to Isabella that she was just a foreign exchange student. An exchange student, not even British? As the eldest daughter of the Moore family, Isabella certainly didn't consider such a minor figure worth her attention. But what was this? Lawrence repeatedly drove his luxury car to pick up and drop off that little girl for their gatherings. This was something Isabella absolutely couldn't tolerate. After witnessing yet another instance of Lawrence's preferential treatment toward Gu Wangshu, Isabella could no longer sit still. The very next day, she brought an extravagant gift to visit the Ryan family patriarch, the legendary head of the family and Lawrence's father. It was said that years ago, he had been afflicted with a rare case of ALS and was cured by a miraculous Eastern doctor. Since then, he had become obsessed with collecting Chinese antiques. Today, Isabella intended to win his favor by gifting 2 Chinese paintings. When the butler informed him of Miss Moore's visit, Ryan initially showed little interest. The butler added, "Miss Isabella has brought 2 Ming Dynasty paintings." Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Serve her some tea. I'll come by shortly." "Yes, sir." Half an hour later, Ryan entered the reception room. Isabella greeted him politely and presented her gift. Ryan smiled as he invited her to sit. "Our family's pastry chef is excellent at making cheesecake. You must try some before you leave." Isabella was delighted. "Thank you, Uncle Ryan. Do you mind if I open your gift?" "Not at all. Please, Uncle Ryan, feel free." Having spent over 2 decades dealing with Chinese antiques, Ryan's keen eye immediately identified one of the paintings as a forgery. And not just any forgery, an exceptionally poor one, glaringly fake at a glance. However, Ryan didn't expose it on the spot. Instead, he calmly asked the butler to put the gift away. "What brings you here today, Isabella?" Isabella, with a reserved demeanor, first praised Lawrence. Then she carefully broached her true intent. A young man as outstanding as Lawrence, one of Britain's finest, should be dating a noblewoman, not associating so closely with some poor Eastern woman of unknown origin. "Uncle Ryan, don't you agree?" Poor Eastern woman? Ryan considered this. The only Eastern woman he knew who had been around Lawrence recently was Miss Gu. Ryan's interest waned. He smiled faintly and responded with vague politeness before finding an excuse to send Isabella off. Once she had left, Ryan turned to the butler. "Is Lawrence pursuing Miss Gu?" "As far as I know, no. Miss Gu is very busy with her coursework and has little time to meet the young master." Ryan nodded thoughtfully. Guan Yue's daughter is certainly no ordinary woman. After returning from the Ryan residence, Isabella immediately gathered her friends for an outing. In her words, she subtly hinted at her supposedly close relationship with the Ryan family. Around Isabella, people from third-rate families eagerly flattered her. They immediately echoed her words, praising her as the most outstanding lady, someone destined to marry into the Ryan family and become the most enviable noblewoman. The Ryan family was a first-tier family, while the Moore family barely qualified as second-tier. Marrying into the Ryan family wasn't just Isabella's dream. It was her family's ambition as well. Among the young masters of the Ryan family, the only one still unmarried was Lawrence, who was just in his early 20s. Basking in the adoration of her companions, Isabella began preparing for the summer ball a few days later. She dressed herself elegantly, determined to capture Lawrence's attention, and hoping he would invite her for the first dance. When Lawrence walked in her direction, Isabella's cheeks flushed with anticipation, and she shyly lowered her gaze. However, Lawrence gave her a strange look as he passed her by and extended his hand toward Gu Wangshu, who had just entered the ballroom. "Miss Gu, may I have the honor of this dance?" he asked. Gu Changguang, standing beside his sister, held her hand protectively and replied coldly, "No, you may not." Lawrence clenched his teeth. "If she won't dance with me, will she dance with you, her brother?" Gu Changguang's lips curled into a sly smile. "Why not?" "Well, if you think about it, why not indeed?" Gu Changguang led his sister into the dance floor, where he leaned close and warned her in a low voice. "Keep your distance from Lawrence in the future. He's not a good person." "I understand, brother," Gu Wangshu obediently replied. Gu Changguang nodded in satisfaction. His gaze swept toward Lawrence on the other side of the room, and he chuckled softly. Lawrence, furious, ground his teeth. Was Gu Changguang doing this just to spite him? As angry as Lawrence was, Isabella was even more enraged. Lawrence had bypassed her in front of everyone to invite another woman, only to be turned down. Where could she possibly hide her embarrassment? Meanwhile, the noble girls who didn't get along with Isabella didn't even need to say a word. Their mocking laughter alone was enough to make Isabella's face burn with humiliation. After finishing their dance, the Gu siblings chatted briefly before some financial industry acquaintances invited Gu Changguang to join their table. Gu Changguang asked his sister, "What will you do afterward?" Gu Wangshu replied, "I don't have much planned. I'll probably head back to school soon. And I warn you, you're not allowed to drink. You're still underage. If I catch you, I'll tell Mom." Gu Changguang ruffled her hair playfully. "Got it, nagging housekeeper." "Humph." Gu Wangshu huffed, swatting his hand away in mock annoyance. Lifting her skirt slightly, Gu Wangshu made her way toward the front parking lot. However, as she approached, she was suddenly stopped by a group of people. Gu Wangshu frowned in confusion. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Isabella raised her chin arrogantly. Ha, you don't deserve to know who I am. Just know that you've come into contact with someone you shouldn't have. Gu Wangshu chuckled. So this was an attempt to teach her a lesson? And so today you'll learn your lesson. Rachel slap her. Yes, Miss Isabella. Was Gu Wangshu the type to just stand there and let someone slap her? As Rachel extended her hand, Gu Wangshu lifted her skirt, swiftly kicked her in the chest and sent her flying. With a disdainful look, Gu Wangshu sneered. Lady, if you want to fight over jealousy, I won't stop you. But if it comes to me, getting slapped is something you've asked for. Rachel hit squarely in the chest, curled up on the ground in pain, unable to rise. Isabella was livid, her fury reaching its peak. Outrageous. Since when did a yellow-skinned person have the audacity to cause trouble in Britain? All of you come here, hold her down, and I'll personally slap her. Despite being the pampered daughters of nobility, even if 5 or 6 of them ganged up, they could never match up to Gu Wangshu, who had been trained in military units by her uncle. As expected, there was no suspense. Gu Wangshu took down all the noble girls single-handedly, and she barely even broke a sweat. Isabella's fury reached a boiling point. Are you all dead? Sitting around watching me get beaten while taking the Moore family's money. Suddenly, a group of tall, burly men in black suits appeared from the shadows. One of them hurriedly lifted Isabella from the ground. Apologies, Mississippi. Sir has instructed us not to intervene in your quarrel with your friends. She's not my friend, and this isn't a quarrel. I want you to teach her a lesson right now. Understood, Mississippi. In an instant, Gu Wangshu was surrounded by the group of muscular men. She stepped back, her eyes scanning the situation warily. Now it was Isabella's turn to smile. Let's see how you escape. Gu Wangshu smiled back. No need to escape. It's just a dozen or so men. It's nothing. Her arrogant words only enraged Isabella further. Why are you all standing there? Grab that woman. I want to use her face to clean my shoes. Guan Yue stepped back again. The group of people charged forward, but at that critical moment, 4 people appeared behind Guan Yue. In just a few minutes, they took down Isabella's bodyguards with swift and decisive moves. Gu Wangshu, holding her skirt, walked over and kicked Isabella, even stepping on her face. Now tell me, after blocking my way for so long, who are you causing trouble for me because of? Isabella felt deeply humiliated and refused to answer. Gu Wangshu kicked the one named Rachel. You speak. If you don't. Rachel quickly spoke up. I'll tell you. It's Lawrence. Isabella likes Lawrence, but Lawrence likes you. A group of young people who had been standing nearby, including Lawrence, rushed over. Upon hearing this, they all turned their gaze toward Lawrence. Earlier, they had been in the banquet hall on the 2nd floor. Lawrence had been drinking with his friends by the window and had accidentally seen Gu Wangshu single-handedly fighting off a group of women, which scared him so much that he rushed down. He hadn't expected that this situation was related to him. Lawrence rolled his eyes and said to Isabella, Let me make it clear. I don't like you. In the future, don't spread embarrassing rumors in the circle. Please maintain the dignity of being a miss of the Moore family. Isabella was publicly rejected, and she almost fainted from anger at Lawrence's words. Gu Chongguang, who had received the news a bit late, finally arrived and hurriedly asked, Are you all right? Gu Wangshu's eyes sparkled. I'm fine. I won. Gu Chongguang looked at the 4 bodyguards and one of them quickly said, Miss is indeed fine. The Moore family's bodyguards were still lying on the ground. Lawrence, excited, swore, Gu Chongguang, your bodyguards are too strong. Can you introduce a few to me? Gu Chongguang ignored him. He wanted to know what exactly had happened. Gu Wangshu shrugged. It's nothing serious. She was just jealous and wanted to bully me. Probably thought I was an easy target. To be honest, although the Gu siblings had been introduced into the circle by Lawrence, many of the second-generation heirs didn't take them seriously. After today's commotion, they would have to seriously reconsider what background these siblings from the East had. Gu Chongguang shot Lawrence a cold look and then turned to Isabella, saying, The Moore family, huh? I won't let today's events go so easily. Lawrence quickly explained, Brother, this has nothing to do with me. Please don't cause me trouble. Gu Chongguang didn't want to bother with him. He said to his bodyguards, I still have matters to attend to. Take Wangshu back. The Gu siblings left, and most of the onlookers dispersed. People quietly discussed whether what Gu Chongguang had said was true. After all, they were just overseas students. Even if their family had some assets, could they really compete with the century-old Moore family? When Lawrence heard the news, he just smiled. Soon they would understand. As far as he knew, Gu Chongguang was not a magnanimous person, especially when it came to family matters. His small-mindedness was even smaller than the eye of a needle. Soon, Everyone was too busy to pay attention to this little drama. Their attention was drawn to the international capital from America. In June, the financial market in the UK was in turmoil. The financial sharks from America declared that they were going to short sell British banks, and everyone started to get nervous. Even families ranked third tier in this circle had considerable assets. They were the ones most tightly bound to the country. By July, a large amount of British pounds had been borrowed, and the securities market was in chaos. The tense and intense atmosphere lasted until September. Soon the balance was broken. The pound was sold off in large amounts, and international speculators kept dumping stocks. The final result, it was rumored, was that the UK suffered a disastrous defeat, losing over $100 billion. When everything settled down, everyone realized that many of their once close companions had quietly exited the circle, with some even moving their families out of London. Among them was Isabella, who had been the center of attention in their circle. She had left in disgrace due to the collapse of the Moore family's business. It was then that they discovered that the Moore family's assets now belonged to Gu Chongguang. Gu Chongguang became famous in this financial crisis, and no one dared to challenge him and his sister anymore. In the following years, Gu Chongguang temporarily set aside his financial work. While continuing his studies, he also promoted the high-end skincare brand Qingxi worldwide, which focused on all-natural ingredients. In just a few years, Qingxi skincare became a must-have on the vanity tables of high society ladies, due to its excellent anti-aging effects. Because of Qingxi, Gu Chongguang gained widespread fame, while Gu Wangshu remained focused on her studies. She had excellent learning abilities and, with her mentor's support, pursued both a master's and a doctorate, successfully graduating after 4 years. Her mentor wanted her to stay and teach at the school, but Gu Wangshu shook her head. "I want to go back to my homeland." Her mentor, regretful, said, "You are the smartest student I have ever taught. I hope you continue your medical career, even after returning to your country." Gu Wangshu nodded and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for all your guidance over the years." Chapter 52.2. The night before Gu Chongguang and Gu Wangshu were to return to their homeland, Lawrence, under the cover of darkness, tried to climb into the window. However, he was caught by Gu Wangshu's bodyguards. He had no choice but to enter through the front door, and Gu Chongguang coldly ordered him to leave. To dare climb his sister's window in the middle of the night. He had eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. The cowardly Lawrence didn't want to leave, so he could only obediently wait at the front gate. He stared at that window, waiting and waiting until finally dawn broke. Gu Chongguang woke up in the morning, knowing that Lawrence had been waiting outside all night. He told the butler, "Call him in for breakfast." "Yes, sir." Gu Wangshu got out of bed and went downstairs, seeing Lawrence. "You came so early?" Lawrence had originally wanted to act pitiful, but upon catching a glimpse of Gu Chongguang's cold face, he could only laugh awkwardly and say, "I did come quite early." They were leaving today, and most of their things had already been packed. Only a few small items remained to be packed. Gu Wangshu always had people around her, so Lawrence couldn't find an opportunity to speak. Noticing that he seemed to want to say something but couldn't find the words, Gu Wangshu, in front of her brother, said, "Lawrence, come in. I have something to say." "Hey." Lawrence quickly stepped into her room and closed the door behind him. "What do you want to say?" Gu Wangshu smiled. "It's you who has something to say, isn't it?" She had figured it out. Lawrence didn't try to joke or make light of the situation. Instead, he said the words that had been bottled up in his heart for a long time. "Little Moon, I like you. Will you stay in the UK and be my girlfriend?" Gu Wangshu smiled and said, "No, I won't." Lawrence sighed. "Actually, I guessed you wouldn't agree. You're a good person. Let's stay good friends," she said. "But I will never leave my homeland." However, Lawrence thought to himself, I don't want to be just your friend. I want to be the man in your life. After the Gu siblings left, Lawrence stayed at home sighing and moping. Ryan teased him. "This is all you've got. She won't leave her country, and you can't leave either." "Right." Lawrence jumped up from the bed. "I'm going to buy a plane ticket right now." Back in Qingxi village, the Gu siblings were warmly welcomed by everyone. Deng Baishu laughed. "Oh my, it's been years and our little Wangshu has become even more beautiful. When are you coming to work? How about tomorrow? Your mother has been getting lazier, and it's almost the end of the month. She's only been to work for 2 days this month. Even your Uncle Deng at my age needs a rest too." Gu Wangshu chuckled. "Uncle Deng, don't worry. I'll pass on what you said to my mom." Deng Baishu, in his 40s, stomped his foot in frustration. "You little girl, getting more and more clever. Haha, alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. I'll come to the clinic in a couple of days. Can you let me rest for a few days first?" "Alright." Qin Lai patted Gu Chongguang on the shoulder. "Our overseas orders are increasing, and recently, We're almost unable to keep up with production. Gu Chongguang replied. If we can't keep up with production, then just produce less. Let them fight for it. Things that people have to fight to buy are always more valuable. Good kid, you really know how to do business. Gu Chongguang smiled and said, Uncle Qin, you go ahead and get busy. I'm heading home now. All right. Wang Taijun with his graying hair came over. I'll carry your luggage. Gu Wangshu quickly refused. Uncle, we can handle it ourselves. You should sit down and rest. Xiao Ma, who had been promoted to head of logistics many years ago, patted Wang Taijun on the shoulder. You're getting on in years, why don't you just accept it? Wang Taijun smiled, though one of his teeth was missing. What's wrong with getting older? I can still be strong. Of course you can, what's the problem? Gu Wangshu took out her old brick-like phone and called her mother. Mom, we're almost home. Where are you guys? Guan Yu picked up the phone. Oh, you're back? Just landed? Your dad and I are at the mountain villa. You and your brother wait at home, we'll be back soon. Then she hung up the phone. Gu Wangshu looked at the phone. I didn't even tell her we're already at the entrance of the valley. Gu Chongguang said. Let's go home first. Even if we leave now, by the time they come back from the mountain villa, it'll probably be evening. We'll have lunch just the two of us today. Gu Wangshu said with a smile. Everyone helped them carry their luggage up the mountain and then left. It wasn't even noon yet, so there was no rush to cook. Gu Wangshu ran to the back. Brother, I want to swing. Come push me. Gu Chongguang walked over. You're already this old, and you're still acting like a child. Well, if I want to play, I'll play. When Mom comes back, I won't get a chance. That's right, Guan, you still really like the swing, even now. The two siblings ran toward the back mountain, and just then they heard a noise. They looked up and saw something. Half an hour ago, their parents, who had called to say they were at the mountain villa, were now floating down from the treetops. Oh my, were they dreaming all this time? Gu Chongguang's voice trembled. Mom, did you fall? Guan Yu, seeing the two children, was surprised. Aren't you two at the airport? You came back in half an hour. Gu Chongguang. Weren't you at the mountain villa? You came back in half an hour. Gu Wangshu. I never said we were at the airport. Guan Yu. Then why didn't you make it clear? Gu Wangshu was speechless. You should have given me a chance to explain. Gu Chongguang. Mom, Dad, one of you needs to explain what just happened. Gu Sui patted Guan Yu on the shoulder. You explain. It's getting late, I'll go cook. Guan Yu hurriedly grabbed him. How am I supposed to explain? You explain, I'll go cook. Gu Sui smiled. Can you cook? Guan Yu quietly let go of him and awkwardly smiled. Then you cook. Gu Sui sighed and looked at the two children. You both go help in the kitchen. We'll talk slowly. Guan Yu's background and her special abilities were explained to the two children without reservation. Gu Chongguang and Gu Wangshu were both bewildered. Was there really such a thing in this world? Guan Yu patted her chest. Yes, my existence is proof of it. Gu Chongguang. Mom, don't say anything for now. Let me and Wangshu take a moment. After lunch, the two siblings, like wandering souls, went into their room, closed the door, and murmured as they recalled the past. Many things now seemed to have traces to follow. For example, when they were little, they would sleep at home at night, but the next morning they would wake up in the mountain villa. Their parents told them it was because they had gotten sick and had a fever. They had slept for a day and night, and now it was already the third day. Looking back now, what kind of family doesn't take their sick child to the hospital but sends them to the mountains? And also, every time I asked for chicken soup when I was little, Mom would go around the back mountain and come back with a wild chicken. Now thinking back, there were so many holes in those stories. After the two siblings finished talking, they went downstairs. Their parents were sitting on the sofa, chatting while watching TV. Guan Yu glanced at them and smiled. Have you finished discussing? Gu Chongguang nodded. We don't believe it unless you take us up to the tree to fly. Guan Yu stood up. All right, actually your dad and I still have things to do, so let's go back now. Guan Yu, followed by Gu Sui and the two children, flew up into the tree. Gu Chongguang and Gu Wangshu felt as though the trees were rushing past them in a blur. Half an hour later, they arrived at the mountain villa. When they landed, their legs went weak, and they sat down on the ground. Guan Yu laughed heartily. That was a bit fast, huh? The flight gave them a sense of reality. Gu Chongguang and Gu Wangshu immediately began asking about other details, such as how they had traveled from the future. What other abilities did the special power have besides climbing trees and planting vegetables? What impact did it have on the body? Guan Yu replied. You should ask your dad about those. He's been interested in them all his life, so he knows best. Guan Yu went to the underground lab to conduct an experiment, leaving the three of them behind. Half an hour later, Gu Wangshu said, Mom is 48 this year. She looks so young. Gu Chongguang became cautious. Yeah, you can still say she looks well-maintained, but in a few years people will start to suspect. Gusue chuckled. Your mom and I thought about it, so we've been going down the mountain less these past few years. Gusue added. Now that you both know, you have to help keep this a secret for your mom. Gu Changguang quickly nodded. We won't tell anyone, Gu Wangshu said. Not just strangers. When we get married, we can't tell our wives either. You too. Gusue grabbed his daughter's hand and said. Since you're back from now on, mom's work will be your responsibility. I plan to take your mom on a global tour for the next few years. When we've had enough of traveling, we'll live in the mountain villa in seclusion. Dad, Gusue said. It's not that we want to hide, but your mom has spent most of her life without leaving Daqing Mountain. It's time she went out to see the world. Gu Changguang replied. You two go ahead. We'll stay at home, nothing will go wrong. Gusue looked at his two children and smiled lovingly. Your mom once said that one of the happiest things in her life was giving birth to both of you and raising you to adulthood. Besides that, one of the most important things to her in this life is the virus research in the underground lab. In our lifetimes, your mom and I might not encounter a day when a terrible virus outbreak happens, but you two might. This is also the reason why your mom and I supported Wangshu studying medicine. Gu Wangshu suddenly realized. When I said I was going to study abroad in the UK, Grandpa and Grandma opposed it, but you two supported me. Now I understand why. Your mom has a lot of research on viruses. Even the people who claim to be internationally leading in this field probably don't understand what your mom is studying. Since you've studied virology in your spare time, take the materials your mom gave you and study on your own. When we come back, we'll teach you more. Wangshu couldn't wait to inherit her mother's life's work. Gusue and Guan Yue weren't ones to procrastinate. They handed over the family matters to their children, then went to Beijing to visit their parents and stayed for a while. Afterward, they went to Hong Kong to visit a teacher before heading abroad. Neither of them brought a bodyguard, just left like that, which made the leaders frantic. Gu Changguang calmly reassured them. My parents are not people who neglect things. Someone is definitely protecting them, so don't worry. After everyone calmed down, they realized that Dr. Guan had saved so many people over the years. Having such connections wasn't surprising, so they all relaxed for the time being. At the nursing home, after a period of familiarizing herself with the work, Gu Wangshu completely took over her mother's duties. The leaders quickly discovered that Gu Wangshu was amazing. While her acupuncture skills weren't quite on the same level as her mother's, she was top-notch in both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, easily outperforming her peers. Gu Changguang continued to expand the Qingxi brand abroad. After the millennium, as domestic consumption levels gradually increased, he began to focus on the domestic market. Foreign investments hadn't started to make a strong push yet, and Qingxi, known to the people with national backing, occupied the largest share of the market. Later on, whenever a foreign high-end skincare brand entered the domestic market, it was inevitably compared to Qingxi. You can't even match half the effectiveness of Qingxi, yet your prices are higher than Qingxi's high-end products? Do you think we are naive and have too much money? Resist is the only thing I'll say once. Gu Changguang not only used the advantages of the Qingxi brand to establish a strong foothold in the skincare market, but also invested a large amount of the money earned into various research institutes. Later, rumors spread in the industry that if you were involved in pharmaceutical research, you could get some funding by approaching Gu Changguang. Aside from medical research, whenever major infectious diseases spread, Gu Changguang would donate money and supplies, and he played a crucial role in advancing the domestic epidemic prevention system. Without a mature and effective epidemic prevention system, if a nightmarish, undefeatable virus ever appeared, it wouldn't be the deaths that caused the chaos. It would be the country descending into disorder before the people even died. While the children were busy with their work, Gusue and Guan Yue lived a leisurely life. Gusue and Guan Yue traveled to various places, staying where they liked for a while and leaving on the same day if they didn't. Their global travels spanned over 10 years, and they didn't stop until they were nearly 60, at which point they ceased exploring the world. As the elders at home grew older, after saying their goodbyes, Gusue and Guan Yue moved into the mountain villa, seldom appearing before the public. They lived to over 90, and it wasn't until their passing made it into the people's daily that the world realized that their country had once had such extraordinary, almost mythical figures. Before their deaths, Gusue and Guan Yue had already prepared their graves beside her parents. Even after they passed, their souls would continue to watch over the world, waiting for the moment to arrive. Gusue and Guan Yue had spent their lives preparing for an uncertain event, and so had Gu Changguang and Gu Wangshu. When Gu Changguang and Gu Wangshu turned 70, their grandchildren began to study medicine. The siblings who were preparing for their retirement had their mother's description of a global virus outbreak come true. At the beginning, Gu Changguang couldn't believe it. It shouldn't be, right? In the past few decades, so many global infectious diseases occurred, and vaccines were eventually developed to control them. Gu Wangshu, relying on her professional intuition, felt otherwise. She believed it was happening. Gu Chongguang replied, "There's no rush. If something really happens, they'll call us." Gu Wangshu stood up. "We can't wait. I'll call them." As they got older, the siblings moved back to Daqing Mountain. Gu Wangshu went to make the call, and Gu Chongguang strolled around the yard for a while. Soon he noticed something wasn't right. The wild animals on the mountain were becoming increasingly agitated. A wild chicken flew into the yard, and with its sharp beak it made a large hole in the thick door, startling Gu Chongguang into taking a step back. At that moment a black vine shot out, swiftly slapping the wild chicken away. The two siblings ran towards the back mountain. At that moment they heard some noise and looked up. What did they see? Half an hour earlier, their parents, who had called to say they were at the mountain villa, were now floating down from the treetops. My God, were they dreaming all this time? Gu Chongguang's voice trembled. Mom, did you fall? Guan Yue saw the two children and was surprised. Aren't you at the airport? You came back in just half an hour. Gu Chongguang. Weren't you at the mountain villa? You came back in just half an hour. Gu Wangshu. I didn't say we were at the airport. Guan Yue. Then why didn't you clarify? Gu Wangshu was speechless. You should give me a chance to explain. Gu Chongguang. Mom and Dad, could one of you explain what just happened? Gu Sui patted Guan Yu on the shoulder. You explain. It's getting late, I'll go make dinner. Guan Yu quickly stopped him. How should I explain? You explain, I'll go make dinner. Gu Sui smiled. Can you cook? Guan Yu quietly released her grip and smiled awkwardly. Then you do it. Gu Sui sighed and looked at the two children. You two go help in the kitchen. We'll talk slowly. Guan Yu's background and her special abilities were fully revealed to the children. Gu Chongguang and Gu Wangshu were both confused. Was there really such a thing in this world? Guan Yu patted her chest. Yes, my existence is proof. Gu Chongguang. Mom, don't say anything more. Wangshu and I need a moment. After lunch, the two siblings wandered into their room and closed the door, muttering to each other as they recalled the past. Many things seemed to have a pattern now. For instance, when they were little, they would sleep at home at night, but wake up the next morning in the mountain villa. Their parents had told them that they had fallen ill with a fever the night before, and slept for a whole day and night. Now it was the third day. Looking back now, which parent would send their sick child to the mountains instead of to the hospital? And every time I said I wanted chicken soup when I was little, Mom would go to the back mountain, walk around, and then come back with a wild chicken. Looking back now, there were so many loopholes. In the deep mountains there was no road. How had this house been built? A plane landed in the yard, and the special forces and scientists on board all followed down. The special forces stood guard at the door, while Gu Wangshu led them to the underground laboratory. He entered the password, and the large doors of the laboratory opened. Standing at the entrance of the lab, Gu Wangshu said, All of my parents' lifelong research manhwa is here. With Gu Wangshu leading the way, everyone quickly followed the experimental data left by Guan Yu, and verified the extracted virus they brought. The experimental results showed that Guan Yu's research on killing the X virus was correct. The scientists were thrilled. Dr. Guan is amazing. I didn't expect that the final solution would be in traditional Chinese medicine. We've got the solution. But where can we get so much medicine? Gu Chongguang said. There are 2 floors of medicinal herbs stored underground. You can fly in now to take them away. Everyone in the room was moved to tears. They wished they could run to the graves of Guan Yu and Gu Sui to bow several times in respect. The predecessors were always thoughtful, thinking ahead so thoroughly. This global virus, which spread with great force, quickly covered the world. The virus was not only transmitted from person to person but also spread through the air, affecting humans, animals, and plants alike. The entire world was calling out in despair, shouting that the end of the world had come. In another country on Earth, they had already obtained the key to fight against the devil, and were determined to win this battle. The domestic epidemic defense system was mature and effective. Through everyone's joint efforts, the virus in the country was slowly being resolved. Daqing Mountain returned to normal. The 2 siblings went up the mountain to visit their parents. Gu Wangshu touched the withered black vine on the tombstone, feeling a deep sorrow in his heart. Gu Chongguang with red eyes stared at the 2 dead leaves. It's okay. Next spring, when the grass grows and the orioles fly, the world will come alive again. Even though Xiao He was gone, it would surely be happy, just like his parents and grandparents. When the global virus ended, Guan Yu's name spread to every corner of the earth. As for other illogical matters, they were insignificant compared to Guan Yu's contribution. The world had come through what seemed like the apocalypse, and everyone's attention turned to the mysterious eastern country. Leaders from all over the world and the descendants of the Gu family appeared at the graves of Guan Yue and Gu Sui, solemnly offering flowers. That divine doctor, who had single-handedly researched the virus antidote decades ahead of time, became the global faith after the pandemic. This was what a national treasure of traditional Chinese medicine must be like.